Chapter 1. The system of effort yields rewards. Fastnet Province, Nottingham City. The rising evening glow seems as if a pair of skilled hands are weaving a tapestry, blending vibrant hues in a dreamlike fashion. In Dian Village, nestled against Dian Mountain, generations have thrived through diligent farming. As dusk descends, wisps of smoke spiral up from every household, painting a picturesque scene. Xiao Ming, are you off to help Uncle Blin gather firewood again? Hee hee, with your delicate skin, those mountain bears will surely take a liking to you. Uncle Dashin, there are no bears up there. With a light-hearted laugh, the boy turned back, his clear eyes devoid of any fear. The boy's skin was remarkably fair, with a head of ordinary short hair. His large eyes and round face still bore the innocence of childhood, yet his brow hinted at a maturity beyond his years. He carried a bamboo basket on his back, filled with dry twigs and pine needles, perfect for kindling. At merely 6 years of age, the basket was nearly as tall as he was. As he walked, his swaying frame appeared rather comical, eliciting playful jests from the villagers. Bearing the fruits of his labor, Su Ming swayed back home. Their modest abode comprised 3 small wooden houses, the yard impeccably swept, devoid of fallen leaves or weeds. At the entrance stood a stone mill, beside which a black donkey munched on feed. Grandfather and back. Setting down the basket beside the firewood, Su Ming called towards the kitchen, where a curtain was drawn aside to reveal his grandfather's head peeking out. Clad in simple gray attire, the old man was gaunt and stooped, yet the creased lines on his face were not unappealing, rather, they exuded a gentle warmth. Wash up first, dinner will be ready shortly, and I've made your favorite eggs. Oh, with a knowing smile, Su Ming obediently made his way to the small stream by their home. The water flowed crystal clear, and he cupped his hands to splash his face. The coolness of the stream refreshed him as he scrubbed his face and wiped down his clothes, completing his daily ablutions. Upon his return, the fragrant rice awaited him, served in a wooden bowl. 2 small dishes of sides, 2 fried eggs, and a few sweet potatoes comprised their evening meal. Such a feast surpassed what many in Dian Village would enjoy. Grandfather Blin was the village's bamboo craftsman, industrious and skilled, ensuring they never wanted for food. All right, you're at that age where you're growing, keep some for yourself. I have another one. He insisted on pushing an egg into his grandfather's bowl, and under the latter's appreciative gaze, Su Ming carried his bowl to the doorstep. He relished sitting on the steps, watching the sun set behind the mountains. Perhaps only the sun and moon retained any semblance of the past. His clear eyes sparkled in the fading light as he gazed at the sun, a wistful expression slowly emerging on his youthful face. He was not a native of the Douluo world, but had unexpectedly traversed from Earth to this place. Fortuitously, he had been found by his grandfather, who, childless, cherished and doted on him with unwavering care. Su Ming held deep respect for his resilient and kind grandfather, Blin. Minger, I heard from the village chief that a soul master will visit our village soon. Grandfather wants to know if you wish to attend school. With a voice both magnetic and weighty, Blin stepped forward. Watching Su Ming's silhouette, his deep-set eyes reflected both reluctance and profound hope. He did not wish for his adopted grandson to remain in this secluded valley. In his eyes, the vibrant world outside was the true treasure. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He certainly knew who the esteemed soul master was. However, becoming a soul master was no simple feat. Grandfather, do you wish for me to become a soul master? Noticing his grandson's calm demeanor, Blin furrowed his graying brows. He approached and sat beside Su Ming, earnestly explaining, My child, a soul master is an incredibly prestigious existence, a dream coveted by many. Once one becomes a soul master, they can alter their fate. Just look at our village. Blin spoke at length, and each mention of soul master ignited a fervor in his eyes. To pique Su Ming's interest, he even touched upon the idea of Su Ming marrying and raising a family. Especially the phrase, marry several, nearly made Su Ming spit out his food. Wiping his mouth, Su Ming grimaced, saying, Grandfather, becoming a soul master is not that simple. There are so many people in the surrounding villages, yet few have ever seen a soul master. Do you not find that strange? Is there something amiss here? Blin gazed at Su Ming in astonishment, for it was indeed rare for soul masters to appear in nearby villages. Su Ming nodded. Based on my observations over the past couple of years, I believe the potential to become a soul master is inherently determined. The offspring of soul masters are more likely to follow in their footsteps. But for ordinary people, aspiring to become a soul master is akin to climbing a mountain. Boom! Blin's expression shifted dramatically, the brightness in his eyes dimming significantly. Is there such a theory? Blin's face was a mask of disbelief. All he had heard of the soul master's wonderful life was mere hearsay. He was unaware that martial souls stem from bloodlines. Yet, seeing Su Ming's earnest nod, his heart sank to the depths. He understood that his grandson, with a maturity beyond his peers, would not fabricate lies to deceive himself. Indeed, it seems the common folk are inherently disadvantaged. He muttered self-deprecatingly. With a stooped back, Blin retreated into the wooden house, his silhouette lonely and forlorn. Witnessing this, Su Ming let out a helpless sigh. As a transmigrator, he too yearned to become a soul master. Yet the original narrative informed him that the path to becoming a soul master was fraught with difficulty, even more so than navigating the treacherous single-plank bridge of college entrance exams. Take Tang San, for instance, who at 6 years old broke through to soul master status with a soul power of level 13, and after 6 years, he achieved level 29. Calculating this, he had advanced 16 levels in 6 years, averaging 2.67 levels per year. As for Hulaina, a member of the Golden Generation, she reached level 50 by age 20. Assuming she started with full innate soul power, she attained level 40 in 14 years, averaging 3 levels per year. And this was the result of the Soul Master Hall's rigorous training. Su Ming was astute enough to recognize that with his ordinary bloodline, his innate soul power would not exceed level 3. Over 6 years, relying solely on self-cultivation, the chances of reaching level 10 were minimal, and even if he did, he lacked the means to procure a soul beast for hunting. Effort, when placed against the backdrop of innate advantages, was but a jest. Effort, in a world of over 200 million people, there were but a mere 100,000 soul masters. Did that mean the remaining 2 billion were not making an effort? As the host began to question the greatness of effort, the effort system activated prematurely. Effort system binding successful. Congratulations, host has received a novice gift pack. Boom. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him, and a radiant smile graced his face. Perhaps Dian Village will indeed produce a formidable soul master. Casting a glance back at the wooden house, excitement flickered across Su Ming's face as he tightly clenched his fists. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 2. Strength 2. Defense 2. Mental power, 12. Martial soul, chopper quality white, 35100. Items owned, novice gift pack. Ding. Please confirm your direction of effort immediately. Chapter 2. Tang San. Is this guy made of iron? The effort system? As the name suggests, one can obtain rewards through effort. Of course, the system will evaluate your level of effort and assign a score. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. The direction of effort must align with the developmental path of soul masters in this world. Efforts in farming or lazing about will naturally yield no rewards. System, open the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host has obtained breathing technique. Congratulations, host has obtained 10 martial soul enhancement points. The breathing technique can be used for cultivation, which is quite beneficial for Su Ming at present. As for the martial soul enhancement points, Su Ming glanced at his martial soul interface. Martial soul, chopper quality white, 35100. With a mere thought, he clicked the plus sign, and a quantity bar ranging from a 100 appeared before him. One can actually enhance the quality of the martial soul. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. His martial soul, a chopper, was the most basic of souls. With this evolution option, even achieving a divine-level martial soul in the future is not impossible. Not to mention surpassing Tang San. Even overtaking Qianren Xue could become a reality. Smacking his lips, Su Ming hurriedly devoured the food in his bowl. Grandfather, "I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'd like to take a nap. If there's nothing urgent, please don't come into my room." Clank. The empty bowl clattered on the table, spinning a few times. Su Ming dove into his bedroom. "What's with this child today? So restless." Blin shook his head, seemingly unable to shake off the matter of the soul master, a cloud of frustration hanging over him. System, designate effort direction to cultivate soul power. With the direction set, the system began to collect data in real time. "Please commence your efforts, host." Without further ado, Su Ming sat cross-legged on his cotton blanket, beginning to practice the breathing technique he had received from the system. Breathing involves expelling turbid air and inhaling pure air, guiding external energy into the body to enhance one's cultivation. Inhale breath in, exhale breath out. After a while, Su Ming's initially erratic breathing rhythm began to find its cadence, establishing a sense of rhythm that a delicate energy permeates the air, entering the body as if a warm current flows through the veins, imparting a sense of comfort. However, as time progresses, Su Ming furrows his brow and opens his eyes. "Never mind. Let's find another place." Feeling the energy in the room has waned, he stealthily departs from the wooden cabin and makes his way to an open area halfway up the mountain. Beep. The host has cultivated soul power for 2 hours. Would you like to conclude this session? Not yet. Su Ming sits cross-legged on a flat stone and resumes his cultivation. As time passes, the cool air begins to carry a chilling sensation. Drip. Tiny droplets of water condense on the leaves, falling gently and striking Su Ming's head, sending a shiver down his spine. As the world shifts and time flies, the sounds of insects around him gradually fade. The dark veil of night retreats from the horizon, and the familiar cuckoo of roosters heralds the dawn in the village. Oh no! Realizing that his grandfather, Bruin, rises exceptionally early each morning, Su Ming hastily concludes his practice and rushes down the mountain. In his frantic haste, he scarcely has time to check the system's results. Minger, where are you running off to? Come back." Sure enough, Su Ming hears Bruin's anxious call from afar, filled with urgency. Quickly, he shouts back, "Grandfather," and dashes back in a flurry. Following the sound, he soon spots the slender, pale figure of Bruin, who breathes a sigh of relief. With a stern expression, Bruin admonishes, "You rascal. Why do you leave the house so early without telling your grandfather?" Su Ming sheepishly smiles and scratches his nose. "Grandfather, I had something urgent to attend to and didn't have time to inform you." "What could possibly be so urgent? I told you not to wander up the mountain. What if you fall?" Bruin's face remains grim as he glares at Su Ming. Understanding that Bruin is concerned for his well-being, Su Ming smiles and refrains from arguing. However, to facilitate his cultivation, he fabricates a story about encountering a soul master. As Bruin presses for details, Su Ming skillfully weaves an explanation, ultimately convincing him of the existence of the reclusive soul master. "Minger, you must study diligently from now on to become a soul master. It's far better than living in this impoverished village," Bruin states with utmost seriousness, thrusting a bundle of provisions wrapped in gray cloth into Su Ming's hands, which he quickly embraces. "Remember, unless the soul master commands you to return, you must not come back. Do you understand?" Gazing into Bruin's earnest and hopeful eyes, Su Ming feels a tremor within him and nods solemnly. His grandfather is a simple man from the countryside, and having raised him for several years, he is determined not to disappoint him. To strive, to cultivate. The host has cultivated soul power for 12 hours. Would you like to conclude this session? Not yet. Su Ming returns to the mountains. Just as he prepares to continue practicing his breathing technique, his mind stirs, and he casts his gaze toward a nearby peak. Though the distance is considerable and the figure not particularly large, it is undeniably real. Tang San, the future protagonist? No, that is from the original text. Su Ming's expression turns peculiar to Yin Village is adjacent to Shenghun Village, and he never expected to encounter him here. According to the plot, this guy should have already reached level 10 in soul power. Suppressing his disdain, Su Ming clenches his fists, unwilling to waste any time. Cross-legged, he begins to breathe deeply, casting aside all distractions. Su Ming quickly enters a state of focus. The dawn breaks, painting the sky with hues of fish white, yet he remains undisturbed. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Tang San, clad in simple garments, exhales a breath of stale air, gazing at the rising sun, his eyes flickering with a strange shade of purple. The purple extreme magic eyes are nearing the realm of omniscience. Yet why can't I break through with the Shintian gone? With a neutral expression, he shakes his head, preparing to return. Suddenly, he senses something amiss. With a swish, the purple extreme magic eyes activate, directing his gaze toward Su Ming's location. The enhancement of his vision allows Tang San to clearly discern the youthful silhouette mirroring his own size. He too is cultivating? I never expected to find someone else working so hard besides myself. Tang San's eyes brighten, encountering a kindred spirit during cultivation feels rather gratifying. Casting a deep glance at Su Ming, he deduces that the boy is from the Yin village, silently noting his presence before turning away. Unaware that Tang San has departed, Su Ming remains immersed in his practice. Aside from a slight hunger that requires sustenance, the breathing technique also demands mental energy, necessitating periodic breaks. Time flows into the 5th day. On the adjacent peak, Tang San, having arrived early, instinctively glances over again. Observing the still figure of Su Ming, he is taken aback. Is this fellow's body forged of iron? For days. A full 4 days. Each time he arrives 20 minutes early, yet that figure remains steadfastly in place. It feels as though he is waiting for him in advance, evoking a sense of defeat within Tang San. Indeed, this world is not lacking in diligent individuals. I too must strive to improve. Chapter 3. The Journey of Cultivation, Valued in Companionship. Crack. A clear sound resonates from within his body. Like a refreshing stream flowing through a scorching summer, it washes away his fatigue. Su Ming opens his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 3. Martial Spirit, Chopper Quality White, 45100. Possession, Breathing Technique. Soul Power, Level 3. Su Ming could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. Although he was aware that his soul power might be at Level 2. 9, the prospect of increasing it by 1 level signified a glimmer of hope for the future. System, please conclude, he murmured to himself. Ding. The host's cultivation of soul power lasted a total of 82 hours. Effort evaluation, in a short period. Exceeded the cultivation standards of peers, however, due to an unclear comparative range, resulted in a significant level of failure. Particularly as the training duration of high-level soul masters far surpassed that of the host. Effort rating, 2 stars. 2 stars? How could it be merely 2 stars? Su Ming felt quite discontented with this outcome. Few began cultivating at the age of 6, and to have trained for as long as 82 hours was no small feat. Given this level of dedication, it should rightfully merit a solid 5 stars. Reflecting on the system's commentary, Su Ming could not help but inquire, System, what do you mean by an unspecified comparative range? Ding. Effort is relative. In comparison to one's past endeavors, it may be deemed a modest achievement, whereas surpassing the efforts of geniuses constitutes grand aspirations. As the host did not specify a comparative group, the system defaults the effort comparison to encompass all individuals. With a time frame of 1 year. Damn, is this a joke? My efforts should be compared with those of my peers. Su Ming gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger, and then stroked his chin, pondering. If I were to narrow the scope, while the rating level may increase, the rewards would consequently diminish, correct? Ding. The system confirmed his speculation with precision. In essence, Su Ming comprehended 3 key points. Firstly, the greater the number of comparative targets, the higher the purity of their efforts, which indeed results in more generous ratings and rewards. For instance, in this instance, Su Ming's comparative targets comprise the entirety of humanity. Ordinary individuals who do not engage in cultivation yield an exceedingly low average cultivation time, while high-ranking soul masters spend prolonged periods in seclusion. Thus, the allotted time is utterly insufficient, culminating in a mere 2-star rating. Secondly, challenges that surpass 1's level are deemed exceptional circumstances, capable of augmenting the rating rewards, potentially yielding a remarkable 6-star reward. Thirdly, the rewards are selected from the wishes of the comparative targets, aligning most harmoniously. Ding. The rewards for this soul power cultivation session have been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. The rewards were utterly outrageous, undoubtedly including ordinary individuals in the tally. It seems that having a fixed comparison target would be wise moving forward. With his provisions completely depleted, Su Ming rose from his seat, patting his backside. His once supple and rounded form had lost its elasticity, leaving him to ponder whether a soul master could suffer from hemorrhoids. With a sense of bewilderment, Su Ming departed from the place. In the sky, the evening glow was a tapestry of vibrant hues. At the entrance, Bruin greeted Su Ming with unrestrained joy, inviting him inside for a meal. Having not tasted rice in quite some time, Su Ming indulged heartily, prompting a contented smile from Bruin as he turned to retrieve a package from the rice bin. His aged visage radiated with vitality as he proudly patted the bundle. Minger, remember to take these provisions with you. Too many pancakes can cause discomfort. I've prepared some fruits inside. Su Ming remained silent, his gaze fixated on the chicken upon the table, while his heart was a tumult of emotions. The chicken appeared to have been freshly slaughtered, and it seemed that his grandfather, Blin, had anticipated his return. Was he not concerned that his mentor, the soul master, might bring him food? If he did not return, would this chicken have been killed in vain? Such is the gift bestowed by the elder, regardless of one's reluctance to accept it. Su Ming weighed the decision to take out a gold coin, fearing that possessing more might bring about peril for Berlin. Grandfather, this gold coin was given to me by my teacher, who instructed me to present it to you, saying you should buy me some meat to nourish my health. The gold coin was undeniably enticing, yet Berlin's expression soured at the sight of it. He hastily pushed it back, exclaiming, "No, no, no. How could I allow a soul master to spend money?" Su Ming hurriedly remarked that it was the teacher's intention, and that the esteemed elder had a fondness for chicken soup. After a moment's hesitation, Bryn accepted the gold coins and pledged to prepare chicken soup for the soul master. After a hasty dinner, Su Ming spent the night at home to rejuvenate his spirit. Before dawn broke the following day, he had already vanished from his bed. The night in the mountain forest exuded a chilling ambience, particularly accentuated by the small mounds of earth that dotted the landscape. Su Ming felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, this world was devoid of the supernatural. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to endure some rather peculiar rituals. He devoted himself to the arduous task of cultivating his soul power, contrasting his efforts with those of the three major sects whose awakened martial souls had not yet surpassed level 10 within a week of training. Sitting cross-legged, he found solace in the serene ambience, akin to the solitary shadow of a cold mountain, gazing peacefully at the clear moon. As the week unfolded, time seemed to slip by. Ding. The duration of the host's soul power cultivation this time lasted for 110 hours. Evaluation of effort. Surpassing the training duration of the three major sects with awakened martial souls of insufficient level 10 within a week. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, increase in soul power by 1 level. Splendid. Su Ming was certain that those from the three major sects, whose innate soul power fell short of level 10, harbored a fervent desire to enhance their soul power. Relishing the sweet taste of success, Su Ming unhesitatingly activated his frenzied mode. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, increase in soul power by 1 level. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, increase in soul power by 1 level. Reward, increase in soul power by 1 level. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. In the early morning, a ray of dazzling sunlight cascaded from the horizon, piercing through the morning mist, creating an ethereal spectacle. Feeling the warmth of the sun, Su Ming's cherubic face broke into a knowing smile. He had finally reached level 10. Without the aid of a system, relying solely on his own diligence, it would have likely taken him 2 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Su Ming was acutely aware that resorting to the system was somewhat of a cunning shortcut. Otherwise, how else could one achieve progress? Would he truly be able to accumulate mastery through relentless practice, bit by bit? Although he had taken the shortcut, a month of arduous training had not significantly improved his condition. His hair was a disheveled mess, adorned with fragments of leaves and small twigs. His once clear and radiant eyes were now clouded with bloodshot confusion, the dark circles beneath them swollen and red, his countenance marked by fatigue and despondency, resembling a wild beast in its final throes of madness. At that moment, Su Ming felt utterly drained, his body limp and devoid of strength. Even the act of standing seemed a daunting challenge. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has reached level 10. You have been awarded 1 bottle of level 1 recovery elixir. Oh, a reward for an achievement? Su Ming smiled knowingly and quickly summoned the last of his strength to extract a medicinal pill, consuming it with urgency. The elixir proved remarkably effective. He felt his vitality swiftly rejuvenating, while his mental fortitude gradually became more abundant. It was time to return. Casting a lingering glance at Tang San in the distance, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he departed with a sense of joy. Sensing something amiss, Tang San opened his eyes during his meditation, regarding the retreating figure with a grave expression. What a formidable individual, he murmured to himself. For an entire month, he had immersed himself in rigorous training within the mountains. The sheer strength of will demonstrated by his peer filled him with respect. Concurrently, spurred by Su Ming's influence, he had devoted himself to even more diligent practice, yielding greater rewards than ever before during this month. Indeed, as the elders of the Tang clan had proclaimed, the path of cultivation thrives in the companionship of fellow practitioners. At this moment, Tang San, still sharing a mutual admiration with Su Ming, remained blissfully unaware that his future would soon be shrouded in ominous clouds, the very clouds that bore the name Su Ming. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Martial Spirits, the Chopper. The following morning, Su Ming rose early, foregoing his usual practice. Today marks the day of soul awakening in Dian Village. The man known as the guiding spirit has arrived, Su Yutao. His rough hand clasped Su Ming's delicate one as he made his way slowly yet steadily towards the back of the village. Perhaps without his cane, his stooped figure stood a bit straighter than usual, and his freshly donned attire accentuated the resilience of the ancient pines. Su Ming could sense the unusual roughness of his grandfather Brin's palm, as if it had been scraped by a blade, perhaps due to anxiety. His hand felt warmer and more forceful than usual. The two of them arrived at a quaint wooden cabin in the heart of the village. Each village possessed a branch of the Wuhuan Hall, and they waited here for a while. The emaciated village head, Geely, with his goat-like beard, approached accompanied by a few young ones. Geely, stroking his beard, greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. Brin, you've arrived quite early. Shouldn't you rest a bit longer? TSK, are you afraid that one day you might not be able to rise? Brin cast a sidelong glance at the cane and retorted sharply. I'm not like some people. Others walk on two legs while he leans on a stick. Since an extra leg is of no use, I might as well chop it off. From their very first encounter, the two seemed to be at odds, as if they had ingested gunpowder, each unable to tolerate the other. Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to their playful banter. Although the two exchanged sharp words, their faces bore warm smiles, reminiscent of the bond between true brothers. Su Ming understood that the two were childhood friends, bound by a profound bond that transcended mere brotherhood. They were not brothers by blood, yet their connection was stronger than that of kin. Grandfather Geely, Su Ming called out, drawing Geely's attention. A warm hand gently caressed his head. Be a good boy, and do your best later. Don't let your grandfather down. Grandfather's bright gaze also turned towards him, his face adorned with a confident and expectant smile. I will. Su Ming nodded emphatically, then stepped aside to join the queue. Ahem. Bruin cleared his throat twice, and Geely cast a sidelong glance at him before striding over to pull Su Ming to the forefront. How imposing. Su Ming secretly gave his grandfather, Brin, a thumbs up, to which the latter proudly stroked his beard. After a moment, a man dressed in white approached, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He was handsome and exuded a subtle air of arrogance. The three long sword insignias emblazoned on his left chest symbolized his status as a battle soul master. However, the man's demeanor was rather gloomy, his expression clouded as if he had just endured a beating. Could it be that he was dumped by his girlfriend? It seemed that Su Yutao also had a penchant for infatuation, and Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was not mere conjecture. There were indeed many devoted admirers in the Douluo Continent. Upon seeing the newcomer, Geely hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, esteemed battle soul master. The children from Dian Village have gathered. We appreciate your effort to come here. Su Yutao cast a blank glance, seemingly uninterested in engaging in further conversation with Geely. He simply instructed Su Ming and the others to follow him, and then entered the small house alone. Let us go. Geely did not dwell on it, and waved to Su Ming, who quickly followed suit. Su Ming, your grandfather believes you can become a soul master. A voice filled with anticipation suddenly echoed from behind. Su Ming shivered slightly and then strode into the Hall of Spirits. Becoming a soul master is not as simple as it seems. Upon hearing that voice, Su Yutao couldn't help but smirk wryly. He had traversed 3 villages without encountering a single promising candidate. Dian Village would likely yield nothing but disappointment as well. Noticing that the children were already lined up, Su Yutao gathered his spirits and declared loudly, Children, I am Su Yutao, a level 26 battle soul master. Soon, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Just remember this. No matter what happens, do not be afraid, and simply follow my instructions." As he spoke, he retrieved 6 black crystal stones and a blue crystal ball from his pack. The black crystal stones were used for martial soul awakening, while the blue crystal ball was employed to test innate soul power. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his face resolute. As he strode confidently into the hexagonal formation of Blackstone, this child displayed remarkable composure. Su Yuntao silently praised. Yet, the martial spirit and soul power are not determined by temperament. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from Su Yuntao's forehead, turning his hair to a shade of gray. His muscles swelled, resembling the fur of a beast, as claws formed at his fingertips, radiating an eerie, cold glimmer. His eyes gleamed with a feral intensity. An atmosphere of terror instantly enveloped the wooden cabin. "A wolf! It's a wolf! Run!" The children behind, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their screams. Overwhelmed by fear, their legs turned to jelly, and they instinctively retreated. A startled Su Ming glanced at the 3 meters of empty space behind him, speechless. "What are you afraid of? I am the first. If anyone is to scream, it should indeed be me." Su Ming turned around, continuing to observe the transformation of Su Yutao, particularly the soul rings beneath his feet, one white, one yellow, strikingly vivid. While he had often encountered pairs of yellow soul rings, this peculiar combination of one white and one yellow felt somewhat unusual. The intriguing little spirit gazed at the composed Su Ming, and a faint smile unconsciously grazed Su Yuntao's lips. This was the first time he had met a child unperturbed by the manifestation of his martial soul. "What is your name?" "Su Ming." "Very well, maintain your composure. I wish you good fortune." Without further ado, Su Yuntao clapped his hands. In an instant, golden radiance surged from the black crystal beneath his feet, enveloping Su Ming completely. So this is the awakening of the martial soul. Su Ming felt a warm current enveloping his entire being, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. As he observed the golden light emanating from the crystal and merging with his body, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once upon a time, he too had transformed into light. "Now, raise your hand. Is it yet another worthless martial soul?" The number of golden lights caught the attention of Su Yutao, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand. In a swift motion, a black chopping knife materialized in his grasp. Measuring 40 centimeters, with a robust black spine and a gleaming silver blade, it was unmistakably an axe for chopping wood. Observing this, Su Yutao, with an expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, remarked, "Although it is merely a woodcutter's axe, it is certainly superior to a sickle, and it holds the promise of you becoming a soul master. Come, let us test your innate soul power and ascertain whether you possess the potential to become a soul master." Su Ming placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb. Aware of his innate full soul power, his expression remained unexpectedly composed. As his palm made contact with the orb, it seemed as if his internal soul power was summoned forth, cascading towards the crystal. Suddenly, a radiant brilliance erupted from the orb, illuminating the entire wooden cabin like a luminous pearl in the night. My heavens, he possesses innate full soul power. A mix of astonishment and delight overtook Su Yuntao, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He gazed at Su Ming in utter bewilderment. The wooden cabin fell into a profound silence. Chapter 5, The Method to Enhance Martial Soul Quality. A woodcutting axe. Innate full soul power. This bizarre scene left Su Yuntao utterly stunned. In the next moment, however, a profound joy spread across his face. Although it was merely a woodcutting axe, it was still a weapon, not a worthless martial soul. With the enhancement of innate full soul power, Su Ming was destined to become a battle soul master. "Ah, I have finally discovered a promising talent. My efforts have not been in vain." Regaining his composure, Su Yuntao felt an urge to cultivate a connection, yet he noticed that Su Ming's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, leaving him somewhat unsettled. "Hey, innate full soul power. Can you not exhibit a more typical reaction?" Unable to contain himself, Su Yuntao exclaimed, "Su Ming, do you comprehend what innate full soul power signifies?" His voice trembled, and his eyes bore the expression of one witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Without waiting for Su Ming's response, he eagerly began to explain. The potential of a soul master is determined not only by the quality of their martial soul but also by the level of their innate soul power. Even with a commendable martial soul, one cannot cultivate without innate soul power. The level of innate soul power symbolizes the speed of future cultivation and dictates one's eventual achievements. For instance, I possess level 2 innate soul power and have now reached the rank of Great Soul Master. Child, your future accomplishments are surely boundless. As if to dismiss his fervent words, Su Ming merely cast him a calm glance and softly uttered, "Oh, is that it? Is that all?" Su Yuntao's fervent gaze suddenly froze, his lips twitching in disbelief. Do you truly grasp what this means? At the very least, display a normal reaction. He instinctively glanced towards the back, where a line of envious and admiring eyes rested upon them. Now that's the appropriate response. It became evident that this young lad was indeed an outlier. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to express his frustration, Su Yuntao's gaze reignited with fervor as he pressed on. Su Ming, would you consider joining the martial soul hall? Suddenly, a look of surprise flickered in Su Ming's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a serendipitous fortune. Finally stirred, Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, the allure of the martial soul hall was undeniable. Yet, Su Ming's response caused his expression to freeze once more. With a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, Su Ming articulated, I am still quite young and do not fully comprehend many matters. I wish to wait until I'm mature, preferably becoming a soul master before contemplating such matters. Thank you, Master Zhan Han, for awakening my martial soul. A refusal? Su Yuntao's lips twitched. His eyes filled with a sense of lament. Why were you so excited just now? Apologies for the misunderstanding. It was not my intention to mislead you. Su Ming chuckled awkwardly, stepping aside from the hexagonal array, making his stance quite clear. To his dismay, the anticipated achievement slipped away, leaving Su Yuntao visibly displeased, though he had no choice but to place his hopes on the other children. Meanwhile, Su Ming promptly contacted the system, inquiring, System, what was the reward for my martial soul points just now? Su Ming's delicate face radiated a rosy glow, still bearing traces of astonishment. The enhancement points for his martial soul were invaluable, capable of facilitating its ascension. In Su Ming's heart, their significance surpassed even that of soul power elevation. Hence, he had exhibited such excitement moments ago. Ding! A formidable soul master possesses not only strength, but also a reputation that echoes far and wide. Each time the host accrues prestige, it will seamlessly convert into martial soul enhancement points. Remarkably, reputation can indeed elevate the quality of one's martial soul. Su Ming's heart surged with tumultuous waves. System, are you certain there is no mistake? Ding! Effort should undoubtedly attract widespread attention and earn the respect it deserves. The ability to obtain soul enhancement points is an inherent rule of the system, unalterable. Understood. Completely understood. Su Ming could not help but burst into laughter. Not only could he earn rewards, but he could also acquire points to enhance his martial soul. The effort was simply double the benefit. Su Ming allocated his soul enhancement point to his martial spirit, bringing its total to 46. With just 54 more points, he would elevate his martial spirit to a yellow quality. The future appeared promising. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Yuntao, whose expression was far from pleasant, the awakening of martial spirits finally concluded. There was hardly any suspense. The other children from Dian Village possessed no soul power and could not become soul masters. With a resounding creak, the wooden doors swung open. Outside, the goblins and Geely immediately ceased their conversation. The children, with downcast faces and a sense of despair, emerged, which Geely seemed to have anticipated. After all these years, had there ever been a different outcome? With a dimming gaze, Geely sighed helplessly and resorted to his usual words of encouragement. Children, do not be disheartened. You will always be the pride of Dian Village. Believe in your efforts, and you shall surely have a bright future ahead. Upon hearing this, the children's expressions softened slightly, and they called out Grandpa Village Chief before departing. However, as they left, they could not help but glance back. Their envious gazes were unmistakably noted by Berlin and his companion. Could it be? A chill ran down Berlin's spine as he quickly turned to look behind. At the entrance, Su Yutao was leading Su Ming out, seemingly engaged in an enthusiastic conversation. The esteemed master of battle spirits was showing such warmth towards Su Ming. Could it be true? Su Yutao glanced up, his previously grim demeanor now radiant with excitement. Village Chief Geely, this year, Dian Village is truly fortunate to have produced a genius with innate full soul power. He said this while slightly bowing, as if to apologize for his earlier rudeness. At this revelation, Geely and Berlin were momentarily stunned. Innate full soul power? Thunderous. The simplicity of those 5 words sent shockwaves through their taut nerves. They were even caught off guard by Su Yuntao's salute. Minger. Berlin was the first to regain his composure, his lips trembling as he stammered, unable to form a complete thought as he gazed incredulously at Su Ming. Geely inhaled sharply, his grip on his cane trembling. Master of battle spirits, are you saying that Su Ming possesses innate full soul power? They gazed at Su Yuntao with wide-eyed wonder. Seeing him nod with a beaming smile, Berlin and Geely were instantly engulfed in ecstasy, their hearts surging like a tidal wave. Thank the ancestors for their blessings. Our Dian village has truly produced a talent. Innate full soul power. My grandson, he possesses innate full soul power. My grandson will undoubtedly become a soul master. Berlin's previously vacant expression now shone with brilliance, his rough face flushed with excitement. Ahem, Grandpa, it's time to regain your senses. Observing Berlin's silly grin, Su Ming helplessly scratched his head and gently nudged his arm. Huh. Berlin blinked, the light in his eyes gradually coalescing, staring at the wooden house before him. He exclaimed in astonishment, Minger, where is that master soul master? Wait, why did you suddenly bring me back home? Su Ming, feeling utterly despondent, covered his face and reminded. Grandfather, it's already noon. Can we have our meal first before continuing? Chapter 6. Swinging the blade 100,000 times, 23,000 meters. The news of Su Ming's innate full soul power swiftly spread throughout Dian village. The simple villagers felt a profound sense of pride at the emergence of a soul master from their midst, and jealousy was notably absent. The threshold of Bulin's home was nearly worn down from the constant stream of visitors. He had never seen such an influx of guests in a year. His smile stretching from ear to ear. The villagers expressed their admiration for Bulin's foresight in recognizing Su Ming's exceptional talents, much to Bulin's delight. As for Su Ming, both of his pockets were brimming with peanuts and sunflower seeds. He rolled up his clothing, revealing a bounty of cooked corn, candies, apples, and other treats tucked inside. Upon overhearing discussions about arranging a child bride for himself, Su Ming promptly withdrew, clutching the hem of his garments. The topic made him feel as though his 9 years of compulsory education had been in vain. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for the villagers' generous offerings. Su Ming returned once more to the forest behind Dian village. To become a soul master, possessing merely soul power is insufficient. Soul power does not equate to combat prowess. Su Ming extended his hand, and his martial soul, a machete, materialized within his grasp. He focused intently on the utilization of his martial soul, aligning his efforts with the benchmark of the top 10 records for blade-wielding soul masters over the span of a week. Ding. Data collection initiated. Please commence your efforts, host. The system prompted, and without delay, a translucent circular frame appeared before Su Ming's eyes, delineated into white, blue, and red sections, each emblazoned with figures. Upon observing the displayed values, Su Ming could not help but swallow hard. 8100 for 100122. 800,000 swings within a week? With barely a moment's hesitation, Su Ming resolved to act, delivering a decisive strike upon the tree stump before him. Bang. Ding. Swing count 1. Total. 1. Bang. Ding. Swing count 1. Total. 2. Bang. Su Ming meticulously monitored the system's data. After a minute of scrutiny, he concluded that in an ideal scenario, he could strike 51 times within a minute, equating to nearly once every second. In 1 hour, there are 600 seconds. Thus, over a span of 24 hours, that amounts to 86 for 100 seconds. With this theoretical capability established, Su Ming felt liberated from any reservations. One after another, he relentlessly struck the wooden post before him, leaving no room for idleness. The forest resonated with the dull thuds of timber colliding. Fortunately, nurtured by his soul energy, Su Ming's physique was no longer as fragile as it once was. Bang. After a while, Su Ming suddenly felt his grip slip. The axe flew from his hand with a whoosh, propelled by inertia, and struck the post with a resounding thud. The black handle bore a striking splash of vivid crimson. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly as he lowered his head to inspect his arm. He observed the delicate, slender limb, veins prominently protruding, with fresh blood oozing from the abrasions that marred his skin, dripping onto the ground. The entirety of his arm trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, being a top-tier swordsman was not an endeavor easily undertaken. Su Ming gritted his teeth, attempting to raise his hand, only to discover that his arm had completely lost sensation. He managed a bitter smile and resorted to using his left hand to retrieve a recovery elixir. Once his right arm regained its strength, Su Ming wrapped it in cloth and resumed wielding the hatchet with fervor. As he struck down, a revelation dawned upon him, and his eyes brightened with newfound insight. The hatchet, unlike other blades, possessed a thicker edge. Its advantage lay in its substantial weight, capable of cleaving through tough materials, while simultaneously delivering a jolt of force, hence the tingling in his arm. If he could channel this vibrational energy to his adversary, would it not render their arm numb as well? With a spark of determination in his eyes, Su Ming unhesitatingly set out to test his hypothesis. 1 hour later. Recovery elixir -1. Another hour passed. Recovery elixir -1. From midday until sunset, he had swung the hatchet over 20,000 times. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his countenance. Although he could dissipate the shock of the blade, He remained at a loss as to how to effectively harness it. "Ming, why do you seem somewhat disheartened today?" observed Blin, her brow furrowed with concern as Su Ming returned home, his demeanor forlorn. She gently touched his forehead, relieved to find no fever. Su Ming sat on the steps, gazing at the bamboo strips scattered on the ground, offering no resistance. For the elderly man, a lifetime dedicated to weaving baskets felt almost akin to a matter of life and death. Seizing this moment of leisure, Su Ming voiced his perplexities. However, as he spoke, Bruin revealed a smile, lifting the hatchet resting beside him. "Minger, take this iron rod," Bruin said, extending a metal bar toward him. Su Ming, perplexed, held the object in his hand. In the next moment, Bruin swung the axe downwards. "Grandfather, hold it steady." At these words, Su Ming instinctively tightened his fists. Bang! Another sound erupted, yet this time it was undeniably more profound. Feeling his arm tremble, Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the back of the chopping axe. Before he could regain his composure, Bruin delivered another blow with the back of the axe. The crisp clang resonated as it struck the ground, causing the iron piece in Su Ming's hand to slip away instantly. Su Ming gazed in astonishment at his grandfather, Blin, feeling as though he had received a profound revelation. So this is how one engages with emotions. With a surge of gratitude and excitement, he embraced Blin before dashing away, his calves moving with the speed of a train wheel. Alas, this child, he has tea even taken the time to eat. 5 days later, within the bamboo grove, a silvery glow flickered, reminiscent of a river of stars suspended in the night sky. With a sharp crack, a robust bamboo stalk snapped in response. Whoosh! Several more strikes followed, and the bamboo was swiftly cleaved into 4 or 5 segments. The boy, clad in simple garments, had tousled hair that danced in the breeze. His eyes clear and profound, and his cherubic face bore an air of endearing charm. However, his expression exhibited a hint of sternness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing the record for the number of sword strikes by a blade soul master within a week, achieving a new milestone. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding! The host is rewarded with the Golden Crow sword technique. At last, it has been achieved. A wave of delight surged within Su Ming. In the next moment, the teachings of the Golden Crow sword technique flooded into his mind. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period, Su Ming engaged in only 2 endeavors. The first was running to enhance his physical condition. In comparison to his objective, he aimed to match the weekly running record of the agility-type soul master disciples from the Spirit Hall of Spirit City, which reached an astounding distance of 240,000 meters. For reference, in Douluo 2, the starting run was 30,000 meters. Upon seeing this figure, Su Ming was somewhat astonished. However, recalling that he was challenging soul masters beyond his level, he resolved to persevere. In one moment, he was breathless and exhausted, panting like a dog. In the next, he sprinted with the swiftness of a leopard. This cycle continued until he had consumed all his recovery potions, and at last, within the span of a week, Su Ming triumphantly surpassed the formidable milestone of 240,000 meters. Su Ming is acutely aware of how he accomplished the extraordinary challenge. Thus, he embarked on a regular training regimen. On the first day, he ran 15,000 meters. On the second day, he increased his distance to 16,000 meters. Now, Su Ming is capable of running 35,000 meters, a feat that places him on par with a commendable soul master. As for his second endeavor, he practiced the Golden Crow Blade technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor success, 1/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor success, 2/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor success, 99/100. Chapter 7, A Fortuitous Encounter with Tang San. He rolled in the bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves rustled softly, swaying incessantly. Whoosh! The boy moved like a dragon, darting through the grove, wielding his machete like a streak of dark lightning. Crack! The sharp sounds echoed as the bamboo suddenly splintered and toppled. Amidst the mottled shadows of the trees, Su Ming danced with his machete. The glint of the blade created a mesmerizing spectacle. He alternated between slashing and thrusting, soaring into the air to sweep horizontally, then pivoting to counterattack. His postures were myriad and ineffable. With a sudden leap, Su Ming soared into the air. Thud! The machete struck the ground with tremendous force. The Golden Crow Blade technique illuminated the surroundings. Bang! The earth trembled as a nearby bamboo shattered explosively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1. Achieving minor success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving minor success in the Golden Crow Blade technique. Reward: a strand of golden power. Thud. Exhausted. Ming found himself half kneeling on the ground, his complexion pale as paper, akin to someone recovering from a severe illness. The Golden Crow Blade technique was exceedingly challenging, comprising 73 moves, and each practice session drained his internal soul power. It took him an entire month to barely reach minor success. After meditating to recuperate his condition, Ming finally assessed the system's rewards. The golden power, extracted from the rich golden element, allowed 100 strands of golden power to merge into a single strand of supreme golden power, which could be integrated into the host's martial spirit. Supreme golden power? Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart swelling with immense joy. This object was indeed a prestigious title of terrifying offensive power. System. Fuse the golden power into my martial soul. Whoosh! A wisp of golden ethereal dragon spiraled into the obsidian cleaver. The golden dragon appeared innocuous. Yet every pore on Ming's body quivered, as if countless blades were slicing through him. It was not until the dragon fully melded with the martial soul that Ming exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he sensed that the cleaver had grown significantly heavier, its blade faintly radiating a golden glimmer, seemingly becoming sharper. Host: Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, cleaver, quality, yellow, 26, 500. Items possessed, breathing technique. Golden crow swordsmanship, lightness skill. This martial soul has leveled up. Ming's pupils constricted sharply. However, instead of feeling overwhelming joy, he seemed to recall something. Falling into sudden silence, shadows danced upon the ground, while the sky was adorned with mottled hues of dawn. The sun was swiftly descending. In the morning, breakfast appeared exceedingly sumptuous. With his head bowed, Ming quietly rummaged through his belongings. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat eerie. Minger, do you truly not wish for your grandfather to accompany you to Notting City? The affectionate words resonated in his ears as Ming lifted his gaze to meet the earnest eyes of his grandfather, Bryn. His eyes, filled with deep reluctance, also conveyed a sense of understanding and contentment. A warm feeling washed over Ming, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head gently. Grandfather, I can manage these matters on my own. I will return to see you once school is on break. Bryn replied with a forced smile, suddenly falling into silence. He fixed his intense gaze upon Ming, as if attempting to etch his figure into his memory. Breakfast was a rather tasteless affair for both of them. Leaning on his cane, Bryn retrieved the meager luggage that Ming had prepared. Observing such a small amount of belongings, he sighed in helplessness. Wishing he could send along the entire kitchenware from their home, he worried that Ming might not have enough or might struggle with the unfamiliarity. As he stealthily reached into his pocket, Bryn was about to take action when a tender yet firm hand grasped his. Grandfather, I can take care of myself. It is time for me to leave. With his bundle slung over his back, Ming beamed a warm smile and stepped forward to embrace him. Had it not been for Grandfather Bryn's kindness in taking him in, he might have been devoured by wolves long ago. His years spent in Dian Village had truly been fulfilling. As Ming hugged him, Bryn's pent-up emotions surged forth, tears cascading uncontrollably. Child, be cautious on your journey. Do not skimp on food. I have saved some money for you. And remember to dress warmly as winter approaches. His lips quivered as he rubbed his sore eyes, wiping away the rebellious tears. His hand lovingly caressed Ming's head, a testament to his deep affection. After offering some comfort to his grandfather, Ming embarked on his educational journey to Notting City under Bryn's watchful gaze. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a stooped figure standing beneath the willow tree at the village entrance, gazing longingly into the distance. Grandfather, I shall become the most powerful soul master on the continent. The warm glow of the morning sun illuminated his face, and with shining eyes, Ming turned to look back at the village, his iron fist clenched tightly. As the sun began to rise, the small figure strode purposefully down the uneven path, the surrounding scenery blurring past him at an exhilarating pace, a stark contrast to a month prior. Ming's physical condition has improved manifold, even while carrying a heavy backpack. His demeanor remains remarkably light as he runs. The once roundness of his cheeks now subtly reveals more defined angles, and his aura has evolved into one of greater composure and resilience. Ding! Congratulations, host, for running uninterrupted for over 10,000 meters using pure physical strength, surpassing 98 of his peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. After another hour or so, Ding. Congratulations, host, for running uninterrupted for over 20,000 meters using pure physical strength, surpassing 999 of his contemporaries in Nodding City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. Ming clenched his teeth, allowing sweat to pour from his forehead, feeling as though he were submerged in a thick layer of perspiration. He understood the reason the system refrained from alerting him beyond the threshold of 100. It was due to the presence of his contemporaries, particularly Tang San, whom he had yet to surpass. Ming was equally astonished by the formidable stamina of his opponent. At last, as he approached the city of Nodding, the voice of the system finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing an uninterrupted pure stamina run of 30,000 meters, surpassing 100 peers of the same age in Nodding City. Would you like to settle? Yes, settle. Ming exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Wisps of pale smoke rising from above his head. Completely exhausted, he felt as limp as a rag doll. After gulping down a generous mouthful of water, he leaned back against the soft cotton bedding, savoring the refreshing breaths he took. There was no greater pleasure than this. Although he had managed to run over 30,000 meters, the burden of carrying 10 pounds of bedding and clothing made the effort commendable. Evaluation of effort. The host's running ability surpasses that of all peers in Nodding City, and this was accomplished under load, signifying an exceptionally high level of exertion. Effort grade rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of multifunctional boots. With a swipe of his brow to wipe away the sweat, Ming then grasped a blade of grass, enhancing its transpiration. As for the system's ratings and rewards, he felt little surprise. After all, the comparison was merely against his contemporaries in Nodding City. Ming did not overestimate his capabilities by comparing himself to the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall. After all, among his peers, there were certainly individuals who became soul masters at the tender age of 6, possessing physical attributes far beyond his own. Although he was aware that the rewards were not particularly generous, achieving a 6-star rating brought him a sense of fulfillment, as the rewards were indeed superior to those he had previously received. The multifunctional shoes would undoubtedly facilitate his training speed in the future. Glancing swiftly at his item inventory, Ming reclined on the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh scent of the fragrant herbs in the air. As for his burden, it had been unceremoniously cast aside. You must be the one from Dian Village with innate full soul power. A youthful yet astutely articulate voice echoed in his ears, prompting Ming to open his eyes in annoyance. He beheld a child, with his head upside down, chin raised towards the sky, and the azure sky adorned with white clouds behind him. With a twist of his shoulder and a kick of his legs, Ming turned around. As his vision expanded, he recognized a gray-clad child, around 6 or 7 years old, standing before him. Tang San? Ming stretched lazily, feigning confusion as he inquired, "Do you know me?" "I've seen you on the mountain," Tang San replied with a smile, admiration glimmering in his eyes. "Little San, is this your friend?" A voice, aged and slightly hoarse, interjected. Ming turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Old Jack, the creator god of the Douluo Continent. The most formidable figure who scorned Tang Hao as the most ineffectual of the top-tier elites. Truly, it was astonishingly terrifying. As Ming surveyed the surroundings, Old Jack's gaze was also fixed upon him. He was well aware that Dian Village had produced a prodigy with innate full soul power. Tang San shook his head, considering them not friends, merely acquaintances, knowing him to be from Dian Village. Old Jack nodded, noticing that Ming was traveling alone with his bundle, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Child, you are also headed to the academy, are you not? Why did your village chief not accompany you?" Indeed, Old Jack felt a surge of pride in his heart, thinking himself a more diligent village chief. "No one to accompany me. I take pride in that." Rising to his feet, Ming spoke with an air of maturity. "I am no longer a child. Why would I need them to escort me? My grandfather wished to see me off, but I feared for his age and potential mishaps, so I did not allow him to come. Besides, I possess the ability to ask for directions. How could I possibly lose my way to the academy?" Upon hearing this, Old Jack was taken aback, stroking his beard with a satisfied nod. "You may be young, yet you exhibit considerable maturity." Listening to their exchange, Tang San touched the side of his nose, feeling somewhat awkward, for he had indeed been brought here by someone. There was no such thing as youthful understanding. It was merely the pressures of life. "You both may proceed to register. I shall rest here for a moment." Ming reclined once more, utterly exhausted. Old Jack, with a hearty smile, took Tang San by the hand, ready to depart. Yet Tang San remained rooted to the spot, as if his feet had taken root in the ground. "Little San, you With a glance at Su Ming, Tang San's expression turned grave as he resolutely stated, "Grandfather Village Chief, we are nearing Nodding City. Allow me to register on my own." Old Jack paused, momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Su Ming. The elder, wise as he was, recognized Tang San's stubbornness and gently inquired, "Are you certain you can manage alone? If not, I can accompany you." "No, I can do it by myself." Tang San's eyes remained fixed on Su Ming as he shook his head emphatically. With a sigh, old Jack ceased his insistence, imparted some final instructions to Tang San, and began his journey back. Listening to the sound of old Jack's solitary footsteps fading away, Su Ming cast a bemused glance at Tang San, feeling as though the boy's intellect was somewhat lacking. The elder had escorted him thus far, at the very least. He could have invited him into the city for a drink of water. It was one thing for a child to be naive. But within Tang San resided the soul of an adult. Noticing the expression on Su Ming's face, Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. On the night of the bright moon at the 24 Bridges, Tang San suddenly uttered an unrelated phrase, his gaze intensely fixed on Su Ming, as if seeking to unravel a mystery. Su Ming, taken aback, raised his head and asked in astonishment, "How do you know my nickname is Ming-Yi?" "I am Su Ming. You are quite remarkable, young brother." Tang San's lips twitched, and he lowered his arm, his heart finally at ease. Not lingering on the matter, Su Ming set his course towards Nodding City. After some time, he arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The gate adorned with the academy's name was shut, leaving only a small entrance ajar. A tall, thin gatekeeper yawned, leaning against a post in a state of idleness. Through the iron railings, Su Ming glimpsed an estate-like setting within, grand and opulent, complete with a constructed pond. "Hello, I am here to enroll in the Soul Master Academy." Approaching the gatekeeper, Su Ming produced the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall, detailing his martial soul and innate soul power, along with the information of the awakened individual, Su Yun Tao, for verification. Innate full soul power. The gatekeeper looked up in astonishment, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Once you acquire a soul ring, this young lad is destined to become a formidable soul master. After casting another glance at the martial soul, the gatekeeper respectfully handed the certificate back, saying, "Everything appears in order. You may enter. Do remember to report first." Su Ming nodded and stepped into the school. However, his pace was rather slow. Alas, the burden was too heavy. He found it somewhat difficult to carry. Su Ming had to pause his organization. At that moment, the bewildered voice of the doorman echoed once more. Another innate full spirit power? In the next instant, he could not help but burst into laughter. The martial spirit, blue. Blue silvergrass? How absurd. Blue silvergrass, such a worthless martial spirit, can it truly be considered a martial spirit? With a countenance as dark as water, Tang San tightly clenched his fists, his eyes subtly radiating fury. The Tang sect does not actively seek out trouble, yet it does not discourage the path of self-destruction for its enemies. Chapter 8. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters? Silently counting to 3. Su Ming turned his gaze again. As expected, as if destined by the heavens, a man in black approached. What transpired here? The man was slender, clad in black with short hair, emanating an air of gloom and despondency. Yet, with his hands clasped behind his back, he possessed a unique composure, as if harboring profound depths. Yu Xiaojing, seemingly a highly supportive teacher, was in reality somewhat superfluous. Whenever the name of the renowned medicinal elder, Xiao Yin, surfaced, it inevitably led to online harassment directed at Yu Xiaojing. Indeed, reminiscent of the monkeys of Mauname in a past life. Su Ming gazed at Yu Xiaojing with a face full of curiosity, his enigmatic expression akin to that of one beholding a rare treasure. This man was the person he revered most in his past life. To what extent did this admiration extend? He pondered for 3 days and nights, yet could not fathom how this individual attained such a prominent status in later years. It was not that Su Ming harbored any disdain. Rather, he sensed that with Yu Xiaojing's exceptional abilities, he could excel without relying on a martial soul. Engaging more deeply with statistics, turn-based strategy games, and acquiring information from the Martial Soul Hall or the Royal Library would suffice. Su Ming is confident that he can summarize Soul Master theoretical knowledge that surpasses his own. Suddenly, an idea struck him, filling his heart with delight. System, Soul Master Theory. This certainly falls under the realm of a Soul Master's endeavors, does it not? Dinging. As long as one can completely distinguish between ordinary individuals and Soul Masters, it fundamentally aligns with the pursuit of a Soul Master. Naturally, Soul Master Theory also belongs to the aspirations of a Soul Master. How splendid! Su Ming's eyes gleamed with fervor, and he instinctively moistened the corner of his lips. With such a fortuitous anomaly, amassing prestige points would be remarkably facile. However, in the subsequent instant, a frown furrowed Su Ming's brow as he demurred. Such an audacious notion was fraught with peril. Should he find himself under the watchful eyes of the spirit hall and the royalty relegated to a life of servitude? Then death would be a preferable alternative. Are you, too, endowed with innate full soul power? A somewhat hoarse voice resonated in his ear. Su Ming regained his composure and instinctively lifted his gaze towards the imposing shadow of Gao De. He noticed Yu Xiaojiang entering with Tang San, standing right before him, scrutinizing him with those profound and melancholic eyes. System, strive to provide the host with a fragment of truth. Beep. Please commence your efforts, host. Su Ming cleared his throat twice, feigning vigilance as he inquired, what is your purpose in asking this? Are you a teacher from the Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I am not a teacher from the academy, merely a passerby, temporarily residing here. One might say I am an honorary guest teacher. An honorary guest teacher? You have certainly made the most of that pretext to indulge in food and drink. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What is it that you seek from me? If you wish to become a soul master, then follow me. Noticing Su Ming's vigilance, Yu Xiaojiang casually remarked, leading the two to a secluded corner. Now, may we discuss the matter at hand? Before Su Ming could utter a word, Tang San had already seized the opportunity to speak. He furrowed his brow as he cast a curious glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's timely intervention earlier, he would have certainly refrained from approaching, for this place was far from secure. Yu Xiaojiang wore a grim smile, exuding confidence as he remarked, I never expected to encounter two twin martial souls this time. At these words, a tempest of shock surged through Tang San. His heart trembled, and an icy chill coursed through his body, filling him with dread. What are you talking about? I cannot fathom your meaning. Tang San retreated his left leg, shifting his stance, while his right hand slowly rose a few inches, the dark sleeve of his robe hinting at a readiness for combat. Indeed, it was a dramatic scene. Truly captivating. Su Ming playfully rubbed his finger along his philtrum, a mischievous grin dancing on his lips. Unfazed by the ensuing chaos, he bellowed, Run. He intends to kill you. With that, Su Ming brandished his machete, aiming it squarely at Tang San. Boom. As these words echoed, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's expressions transformed in unison. Who intends to kill me? Are you referring to him? Yu Xiaojiang, bewildered by Su Ming's unsheathing of the blade, was at a loss. Tang San shot a fierce glare at Su Ming, swiftly seizing the opportunity to discreetly stow away his hidden dart while Yu Xiaojiang turned his head. An ambush weapon that has been detected can no longer be deemed covert. Are you implying that he wishes to kill me? Gradually regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang incredulously pointed at Tang San. The notion was utterly absurd. How could a mere child, with no grievances or enmities, harbor intentions of murder? Su Ming nodded with conviction. Indeed, he had concealed an arrow in his sleeve. Just moments ago on the road, he had intended to strike at me. Do not speak carelessly. When have I ever wished to harm you? You know in your heart the truth. Although Yu Xiaojiang remained skeptical, he nonetheless permitted Tang San to raise his hand. Reluctant as he was, with someone peering from the rooftop, he had no choice but to comply. Bang! Upon noticing the marks on his wrist, Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated in shock. The evidence of bindings was unmistakable. Could it truly be as Su Ming claimed? A chilling realization swept over Yu Xiaojiang, causing him to instinctively take a step back. This child, not yet 6 years of age, harbored thoughts of murder against him. Was it merely because of his mention of twin martial souls? As the wind whispered through, the atmosphere grew palpably eerie. Tang San's expression was one of distress, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who broke the tension. Addressing Tang San, the existence of twin martial souls is indeed astonishing, and a degree of caution is warranted. However, rest assured, I do not intend to harm you. The secret of twin martial souls may elude others, yet through years of experience, I have discerned this truth. In essence, innate soul power is proportionate to the quality of the martial soul. The quality of blue silver grass could not possibly yield innate full soul power. As soon as these words left his lips, they struck on to Tang San, who gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with reverence. With a smirk, Su Ming sheathed his dagger, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. Master, I cannot shake the feeling that you are a charlatan. If that were the case, would I not also possess twin martial souls? You, are you not? Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed, astonished at the implication. He firmly believed in the validity of his theory. This question only deepened Tang San's confusion. Of course not. Su Ming scoffed, raising his voice, his gaze imbued with disdain. According to your assertion, with both strong and weak martial souls being compatible, would not every pair of soul master couples potentially produce descendants with twin martial souls? If that were the case, twin martial souls would hardly be so rare. Thus, your theory is utterly nonsensical. In my view, it is far more likely that they inherit a powerful martial soul. Only when the martial souls of both spouses possess similar qualities can dual martial souls coexist. After speaking, Su Ming scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang once more. His eyes flickered, as if he had uncovered something, and he remarked to Tang San, "When I arrived, I overheard a teacher at the academy proclaiming that there are no useless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Initially, I thought there was some truth to his words, only to discover that he possesses a mutated, inferior martial soul. Can his words be trusted?" Casting a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojiang, Su Ming cautiously withdrew. Tang San's expression fluctuated, but he ultimately chose to leave, leaving Yu Xiaojiang standing there, trembling with fury. Double kill. Chapter 9. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, the dormitory leader. Effort evaluation. The host corrects Yu Xiaojiang's theory of soul masters, which benefits lower-ranked soul masters. However, as this theory has already been established among titled Douluos, this act bears only referential significance. Effort rating, 2 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Soul Beast Atlas, Volume 1. Volume 1 is certainly better than having nothing at all. Feeling quite pleased to have irritated 2 individuals simultaneously, Su Ming's mood improved considerably. After inquiring about directions from a couple of charming ladies, he ultimately located the Academy's administration office for registration, where the managing teacher did not impose any difficulties upon him. After all, Su Ming, possessing innate full soul power and a woodcutter martial soul, was considered to have considerable potential. Subsequently, 2 sets of pristine school uniforms were handed to Su Ming. The uniforms were a deep blue, pleasantly textured, and exuded a subtle fragrance. Having not donned a school uniform for many years, Su Ming felt a twinge of anticipation. With his luggage in tow, and the uniforms cradled in his arms, he made his way to the dormitory for work-study students, known as Building 7. The dormitory spanned nearly several hundred square meters, furnished with numerous beds, the majority of which stood unoccupied. Only a dozen or so beds bore bedding, indicating that the number of work-study students enrolled was quite limited. Having traversed this realm for a few years, Su Ming was acutely aware of the situation. In recent years, no one from Dian Village had possessed innate soul power. Other villages were likely in similar circumstances. Thus, the number of individuals able to secure a spot was indeed quite scarce. As Su Ming stepped into the dormitory, a figure leapt down from the bed. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a robust physique, yet he exuded an air of superiority as he stood before Su Ming. "Hey, are you the new work-study student?" Scrutinizing the composed Su Ming, Wang Xing crossed his arms, adopting an air of feigned maturity as he arrogantly declared. Behind him, a dozen pairs of eyes turned their gaze toward the scene. Amusement, encouragement, and curiosity shimmered in their expressions. It seemed they all anticipated the unfolding events. "Is he the dormitory leader?" Su Ming scoffed inwardly, contemplating that since not everyone had arrived yet, defeating this individual held little significance. If a fight were to ensue, he would be more than willing to engage once he had recuperated. Casting a fleeting glance at Wang Sheng, Su Ming brushed past him, clutching his uniform. He then sought out an empty bed to deposit his belongings. Under Su Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Sheng felt as though he had been pierced through, his mind momentarily adrift. However, with his dormitory companions watching, he could not afford to appear intimidated. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "You rascal, I see you are drenched. I want to take advantage of you. Once you've regained your strength, I'll be ready for a rematch, so don't you dare back down." With a resounding thud, Wang Sheng slammed his fist against the iron bed frame, the dull sound seemingly meant to intimidate Su Ming, asserting his own prowess. If he was capable, he should strike himself instead. Su Ming, indifferent to the foolishness of the individual, tidied up his bedding before departing the dormitory. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he resolved to take a shower in the bathing area. Along the way, he encountered Tang San, who appeared disinclined to acknowledge him, emitting a cold snort that conveyed his displeasure and ire. How haughty, Su Ming mused. "Do you not believe that one day I might craft a firearm and discreetly offer you a demonstration?" Su Ming paid him no mind and headed to the convenience store to purchase some toiletries, subsequently making his way directly to the bathhouse. The sound of rushing water filled the air as the cool stream caressed his skin, akin to a maiden's gentle touch, intoxicatingly tender. The sticky sweat clinging to his body was washed away, each pore opened wide, greedily soaking in the refreshing moisture. Moments later, clad in a pristine school uniform, a rejuvenated Su Ming emerged from the bathhouse. Yet, something peculiar lingered in the atmosphere of the dormitory. The boys had gathered excitedly around a girl, seemingly vying for her attention. Meanwhile, Tang San stood quietly to the side, a hint of awkwardness etched on his brow. "Please, don't call me big brother." "It sounds dreadful," she chimed in. "From now on, you can call me Zhao Wu, and I shall be your sister Wu." The girl sported long, braided hair that cascaded down to her slender waist. With her round face, sparkling large eyes, and skin as smooth as jade brushed with a hint of pink, she resembled a porcelain doll. Whenever she spoke, she had a delightful habit of sticking out her little tongue, exuding a playful charm. "Zhao Wu." Su Ming silently nodded, realizing that his arrival had not significantly disrupted the original storyline. The system indicated that his goal was to become the leader of the dormitory. Beep. Data collection in progress. Please commence your efforts, host. Noticing Su Ming's entrance, Zhao Wu gasped softly, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him as she inquired. "Is he also one of us in the dormitory?" Wang Xing also took note of Su Ming and quickly relayed the situation to Zhao Wu. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, "I must have a match with him to determine who the leader of the dormitory is." "Indeed, that is the case," Wang Xing replied, his lips twitching as he cast a sympathetic glance at Su Ming, silently wishing him good luck. These two creatures are far from ordinary. Tang San also expressed keen interest, raising his gaze as if eager to ascertain the extent of Su Ming's strength. Su Ming strode in with his head held high. Although none of them were soul masters, every bit of prestige counted, and he intended to seize it all. Su Ming had long since devised a plan to earn a substantial profit. With a swift motion, he grasped the axe firmly in his hand as a flicker of darkness flashed by. His expression remained calm, the blade cutting through the air with a fierce golden light. In a cold tone, he remarked, "Even if I defeat one, the other will not yield. Therefore, you might as well come at me one after the other." Su Ming raised his blade, pointing it directly at the two individuals, and boldly inquired, "Who will face me first?" A brilliant light radiated from the doorway, casting a grand silhouette of Su Ming, who stood with an imposing demeanor, leaving the onlookers in the dormitory utterly mesmerized. This fellow, surely, was excessively audacious. Even Zhao Wu and Tang San found themselves momentarily entranced. In the next instant, Zhao Wu approached with a pouting expression, clearly displeased. "With those spindly arms and legs of yours, you could hardly defeat Wang Xing. Do you truly think you can take on both of us?" Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ming, revealing a hint of disdain, completely oblivious to Wang Xing's awkward grin in the background. As Su Ming narrowed his eyes, he thought to himself, "Let's give it a try, shall we?" In an instant, a mischievous smile danced across Zhao Wu's face as she launched her attack. With a swift motion, her right leg swept towards Su Ming's waist. Such a rapid assault immediately captivated the attention of everyone in the dormitory. But would her strike find its mark? In a flash, a dark shadow darted past. Su Ming had inverted himself mid-air, gazing at Zhao Wu with a faint smile. He had deftly utilized her leg to propel himself into the air. The speed was astonishing, and Zhao Wu felt a jolt of surprise, her slender waist twisting backward in an instant. With a sudden shift, she executed a peculiar maneuver, swiftly retracting her legs and attacking from above. It was as if a little rabbit was kicking its legs upward, attempting to evade the threat looming in the air. Aware of Zhao Wu's adeptness in agility and her self-created soul technique, Su Ming was not one to allow her an opening. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand, miraculously grasping her advancing calf. Just before her foot could make contact with his torso, he deftly altered its trajectory. Realizing his intentions, Zhao Wu quickly hooked her left leg around Su Ming's waist. Using this leverage, she aimed to pivot and launch her other leg toward him. "What will you do now?" Tang San lowered his hands, fixated on the unfolding scene, having recently fallen victim to this very tactic. "Do you think I am unprepared?" Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He recognized that Zhao Wu's leg was not merely an attack. She sought to entwine her legs around him to control his body, and then use that force to propel herself away. Yet, one must not forget that although Su Ming was suspended in the air, he was facing her directly, while Zhao Wu was positioned downward, necessitating a flip to bring her other leg into play. Boom. At the opportune moment, Su Ming swiftly bent his right arm and forcefully struck Zhao Wu's knee joint from the inside out. Human joints are inherently fragile, and with the knee already bent inward, it was a vulnerable target. In an instant, Zhao Wu's left leg joint buckled, causing her knee to collide with Su Ming's abdomen. "I will not be defeated." she declared resolutely. Despite the pain in her leg, Zhao Wu glared at him with determination. Undeterred, she managed to hook one leg around Su Ming. For an ordinary person, the subsequent maneuver would have been impossible. Yet, Zhao Wu's waist was remarkably supple, as if it were made of willow branches, and she adeptly leveraged her strength to elevate her body. Astonishingly, she then grasped Su Ming's arm with both hands. Su Ming had not anticipated that he could rise from such an angle as that of Zhao Wu. At this moment, his right hand, wielding a chopping knife, was captured, while his left hand was engaged in fending off Zhao Wu's other leg. In order to extricate himself from her grasp, he could only resort to striking with the knife in his hand. A blow from Zhao Wu's hand would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon her, potentially even shattering her arms. No, I shall spare you this time. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming ultimately refrained from bringing the knife down. The two, locked in mutual restraint, were subsequently flung apart. This force was a direct result of Zhao Wu's exertion from her waist. With a thunderous crash, they plummeted from the air, landing heavily upon the ground. Su Ming felt no pain at all. Meanwhile, the delicate little dance of the soft paw suffered greatly, as Su Ming pressed down on her with considerable force, causing her immense discomfort. "You scoundrel, get off me." Her warm breath, laced with a hint of softness, caused a blush to bloom on her small face as she pouted angrily at Su Ming. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she found herself feeling somewhat bashful, for it was the first time she had been in such a predicament with a man. "Ugh, you brute." Wang Sheng and the others watched with wide eyes, filled with envy and jealousy, wishing fervently to take his place. Although Sister Zhao was feisty, she was undeniably adorable. If only they could experience a moment of such closeness. Su Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and dismounted from Zhao Wu. In the realm of martial artists, such matters are trifles. Su Ming's expression returned to tranquility as he remarked, "You have lost. If I had wielded the axe just now, you would be grievously injured." Zhao Wu let out a cold snort, offering no rebuttal, casting a resentful glance at Su Ming. It seemed that her leader's triumph had come too swiftly. "Fine, you won," she conceded in a delicate voice, sulking as she rubbed her leg while seated on the edge of the bed. She was acutely aware that Su Ming had refrained from using the axe. Had he done so, her earlier assault would have compelled her to retreat. Among spirit masters, she held a particular disdain for those wielding weapon spirits, and she had anticipated her downfall upon arriving at the academy. Lost. Sister Zhao Wu actually lost? Wang Xing and the others, jolted from their reverie, stared in disbelief. Wang Xing, recalling his earlier provocation, felt an immense relief that he had not directly challenged Su Ming. Noticing the shift in the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Wu grew even more perturbed, puffing her cheeks as she turned her attention to Tang San. "Hey, it's your turn now. Don't hold back. Your strength is undoubtedly more formidable than what you displayed earlier." The crowd, intrigued, directed their attention toward Tang San, wondering if he had been concealing his true power. Under the scrutinizing eyes of his peers, Tang San approached Su Ming with an impassive demeanor, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. "Su Ming, allow me to witness the extent of your prowess," he stated, his gaze shimmering with a faint purple light, exuding vitality and a fervent desire for battle. The earlier frustration was now cast aside. All he yearned for was a worthy fight. For the individual before him was the first adversary he needed to confront in this world. Defeating him was Tang San's singular ambition at that moment. "Come on." The spirit energy of the axe surged, and Su Ming's eyes turned sharp as ice. He resembled a predator, a toothy tiger fixated on its prey. The intensity of his gaze alone was enough to instill dread. Su Ming's gaze was not fierce, yet it held an air of chilling severity, reminiscent of shadows gliding over a frigid pool. A flash of violet light sparked in his eyes, prompting Tang San to exert force with his rear foot, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. In a mere instant, he found himself before Su Ming. With a swift motion, akin to Zhao Wu, Tang San swept his right leg, though his target was not Su Ming's waist, but rather his lower body. Such velocity rendered Su Ming incapable of utilizing his short knife for defense. The technique of ghostly shadow was indeed swift. Su Ming's eyes gleamed momentarily as he planted his feet on the ground and leapt into the air once more. However, this time, he did not ascend directly but rather diagonally. With a flash of golden light, Tang San felt an immediate sense of peril, as violet currents swirled before his eyes. Bewildered by Su Ming's incoming strike, he swiftly leaned back, adopting the posture of an iron plank bridge to evade the attack. In just a fleeting encounter, the two had already created a significant distance between them. Tang San turned, his expression grave as he regarded Su Ming. In terms of speed, Even with the ghostly shadow technique, he found himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the short knife in Su Ming's hand was not easily countered. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San's figure vanished once again, appearing like a wraith at Su Ming's left side, his target being Su Ming's unarmed left hand. Su Ming swiftly turned and retaliated with a slash. Just as the axe seemed poised to strike Tang San, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. An overwhelming force emanated from Tang San's palm, causing the axe aimed at his chest to adhere to his grip. With a flicker, Tang San raised his head, a chilling glimmer of a smile surfacing in his sharp eyes. This was the Tang sect's technique known as the mysterious jade hand. In an instant, Tang San unleashed a powerful right punch. The heavy thuds of impact echoed simultaneously, sending both combatants reeling backwards. The blow to his chest felt akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, and Su Ming could not help but cough. Across from him, Tang San's smile froze, his hand clutching his chest as excruciating pain contorted his features. A draw? Zhao gasped, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that both fighters had landed a blow on each other. No, it was not a draw. Suddenly, Zhao seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixated on the crimson stain on Tang San's palm. Wang Sheng and others also observed the vivid red, their expressions filled with awe and admiration towards Su Ming, the man who had bested Zhao Wu, as the one directly involved. Tang San's shock was even more profound than that of the onlookers. He stared in disbelief at the bloodstain on his palm. How could this be possible? The seemingly indestructible mysterious jade hand had been breached. Just then, Su Ming charged forward with the axe in hand. His movements were like the wind, swift as lightning, as he wielded the axe with such speed that it seemed to leave residual shadows in its wake. This is bad. Tang San's pupils constricted, the alarming feedback from his purple extreme demon eyes urging him to activate the mysterious jade hand once more. Clang! The clash of hand against axe sent sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had delivered dozens of rapid strikes, his relentless assault leaving Zhao Wu, Wang Xing, and the others utterly astonished. Su Ming is truly formidable. Is this swordsmanship really his own creation? Tang San, increasingly astonished by the battle, finds it particularly difficult to remain composed with the pain radiating from his Xianyu hand. He attempts to create distance, yet feels Su Ming closing in even tighter. With no other choice, he employs the technique of controlling the crane to capture the dragon, forcefully deflecting the blade. As expected of Tang San, he withdraws, aiming to maneuver the battlefield into the confines of the bed, hoping to diminish Su Ming's striking speed in the narrow space. At that moment, however, the originally deflected chopper, using Su Ming's momentum, hurtles directly toward Tang San. Golden Crow sword technique. Open the door to capture the thief. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Tang San is struck by the chopper's tip. With a resounding crash, the bed shakes violently. Tang San clutches his chest, gradually collapsing. Chapter 10. When she awakes. Clean the blankets. Defeated? He is truly lost? Tang San covers his chest, his pupils dilating in shock. It feels as if a bone-chilling current surges through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Arriving at Notting City Academy in a mere half hour, he has consecutively lost to 2 opponents. Sitting on the ground, Tang San is dazed, struggling to accept this reality. Although Su Ming's earlier strike did not inflict severe harm, had the front end of the chopper not been blunt, his survival might have been a different matter entirely. He has indeed lost. Closing his eyes, Tang San inhales a bitter breath, only to exhale it in resignation. Congratulations. You have won. With effort, he supports himself on the bed and slowly rises. A forced smile graces his lips, yet the disappointment in his eyes is unmistakable. Yet within that disappointment burns a brilliant spark of determination. From the depths of Tang San's gaze, Su Ming perceives an even more intense fighting spirit, akin to a scorching sun rising, destined to incinerate all adversaries. With a light smile, Su Ming nods. At this moment, he feels something within him shatter. As if a great door has appeared before him. He has triumphed over Tang San. Though he possesses the advantage of his martial soul, he has undeniably won. A surge of belief in his strength erupts, transforming into a soaring dragon, confidence coiling within Su Ming's heart. Faintly, he seems to hear the resonant roar of the dragon. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming gazes intently at Tang San and declares, "This time, I used my martial soul. When I become a soul master, let us battle once more." Very well. Gripping his blood-stained right hand, Tang San's eyes shine with golden light, his fierce fighting spirit making him stand tall like a mountain. Tang San, a man not easily defeated. Excellent. It seems that once I become a soul master, There will be further rewards to reap. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then proceeded to lie down on the bed. In truth, Tang San's strength was not inferior to his own. Had it not been for the blade containing a hint of golden power, capable of breaking through his Xianyu hand, this battle would have devolved into a protracted struggle, with the outcome uncertain. If the later Tang San were to hear such words, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Not inferior to you? Are you being modest? When have I ever triumphed over you? As the battle between Su Ming and Tang San concluded, all eyes turned to the reclining Su Ming. Their gazes filled with wonder and admiration. Undoubtedly, Su Ming would emerge as their leader in the future. However, seeing him resting, none dared to disturb his peace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Son of Destiny, Tang San, at the age of 6. Reward, 1 Xin Shui Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Zhao Wujie at the age of 6. Reward, 1,000-year-old ginseng. Strangely, the system did not mention the task of becoming the dormitory leader. Instead, it opted to settle rewards based on his 2 victories. Did this imply that every time he vanquished an adversary, he could earn a reward? And would defeating a genius or protagonist yield even greater rewards? With a slight smile, Su Ming peacefully drifted off to sleep. Time flowed gently, the light through the window shifting until it settled into a dim shadow. Stretching languidly, Su Ming awoke slowly. This slumber had been exceedingly comfortable. With every cell in his body seemingly rejoicing, his form as light as a drifting cloud. Su Ming attempted to rise, but suddenly his gaze shifted, and he reached out to pinch the fabric of his blanket. Within it, something seemed to stir. With a swift motion, he lifted the cover, revealing a delicate and agile little foot clad in a white sock, staring back at him. Su Ming's expression darkened as the quilt was slowly pulled back, revealing a face resembling a delicate, ripe peach. Her skin was as smooth as silk, and her long lashes fluttered gently. The charming little girl pursed her rosy lips, sweetly drooling in an innocent manner. Little Wu. Su Ming's lips twitched abruptly, and he instinctively extricated himself from the covers. After all, he was an adult, and he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the 6-year-old girl. Furthermore, his soul belonged to a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Regrettably, he had no need for a soul ring of that age at present. Boss, it's like this. Wang Sheng approached stealthily, ready to elucidate the situation to Su Ming. Su Ming cast his gaze upon Tang San's empty bed across from him. The bed was devoid of any bedding, merely bearing the tattered garments Tang San had arrived in, revealing the rough wooden planks beneath. Su Ming recalled that in the original work, it seemed that Tang San did not carry a satchel either. Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who provided one for him. Presently, the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and him did not appear to resemble that of a teacher and disciple. It was perplexing for a grown soul to attend school without bedding. As Su Ming, burdened with luggage, found it difficult to comprehend someone's actions, Wang Sheng seemed to have a sudden realization and leaned in closer, lowering his voice to remind him, Boss, just now, Teacher Mo Hen visited. He is responsible for our dormitory. As work-study students, we have the opportunity to earn while learning. You, Sister Zhao Wu, and Tang San are assigned to the vacant land on the southern side of the garden, where you will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. Although 10 copper soul coins may not seem substantial, it is sufficient for a day's sustenance. Each person in our dormitory will receive this, which could be considered a benefit for work-study students. Su Ming nodded, feeling no shame in his situation. Being broke and cleaning was nothing to be embarrassed about. The sound of snoring drew his attention, and he cast a glance at Zhao Wu, whose drool had pooled on the quilt. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, When she wakes up, make sure she washes the quilt for me. Su Ming furrowed his brow, questioning if there were any objections or if a confrontation was imminent. Wang Xing, feeling a shiver run down his spine, dared not dissent and could only nod vigorously in agreement. As Su Ming departed from the dormitory, Wang Xing's expression morphed into one of despair, particularly at the thought of Zhao Wu's ferocity, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his gaze darting in trepidation. The prospect of her washing the blankets was daunting. He would rather his leader end his life than face that ordeal. During the freshman orientation, classes were not mandatory for the first couple of days, as was his habit when arriving in unfamiliar surroundings. Su Ming took the opportunity to explore and familiarize himself with the environment. After wandering around the Soul Master Academy for a while, he gained a basic understanding of the layout. The Junior Soul Master Academy was relatively modest in size, reminiscent of a primary school from his past, with areas such as a square, playground, and cafeteria scattered throughout the campus. To Su Ming's surprise, the academy lacked a soul battle platform, a space designated for duels among soul masters. It seemed likely that the absence of such a facility was due to the limited number of Soul Master students at the institution. After all, the requirement for graduation from the Junior Soul Master Academy was to become a Soul Master before the age of 12. Therefore, it was reasonable to assume that the number of Soul Masters, including those in the 6th grade, was quite scarce. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 26, 500, Remaining, 3. Items possessed, Breathing Technique, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Lightness Skill, Mysterious Water Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots. Defeating Tang San and Zhao Wu resulted in the acquisition of the Mysterious Water Pill and Millennium Ginseng, among other rewards. Su Ming has also acquired 3 points for the enhancement of his Martial Soul, presumably converted from his Prestige. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 29, 500. His soul power has already ascended to level 10. Should he continue his training or venture forth to hunt soul beasts? As the lingering rays of the setting sun flickered, a glimmer of golden light shone in Su Ming's eyes, suggesting he had reached a decision. Chapter 11, Strengthening the Body, An Unexpected Encounter with Tang Hao. In the twilight, the city of Notting was enveloped in a delicate golden hue. The blazing sun, akin to an aged elder in its twilight, had relinquished its previous ferocity. The brilliance gradually cooled. Bang, bang, bang. From a certain street, the dull clang of metal resonated, rising and falling in a rhythmic cacophony. It was a modest workshop, filled with a hazy atmosphere, where vibrant embers crackled in the fiery furnace. Several muscular men, bare-shouldered and adorned with fireproof aprons, wielded hammers, tirelessly forging the metal clamped within their tongs. With each strike, sparks erupted in a dazzling display. Above the workshop, a banner depicting a hammer fluttered, signifying their identity as blacksmiths. Noticing an approaching visitor, the proprietor, Shan, vigorously wiped the beads of sweat from his neck with a cloth and greeted him warmly. His muscular physique resembled a mass of dark iron, and as he stood before the boy, he appeared as formidable as a small mountain. "Young brother, what is it that you wish to forge?" Shan inquired, his peripheral gaze catching sight of Su Ming's school uniform, his understanding as clear as a lens. Su Ming candidly expressed, "I aspire to forge a suit of armor. However, I am uncertain of the cost." "Armor?" Shan immediately exhibited a look of concern. "Young brother, you may not fully comprehend. The creation of armor is not something that we ordinary blacksmiths can undertake lightly. Within the city, only the city defense cavalry are permitted to don armor. Do you grasp my meaning? Common folk are not allowed to forge armor." Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "There are numerous soul masters in Noting City, whose destructive power surpasses that of soldiers. Are we truly concerned about ordinary citizens possessing armor?" "Hush!" Shan crouched down slightly, lowering his voice. "This is an unavoidable situation. After all, the number of soul masters is limited. If every commoner were to possess a piece of armor, it would lead to complications. Aside from armor, are bows and crossbows also unfeasible? We cannot manufacture armor and cavalry gear, but other ordinary weapons should suffice." Su Ming's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this was a quintessential case of overreacting to a minor issue. Shan, with his earnest smile, exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ming, conveying a sense of mutual understanding. Su Ming did not impose undue pressure on others, and after all, he was not crafting armor. Thus, he modified his request. "Master, please forge for me a heavier garment. It need not be for protection, rather, it should serve for daily weight training. Had you stated this earlier, it would have sufficed." Shan replied with a beaming smile, nodding in agreement. "This is absolutely within our capabilities. Our blacksmith shop is among the finest in all of Notting City. The products we create will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. Pray tell, how many pounds of weight do you intend to forge?" Su Ming stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. He recalled the morning's run to Nottingham City, ultimately deciding to bear a weight of 10 pounds on his torso and 3 pounds on each limb. A total of 22 pounds. Upon hearing this weight, Shan gazed at Su Ming with astonishment, scrutinizing him with wide eyes. After years of forging iron, it was the first time he had encountered a student so rigorously demanding of himself, especially one who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. This burden of over 20 pounds was, quite frankly, a touch mad. Shan felt compelled to inquire once more. And only when Su Ming nodded again did he dare to believe his ears. Regaining his composure, Shan quickly said, "Young brother, I shall take on this business. You may come by tomorrow afternoon to collect your weights. Given that you are a student of the Soul Master Academy, I will not charge you much." Just 15 copper soul coins will suffice. Su Ming's expression softened, and he cast a grateful glance at his employer. To be honest, he currently possessed a mere 23 copper soul coins in his pocket. As for the gold coins, they were securely tucked beneath his grandfather's mattress, reserved for emergencies. After settling the payment with his employer, Su Ming departed from the establishment. Today's students are truly diligent. As he watched Su Ming's silhouette vanish around the street corner, Shursen finally withdrew his gaze. His robust figure plunged into the blacksmith's workshop. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let the molten iron consume your flesh. Shanzi, prepare 10 pounds of torso and 3 pounds of limb weight. The client requires it by tomorrow. Understood. Having attended to his own matters, Su Ming returned to the academy. Indeed, his soul power had reached the 10th level, yet he was not in haste to hunt soul beasts. Soul power can accumulate, awaiting the moment to unleash its potential upon obtaining a soul ring. From the situation with Qianren Xue, it is evident that without absorbing a soul ring, the human body can endure soul power up to level 20. At this juncture, Su Ming believed that enhancing his physique was paramount, while also balancing the development of his soul power and practical combat skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once. Proficiency 1. On the academy's rear mountain, the gleam of blades and the flash of swords danced in the air, while broken branches and fallen leaves scattered around. Under the moonlight, the black machete appeared even more menacing, glinting with a chilling brilliance that was difficult to behold. With each swing of Su Ming's blade, dust ascended from the ground. What was once a solid surface had now become loose earth beneath his feet. This time, Su Ming practiced the Jinwu blade technique 3 complete times before finally ceasing his efforts. Upon reaching a minor level of mastery in the Jinwu blade technique, he had gleaned some insights on conserving soul power, allowing for a more methodical application of his energy than before. However, he remained significantly distant from the threshold of achieving a major mastery, which required 500 repetitions, let alone attaining perfection. Su Ming was not in a hurry, after all. Achieving great success was merely a matter of 100 days, far better than toiling away with no progress. With a sigh, Su Ming concluded his practice and stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, the sudden crack of a breaking branch echoed through the air. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out over him. Who is it? Hiding in the shadows. What kind of hero is that? Come forth if you have the courage. Su Ming instinctively stood with his knife in hand, one leg forward and the other back, adopting a posture of confrontation. Thud, 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 the sound of heavy footsteps resonated. Su Ming's pupils constricted abruptly, and he instinctively cast his gaze aside. Listening to the approaching footsteps, he felt his heartbeat being completely stirred. The eerie and chilling illusion made him sense that once the footsteps ceased, his heart would likewise come to a halt. Could it be that one could influence the heartbeat of an adversary merely through the sound of footsteps? Damn it. This individual's cultivation level is likely beyond that of the Soul King. Su Ming felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. A cold sweat trickling down his back. Although he knew he stood no chance in a confrontation, he gripped the axe tightly, unwilling to relent. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, resonated a voice rich with magnetism, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as a robust figure emerged from the depths of the forest. With the arrival of this voice, all sense of peril dissipated for Su Ming. The man stood quietly in the shadows of the trees, neither advancing nor retreating. Though the light in the woods was dim, the scattered beams of moonlight allowed Su Ming to discern the outline of the newcomer, who appeared to be clad in a cloak, with tousled hair and a beard. What captivated Su Ming the most were those eyes. Akin to wandering souls surviving on the brink of life and death, imbued with a profound desolation yet harboring an astonishing, tempestuous power. As for Tang Hao, Su Ming was inexplicably astonished, as he had already caught a whiff of alcohol in the air. Su Ming's brows furrowed deeper. He had not treated Tang Xin poorly. After all, this was merely a legitimate competition. One could not claim that he was bullying the weak, akin to Zhao Wujie. Su Ming promptly made a judgment. Retracting his martial spirit and respectfully inquired, "It appears that we have not previously crossed paths, esteemed senior. I am unaware of the reason behind your sudden appearance. Might I ask what brings you to seek me?" Given Tang Hao's formidable cultivation, it was inconceivable that he would allow himself to be detected. Thus, if he intentionally allowed Su Ming to hear him without advancing or retreating, Su Ming had ample reason to conclude that Tang Hao's intentions were not merely to advocate for Tang San. I do not seek you for any particular reason. Tang Hao rasped, his voice imbued with a chill. I am merely curious about your swordsmanship. May I inquire as to whom you were taught by? And why I have never encountered such techniques before? The undertone of his words suggested a deliberate inquiry, yet it also bore an air of casualness. Were it not for his dialogue, Su Ming might have been oblivious to Tang Hao's genuine intrigue regarding his swordsmanship. Su Ming felt a slight relaxation within his heart and candidly replied, My swordsmanship is not inherited from a master. Perhaps you are unaware. But my grandfather is the village's bamboo craftsman, and he wields a hatchet with remarkable skill. This technique may have emerged from years of observation, a sudden flash of inspiration. When I awoke the next day, it was firmly etched in my mind, impossible to shake off. It is self-created, under the shade of the trees. Tang Hao's expression subtly shifted, yet he ultimately chose to trust Su Ming's words. Firstly, his martial spirit, the hatchet, was destined to lack any formidable backing. Secondly, the hammer techniques of the Haotian sect also stemmed from blacksmithing, and there indeed existed a certain resonance between the two. Contemplating this, Tang Hao spoke. While your practice of swordsmanship may appear impressive, when faced with a formidable adversary, they will not permit you to execute your will. True swordsmanship requires adaptability. And at your current level, you are incapable of achieving that. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. He was acutely aware of this layer, yet from Tang Hao's tone, it seemed he harbored further intentions. Su Ming tentatively inquired, What does the esteemed elder mean? Suddenly, a pebble shot forth, striking Su Ming's shoulder in an instant. However, he felt no pain whatsoever, as if a formidable force had merged with his being. The essence of soul power. Tang Hao's soul power. Su Ming could hardly believe it as he raised his head, and at that moment, Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated. Come on. Let me witness the true prowess of your swordsmanship. Whoosh. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he brandished the axe towards Tang Hao. To have a titled Douluo as a sparring partner was an opportunity he could hardly refuse. The blade flashed through the forest, a wild tempest of fury. More ferocious than ever before. Abandoning finesse, he pursued sheer ferocity. This was the Golden Crow sword technique, plum blossoms meet summer, wielded with a vigorous and swift momentum. Designed to intimidate and repel foes. However, with the eighth strike unleashed, a growing dread enveloped Su Ming. Was this truly the prowess of a titled Douluo? Observing Tang Hao's leisurely dodges, Su Ming, undeterred, gritted his teeth and pressed forward once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Tang Hao continued to evade effortlessly, sidestepping all of Su Ming's techniques with mere physical agility. Even the grand move, Golden Light illuminates the 9 provinces, was effortlessly extinguished beneath his feet. A profound sense of helplessness plunged Su Ming's spirits into despair. With a swift motion, Tang Hao lifted his leg and struck Su Ming in the abdomen, sending him tumbling through the air before landing gracefully at a distance. Not intending to inflict harm, Tang Hao continued to offer guidance. Your sword technique may catch lower-ranked soul masters off guard, but against truly formidable opponents, their mental acuity will easily discern the trajectory of your strikes. What you need now is to find a way to integrate this technique, allowing you to wield it with fluidity and precision, rendering it flawless and anticipatory of your adversary's moves. If you could disrupt their mental perception, the results might be even more advantageous. Su Ming nodded noncommittally. The Golden Crow blade technique had not yet reached perfection, and thus, its attacks could not be executed in one seamless motion. Severing the spirit? In the future, he would undoubtedly be able to accomplish that. What he needed now was practical combat experience, the ability to make judgments on the fly. While his blade technique would eventually attain completeness, he still had a considerable distance to cover in terms of real-world experience. Su Ming immediately expressed, I am aware that I am no match for you, esteemed senior. However, your continuous evasion leaves me at a loss, as my understanding is regrettably slow. Therefore, I humbly request your genuine guidance. Su Ming gazed at Tang Hao with unwavering determination, his eyes brimming with fervent resolve, seemingly casting aside the recent defeat. Oh, Tang Hao replied, his tone laced with a hint of surprise. Yet his gaze flickered with a trace of intrigue. True guidance, however, would not be as uncomplicated as it appeared moments ago. Should you incur serious injury, you could find yourself crippled. Ponder this carefully. The teasing words echoed, devoid of any soul power pressure. Yet, to Su Ming's ears, they felt like countless daggers grazing his skin, a chilling current surging within him, rendering him shiver with trepidation. The intent to kill. Was it truly so terrifying to exude even a mere hint of murderous intent? Su Ming, nearly paralyzed by the frigid sensation, was profoundly astounded. If he could merge the realm of slaughter with his martial spirit, how formidable he would become. The city of slaughter. He resolved to visit it in the future without fail. Ming gritted his teeth, his voice emerging as if strained through clenched jaws. He replied with difficulty. Given the prowess of your seniority, if I were to sustain grievous injuries, it would imply that you genuinely wish to harm me. Therefore, whether I practice or not, the outcome would remain largely unchanged. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell into an immediate silence. After a considerable pause, he eventually posed a peculiar question. Are you truly only 6 years old? Indeed, came the reply. At 6, can one truly contemplate such profound matters? Ming chuckled at himself, feeling his body gradually stiffening from the cold. With unwavering resolve, he charged forward, filled with murderous intent. What bravery! Tang Hao was moved. A glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes, and he quickly reigned in his own murderous aura. At this moment, should Ming succumb to this malevolence, his consciousness would undoubtedly shatter. In a swift motion, Tang Hao produced an ordinary wooden stick. Planting his feet firmly, he surged forward, mirroring Ming's fervor. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce contest within the dense woods. There was no fluctuation of soul power, nor did any soul skills illuminate the surroundings. This was a clash purely of combat techniques. The sounds of their intense struggle resonated clearly in the tranquil forest. Wooden sticks against machetes, these natural adversaries seemed to embody a struggle devoid of discernible strength. Was it akin to striking a rock with an egg? Or perhaps, was it simplicity at its finest? Such thoughts inevitably beckon reflection. The game between adult and child ultimately left the child at a disadvantage. The diminutive figure was repeatedly toppled. Yet, each time he fell, he would rise immediately, resolutely launching himself into battle once more. From the depths of night to the crowing of roosters, and into the early hours of dawn, sunlight spilled through the dense foliage, casting enchanting shadows that quietly seeped into the forest. Glimmers of light reflected off his snow-kissed skin, creating a shimmering spectacle. On the grass, a small figure lay quietly, seemingly asleep, breathing evenly. The cloaked man sighed, departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a battered wooden stick, half shaded by the trees and half exposed to the blazing sun. Chapter 12. The Body of Frenzied Warfare, Tang San in Horror. Effort evaluation. Though he did not conquer his opponent, and even faced a dismal defeat, the host bravely challenged a title Douluo with the strength of an ordinary person to hone his combat skills. Such tenacity is rare in this world. Repeatedly facing failure yet unwavering in spirit, embodying an inspiring resilience. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Body of Frenzied Warfare. A sweet dream was abruptly interrupted by the cacophony of the system's notification. As Ming was about to open his eyes, the glaring midday sunlight instinctively prompted him to shield his face with his hand. Through the gaps between his fingers, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that Tang Hao had already departed. Ming gradually rose to his feet, his garments marred with numerous tears, the tattered fabric fluttering in the gusts of wind and waves. His thighs and chest bore a multitude of bloodstains. A searing pain coursed through his body. Yet the anguish that gnawed at his heart was even more profound. The battle of the previous night had resulted in a resounding defeat. Tang Hao truly deserved the title of the greatest genius. His practical combat experience was utterly terrifying, surpassing that of primal beasts. Before him, Ming's seemingly exquisite swordsmanship appeared riddled with flaws. Although his loss was complete, the opportunity to learn from such a formidable adversary was invaluable. One day, I shall confront you head-on and emerge victorious. The leaves rustled softly, as if responding to the caress of the wind and waves, treading upon the soft, powdery sand. Ming's battered form slowly retreated. His gaze was resolute, and the indomitable spirit within him shone brilliantly, outshining the newly risen sun. Ding. The host has received a reward for the battle against Tang Hao. Please check the details. A reward? At the Academy's back entrance, Ming paused, momentarily lost in thought. Throughout the contest with Tang Hao, he had been wholly focused, daring not to allow any distraction lest he lose even a fraction of his resolve. He was aware of the deficiencies in his golden crow sword technique, leaving no room for superfluous thoughts. Learning, mastering practical combat skills. That was the entirety of his contemplation at that moment. He had not even issued a task for improvement. Could it be that the system had supplemented it automatically? Ming did not inquire further, instead directing his gaze towards the system's rewards. The berserker's physique, a unique combat constitution, is born for battle, capable of enhancement during conflict. When physical exhaustion reaches its zenith, it can even transcend its limitations, leading to profound evolution and a significant augmentation of physical attributes. Currently, his physical statistics are as follows: strength, 12, defense, 10, spirit, 13, average for an adult male, 10. The berserker's physique? Su Ming rubbed his eyes, feeling a peculiar resemblance to the physique of a super scion. Could it be that a super scion had arrived in the Douluo Continent? That would surely lead to utter chaos. Thus, the actual efficacy of the berserker's body should not be as formidable as the super scion's physique. With a sense of excitement, he glanced up at the sun. It was likely afternoon. Su Ming made his way through the academy, heading towards the blacksmith shop. Boss, are you accepting apprentices? I possess experience in forging and am accustomed to hard labor. I can undoubtedly meet your requirements. Alas, young brother, blacksmithing is a dirty and strenuous job. With your slight frame, I doubt you can withstand it. I suggest you seek a more suitable and less demanding occupation. Boss, I believe this job is quite fitting for me. To be honest, my father was the blacksmith in our village. Oh, your father was a blacksmith? Before the blacksmith, Shan, stood a small boy. The boy had short hair and a cherubic face, exuding a certain charm, yet unlike other children. He possessed a subtle air of composure and maturity. The boy was none other than San. The expenses for bedding and other necessities could not be covered solely by the meager earnings from cleaning. Thus, San resolved to seek temporary work to alleviate his immediate predicament. Touched by San's determination and recognizing him as the child of a fellow blacksmith, San's heart softened. Just as he was about to agree, a firm voice suddenly rang in his ears. Boss, may I inquire if the items I requested are ready? Startled, San instinctively turned his gaze more quickly than Boss San. Su Ming, what an intriguing fellow. But what brings him to the blacksmith shop? San narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through them. He would not easily forget the defeat he suffered at Su Ming's hands the previous day. When he saw Su Ming nodding in greeting, San responded curtly, choosing not to engage in further conversation. San, deeply impressed by Su Ming, wore a broad and proud smile as he remarked, Young brother, your timing is impeccable. The items have been completed, crafted entirely to your measurements. Turning his head toward the blacksmith's workshop, San's gentle demeanor abruptly shifted as he barked, Deshan, what on earth are you dawdling for? Bring over the weighted gear so our client can try it on. Moments later, a robust man with a muscular build emerged, carrying a set of iron armor, his bronze skin radiating a sense of warmth. With a clang, the iron armor was placed upon the display table. Su Ming approached, scrutinizing the armor before him. The armor shimmered in a bright silver hue, not forged as a single piece, but rather composed of interconnected iron plates, reminiscent of the backrest of a folding bamboo chair. Young man, although these iron plates are linked piece by piece, rest assured, they are all bound with durable cowhide straps, ensuring exceptional resilience. Should any quality issues arise, you may request a rework at any time. You may be unaware, but my ironworks have been established in Notting City for several generations, with an impeccable reputation. We would never deceive you. Listening to San's sales pitch, Su Ming remained silent as he unfastened his outer garment. In an instant, the numerous lacerations on his back were exposed to the air. Each scar varied in color, some a deep purple, others a vivid crimson, betraying the marks of a merciless whipping, leaving no unblemished skin in sight. San and San gasped, their pupils constricting as if a vice gripped their throats, rendering them breathless. They gazed at Su Ming in sheer horror, pondering the brutal ordeal he must have endured to bear such grievous wounds. Wait, San's brow furrowed deeply. Recalling that Su Ming had not returned home the previous night, a chilling thought suddenly surged within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that this fellow went off to train again last night? San swallowed hard, his throat dry with trepidation. The sight of those scars lingered in his mind, an unsettling presence he could not shake off. Su Ming paid no heed to the two individuals and donned his armor. It seemed that the blacksmith shop had thoughtfully lined the interior with a layer of breathable cotton, making it relatively comfortable to wear despite the discomfort of the metal pieces. With a series of thuds, Su Ming leaped slightly, feeling the weight of 10 pounds pulling down upon him, yet it was entirely bearable. However, the friction against his wounds was somewhat painful. Su Ming once again secured the burdensome weights to his arms, to prevent them from slipping off. Elastic bands were affixed around the iron plates. At that moment, San approached the table. He picked up the remaining leg weights that belonged to Su Ming and tested their heft. 3 Jin. San's eyes widened, his mind reeling in astonishment. His surprise did not stem from the weight itself, but rather from the total load borne by Su Ming. While 3 Jin may not seem excessively heavy, the 4 pieces collectively amounted to 12 Jin, and the armor likely weighed around 10 jin. Altogether, that was over 20 jin, a third of his body weight. Such a substantial burden would be challenging for even an adult. Could it be that this individual intends to condition his body in such a manner? A chilling wave surged from his spine, creeping upward until it reached the crown of his head. Boom. Tang San's body stiffened, the sensation akin to his scalp nearly bursting. Chapter 13. Little Rabbit, quite spicy, aren't you? The strength of the human body is bound by a time limit for absorbing spirit rings. To assimilate higher-level spirit rings, one must enhance their physical resilience. The only method Su Ming could conceive, albeit rather rudimentary, was weight training. Only after augmenting his physical strength could he further attempt energy infusion to reshape his body. Boss, this armor fits adequately. I believe no alterations are necessary. Very well. As long as the young brother is satisfied. Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze slipping towards the entranced Tang San. Although Tang Hao had subjected him to considerable torment, the rewards reaped were undeniably substantial. In a sense, he had somewhat repaid the favor owed to Tang Hao. Su Ming pondered and remarked, Boss, his physical prowess is on par with that of an adult. His father is a renowned blacksmith in the surrounding regions. A tiger's cub does not stray far from its father. If he were to work here as a blacksmith, you would have struck gold. Oh, San exclaimed. Casting a curious glance at Tang San, his interest piqued even further. Were it anyone else, he might have harbored doubts. However, with Su Ming's endorsement, he felt a deep-seated conviction. The resilience and diligence embedded in Su Ming's character suggested that the young man would not resort to deceit. At just 6 years old, bearing a burden of over 20 pounds with ease and grace, it indicated that Su Ming was highly likely to be a spirit master. Together, these factors left no room for skepticism. Could it be that this individual would assist him? As he watched Su Ming depart, Tang San was engulfed in confusion. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the proprietor, San, agreed to let him apprentice at the forge. Faced with this turn of events, Tang San could only harbor his doubts internally as he followed San into the blacksmith shop. Clang, clang, clang. Clad in armor weighing over 20 pounds, Su Ming strolled through the streets, initially feeling no discomfort. However, as the friction became increasingly pronounced, a series of sharp pains caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Reluctantly, Su Ming resorted to taking a short root of a millennium-old ginseng and placed it in his mouth. The rich vitality flowed from his mouth into his abdomen, spreading warmth throughout his body, resulting in an exhilarating tingling sensation that left his skin itching uncontrollably. Su Ming understood that these scars were in the process of healing. No matter how much they itched, he must not scratch them. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he made his way to the school cafeteria. Having gone a day and a night without food, his stomach was already in turmoil, longing for a hearty meal. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at the academy's office. Yu Xiaojiang, a lean figure clad in black, wore a furrowed brow filled with vigilance and confusion. Before him stood a disheveled man shrouded in a cloak. Yu Xiaojiang quickly rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The ability to arrive so silently, without any detectable aura, indicated that this individual possessed extraordinary strength. Tang Hao remained silent for a moment before removing his hood, revealing a weathered and unkempt visage. Upon seeing this face, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. You are Hao." Yu Xiaojiang's emotions surged, his previously despondent gaze now vibrant. His arms trembling with tension. He could hardly believe that he had encountered this figure here, his idol. However, before Yu Xiaojiang could utter another word, Tang Hao interrupted him with a glance. "The past is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it. I am merely a blacksmith from the countryside now. The events of the past are no longer my concern, and you need not address me by my former titles." The desolate tone, tinged with a hint of finality, caused Yu Xiaojiang's heart to ache. Indeed, who would dare believe that this disheveled middle-aged man was once the unparalleled Hao Tian Douluo, a prodigy who had overshadowed all other talents? Yu Xiaojiang steadied his nerves. Despite Tang Hao's apparent despondency, he could still sense the oppressive turmoil within him, akin to a dormant volcano, calm on the surface but restless within. "May I ask, Your Excellency, if you have summoned me for a specific purpose?" Tang Hao's gaze lifted slightly, a spark of electricity flickering in his eyes. "Do you recall the 2 children who caused you embarrassment at the academy gate yesterday?" Yu Xiaojiang paused, as if recalling something, and looked at Tang Hao with alarm. That child also bears the surname Tang. Could it be? A tumultuous wave of realization surged within Yu Xiaojiang. Blue silver grass. Hao Yan hammer. Could that Tang child be? Understanding that Yu Xiaojiang had already made the connection, Tang Hao did not elaborate further, but instead urged. Both of them are unparalleled geniuses. I hope you can nurture their talents. You have long desired to prove yourself, have you not? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao would have a matter to entrust to him. To be honest, he had been coveting the two children, but alas. Oh, Tang San is manageable, but that's Su Ming. His disdainful gaze still pierces my heart to this day. With a serious expression, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated. Your Excellency. Su Ming possesses a proud and arrogant disposition. He will not be easily swayed. Additionally, he has his own views on soul masters. I fear. Tang Hao raised a hand, his expression grave as he interjected, precisely for that reason. I say he is an unparalleled genius. The ability to discern the quality of martial spirits based solely on the awakening of surrounding soul masters, leading to the conclusion of twin spirits, such terrifying observational skills and intellect. Do you not find such a person formidable? With a piercing gaze and an imposing demeanor, Tang Hao's presence was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. He wished to express that he had never encountered anyone so tenacious and resolute. Merely this determination to grow stronger was enough to render Su Ming's future boundless. Yet, even without voicing it, Tang Hao had already shattered all of Yu Xiaojiang's defenses. Thunderstruck, Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed, Your Excellency. Are you implying that he is correct? A cold wind swept through the window, causing the pages of books to flutter rapidly, echoing the inner turmoil of another. In stark contrast to the silence of the office, the cafeteria was steeped in an eerie stillness. At noon, when the cafeteria should have been bustling, it was instead silent. Were there no patrons? No, quite the opposite. At that moment, nearly 100 students filled the cafeteria, from first-year newcomers to soon-to-be graduates. 60 of them congregated on the first floor. The first-floor cafeteria, once the most ordinary of dining halls, typically shunned by the affluent, was now brimming with people. Countless pairs of bright eyes fixated on a single direction, astonished as if witnessing a ghost. The sound of swallowing became remarkably pronounced. Clatter. A bowl slipped from someone's grasp. Perfectly nesting into another, two bowls stacked together. There stood Su Ming, shoveling food into his mouth with a relentless fervor. His small stomach appeared insatiable, unable to be filled. To his right, bowls had already piled up 5 or 6 layers high. The onlookers gasped, fearfully swallowing their own saliva. Is he even human? His appetite rivals that of 7 or 8 people combined. How terrifying. If it were me, I would certainly be sick by now. Hey. How many servings do you think he can consume? In front of Su Ming, Xiao Wu and Wang Xing were equally astonished. Xiao Wu, being a soul beast of 100,000 years, was somewhat accustomed to such spectacles. However, Wang Xing, at that moment, took a deep breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could anyone eat so much? One meal equated to 2 days for him. The most astonishing part was that Su Ming continued to eat. Surrounded by the mocking laughter of others, Xiao Wu, annoyed, kicked Wang Xing and exclaimed, These people are truly irritating. Why do they keep staring at us? Wang Xing, is there any way to drive them away? With her head tilted in irritation, she cast a fierce glare at Su Ming, who was devouring his food, lamenting how he had disgraced the image of their group. If it weren't for the fact that you're the leader of our dormitory, we wouldn't even bother with you. And you expect me to wash your blankets? Dream on. Wang Xing, snapping back to reality from the pain, felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. If you have grievances, take it up with the leader instead of bullying me. But upon seeing Xiao Wu's glare, he immediately forced a smile, suppressing his frustrations. Xiao Wu, many around us are upperclassmen. Our strength might not be sufficient to confront them. Noticing the figures of upperclassmen on the second floor, Wang Sheng felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Look at those individuals on the second floor. Some have already reached the level of Soul Masters and will soon participate in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy assessments. Given our status as work-study students, it's best not to provoke them. Seeing Wang Xing's fearful demeanor, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation. How can you be so sure we would lose without even trying? It's embarrassing for a guy like you. Wang Xing, unperturbed, replied, If we were Soul Masters, we wouldn't fear them. But as you can see, even our leader Su Ming lacks a soul ring. If we confront them, we will undoubtedly suffer losses. Humph. We won't know until we try. Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks puffed in defiance. Though she spoke boldly, she understood well the immense difficulty of defeating a soul master. Facing them now would yield no advantage. Once she cultivated her first soul ring, she would reclaim her position as the leader, glaring at Su Ming's piggish eating style. Xiao Wu clenched her fists in frustration, wondering how she could have lost to someone like him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Others had already set their sights on her. Ling Feng, look at that girl. I reckon her martial spirit is a rabbit. A youthful voice spoke from the second floor, belonging to an upperclassman. The boy, clad in school uniform and noticeably taller than Wang Xing, exuded an air of nobility as he spoke confidently. Beside him stood a lean boy. That girl's face is so round and her eyes so bright. She is quite adorable. Are you interested? With a mischievous smile, Ling Feng, as the boy's close friend, understood his intentions all too well. Xiao Chunyu, with a knowing smile, returned a glance that conveyed mutual understanding. Imagine having such a girl as a pet. Every night would be. Cough cough. You certainly know how to indulge. The two exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with desire as they approached Xiao Wu. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly, glancing at Xiao Wu before following suit. With an air of feigned elegance, Xiao Chunyu approached Xiao Wu, extending an invitation. Junior, the food on the first floor pales in comparison to that on the second. How about I treat you to a meal upstairs? Get lost. Xiao Wu spat out the word with disdain. Though inexperienced, she could easily see the blatant greed and malice in Xiao Chunyu's eyes. Oh, quite the fiery one. Xiao Chunyu's eyes sparkled. He found her demeanor alluring. Xiao Chunyu, you should be mindful. Someone seems to be intruding, Ling Feng interjected. Wang Xing, this isn't your concern. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you move along. Wang Xing felt a surge of anger bubbling within him, his eyes nearly ablaze. Yet, considering the opponent's strength and background, he could only clench his fists and swallow his pride. That's more like it, Xiao Chunyu replied, satisfaction evident in his expression as he turned back to Xiao Wu. Junior, I'm one of the top students in the school. If you join me, I can assure you a life of luxury here. His previously amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by raw desire that belied his young age. You're asking for trouble. Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy. Her fiery temperament could not be subdued. She pushed herself up, delivering a swift kick aimed at Xiao Chunyu's face. Boom. Neither Xiao Chunyu nor Ling Feng anticipated such a sudden outburst from her, leaving them utterly shocked. Especially Xiao Chunyu, who, as the son of the Lord of Nanning City, was used to wielding authority in the academy. How could he have foreseen such boldness from a junior? In that moment, despite being a battle soul master, he was surprisingly sent flying by Xiao Wu's kick. Xiao Chunyu, Ling Feng, startled, rushed to help him up. The onlookers, too, stood agape. The school bully had just been taken down by a newly enrolled junior. With a cacophony, Xiao Chunyu's followers surged from the crowd, fierce and menacing, surrounding the dining table. This is bad. Something big is about to happen. Wang Xing trembled, dashing out of the cafeteria. He was fleeing. He intended to summon reinforcements. How could Su Ming and Xiao Wu alone contend with this group of upperclassmen? He needed to gather everyone quickly. Ugh! Xiao Chunyu spat blood, his face dark as a storm cloud, pushing Ling Feng aside to stand on his own. No one had ever dared to strike him since his enrollment. Very well, he declared, rage boiling within him. Everyone, clear out of my way. With a piercing roar, he sought to reclaim his lost dignity. His followers quickly complied, parting to create a path. That little rabbit has some fire, huh? Heh, I'm determined to have my fun tonight. Emerald light radiated from within Xiao Chunyu. A sinister grin etched on his face. As the green glow intensified, his muscles bulged, and sharp claws emerged from his hands, gleaming ominously. Simultaneously, a white soul ring manifested beneath his feet. The dazzling white light surged forth, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon the crowd. Xiao Chunyu was, in fact, a one-ring soul master. Chapter 14. The first battle of a soul master. Can't we win? Rabbit? Spicy? It seemed as if Su Ming had discovered the essence of the universe, as he lifted his head, astonished. Did the cafeteria prepare braised rabbit meat? At that moment, Xiao Chunyu, who had just activated his martial spirit and was poised to unleash his wrath, froze in disbelief. What? What did you just say? As for little Wu, her eyes blazed with a fierce light, clenching her fist with gritted teeth. Of all times? You're still thinking about rabbit meat? Braised, no less? Just wait. This old lady will roast you. From an unknown origin, a fool emerged. Xiao Chunyu pointed his claws directly at Su Ming, threatening with ill-tempered intimidation. Boy, this has nothing to do with you. Take your gluttonous self and scram. If you annoy your grandpa here, I'll beat you into the ground. Grandpa? Beat me into the ground. Su Ming's complexion instantly darkened, having just recovered his strength. The berserker physique requires a substantial replenishment of food. Having had nothing to eat from last night until noon today, his stomach was extremely ravenous. Su Ming had no time to attend to anything else, which is why he was devouring his food so ravenously. He simply wanted to have a satisfying meal. Being disturbed was one thing, But you shouldn't have spoken out of turn. A chilling glint radiated from his limpid eyes, as Su Ming's body exuded a black radiance. And a jet-black, silver-bladed woodcutter's knife materialized in his hand. Thwack! Su Ming slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, leaping into the air and landing next to Zhao Wu. "Bring me back 3 more servings of food," he commanded, nudging Zhao Wu while his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qinyu, a fierce determination brewing within him as if he intended to confront Xiao Qinyu alone. Zhao Wu's lips twitched in irritation as she twisted Su Ming's arm, exasperatedly retorting, "What are you even thinking? Can you possibly take him on by yourself?" Su Ming remained silent, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wu. His profound gaze bore a flicker of a mysterious flame, though it was but a flicker. Zhao Wu was drenched in cold sweat. She vaguely perceived a fiery crimson, reminiscent of the fiery vines in the forest, seemingly unstoppable as flames surged relentlessly from the depths of the earth. Recognizing that Su Ming was genuinely enraged, Zhao Wu dared not act recklessly and obediently made her way to the cafeteria window. Observing that Zhao Wu did not flee, Xiao Qinyu slowly approached Su Ming, a sinister smile gracing his face. "So, are you prepared to stand up for her?" he taunted. The sharp claws scraped across the wooden table, producing an ear-piercing sound, leaving several claw marks on the surface, a testament to the wolf's razor-sharp talons. Xiao Qinyu's gaze was icy and malevolent, fueled not only by his frustration at being struck, but also by the indignation that his prized pet rabbit so readily obeyed another man's commands. Particularly, the contemptuous disregard Su Ming exhibited towards him left him profoundly displeased. Su Ming slowly raised the hatchet, nonchalantly pointing it toward Xiao Qinyu, expressing her impatience. "I am not fond of loquacious individuals. Since you are a soul master, you must comprehend that in the realm of soul masters, strength is the ultimate currency." A chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere, causing Xiao Qinyu's heart to constrict, and he felt an inexplicable shiver coursing through his body. How could he, with the wolf spirit manifested, feel cold? There was no mistaking it. Xiao Qinyu, though wary, maintained a facade of arrogance. "You're absolutely right. A soul master should indeed let their prowess speak for them. If I prevail, not only will you become my loyal pet, but you shall also kneel and pay your respects to me. What do you say?" His gaze bore a provocative intensity as he regarded Su Ming, his countenance brimming with arrogance. He was not merely boastful. He had observed that Su Ming lacked a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how formidable, it was inconceivable for her to surpass him, a one-ringed soul master. Victory was assuredly his. Yet, upon his declaration, Su Ming merely shook her head in disapproval, just as Xiao Qinyu anticipated her capitulation and prepared to mock her further. She spoke with an unwavering calmness. "Her affairs are not within my jurisdiction, nor do I need to make any promises on her behalf. Should I defeat you, you will understand that a dog does not bark at its master." How audacious! Not only was Xiao Qinyu left speechless, but the onlookers were equally astonished. "How dare you? Do you truly believe you can triumph over a one-ringed soul master? Very well, very well." The azure energy swirled as Xiao Qinyu, eyes closed, erupted into furious laughter, gritting his teeth as he repeated his affirmation thrice. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within, bellowing with rage, "Clear the table. Today I shall impart a lesson to this brat." Veins protruded from his forehead, his inner fury ablaze. As a senior, it was the first time he had been so brazenly provoked by a junior. If he did not subdue Su Ming, he would have no place left in the academy. His followers promptly obeyed, diligently moving the surrounding tables aside. In an instant, a vast area was cleared, centering around the two. The atmosphere crackled with palpable tension. "Hey, if you can't manage it alone, let us all join forces. We'll ensure he understands his place," whispered Zhao Wu, who had returned with her meal, perhaps due to the cafeteria lady's indulgence, neglecting to collect the payment. "Hold on to your food." Su Ming cast her a sidelong glance. The mere 4 words left Zhao Wu infuriated, nearly causing her to smash her bowl in frustration. Unappreciative of kindness, deserving of a beating, humph. Zhao Wu shot him an indignant look, too exasperated to engage further. The student cafeteria was connected to the faculty dining area, and the commotion had caught the attention of several teachers. Strangely, not a single educator stepped forward to intervene. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, all appearing to relish the spectacle. The academy indeed prohibited private altercations, especially in the sacred confines of the cafeteria. However, this particular incident was undeniably captivating. Su Ming also discerned this fact, becoming even more unabashed. The system, the mission's direction, had transformed into the paramount authority of the school. Beep. System data collection in progress. Please commence your endeavors, host. Whoosh. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and unwilling to squander any time, he surged forward in an instant. The air shattered with a resounding boom as the machete in his hand transformed into a crescent arc, sweeping toward his opponent. Excellent. Zhao Qinyu's eyes gleamed as he charged head-on. The metallic claws in his grasp were raised high, delivering a forceful strike, resolute in his intent to shatter Su Ming. The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the cafeteria. The machete and claws collided, sparks erupting at the point of contact, a fierce confrontation that left both parties unyielding. No. In contrast to Su Ming's grave expression, Zhao Qinyu appeared considerably more at ease. No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed his strength was formidable. Yet, he had forgotten that I am a soul master. A fierce grin flashed across his face, infused with unwavering confidence as he flexed his arm, unleashing a surge of power. Being a soul master signifies the possession of a soul ring. The augmented strength granted by the soul ring is not something an ordinary person can rival. Bang! The explosive force propelled Su Ming backward by 5 or 6 meters, causing a tremor to ripple through his right hand that clutched the machete. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Realizing that despite his arm strength exceeding 100 pounds, he was still unable to contend with Zhao Qinyu. Judging from their earlier clash, if this fellow unleashed his full might, the force could reach an astonishing 300 pounds. Such a staggering force was far beyond Su Ming's current capacity to withstand. Yet, that earlier encounter had merely been a test of strength. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 15. Defeating a soul master beyond one's level, the Academy's leader. With a swift motion, Zhao Qinyu sent Su Ming staggering back, yet he did not pursue his advantage. Instead, he struck a pose before the onlookers. Exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "Young man, do you now comprehend the terrifying power of a soul master? I advise you to surrender gracefully, lest you invite unnecessary suffering upon yourself. Your excessive chatter may lead you to an early demise." Su Ming coldly uttered a disdainful remark before launching another attack. "You are truly unappreciative." Zhao Qinyu scoffed, his hands poised and ready to engage in a direct confrontation with Su Ming. "No matter how many times you attempt this, my strength will always surpass yours." As he observed Su Ming's unwavering determination to clash head-on, a chilling smile crept across Zhao Qinyu's face. He summoned additional power into his arms, his sharp claws aimed menacingly at Su Ming's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the expected sound of impact did not resonate. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhao Qinyu as he beheld Su Ming gliding effortlessly beneath his arm. His expression darkened instantaneously. Did he truly believe I would be foolish enough to engage him in a direct confrontation? Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he forcefully pressed the machete against his arm, aware of the disadvantage in strength. Su Ming knew that confronting Zhao Qinyu head-on would only lead to his own detriment. Thus, just before the machete met Zhao Qinyu's sharp claws, Su Ming deftly rotated the blade 180 degrees. Consequently, Zhao Qinyu's claws inevitably missed their target. In that instant, the machete and his arm were seamlessly aligned, creating the sensation as if a barbed protrusion had sprouted from Su Ming's elbow, ruthlessly plunging towards Zhao Qinyu's abdomen. The impact of the machete struck with a shower of sparks. Su Ming glided across the ground with a fluidity reminiscent of a figure skater. Coming to a halt, the two stood back to back, the atmosphere around them steeped in silence. All present widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Zhao Qinyu's abdomen. How could this be? Ling Feng's eyes bulged as he caught a glimpse of the crimson blood seeping through Zhao Qinyu's torn clothing. Zhao Qinyu had sustained an injury. Could it be that this young man, despite his prowess, was unable to overcome him? Remarkable indeed, a soul master of rank 1 being bested by one of no rank. Had this youth possessed a soul ring, the outcome would have been a foregone conclusion. What kind of martial spirit did he possess to wield such formidable power? Zhao Qinyu had been caught off guard. What was once assumed to be a one-sided domination now appeared to tilt in favor of the young man. Spectators rubbed their eyes in disbelief, fearing they had misjudged the scene. Even Xiao Wu was taken aback, her gaze filled with inexplicable horror, instinctively sensing that this individual was a stark contrast to the one she had encountered the previous day. I am actually injured." Staring at the vivid crimson stain on his palm, Zhao Qinyu's pupils constricted, lost in a daze. He had just activated his soul power to shield his chest. Yet, even that had failed to thwart the attack. Little did he know that even Tang San's mysterious jade hand had been sliced by Su Ming. As a soul master, how could his abdomen, no matter how fortified, withstand such an onslaught? "You fool, you're courting death." A surge of azure light erupted from him, his expression fierce, as his once clear eyes became tainted with blood. To be wounded by an ordinary person was a profound humiliation for a soul master. The mocking gazes of those around him and the pain in his abdomen trampled upon his proud dignity. Igniting within Xiao Qinyu a rage akin to that of an enraged lion, on the verge of a ferocious outburst. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his dual blades striking with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. A gust of wind followed in his wake. In that moment, Xiao Qinyu's speed surpassed even that of earlier. A whirlwind of fury unleashed. Su Ming did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, his body bending as he began to spin wildly. The chopping knife in his hand merged seamlessly with his form, transforming into a spinning spear. With a resounding clang, the force of his rapid rotation repelled even Xiao Qinyu's full-force strike. At that moment, a figure suddenly shot forth from the whirlwind. The knife, once held behind him, morphed into a sleek black sword, piercing straight towards Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. A glimmer of cold light preceded the swift strike. Having learned to adapt and embrace the unpredictability of combat from his battle with Tang Hao, Su Ming executed his technique with speed, ferocity, and precision, allowing him to swiftly exploit any vulnerabilities exposed by his adversary. Faced with Su Ming's sudden assault, Xiao Qinyu was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms in front of him to deflect the incoming attack with his sharp claws. A roar of frustration erupted from him, a primal scream that echoed his inner turmoil and fury. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he summoned all his strength to force Su Ming back. Glaring at Su Ming with deep-seated hatred, Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth, a chilling intent to kill brewing within him. Thunderous! A brilliant white light illuminated the scene as his leg muscles bulged, then contracted tightly, coiling around his thighs. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying explosive power contained within those legs. Swish! Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly positioned the machete before him. To his astonishment, Xiao Qinyu, who had initially been 5 meters away, now stood beside him. His first soul technique was not one that augmented strength, but rather enhanced speed. The clash of metal reverberated with a resounding crack. Su Ming felt an abrupt heaviness in his arm, instantly being repelled by the terrifying force unleashed by Xiao Qinyu. Strangely, it seemed as if Su Ming had anticipated this moment. The blade grazed the ground as his entire being glided at an angle. Boom! Su Mingfei executed a swift retreat. And as his right foot struck the ground, an immense force erupted from his body, causing the cafeteria floor to crack under the pressure. Yet, despite the violent assault, Su Ming stood tall, seemingly unscathed. How can you possibly be unharmed? Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. The power behind his strike was potent enough to shatter mountains and stones, far beyond what Su Ming could withstand. From the outset, he had gauged Su Ming's strength. But what unfolded before him was utterly perplexing. If your strength is merely this feeble, I'm afraid you are destined to lose. With a swift motion, Su Ming hurled the hatchet, which flew through the air towards Xiao Qinyu. The weapon soul master had indeed thrown his own soul. Was he preparing to engage in combat unarmed? Xiao Qinyu pondered, as the hatchet's speed was rather unremarkable. With a casual flick of his hand, he sent the hatchet soaring away. In the air, a figure awaited below. With a powerful push from his calves, he leaped into the air, grasping the hatchet. Like a shooting star, Su Ming descended fiercely upon Xiao Qinyu. "Ha! I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. But what can your strength do against me?" In a fit of rage, Xiao Qinyu did not even utilize his first soul skill to evade. He understood that he could easily withstand Su Ming's assault with his own power, and the moment they were close, he would strike back. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated, causing the utensils to tremble. "I told you, your strength is no match for me." A scornful smile curled at the corners of Xiao Qinyu's lips, as if he had Su Ming completely under his control. "Oh, is that so?" A chilling, devilish laugh echoed in his ears, causing a shiver down Xiao Qinyu's spine. He lifted his gaze, meeting those mocking eyes. Before he could utter a word, an overwhelming force descended once more. Boom! The heavy impact made Xiao Qinyu's expression shift dramatically. As he felt his arm tremble uncontrollably, fear finally gripped him. Boom! At that moment, Su Ming struck again. The same force, but aimed at a different location. This time, however, the outcome was starkly different. Upon contact, Xiao Qinyu's arm was rendered powerless, crashing down heavily. There was nothing left to defend his chest. "It's over." The thought surged through everyone's minds in the cafeteria. Not to mention Su Ming. Even if it were any of them facing the utterly defenseless Xiao Qinyu, victory would be easily claimed. As expected, with a resounding crash, Xiao Qinyu was forcefully kicked away by Su Ming's full strength, landing heavily on the ground. Xiao Qinyu attempted to rise in pain and resist, but a hatchet flew through the air, embedding itself into the ground with a thud. A chill ran down Xiao Qinyu's spine as he realized the razor-sharp edge was mere centimeters from his neck. If he had been any quicker, he would surely have met his end. Was he truly on the brink of death? Gulping. A foul odor emanated from his pants as the terrified Xiao Qinyu's head tilted to the side, and he fainted from sheer fright. Su Ming. Has this already made you nervous? How cowardly. Su Ming curled his lips, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surroundings, causing everyone to lower their heads in unison. Their expressions a blend of anxiety and fear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Qinyu and becoming the leader of the Junior Soul Master Academy. You have triumphed in an advanced challenge, earning a reward of a piece of Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 6 soul power enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Strength 2, Defense 2, Spirit 2. What a substantial reward, Su Ming thought with a flicker of joy, hastily checking the system. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopper, quality yellow. 35500, added. Special physique, Berserker S body. Cultivation techniques and skills, breathing technique, lightness skill, golden crow blade technique. Items owned, Xian Shui Dan, Millennium Ginseng, multifunctional boots, Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Appendix, current physical attributes, strength, 14, defense, 12, spirit, 15. Noticing the changes in his physical attributes, Su Ming clenched his fist. Although the sensation was faint, he could distinctly feel a slight increase in his strength. The Berserker S body seemed to be functioning adequately. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, the excitement on Su Ming's face abruptly froze. Just moments ago, he had felt moderately full. But now he sensed an unexpected pang of hunger. It appeared that this Berserker S body was developing somewhat into a bottomless pit. With a resigned sigh, he cast a glance at the fallen Xiao Qinyu, retracting his chopper martial soul. He approached and took the bowl and chopsticks from Xiao Wu's hands. Taking a hearty bite of the noodles, his expression remained unperturbed, as if nothing significant had transpired. Have you paid? And no, I haven't, Xiao Wu replied, her delicate, colorful gaze trembling slightly. No money? I have no money either. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched violently. What do you mean? You're not suggesting that I should serve as collateral, are you? Su Ming remained silent, directing his gaze towards the nearest Ling Feng. Did you bring the money? He inquired. Ling Feng, suddenly jolted back to reality, looked at Su Ming with trepidation, his legs trembling like cotton. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Are you deaf? I asked if you brought any money. The word struck like a death knell, sending a chill of sweat cascading down Ling Feng's back. I brought it, he stammered. Feeling as if he had been dredged from the depths of water, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he nervously emptied his pockets of coins. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the boss needs money? Seeing his subordinate's lack of understanding, Ling Feng erupted in anger. If you want to get beaten, just say so. Don't drag me into it. Oh, I have some too. Boss, this is my tribute to you. The group lined up obediently, each extracting their coins from their pockets. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of coins piled up on the table. Xiao had already fallen, while Su Ming stood tall. The world had changed. So much money. Gazed at the glittering coins on the table, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Having arrived in the human world, she had not a single cent to her name. Earning money like this is astonishingly fast. Reluctantly pulling her gaze away, she turned her attention to the other onlookers, a dangerous glimmer of greed illuminating her expression. In the realm of humanity, strength was paramount. This must surely be the case. Boss, the food on the second floor is excellent. How about I treat you to a meal there? What do you mean by treat? ISNT your money the boss's? Exactly. What s yours is mine. The boss hasn't said a word, and you dare to say you're treating. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, instantly silencing them into a state of hushed awe, before he ascended the stairs to the second floor. What on earth had transpired? Wang Sheng, who had summoned reinforcements, gazed in disbelief as Su Ming was surrounded by sycophants making his way upstairs, leaving him utterly stupefied. Someone tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, directing his attention to the prostrate figure of Xiao Qinyu on the ground, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through their hearts. Could it be that the boss had triumphed? Wang Sheng's heart stirred, and he hurried to Xiao Wu's side. Sister Xiao Wu, what exactly happened? Seemingly unfazed, Xiao Wu pouted in dismay. I thought you had fled like a coward. By the time you all arrived, he had already concluded the battle, rendering your presence unnecessary. Sighing, she lamented, at this rate. Even if I cultivated a soul ring, I doubt I could match him. He appears to possess innate full soul power. It's over. I shall forever remain in second place. In stark contrast to Xiao Wu's despondency, Wang Sheng radiated joy. The boss actually defeated Xiao Qinyu. My heavens. He is a soul master. Wang Xing clenched his fists tightly, striding confidently towards the second floor. As the boss's foremost loyal follower, he felt it imperative to remain steadfastly at his side. The onlookers gradually dispersed, their minds still ensnared by the astonishing confrontation they had witnessed. An ordinary individual had vanquished a soul master? Such an unfathomable occurrence had indeed unfolded before their very eyes. Indeed, Xiao Qinyu had been bested. The academy had welcomed a new, formidable leader. What terrifying prowess! On the second floor railing, Yu Xiaojiang, who had observed the battle in its entirety, gleamed with excitement. His thoughts racing. No wonder he had garnered such attention. It must be said, Su Ming's combat capabilities were indeed fearsome. A dual-soul genius coupled with a prodigious talent. Should they join forces? Yes. His theories would undoubtedly be validated. If they failed, it would merely affirm the fallacy of his hypotheses. The opportunity to achieve fame across the continent lay tantalizingly within reach. With this realization, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of fervor in his heart. He gazed longingly towards the second floor, his eyes sparkling with ambition. He needed to find an opportunity to converse with them. Behind him, he clenched his fists tightly in determination. Chapter 16. Xiao Wu, I will avenge you. Boss, you have no idea. The upperclassmen now regard us with entirely different eyes. Heh. There's a saying about keeping one's tail tucked. Those who once held their heads high now find themselves in this predicament. It's utterly satisfying. If you ask me, our boss is truly formidable, easily subduing Xiao Qinyu. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Upon returning to the dormitory, a cacophony of chattering voices filled the air. Wang Xing and the others were so thrilled that their faces flushed crimson, oblivious to the fact that they had not actually defeated Xiao Qinyu. After changing out of his school uniform into his usual attire, Su Ming instantly silenced the room. The wide-eyed Wang Xing and his companions stared in astonishment. Even Xiao Wu, who had just returned, stood frozen in place. What Su Ming had just worn, it appeared to be armor. Given its heavy appearance, it surely bore considerable weight. My heavens! Had he fought Xiao Qinyu while clad in that very attire? Wang Xing's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed in shock, "Boss, what is that you are wearing?" Su Ming offered no explanation, merely casting a cold glance. Wang Xing instantly swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. As he changed his clothes and prepared to leave the dormitory, Su Ming began to swing his limbs, seemingly engaging in warm-up exercises. Within the confines of the dorm, the others were left to speculate incessantly, their hearts racing with increasing trepidation. The system urged him to run and forge his physique. Compared to the historical training records of the core soul master disciples from the three major sects, he had 1 month to prepare. Beep. The system's data collection was underway, prompting the host to commence his efforts. Receiving this notification, Su Ming began to jog at a leisurely pace. He was not concerned with speed. His countenance bore a relaxed expression as he adjusted to the weight he carried. The duration was set at 1 month, rather than the previous week, as a longer time frame would yield more substantial rewards. Previously, despite achieving 6 stars, he had only received a mundane method of lightness training. Thus, Su Ming was now acutely aware of the system's admonition against inconsistent efforts, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing. A week was merely the minimum assessment point. The benefits for temporary workers and seasoned employees could not possibly be the same. Having arrived at the academy with ample time ahead for his studies, Su Ming naturally aimed for long-term progress. At noon, the blazing sun resembled a fiery orb, unabashedly pouring forth its fervor. The playground was modest, stretching just over 400 meters. After completing 5 laps, Su Ming felt his body begin to heat up. This was not due to his physical condition, which was far from inadequate, but rather the intense midday sun, the greatest source of heat. He pondered briefly about the existence of temperature-regulating metals but let the thought dissipate. While running, he attentively monitored the changes in his body to avoid heat stroke or exhaustion. Exercise was a phase of adaptation, transitioning his physical capabilities from 1.0 to 2.0. Without recovery pills, he could not afford to push himself recklessly as he had before. Under the blazing sun, waves of heat shimmered in the air. On the playground, Su Ming, standing at just 120 centimeters tall, continued to run relentlessly beneath the scorching rays. His small figure appeared incredibly fragile in the vast, empty space, evoking the impression that he might collapse at any moment. Yet, defying all expectations, he pressed on, the cycle repeating endlessly. Countless subsequent moments contributed to the creation of this breathtaking and grand tableau. His solitary silhouette, imbued with tenacity and unwavering determination, resembled a general wielding a sword, fiercely battling on the battlefield, vowing to return only after conquering the enemy. All who witnessed this scene could not help but be moved. Gradually, Su Ming transitioned from a vigorous pace to a more labored one. The once vibrant youth now moved with a faltering gait. Heavy breaths escaped from his throat and nostrils as he greedily inhaled the oxygen in the air. The burden of over 20 pounds from his armor felt like an unbearable encumbrance, and he yearned to shed it immediately. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, the salty taste exploding in his mouth, while Su Ming's throat worked tirelessly to swallow. His legs ached and trembled violently, the intense exertion leading to oxygen deprivation and an accelerated buildup of lactic acid that his body struggled to dissipate. Su Ming understood that in order to allow his body to gradually acclimatize to this condition, the sensation of pain would eventually dissipate. The pain experienced by the body arises when the threshold of endurance is exceeded, compelling the nerves to transmit signals to the brain. However, if this threshold were to be infinitely elevated, would it imply the ability to disregard pain altogether? Lost in such whimsical thoughts, with his mind adrift, Su Ming halted. He bent over, sweat pouring down like rain, while tears dripped onto the ground, only to evaporate swiftly, leaving behind faint traces. 16 laps. Less than 7,000 meters. This was Su Ming's current limit. This distance was barely 1/3 of the journey he had run from Dian Village to Nottingham City for training previously. It was not merely exhaustion that plagued him. More critically, his body was unable to dissipate heat. Unlike last time, when he had arrived in Nottingham City in the early morning, he was not yet fatigued to the point of collapse. Dragging his legs, which felt as heavy as lead, Su Ming made his way to a nearby railing and took a seat. Dappled light filtered through the leaves, mingled with the incessant chirping of cicadas. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept by, enveloping him in a delightful coolness. "Hey, are you all right? You've already secured the top position in the academy. Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard?" A soft voice chimed beside him as a foot struck the ground with a thud. Without needing to look, Su Ming instinctively knew who had arrived. "Here, it doesn't matter if you exhaust yourself, but we certainly don't want to incur the wrath of the upperclassmen." Zhao Wujie offered him a cup of water, her brows knitted in concern, her exquisite eyes filled with perplexity. As Su Ming began to run, she approached him. Yet as time elapsed, her mind grew increasingly muddled. Su Ming is undeniably formidable, with his subordinates basking in wealth, completely untroubled by the necessities of life, evoking her envy. Indeed, with such circumstances, how delightful it would be to languidly rest in the dormitory during the afternoon or leisurely stroll through the streets. Yet, he chooses to endure the scorching sun on the playground, diligently exercising. What an eccentric individual he is. Su Ming was unceremonious as he took the water and drank it in one go, not allowing a single drop to escape. The cool liquid coursed down his parched throat, eliciting a moan of sheer delight. It was simply exquisite. Yet, feeling still unsatisfied, he inquired if there was any more water available. Zhao Wujie wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes, sarcastically suggesting, "Shall I fetch you a bucket of water then?" To which he gratefully replied, "That would be much appreciated." Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he gestured for someone to hurry. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie, filled with indignation, clenched her fists in frustration, thinking, "Do you truly consider me your servant?" Although her heart simmered with resentment and her teeth ground in irritation, she chose not to leave. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance at a nearby companion. "You wish to command me? Dream on. One day, I shall have you calling me boss, humph. Hey, do you have an enemy?" Her eyes suddenly widened with excitement. Zhao Wujie pounded her chest and declared with righteous fervor, "Fear not. In gratitude for your assistance in the cafeteria, I will undoubtedly help you seek vengeance when the time comes." "What do you say? Enemies? Revenge?" Su Ming's countenance darkened instantly. "Even Oscar owes you a screenwriting award." Chapter 17. The distinction between humans and soul beasts. "Hey, what was that look you just gave me? Am I wrong in my observations? If there were no deep-seated grudges, why would one toil so relentlessly in cultivation, donning armor at that? Are you disregarding your life?" The delicate, smooth calves swung restlessly as Zhao Wujie, with her hands propped on the steps and her lips pursed, continuously scrutinized Su Ming beside her. After such a prolonged transformation, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most peculiar human she had ever encountered. From her observations, humans tend to bask in their accolades, indulging in self-satisfaction, and are particularly fond of sloth and boasting. Yet Su Ming, upon becoming the leader of the academy, showed no signs of arrogance or indulgence. On the contrary, he seemed to be subjecting himself to hardship under the scorching sun. Not striving? Does he intend to live his entire life as an ordinary person? A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's lips. Zhao Wujie, being a spirit beast that had transformed after 100,000 years, cultivated in a manner entirely distinct. The longer she lived, the greater her power. However, humans were not afforded such a luxury. Given the previous exchange over a cup of water, Su Ming, taking advantage of his respite, did not mind engaging her in conversation. With a hint of profound inquiry, he asked, Zhao Wu, do you understand the difference between a tidal Douluo and a 100,000-year spirit beast? Her delicate visage momentarily shifted, only to revert to normalcy in an instant. After feigning contemplation, Zhao Wu replied, there is undoubtedly a distinction between a 100,000-year spirit beast and a tidal Douluo. One is a spirit beast, and the other is a human. However, a 100,000-year spirit beast is certainly far superior. If it weren't for the scheming nature of humans, how could they ever hope to contend with a 100,000-year spirit beast in a fair fight? As she spoke, her rosy lips curled with disdain, and her eyes seemed to ignite with fury, her fingers tightly gripping the stone slab as though it were a vessel for her deep-seated grievances. Clearing his throat twice, Su Ming's cough brought her back from her emotional turmoil. With a glint of coldness in her gaze, she retorted, no wonder you seem off. Why would you ask such a question? Just a casual chat, he replied. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, then continued to express his perspective. Frankly speaking, a 100,000-year soul beast is quite comparable to a tidal Douluo, as they both stand at the pinnacle of their respective realms. Although the means by which soul beasts cultivate to 100,000 years remains a mystery, the difficulty is undoubtedly immense. Similarly, for a soul master, reaching the status of tidal Douluo is fraught with challenges. Should a human fail to attain this title within a century, they are destined to become mere dust. The disparity between 100,000 years and a century is so vast that it invites contemplation on the reasons behind it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu's brow furrowed momentarily, as if she had grasped some crucial insight. After a brief reflection, she slowly raised her head and stated with conviction, it must be that humans are inherently more suited for cultivation. Since her transformation into a human, she had experienced a remarkable acceleration in her cultivation speed, far surpassing that of soul beasts. However, upon hearing her assertion, Su Ming shook his head, seemingly in disagreement. Zhao Wu's eyes flashed with indignation. What, do you think my statement is erroneous? Su Ming continued to shake his head, asserting that was not the case. While it is true that humans are indeed more suited for cultivation, one cannot overlook the existence of high-ranking bloodlines among soul beasts. I have heard that a high-level soul beast requires merely 10,000 years to rival a soul beast that has cultivated for 100,000 years. Yet even so, this particular soul beast must still undergo a decade of cultivation. Do you not find that peculiar? Zhao Wu, exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted without mercy. Are you not implying that humans are still more suited for cultivation? Su Ming did not refute, as that was indeed his implication. Yet his intention was not confined to that. While it is true that humans are well suited for cultivation, have you ever pondered why this is the case? With her lips slightly parted, Zhao Wu was at a loss for words, her expression devoid of mischief as she gazed intently at Su Ming. In that moment, her eyes were focused, lacking any playful glimmer, and her demeanor appeared solemn. I believe there are primarily two aspects to consider. After a brief pause, Su Ming continued. Firstly, the human physique is nearly perfect. Humans possess the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, particularly the latter, which allows for moral discernment and profound self-reflection. In contrast, soul beasts operate primarily on instinct when hunting for food, relying solely on their primal subconscious to navigate their surroundings. The cunning you attributed to humans stems from a significant disparity in cognitive levels between the two. So, are you suggesting that soul beasts are rather dull-witted? His voice fluctuated in cadence. Zhao Wu gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with cold fury, as if she might leap at Su Ming at any moment to deliver a sound thrashing. Su Ming exhibited no fear, her gaze unwavering as it met his. Dare you assert that the intellect of a 100,000-year soul beast surpasses that of a 20-year-old human? Zhao Wu, instantly engulfed by fury, raised her hand high, yet felt an invisible force restraining it, preventing it from descending. Ultimately, she lowered her head, her eyes dim and devoid of light, a bittersweet emotion swirling within her, leaving an unpleasant taste in her heart. She recognized the truth in Su Ming's words, for her mother had been deceived by a human. Soul beasts are, by far more innocent than humans. Noticing the shift in Zhao Wu's emotions, Su Ming's expression softened slightly, and he continued. As for my second point, which I wish to emphasize, humans possess consciousness, thus they are more aware of their direction and understand how to strive for their goals. In contrast, a soul beast attains consciousness only after 10,000 years, and that consciousness is exceedingly rudimentary. We, at 6 years old, have already begun our studies at the academy. While 100,000-year soul beasts may only now possess a mindset akin to ours, were soul beasts to commence their training at the age of 6, I am certain they would surpass us humans in prowess. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a profound certainty in his judgment. Thunder rumbled. Gazing into Su Ming's bright and clear eyes, Zhao Wu felt a tremor within her soul, as if it were swaying. From the former's gaze, she perceived something that soul beasts lacked. Enlightenment. Indeed, the wisdom of humanity has determined the heights they can attain, a trait that most soul beasts do not possess. In essence, humanity holds two significant advantages: the awareness of the direction of their efforts and the determination to strive towards that goal. My martial spirit, the woodcutter's axe, is merely an ordinary one. Thus, to stand out in the realm of humanity, I must exert myself with greater diligence than anyone else. Su Ming leaned in slightly closer, softly reminding, now that you have entered human society, one must adhere to the laws of the human world. If you wish to break free from your constraints, do you intend to do so in this manner? Boom. Zhao Wu felt as if struck by lightning, her entire body bristling with fear as she gazed in horror at the profile of Su Ming. Her identity as a soul beast, existing for 100,000 years, had been unveiled. Do not even entertain the thought of making a move. You are no match for me at present. Su Ming subdued the frightened and rebellious Zhao Wu, kindly advising her, I actually think you are doing quite well. After all, as one of the few humans you know in the academy, should you encounter danger, you could offer yourself as a sacrifice to me. Rest assured, my soul ring will always be reserved for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming withdrew, leaving Zhao Wu in a daze, her mind buzzing. Had her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast been exposed? How could this possibly be? After a moment, realization struck her, and she became utterly distraught. Sacrifice? Soul ring? How dare you? In a rage, Zhao Wu picked up a stone and hurled it in the direction Su Ming had departed. You'd better not even think about it, she roared, her eyes aflame with indignation, her chest heaving with fury, resembling an irate rabbit. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see her once trembling legs now quivering slightly. Imagining Zhao Wu's current state, Su Ming, returning to the dormitory, wore a playful smile. Although it appeared mischievous, when paired with her adorable visage, it exuded a charming and whimsical allure. Was he attempting to enlighten Zhao Wu? Perhaps. Yet, Su Ming was far more concerned about her soul ring and soul bone, which contained soul techniques comparable to divine skills. The reason for his proactive reminder to Zhao Wu delves into psychological depths. The thoughts of soul beasts are akin to those of humans, subtly deepening their perceptions. Especially during moments of profound impression, thoughts can become increasingly entrenched over time, veering toward predetermined destinies. A simple analogy would be the childhood jest of who would marry whom, which, upon re-encountering in adulthood, feels as if the subconscious attributes it to fate. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. This was the effect Su Ming desired. 100,000-year soul bone and soul ring were treasures he would never relinquish to another. After resting for 2 hours in the dormitory and having dealt with dinner, Su Ming set out once more, his sights still set on the academy's rear mountain. As for Zhao Wu, he had seen her upon waking in the afternoon, uncertain if she was intentionally avoiding him. However, Su Ming was confident she would not flee. Rabbits are innately curious creatures. Having traversed this world with his grandfather, Brin, to catch rabbits, he was certain of this. Unperturbed, Su Ming's small yet sturdy figure strode briskly across the campus toward the rear mountain. Observing this scene, a boy behind him furrowed his brow. What business did this fellow have at the rear mountain? Although clad in a school uniform, the boy appeared grimy and disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a woodshed. Yet, his amber eyes sparkled with clarity, occasionally flickering with a disquieting purple aura. Abandoning his plan to head to the cafeteria, the boy followed the direction Su Ming had taken, intent on uncovering the truth. As he walked along the uneven mountain path, Su Ming sensed something amiss and glanced back. Someone was following him. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Despite the apparent stillness behind him, his intuition was infallible. There was undoubtedly someone trailing him, though they appeared to lack expertise. Remaining vigilant, Su Ming continued his forward journey. After traversing a short distance, he entered a shallow valley. The terrain was level, and the night's temperature was pleasant. It was here that he had practiced just the previous evening. With a decisive swing of his arm, he effortlessly snapped a brittle branch. Subsequently, he wielded the broken stick, engaging in the practice of the golden crow blade technique amidst the forest. As his condition improved, his strikes grew increasingly swift, the stick creating a fierce friction with the air. Just as the rustling sound began to rise, a gust of wind surged forth, shaking the surrounding underbrush violently. Unbeknownst to him, A pair of eyes in the thicket fixed intently on Su Ming, their gaze flickering as if pondering something profound. The observer was none other than Tang San, who had followed him. To his astonishment, he had uncovered such a significant secret. It was no wonder that someone had not returned the previous night. The realization dawned upon him. Tang San's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, his expression gradually turning grave. Given that Su Ming had only just retrieved his weighted armor from the blacksmith shop at noon, it was highly probable that he had spent the entire night practicing here. This situation bore a striking resemblance to Tang San's own training on the mountain peak. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If Su Ming had indeed devoted the night to arduous practice, the gap between their abilities would undoubtedly widen. The oppressive atmosphere settled heavily in his heart. And at that moment, Tang San felt an unprecedented pressure, even more intense than the sense of crisis he had experienced when Su Ming had bested him the day before. With the advantages of the Tang Sect's techniques and his dual spirit souls, he was confident that he could ultimately defeat Su Ming. Yet, witnessing his relentless dedication to training, Tang San's confidence began to waver, and doubt crept into his mind. He was endowed with innate full soul power and seemed to possess insights into cultivating it. Having practiced the Xiantian treasure record, he realized he was neither superior in speed nor strength. Previously, their cultivation had been relatively even. After over 2 years of training in the Xiantian technique, he pondered deeply, feeling a hint of panic. He had reached this level after 2 years, whereas Su Ming had only been training for a month. A chill coursed through him, and as he gripped the branch, his hand turned pale as jade. With a slight exertion, the branch snapped instantly. The sound echoed in the tranquil forest, akin to a flashlight illuminating the darkness with blinding brilliance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang San quickly gathered himself, extending his hand forward to grasp a piece of lightning-struck dry wood firmly. I was wondering who was following me. It turns out to be you. Su Ming smiled as he clapped his hands, seemingly quite amiable towards the inexperienced newcomer before him. I happened to notice you coming to this mountain's rear. I was concerned, so I followed to check on you. Aware of his exposure, Tang San ceased to hide and stepped forward with grace. His expression bore no trace of embarrassment, exuding calmness and openness. While the thought swirling within his mind remained a mystery known only to him. Concerned? Followed me? As long as your concealed arrows are not aimed in my direction, I shall consider myself fortunate. Su Ming suppressed a smile, raising an eyebrow as he reminded, Hey, it seems you ought to address me as boss, don't you think? What is the matter? Can you not bear the loss? Just as Tang San was about to speak, Su Ming swiftly retorted, a subtle disdain flickering across his features. How could he possibly be one to shy away from defeat? Having conceded, he would naturally own up to it. Boss, is that satisfactory now? The term boss was laden with significance, and Tang San's eyes bulged with a sense of reluctance, his fist clenched in a vow for vengeance. Now that's more like it. Being the protagonist's superior seemed rather appealing. And Su Ming smiled with satisfaction before waving his hand dismissively. If there is nothing else, you may return. There is no need to disturb my cultivation here. Should you encounter Zhao Wu, please inform her of my whereabouts. Return? Tang San's expression remained stoic, a hint of provocation in his gaze. This is the Academy's back mountain. Am I not permitted to cultivate here as a student of the Academy? Su Ming was instantly amused by Tang San's aloof demeanor. Do you still wish to cultivate here? Given your current physical condition, it would be a challenge even to stand, let alone practice. Humph. Tang San let out a cold snort, offering no rebuttal. His physical state was indeed quite poor, yet that did not imply he should simply return to rest. Finding a level spot, Tang San settled himself cross-legged and commenced his cultivation of the Xiantian Gong. Su Ming, you seem somewhat untouched by the harsh realities of society, unaware of the exquisite beauty of modern complacency. Chapter 18, Xin Shui Dan, Cleansing the Sinews and Marrow. At this moment, Su Ming was acutely aware of Tang San's condition. He was teetering on the brink of exhaustion, and continuing his cultivation in such a state would yield only diminishing returns. Considering Tang San's formidable attributes as the protagonist, Su Ming chose not to engage further and began his own training. The Jin Wu blade technique allows one to harness the power of gold, transforming it into the pinnacle of its essence. Only soul masters with utmost potential can ascend to greatness, and Su Ming was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a practice of the Jin Wu blade technique, Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing another practice of the Jin Wu blade technique, Proficiency 1. After 3 repetitions of the technique, Su Ming's soul power was once again depleted. and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Glancing at Tang San, he swiftly plunged into the depths of the forest. His petite figure melded seamlessly with the night, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tang San opened his eyes in astonishment. But where was Su Ming's figure? Has he truly departed? Utilizing his purple extreme demon eye to survey the woods, Tang San still could not locate Su Ming, indicating that the latter had indeed ventured far away. This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Furrowing his brow, Tang San realized that he had only been here for a mere moment, so how could Su Ming have left so quickly? Feeling waves of fatigue wash over him, he longed to close his eyes and rest. Tang San stood up. His earlier anger had given way to clarity. In his current state, pursuing Su Ming was futile. So he resolved to return and take a nap first. After creating some distance from Tang San, Su Ming arrived at the edge of a small pond. Nestled between two mountainous ridges, the pond was formed by the accumulation of rainwater. The water was crystal clear, and under the moonlight, one could see the pond's bottom as if it were a transparent mirror. Noticing the fish swimming below, Su Ming swiftly fashioned a simple spear from a bamboo stalk using his machete. With a swift motion, the spear's tip was angled sharply as Su Ming aimed below the fish and hurled it with force, like an arrow released from its bow. The sound of the spear slicing through the air reached his ears just as it plunged into the water. The pond erupted in a cloud of murk, the stirred sediment obscuring his view. Observing the spear remain motionless in the water, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. Indeed, if this were in modern times, such a method of spearing fish would typically result in the bamboo pole floating at an angle, with the submerged end thrashing about, an indication of having caught a fish. Due to the water's resistance, it was generally quite difficult to spear something at the bottom. However, Su Ming's strike was not insignificant. Moreover, the bamboo pole was thicker than merely a finger's width. With a swift motion, he grasped the tail end and forcefully yanked the bamboo pole upwards. As expected, a fish was caught on the end, writhing in pain and thrashing its tail against the pole with resounding slaps. The fish was not large, resembling a crucian carp weighing just over a pound, slender in form, with a yellow-brown underside and black fins. Su Ming was aware that this was a species known as the mandarin fish, which preferred to inhabit tranquil waters or the muddy bottoms of slow-moving streams, particularly in lakes and the lower reaches of rivers. He wielded his hatchet and struck the fish's head with a decisive blow, rendering it still in an instant. Employing the same method, he caught two more. He then kindled a fire and commenced the grilling process. The sizzle of the fish was accompanied by the golden oil seeping from its flesh, dripping into the flames and producing a delightful sound. The already yellow mandarin fish, now enriched by the oil and heat of the grill, became even more resplendent in its golden hue. The air was filled with an enchanting aroma, tantalizing enough to make Su Ming salivate. The fish was prepared with minimal ingredients, merely seasoned with some local herbs. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. Before long, the exterior of the fish had become crisp, charred slightly by the embers, while the interior remained a pristine white, retaining its essence and rich flavor, exuding a delectable aroma that indicated perfect doneness. Savoring the fruits of his labor, Su Ming felt no need for restraint and eagerly tore into the fish with his teeth. Alas, he lamented that had he brought along some seasonings, the flavor would have been even more exquisite. As he tasted the tender fish, his eyes sparkled with delight, tinged with a hint of regret for not achieving perfection. The flesh of the mandarin fish was exquisitely delicate, rich in protein, and contained very few bones, making it an undeniable delicacy. It was indeed a pity that it had not been elevated to its utmost potential. After a while, he casually discarded the fish bones, which stood in a row, with the tail pointed upward, as if gazing down upon the earth. Su Ming grasped a leaf, rubbing it between his hands, a look of complete satisfaction gracing his face, reminiscent of one who has indulged in a hearty feast. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes darted restlessly, as if assessing the surrounding activity. Could it be that Tang Hao was still watching him? This thought crept into his mind, accompanied by a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. In truth, he was not hungry. His actions were merely an attempt to ascertain whether Tang Hao was in the vicinity. If he were, the act of roasting fish might draw him out. If not, he would likely leave after a brief observation. After 3 consecutive fish, with no response from Tang Hao, Su Ming was increasingly convinced of his absence. Surely, a title Douluo could not be expected to monitor him incessantly? After a few moments of hesitation, Su Ming swiftly retrieved the Xian Shui Dan, a reward from the system, and swallowed it in one smooth motion, as though he had rehearsed this act 1,000 times, efficient and without hesitation. Unless one were to continuously probe with spiritual power, Even a titled Douluo would find it impossible to discern what Su Ming had just done. Only Su Ming knew that he had consumed a deep blue pill. Adorned with white patterns, its fragrance subtle yet remarkably harmonious. The Xian Shui Dan was crafted from the essence of numerous water attribute soul beasts and water-based flora. Its properties were gentle, capable of not only enhancing soul power, but also purging impurities from the body, nourishing the meridians, and remarkably improving one's innate talent and constitution. Su Ming swallowed with remarkable speed, sensing a delightful sweetness wafting from his throat as the elixir slipped down. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly activated his breathing technique, channeling the essence of the pill into spiritual energy. A warm current radiated from his abdomen, and Su Ming felt the parched spiritual force replenishing, akin to the soothing flow of spring water, bringing him immense comfort. Su Ming, utterly absorbed and undistracted, immersed himself in the profound practice of cleansing his marrow and refining his essence. The flickering flames of the campfire danced above, occasionally crackling with explosive sounds. The brilliant yellow flames illuminated Su Ming's alabaster visage, casting a soft golden hue that rendered the contours of his face even more delicate. Time slipped away swiftly. The campfire gradually dwindled, and wisps of smoke spiraled from the valley, dissipating gracefully into the ether. Suddenly, a foul odor erupted, extinguishing all remnants of fragrance. Black, viscous substances oozed from Su Ming's body, resembling oil or tar. His once pristine white garments were now thoroughly stained black, enveloping him entirely in an unpleasant stench. On the cliff above, a figure appeared abruptly, tall and imposing, clad in a black cloak, with eyes as still and deep as an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. Cleansing the marrow and refining the essence? As he observed the commotion surrounding Su Ming, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and a ripple of intrigue stirred within his cold gaze. This individual possessed remarkable fortuity. A faint sigh escaped him, and in an instant, Tang Hao vanished once more, as if he had never existed. Chapter 19. A Decade's Time. Life and death unconcerned. As the crimson sun ascended, sunlight cascaded from the horizon, gradually dispersing the mist that shrouded the forest. White fog swirled amid the verdant pines. The green hues among the clouds flickered like a bashful fairy in a green robe, gracefully dancing through the mist. With a rhythmic thud, a swift azure figure darted through the woods, racing towards the foot of the mountain. Each footfall left a faint imprint on the ground, marked by considerable force. The boy's clear, vibrant eyes reflected a sense of urgency as his speed intensified with each stride. The boy was none other than Su Ming. Having descended from the back mountain last night, he consumed the Xian Shui Dan and had practiced diligently throughout the night. The efficacy of the Xian Shui Dan was remarkable, purging the impurities from his body. At this moment, he felt light as a feather, with his soul energy surging vigorously, akin to roaring waves. Upon introspection, he discovered that his meridians had expanded 3 to 4 times their original capacity. With the unimpeded flow of soul energy, his cultivation speed had accelerated several-fold. Awakened, he felt invigorated and euphoric, yet the smell was rather unbearable. Hastily, he entered the academy through the back gate, racing towards the teaching building. For today marked the commencement of classes. Could he possibly be late on the very first day? Although Su Ming harbored reservations upon arriving at the classroom, he found that the lesson had transitioned from cultural studies to soul martial arts. At the front stood a female instructor, approximately 34 years of age. Clad in a flowing green gown, her delicate features exuded a comforting charm, with soft lines framing her chin, devoid of any authoritative demeanor typically associated with educators. Even when Su Ming arrived late, she refrained from reprimanding him, merely offering a warm smile and a gentle nod to indicate he should enter. The first-year students were electrified at the sight of their idol, their eyes ablaze with admiration. They had all heard the rumors circulating within the academy, how the first-year students had challenged the sixth-year students, a reckless endeavor indeed. A one-ring soul master pitted against a six-ring opponent was nothing short of folly. Yet, against all odds, Su Ming emerged victorious. As a hero among the lower grades, he was truly deserving of their veneration and respect. It was evident that he had dedicated an entire night to training. Noticing Su Ming's damp hair, Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, his sense of urgency intensifying. He firmly resolved never to be bested by the same individual twice. Absolutely not. Clenching his fists, he cast a cold gaze towards Su Ming. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, he had subconsciously begun to regard Su Ming as a target for his aspirations, rather than an equal adversary. Su Ming also noticed Tang Xin's fervent, competitive gaze. However, what captivated his attention even more was Xiao Wu. She appeared shrouded in dark clouds, her face clouded with sorrow and lingering anger, as if she had just emerged from a courtroom, surrounded by an ominous chill. Her icy expression seemed to bear the unspoken warning, "Do not approach." Su Ming's attention was immediately drawn to her, primarily because the seat beside her was conspicuously vacant, as if everyone was deliberately avoiding this spot. The reason was quite simple. She was the formidable woman who had once kicked Xiao Qingyu. Given her current demeanor, it would indeed be surprising if anyone dared to approach her. As Su Ming entered, Xiao Wu's gaze fixated upon him with an intensity that was palpable, her sparkling eyes radiating a chilling light. Had her stare possessed the power to slay, it is certain that Su Ming would have been reduced to mere fragments. Su Ming feigned indifference as he pulled out a chair and seated himself beside Xiao Wu. Noticing someone daring to approach her, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed sharply, and she clenched her delicate fist tightly. Yet, curiously, she made no further move and simply turned her head away once more. In Su Ming's mind, there echoed a faint yet chilling sound of disdain. Xiao Wu's strange expression did not escape Tang San's notice, although he remained oblivious to the underlying cause. Particularly, Su Ming's calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, shrouded the truth in layers of mystery. All right, classmates, let us continue our discussion on martial souls. The more common types of martial souls can be categorized into tool martial souls and beast martial souls, which can further be divided into several types. I will explain them to you once more. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, first-year students had only 2 classes in the morning, a cultural course and a martial soul course. As the term junior suggests, these classes consisted of relatively basic content, with minimal difficulty. The lesson passed swiftly, and as the teacher departed, those surrounding Su Ming hastily withdrew, as if pursued by a great serpent. Damn, it's so cold. What on earth has transpired? Do you feel the chill too? I feel as though someone is squeezing my throat. My legs are trembling. Hey, is there anyone who knows what happened between Boss Su and Xiao Wu? The group gathered in the corridor, peering through the window, their inquisitive eyes fixated on the interior, their hearts scratching with curiosity. Their precocious nature rendered them most eager to uncover the happenings between the boys and girls. Rumors from the previous day had already circulated wildly throughout the academy, each version more sensational than the last. The dual dragons competing for the phoenix, the 6-year-old's unspeakable secret, the little hero rescuing the damsel, and those years with my child bride. Had it not been for the rumors of the two sharing a bed, the current situation would likely be exceedingly clear. Su Ming, I have something to discuss with you. Her icy tone seeped through clenched teeth as Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance out the window. Let us speak here. Su Ming remained utterly still, his gaze as unyielding as that of a wooden figure. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, Xiao Wu gritted her silver teeth, wishing fervently to gnaw on him as one might a carrot. It was merely a simple manual on martial souls. Was it truly necessary to peruse it with such rapt attention? Humph. Su Ming was, of course, not engrossed in the book before him, but rather perusing the system's reward of the Soul Beast Compendium, Volume 1. Although the soul beasts contained within were predominantly of a millennium or lesser rank, they represented the most crucial knowledge for Su Ming at this juncture. The concept of martial spirits had been elaborated upon extensively in the original text, and he possessed his own path for cultivation. However, the plethora of soul beast varieties was overwhelming. Failing to grasp their distinctions could result in catastrophic misjudgments, mistaking a 10,000-year soul beast for one of merely 1,000 years. Steadying his emotions, Xiao Wu pressed her small hand forcefully onto Su Ming's shoulder, practically wishing to dislocate his joint. Boss, am I delaying you? Just a moment. Is that acceptable? With ice fragments lodged in her mouth, Xiao Wu's tone was rigid, each word articulated with precision, her eyes glinting like daggers. Su Ming, jolted by pain, regained his senses and was struck by Xiao Wu's demeanor. Let us go. We need to talk, he remarked, rising to his feet. Xiao Wu followed closely behind, her expression dark and brooding, exuding an aura of instability. The pair made their way to a secluded corner of the academy. If you have something to say, make it quick, Su Ming urged. As he was quite a busy individual. This isn't the right place. Let us head to the restroom. Noticing the faint, curious glances around them, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and proceeded towards the boys' restroom. Is this really the right way to handle things? Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. However, seeing that Xiao Wu had already entered, he felt that as a boy, not participating would make him appear inadequate. Goodness, how did a girl get in here? This is outrageous. My pants. Inside the men's restroom, chaos erupted. Many individuals shivered, their recently relieved bladders instinctively retreating. They pressed against the wall, hastily adjusting their belts as if seeking refuge. As they emerged, their faces turned crimson, thoroughly embarrassed. In such an awkward situation, Su Ming's expression also turned uncomfortable as he furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. The expressions on all the boys' faces were remarkable, and collectively, they thought of one phrase: beast. Within the confines of the men's restroom, Zhao maintained an icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. After a brief moment of calm, her chilling aura slightly diminished, and she regarded Su Ming with utmost seriousness. I ask you, how did you discover this? Are you referring to the soul beasts? You are feigning ignorance. Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. Su Ming smiled faintly. He certainly would not disclose that he had read the original work. I am not a fool when the mention of the 100,000-year soul beast arises. Your emotional fluctuations are far too evident. Moreover, your response, siding with the soul beast, is hardly what one would expect from a rational individual. Is that so? Zhao Wu furrowed her brows deeply. Could it be that you discern my identity as a soul beast solely based on this? Of course not. Su Ming shook his head and continued. You once slept in my bed. I trust you remember this? Though you now possess a human form, there lingers an essence about you, neither the scent of a soul beast nor a mere human aroma, but rather an ancient, primal fragrance. In human society, even in the countryside, such a scent is entirely absent. At that time, I surmised you had emerged from the forest into human civilization, and your fiery, untamed nature strikingly resembled that of a soul beast. The more Zhao Wu listened, the more she felt a chill coursing through her body. She had believed her disguise to be flawless, yet she was astonished to discover so many flaws. She sniffed, her little nose twitching, her eyes wide and innocently naive, clearly oblivious to any peculiarities in the scent. I am merely speaking nonsense. It would be remarkable if you could discern anything, Su Ming mused, rubbing his nose and feigning confidence as he gazed at Zhao Wu, unable to detect anything amiss. Zhao Wu attributed it to human habits and did not delve further into the matter. So, what do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then do it. Do not dawdle, she retorted, her demeanor shifting from icy detachment to one of complex emotions, hurt and indignation. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as if she had resigned herself to the caprices of fate. She contemplated fleeing. Yet she knew that should the news of a 100,000-year soul beast taking human form spread, safety would elude her even within the Douluo forest. Moreover, with Nodding City lying several hundred miles from the Douluo forest, a swift return was impossible. Now transformed into human form, she could only cultivate within human society. The sole comfort she found was that Su Ming had not publicized this matter. After a night spent in fear and hiding, she could no longer bear it. Recognizing Zhao Wu's tone had softened, Su Ming understood his success. Rest assured, I am not a titled Douluo, for the time being. I have no need to regard you as a soul ring. Zhao Wu lifted her head slightly, her tone somber as she replied. You must understand what a 100,000-year soul beast signifies. Even if you do not kill me, capturing me would surely yield significant advantages for you. Indeed. The benefits are indeed considerable. Su Ming nodded earnestly, while Zhao Wu gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that humanity was indeed devoid of virtue. However, at that moment, Su Ming abruptly shifted his tone. But the benefits you offer are certainly outweighed by what I desire from you. I have made it clear. What I seek are your soul rings and soul bones. The calmness of his words struck like a needle piercing through the marrow. Angered, Zhao Wu shivered, regarding Su Ming as though he were a demon. Her heart turned cold, and the last vestige of goodwill vanished. I understand now, she said with a bitter smile. Having once hoped to forge a friendship with Su Ming, only to be met with this harsh reality. You choose not to kill me now because you wish to keep me alive until you attain the rank of a titled Douluo. Should I then express gratitude for your candid declaration? It seemed as though she had matured significantly. The icy hatred in her eyes was replaced by a mixture of resignation and sorrow, as if she had come to comprehend the fate of soul beasts. Su Ming nodded graciously. No one can resist the allure of a 10,000-year soul beast, and I am no exception. If I remain silent now, after several years as classmates, it would be difficult to ensure that I wouldn't act against you in the future. Rather than that, it is better to clarify things between us, allowing both of us to live more openly thereafter. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Wu did not speak, but suddenly uttered a peculiar thank you from her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unfortunately, her identity has been exposed, and humanity seeks her demise. Fortunately, she considers herself luckier than her mother, for she will not be deceived to death by a human. Sensing Zhao Wu's emotions, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt within. You need not thank me. 10 years from now, if I require a soul ring, I shall remain unrelenting. Thus, during these 10 years, it is imperative that you devote yourself to rigorous training to enhance your strength. Should you attempt to escape back to the Douluo forest afterwards, I am confident I will pursue you. At that time, fate shall determine life or death, and no one shall blame another. All right. Zhao Wu replied in a voice that was both high-pitched and somewhat hoarse. Wiping away her tears, she gazed at Su Ming with wide, determined eyes, unafraid to meet his gaze. The anger and hatred in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a serene gentleness. This heartfelt softness felt more resilient than all the metals in the world. Observing the tenacity in Zhao Wu's gaze, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters is an unchanging principle. Rather than being ensnared by emotions and then adopting a righteous demeanor to demand Zhao Wu's sacrifice, it is far better to be forthright. It is better to strive for clarity than to seek convoluted paths. Ultimately, strength speaks for itself. Su Ming, I shall not necessarily be defeated. With a proud declaration, Zhao Wu lifted her head and left, her once soft pink eyes now radiating newfound firmness. Su Ming stepped out. The whispers of 3 minutes of dance made her cry echoing in his ears, infuriating him to the point of almost drawing his sword in anger. Just as he exited the restroom, a figure obstructed his path. Su Ming, someone is looking for you, Tang Xin said, his gaze peculiar, as if he were suppressing a mischievous grin. Who is looking for me? As Su Ming's icy words fell from his lips, Tang San's hair stood on end in an instant. He stared wide-eyed in terror, as if he had uncovered something horrifying. What was amiss? The fleeting glimmer of golden light in Su Ming's eyes vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. No, it's nothing. Tang San quickly regained his composure, a lingering trepidation preventing him from meeting Su Ming's gaze. He hastily elaborated, it was that master from before who sought you. He approached me as well, evidently intending to win us over. Win us over? Su Ming smirked disdainfully. Perhaps what is needed here are experimental subjects. In that case, let us proceed to meet them. Su Ming stepped forward, his petite frame seemingly radiating an air of sovereign authority that left onlookers in awe. Behind him, Tang Xin observed Su Ming's silhouette with furrowed brows. What could it be that even the purple extreme demon I dared not gaze upon directly? A flash of golden light flickered in his mind, reminiscent of a great blade striking towards him, its sharpness glaring and its cold gleam intimidating. Under the blazing sun of summer, Tang Xin felt an inexplicable shiver run through his body. Chapter 20. Unable to become a powerful soul master? In the office, rows of neatly arranged bookshelves were filled with volumes. These books were not new. They bore the marks of countless readings, with some covers even peeling away. Against the backdrop of this vast sea of literature, Yu Xiaojiang exuded a profound and steady aura. He was not one to act impulsively, but rather embodied the wisdom of a master strategist. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, and a frown creased his brow. His gaze distant, as if deep in contemplation. Creak. The tightly shut wooden door slowly swung open. Yu Xiaojiang's expression sharpened, all signs of emotion vanishing, his face becoming as rigid as iron. I have heard that you are seeking me for something? Su Ming entered the room without uttering a single superfluous word. His gaze, cold and piercing, fixated on Yu Xiaojiang as he inquired. Faced with such blatant rudeness from Su Ming, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, suppressing the indignation that bubbled within him. With an air of seasoned authority, he stated, Su Ming, although you possess an extraordinary intellect that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, there remains a plethora of elements you must acquire in order to become a formidable soul master. His tone was remarkably composed, for he held an unwavering confidence that any prodigy would ultimately yield to the tenets of his philosophy. Su Ming remained noncommittal, drawing out a chair and settling down slowly. Please continue. In response to this tepid tone and the audacious demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang paid no heed. Su Ming, your prowess in reasoning is a commendable virtue. Yet your shortcomings are equally apparent. You lack a plethora of knowledge regarding soul masters. This knowledge encompasses not merely cultivation, but also soul beasts, soul rings, soul bones, and more. Take, for instance, the soul ring. Any soul master who absorbs an inappropriate soul ring faces dire consequences. His gaze never wavered from Su Ming. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly observed Su Ming's reaction. However, he was met with disappointment, for the latter remained utterly indifferent. The coldness in his eyes suggested a complete disinterest in such matters. Understanding that concealing his true capabilities would not suppress a logical prodigy, Yu Xiaojiang shifted his tone, stating, according to my research, the maximum age of a first soul ring is 423 years. Should one absorb a soul ring exceeding this age, the result would undoubtedly be catastrophic. This is merely a fraction of my findings. Across the continent, none possess a deeper understanding of soul master theory than I do. Your innate talent, combined with my extensive theoretical knowledge, would be like a tiger gaining wings. Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached Su Ming at a measured pace. In discussing theory, his demeanor transformed. Shedding his usual lethargy and exuding an air of transcendent confidence, he declared, "You must recognize that having an exceptional mentor can significantly reduce the detours one must navigate. I am confident in my ability to cultivate you into the most exemplary soul master. Should you adhere to my principles, not only will you achieve the rank of soul sage, but even the esteemed title Douluo is well within your grasp." Boom. Yu Xiaojiang loomed imposingly, his considerable presence emanating a formidable aura that momentarily stunned Su Ming. Undeniably, his words were tempting, and his pragmatic approach rendered it easy for others to acquiesce. Soul Sage? Soul Douluo? Title Douluo? For someone hailing from a modest town, such prospects were immensely alluring, enough to incite madness in anyone. At that moment, Tang San, though his expression remained tranquil, could not conceal the fervor in his gaze, clearly intrigued. However, Su Ming was not Tang San. The so-called theories espoused by Yu Xiaojiang held no value for him, given his familiarity with the original narrative. Your theory? Su Ming's expression finally shifted. But it was one of cold disdain. How much of your theory has been validated? And how much of it is truly of value to me? Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his once tranquil gaze now resembling the tumultuous waves of the ocean, captivating and formidable. Across the vast continent, there exists a multitude of phenomena that elude your perception. Your understanding is destined to confine you to a mere theoretical existence. Yet, I am different. In that moment, the realization struck Yu Xiaojiang like a piercing dagger, causing his expression to contort in discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. Confronted with Su Ming's obstinate demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer restrain his emotions. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, and his fists clenched tightly behind him, resembling a bag of sand. Su Ming, every soul master requires a comprehensive theoretical foundation. Without such support, one flails about like a headless fly, destined for a disastrous fate. He continued with fervor, without my guidance, your aspirations of becoming a truly formidable soul master are nothing but a delusion. His fierce gaze bore into Su Ming. Teeth gritted as he unleashed words that had long been buried deep within his heart, a hint of madness creeping into his demeanor. In the office, the temperature plummeted abruptly, instilling an unsettling chill in the air. Su Ming was also taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's unexpected demeanor. Yu Xiaojiang, you hold yourself in far too high regard. With a musing remark left in the air, Su Ming turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the office, he found himself unable to resist pausing. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze flickered, momentarily believing Su Ming might reconsider. Yet, Su Ming's words remained icy, his eyes glinting with sharpness. What you say is indeed correct. A soul master does require theoretical knowledge. For individuals like Tang San, such theories may indeed be beneficial. However, that is within the confines of your framework. My path, however, is destined to lie beyond your imagination. With that, Su Ming slammed the door behind him with resolute finality, leaving no room for hesitation. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling with rage, were it not for Tang San's presence. He might have succumbed to a fit of furious madness. Yet, Su Ming, who should have departed, paused once more at the threshold. The atmosphere suddenly felt awry. You two lack theoretical understanding. It may serve you well, he uttered, before stepping away once again. Standing at the door, the usually expressionless Zhao Wujie, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She turned her gaze towards Su Ming's retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, seemingly resolute, and pushed the door open to enter. To transform a soul beast and rapidly enhance one's strength, one must minimize detours. She truly required this theoretical knowledge. Su Ming departed, his retreating figure appearing rather solitary. Yet for him, an overwhelming sense of relief enveloped his being. He acknowledged that certain theories posited by Yu Xiaojiang indeed contributed to the advancement of soul masters. However, they were not what he sought. In the depths of his consciousness, it seemed as though a guiding will was urging him to break free from these constraints. Su Ming found it difficult to articulate the extraordinary sensation that enveloped him. Was it a sudden enlightenment? A moment of profound insight? Or perhaps a mere manifestation of belief? Regardless of its nature, it seemed that deep within his subconscious, a force resisted the path of a soul master. After departing from Yu Xiaojiang's office, Su Ming returned to his own regimen of cultivation, strengthening his physique, honing his swordsmanship, and refining his soul power. These three pursuits had been the essence of his journey at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, as in the original narrative, had taken Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor with the sole distinction of having added Zhao Wujie aside. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the academy square, beneath the lush shade of trees, the boy lounged leisurely on the grass, legs dangling, seemingly evading the scorching sun. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of a book that lay across his face like a bridge. From a distance, his relaxed demeanor was enviable and carefree. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reading for 3 hours. Mental strength increased by 1. Chapter 21. A clash once more. Is it truly just level 10? Ding. Congratulations to the host for reading for an additional 3 hours. Mental strength increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reading for 4 hours. Mental strength increased by 1. With a flick of his wrist, Ming cast aside the tattered book that had covered his face. Through the dense foliage, specks of sunlight danced upon his weary visage, revealing a hint of displeasure. In the past, 2 hours of reading would yield a point of mental strength. Yet now it demanded 4 hours. If this continued, he might very well exhaust himself. Cultivating mental strength was no simple task. Every little bit counted. Ming rubbed his temples, a buzzing sensation akin to his central processing unit operating at high intensity. He discovered that reading could enhance mental fortitude while perusing the Soul Beast Compendium, a volume that was merely the first part yet thicker than a dictionary. The book that had been resting upon his face was not his actual reading material. Rather, it was the Soul Beast Compendium, which he engaged with not through sight but via mental energy. A refreshing breeze tousled his disheveled hair, while a slight itch on his forehead reminded him that the sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its descent toward the west. Ming stretched lazily, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. System, please open my personal homepage. Host, Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul. Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 489, 500. Special Physique, Berserker's Body. Cultivation Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Golden Crow Swordsmanship, Mastery. Possessions, Golden Feather Armor, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots, Millennium Snow Wolf Meat. Strength, 31. Defense, 28. Spirit, 42. After a month of diligent effort, the rewards were indeed substantial, and Ming felt quite satisfied. With the Golden Crow Swordsmanship mastered, he had acquired 3 strands of golden power. His martial soul, the Chopper, was not far from achieving purple quality. As for the Golden Feather Armor, it was a reward for physical training, serving as a defensive garment made from exceptionally lightweight materials, capable of absorbing the full force of an attack from a great soul master. Naturally, Ming was most pleased with the enhancement of his spiritual power. In the world of Douluo, spiritual attacks were rather peculiar, and he certainly did not wish to find himself suddenly rendered foolish. Even an ordinary soul master would likely not possess such formidable statistics. Ming clenched his fist, feeling an utterly distinct sense of power coursing through him. And the joy within him was beyond expression. If it were a month ago, with his current physical prowess, he could have faced Xiao Qinyu head-on without being at a disadvantage. Though he lacked a soul ring, he resembled a soul master as if he possessed one. The perfected Golden Crow Blade technique requires an arduous practice of 5,000 repetitions to achieve completeness. At present, his entire soul power allows for 7 practice sessions. Yet it takes several hours for his soul power to replenish. In a single day, he could manage a maximum of just over 10 practice sessions. Ming could not help but shake his head. Over the course of more than a year, it is indeed possible to perfect the Golden Crow Blade technique. However, such an endeavor would leave him with little time for other pursuits, rendering it a fruitless effort. Therefore, he has relegated the cultivation of the Golden Crow Blade technique to a secondary position, treating it as a component of his daily training regimen. To bolster his physical prowess, he finds that, given his current intensity of training, there is little room for further advancement. Each individual possesses a fixed capacity for endurance. Excess in any form can be detrimental. No matter how hard an ordinary person trains, it is impossible to forge oneself into a superhuman without the intervention of external forces. At present, Ming is also exploring this possibility. Upon reflection, it seems that only the art of lightness has yet to be mastered. If he could unleash the power of spatial force within this lightness technique, Ming rubbed his forehead, sensing that his thoughts were rather fanciful. Huh? Suddenly, a sound like a flute pierced the air. With a resounding thud, a nail was firmly embedded in the trunk of a tree beside Ming. It was evident, without a doubt, who possessed the skill to wield such a concealed weapon. Ming turned around to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing around the corner. As the sun set, he recalled the old battleground on the back mountain. Tang-san, are you so eager to receive a beating? Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. Casting a glance at the sun, which was tilting toward the horizon. He rose and made his way to the cafeteria. In the rear mountains, downstream of the brook, the verdant grass swayed gracefully in the breeze, with no trees in sight. As the sun began to set, enchanting rays of twilight cast a golden hue over the blossoms and foliage, reminiscent of the vast and majestic prairies. Two small figures, a boy and a girl, stood quietly in the center of the grassy expanse, their shadows elongated by the fading sunlight. The charming girl wore a serious expression, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ground as she absent-mindedly stirred the soil with the tip of her shoe, lost in thought. The boy, arms crossed, admired the sunset, his calm gaze occasionally igniting with fervor, radiating a spirited aura. Xiao did not glance at Tang San but murmured to herself, "That guy defeated Xiao Yu last month. Are you sure you can overcome him?" "We shall find out through trial," Tang San replied with a gentle smile, appearing amiable, yet his eyes betrayed a fierce determination. As if sensing Tang San's thoughts, Xiao opened her mouth to speak several times, only to swallow her words in the end. Though she hoped for the invincible Su Ming to be defeated, she found herself inexplicably rooting for his victory. She was aware that Tang San had acquired a century-old spirit ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet she still felt that Su Ming's prowess might surpass that of both of them. The two ceased their conversation, the rustling of grass in the wind creating a gentle rhythm around them. Time passed, and suddenly a sharp, chilling sensation pierced the air, prompting both to turn their gazes toward a figure approaching from a distance. The figure moved at a leisurely pace, which struck Tang San as somewhat slow. Yet, it was this deliberate pace that tightened the strings of their hearts. Tang San lowered his arms, the confidence he had earlier dissipating, as his narrowed eyes sensed an encroaching danger. Though far away, he could distinctly feel a formidable and concentrated spirit power approaching, even suppressing the flow of his own energy. How terrifying! Were it not for my training in the Tang Sect's techniques, I would stand no chance against him, he thought. Nevertheless, the outcome remained uncertain until they clashed. With muscles taut and strength surging within him, Tang San shattered the pressure enveloping him in an instant. "Su Ming, you promised I could challenge you once I became a spirit master. Now that I am a first-ring spirit master, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" As he faced Su Ming, a bright yellow spirit ring materialized beneath Tang San's feet. With the rhythm of the spirit ring, tendrils emerged from the ground, coiling and twisting like a dragon across the earth. The blue hue, tinged with purple, revealed the identity of his martial spirit, blue silvergrass. With each step Tang San took, 10 strands of blue silvergrass followed suit, slithering like venomous serpents, poised to strike. Feeling the intensity of the blue silvergrass, a regal satisfaction graced Tang San's face. He had long been haunted by his previous defeat against Su Ming, unable to use his martial spirit. However, today, the circumstances were entirely different. "No wonder you dared to challenge me. It seems you have absorbed a century-old spirit ring. Allow me to guess. Your first spirit ring must exceed 300 years in age and likely belongs to a mandala snake. Am I right?" With an air of calm confidence, Su Ming appeared to have unraveled the mystery completely. "How is this possible?" A gasp erupted within Yu Xiaojiang, whose eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. Could someone truly discern the spirit beast from the spirit ring? No. Such a talent could never exist in the realm of spirit masters. Yu Xiaojiang's teeth chattered, his initial desire to see Su Ming falter now replaced by an inexplicable sense of dread. Yet, the most astonished of all was Tang San. Every hair on his body stood on end. He had thought that unveiling his century-old spirit ring would intimidate Su Ming, but to his dismay, Su Ming immediately identified it as belonging to a mandala snake. Were it not for knowing that Su Ming had remained within the academy and had never ventured into the soul-hunting forest, he might have suspected otherwise. What a formidable individual! The fleeting panic in Tang San's eyes was quickly replaced by a reluctant acknowledgement. Indeed, this is a mandala snake, and it is nearly 400 years old. Since you can discern this, you must also understand the immense augmentation a 400-year spirit ring provides to a spirit master. If you have yet to acquire your spirit ring, I can wait and postpone this battle. A match between a first-ring master and one without a spirit ring? Even if victorious, Tang San would feel it lacked honor. He yearned for a fair and just confrontation. Boom. Su Ming shook his head, and a dark luminescence surged forth from his body, manifesting a cleaver in his hand. The cleaver appeared unchanged at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, golden patterns faintly shimmered along the blade. Although barely perceptible to the naked eye, its sharpness was undeniable. There were no soul rings. Truly, there were none. Tang San's expression dimmed, a hint of disappointment creeping in. However, Xiao could not contain her frustration, demanding Su Ming. Aren't you supposed to possess innate full soul power? By rights, your soul power should have reached level 10. Why haven't you sought a soul ring? Her eyes brimmed with anger, her vexation evident as her mind echoed with curses for the inconsiderate. She recalled someone mentioning that a soul ring position would be reserved for her. Ah, what a complete cad. Zhao Wujie's inquiry echoed Tang San's own confusion. Without hesitation, he retracted his martial soul, blue-silver grass, and said, Su Ming, the augmentation provided by a soul ring to a soul master is indeed substantial, particularly a century-old soul ring. I assure you, I am not misleading you. I am confident that with your abilities, hunting a century-old soul beast is well within your grasp. You will understand then. Moreover, becoming a soul master comes with unique benefits, such as receiving a gold coin subsidy from the Spirit Hall each month. Tang San's gaze was sincere, devoid of any hint of boasting. He would not share such matters with others, but he recognized Su Ming as a worthy opponent. Only by overcoming the strongest could his own heart attain completeness. Yet, Tang San's words elicited laughter from Su Ming, who retorted, Do you truly believe your current state can guarantee a victory over me? Tang San raised an eyebrow, taken aback. What, are you suggesting a fight? Not a fight. But rather, I intend to bring you to your knees. With a languid tone, Su Ming suddenly exuded a powerful wave of soul power. The dark light flickered, and an overwhelming pressure surged towards Tang San like a tempest. Swiftly, Zhao Wujie distanced herself. It felt as though a heavy board had struck him, the force causing Tang San's expression to shift dramatically. Furrowing his brow, he asked in astonishment, Su Ming, with your soul power, you must be above level 15, right? Not quite. Su Ming shook his head. By level standards, my soul power is merely at level 10. Impossible. You must be above level 10. Tang San vehemently shook his head, his eyes wide with intensity as he scrutinized Su Ming. My soul power has reached level 13, and I can assure you. That sensation was unmistakable. Your current soul power is undeniably above level 15. Otherwise, my superior power would not be suppressed by you. Who then is lying? Zhao Wujie's eyes were filled with confusion. She too sensed the potent soul power emanating from Su Ming, questioning why he would deny it. Despite her disdain for Su Ming, she understood him better than anyone else, recognizing that other factors were at play. Believe it or not, but when it comes to fighting you, I shall show no mercy. Su Ming offered no further explanation, merely brandishing his axe, which swiftly severed the grass beneath him. With the momentum of his strike, it flew towards Tang San like an arrow. Effortlessly evading the attack, Tang San's battle spirit reignited with fervor, unwilling to waste another moment in idle talk. He immediately summoned his martial soul. If you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. Should you lose, we shall reconvene once you have become a soul master. Although he held a deep disdain for unworthy victories, this battle had been a month in the making. Regardless of the outcome, they would engage in a fair contest in the future. With his eyes half closed, Tang San moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged at Su Ming. Seemingly anticipating Tang San's intentions, Su Ming abruptly pivoted, causing the axe in his hand to vanish in an instant. A fist collided with Tang San's, resulting in a resounding thud. The force of the impact sent Tang San reeling through the air, while Su Ming was pushed back 3 steps by Tang San's formidable blow. The distance they retreated was evenly matched, yet it was undeniable that Su Ming was slightly lacking in strength, for he stood on solid ground, able to leverage his power. Your strength has increased remarkably. Tang San observed Su Ming with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny as he regained his footing. The previous clash had merely been a test of Su Ming's power, intended to assess whether the duel should continue. However, the outcome had far exceeded his expectations. Had he not suddenly exerted himself, he would have undoubtedly been the one to lose. It was worth noting that he was bolstered by the enhancement of his soul ring. Before Tang San could delve deeper into his thoughts, Su Ming had already closed the distance between them. He resembled a fierce tiger, his axe akin to the beast's fangs, poised to strike at his adversary. Utilizing the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp blade that descended upon him with alarming speed, sending a chill of perspiration coursing down his spine. Realizing that Su Ming's speed had escalated once more, Tang San dared not let his guard down. As he retreated, a flash of silver flickered in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Sensing the imminent threat, Su Ming instinctively raised his axe in defense. As several fine needles lodged themselves into the grass, Su Ming surged forward, closing the distance with even greater speed this time. Seeing Su Ming advance toward him, Tang San forcefully planted his right leg, instantly transforming his retreat into an offensive charge. His delicate palm glowed with a pearlescent sheen as he raced towards Su Ming. The intensity of the moment suggested that another clash between the axe and Tang San was imminent. Zhao was momentarily taken aback, for previously Tang San had succumbed to Su Ming's axe. Would he repeat the same mistake? Chapter 22. Has the purple extreme magic I failed? Does he intend to withstand it with the Xinyu hand? No. This fellow could not possibly be that type of person. Su Ming's gaze subtly shifted, quietly remaining vigilant. Could it be that you think I would fall for the same trick twice? As Su Ming's momentum with the blade remained unwavering, Tang San's expression grew icy. Just as the axe and the Xuanyu hand were about to collide, a sudden surge of formidable force emerged. Bang! The axe, originally aimed at Tang San, unexpectedly veered off course. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he swiftly maneuvered his machete in a horizontal slash, attempting to compensate for the opening created. Whoosh! Tang San understood that he could not confront Su Ming head-on. He planted his left hand on the ground and leaned back to evade the blow. Just as the machete brushed past his face, his right foot transformed into a weapon, striking fiercely at Su Ming's left shoulder. The sheer force of the attack stirred a mighty wind. Bang! The two forces collided once more with a resounding impact. Anticipating the strike, Su Ming used his left hand to block the onslaught, yet the overwhelming power forced him to stagger backwards several steps. Sensing his advantageous position, Tang San's heart surged with delight as he continued his relentless offensive. The 400-year soul ring was indeed not to be underestimated. Su Ming's expression turned grave, and he dared not exhibit any further carelessness. His little fingers swiftly tightened its grip on the hatchet, and in the blink of an eye, the two clashed once more. Su Ming was unreserved, directly employing the techniques from the Golden Crow blade technique. Swift and fierce, the blade movements were as tumultuous as a raging storm, instantly rendering Tang San breathless. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Tang San, recognizing the formidable prowess of Su Ming's blade technique, refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation. Instead, he opted to evade and seek opportunities, aiming to leverage his speed and strength to outlast Su Ming. However, Su Ming was least afraid of endurance. As the distance between them closed once more, Tang San felt a twinge of anxiety within. Su Ming's swordsmanship was excessively ferocious. Any misstep in proximity could result in grievous injury. The last encounter had been just that way. Indeed, as the teacher had warned, one must never allow a powerful assault-type soul master to engage in close combat. Tang San gritted his teeth, still unwilling to employ his soul skills. Wishing to make another attempt, a flash of purple energy flickered in his eyes, and a sharp beam of light, akin to an arrow or a bolt of lightning, lunged towards Su Ming. Suddenly, something seemed amiss with Su Ming. His movements abruptly faltered, his previously fluid swordplay appearing to stutter. Whoosh! A ghostly figure surged forth. Observing the dazed Su Ming, Tang San's heart swelled with elation, his suppressed emotions now ablaze. At last, I shall emerge victorious. With a swift motion, the Xianyu hand aimed directly for Su Ming's throat, as Tang San sought to conclude the battle swiftly, just as he believed victory was within reach. An unexpected chill coursed through his arm. Lifting his gaze, he was instantly struck with astonishment. Su Ming bore no signs of distress, his eyes instead sparkling with clarity and a hint of cold amusement. This is bad. Realizing it was a trap, Tang San swiftly retreated, eager to widen the gap. Now, can you evade me? Frustrated by Tang San's continual dodging, Su Ming was determined not to let this rare opportunity to unleash his swordplay slip away. The blade in his hand whirled like a spinning top, akin to the blades of an electric fan. The razor-sharp edge, capable of severing hair, advanced with blinding speed towards Tang San, who found himself retreating step by step. The situation escalated, with Su Ming pressing his advantage relentlessly. Escape seemed impossible. Tang San realized his retreat couldn't outpace Su Ming's assault. In desperation, he resorted once more to the crane control, dragon capture technique, attempting to deflect Su Ming's blade. Ryup! Fabric tore, and droplets of blood arced through the twilight. The crimson hue caused Zhao Wu's eyes to widen, her hand flying to cover her mouth in horror. Simultaneously, a figure was propelled backward, skidding rapidly across the ground. Tang San slid for a considerable distance before finally halting, his face paling as he knelt. One leg bent beneath him. His school uniform was sliced open at the chest, revealing a bloody gash across his fair skin. Though not deep, the wound bled freely, staining his clothes a shocking red. How could this be? Tang San thought, the pain causing him to grit his teeth as he glared at Su Ming. Su Ming! Stop this instant! Yu Shaojing roared, charging onto the scene. The sight of Tang San's injury sent shivers down his spine, feeling as if he were on death's door. Tang San was his son, and his rage would be insurmountable. Seeing Tang San defeated, Su Ming deactivated his martial soul. Despite his victory, no joy was evident on his face. He possessed speed and swordsmanship, but his techniques lacked fluidity. He couldn't yet achieve synergy, let alone amplification. In essence, he struggled to unleash the full force of the Golden Crow Blade technique while maintaining rapid movement, dividing one's focus. Reflecting on the battle, Su Ming realized he had much to learn. Had he been able to seamlessly integrate the Golden Crow Blade technique while pursuing Tang San, victory would have been far easier. But his swordsmanship slowed his movements, allowing Tang San to create distance. Being kite was infuriating. Su Ming, your classmates. How could you be so ruthless? Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted. Su Ming's heart sank as his gaze shifted towards Yu Xiaojiang, who had turned his ire upon him. He was in a furious rage, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. In the throes of extreme anger, his rigid face twisted into a grotesque expression. Su Ming let out a cold snort, sternly rebuking, Yu Xiaojiang, you should inquire with Tang San whether I truly held back. If I had genuinely intended to harm him, he would have sustained far graver injuries than these. Minor injuries? Is this truly considered minor? Yu Xiaojiang seethed with rage, about to scold further when a hand suddenly grasped him. Tang San rose to his feet, although his chest was stained with a deep crimson. His countenance suggested that he was not gravely wounded. He cast a complex glance at Su Ming and candidly stated, Teacher, he indeed held back. This is not his fault. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated to continue. Tang San shook his head and managed a wry smile. This injury was caused by a glancing blow from the blade. Had it been a direct strike, I would be eviscerated by now. Though he spoke lightly, a lingering dread gripped Tang San's heart. Just moments ago, he had genuinely felt the chilling grip of death. The blade had been so perilously close to his abdomen that, with the slightest intent to kill from Su Ming, his life could have been extinguished. Yet, Su Ming had refrained from such an action. Yu Xiaojiang recognized the truth in Tang San's words, yet blinded by fury, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Ming. As Su Ming prepared to depart, Tang San hastily called out to him, Are you truly going to strike again? Su Ming's expression darkened with irritation. It was inconceivable for him to continually hold back. Tang San gritted his teeth, a hint of reluctance in his tone. I wish to test my soul skill. If you can counter it, I will willingly concede. Soul skill? Blue-silver bind? Su Ming's eyes shimmered with a subtle brightness as he nodded gently. After a brief moment, the two stood facing each other once more. The setting sun cast its golden rays, and the blade gradually traced a brilliant arc of light, until it shone brightly, radiating alongside the sun in a dazzling display. Chapter 23. One should not bully beasts in such a manner. On the rear mountain of the academy, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, resembling a celestial being cold, proud, and transcendent. Untouched by the dust of the world, she seemed to be entranced by her own beauty, her moonlight cast with a certain reluctance. The night was particularly deep, rendering the stars almost imperceptible. All around, the only sounds were the distant chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. In his cultivation, Su Ming seemed somewhat out of sorts. Invisible to the naked eye, streams of white energy descended from the heavens, as if merging with this realm. Su Ming remained tranquil, lost in the unity of existence. With each breath, he engaged in a natural cycle, affirming his very existence. Tang Hao arrived, bearing a gourd of wine. Reclining against a tree in a stance of formidable ease, the ambience emanating from Su Ming seemed to hold little allure for him. He merely glanced occasionally, content to pass the time with sips of wine. After roughly wiping the liquor from his lips, Tang Hao's ears twitched, his gaze shifting in a particular direction. Through the veil of night, Tang Hao appeared to discern something, a wry smile gracing his lips. Presently, a young woman arrived, her expression suggesting a profound debt owed to her. Upon seeing Su Ming, Zhao Wujie was immediately incensed, poised to speak, yet found herself unable to utter a sound. What was amiss? Was this some spectral phenomenon? Zhao Wujie scratched her head in bewilderment, attempting to cough, yet remained deaf to any sound. He is currently in deep meditation, a state beneficial to his cultivation. It would be best not to disturb him. No sooner had the words reached her ears than she felt a terrifying suction pulling at her. Sensing this formidable force, Zhao Wujie's face paled instantly, a chill running down her spine. The scene before her eyes shifted with dizzying speed. Gazing upon the disheveled man before her, Zhao Wujie was struck as if by lightning. A suffocating sensation, leaving her breathless. A titled Douluo. There could be no mistake. Swallowing hard in terror, Zhao Wu's legs weakened. What do you intend to do? She managed to stammer, the simple question requiring all her strength. Boom. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance, and with a mere frown, Zhao Wu collapsed to the ground. Clutching desperately at the earth, Zhao Wu's face was ashen, her heart filled with despair. From one peril to another, was fate mocking her? Could such a humble place as Nuoding City truly harbor a tidal Douluo? Zhao Wu's heart was filled with lament, yearning to flee, yet her limbs trembled uncontrollably. It was as if her body itself urged her to abandon such futile efforts. As a 100,000-year soul beast, her innate instincts told her that the man before her possessed immense power. His terror and might were natural and profound, like an insurmountable mountain, leaving her breathless. What frightened Zhao Wu even more was the murderous aura that emanated from the depths of his eyes. In his gaze, Zhao Wu seemed to witness mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless streams of blood converging into rivers. The overwhelming crimson hue sent shivers down her spine. Gulp. Tang Hao shook his head, his voice cold. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. Tang Hao made no move, yet a gentle force enveloped Zhao Wu. A clear indication of his intervention. Zhao Wu immediately felt a warm sensation throughout her body, her inner fear slowly dissipating. Her delicate, rosy eyes filled with doubt. Zhao Wu asked in astonishment, Are you serious? You truly won't kill me? Observing Zhao Wu's cautious demeanor, Tang Hao suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. A hint of blue flickering in his lowered dark eyes. Soul masters must hunt soul beasts, it is the natural order. Ordinary soul beasts are one thing. But are transformed soul beasts not considered people? Spirit Hall, why must you relentlessly pursue? Boom. The warmth vanished instantly, Zhao Wu curling up tightly, feeling as though she were in a frozen wasteland. You uncle, she stammered. Awakened by her voice, Tang Hao suppressed all his murderous intent. Zhao Wu felt as though she had been granted amnesty, rubbing her arms incessantly, as if to warm herself. His voice hoarse, seemingly choked with emotion, Tang Hao cautioned. He is right. Strength is everything. If you do not wish to be hunted by humans, you must rely on your own power. Others are unreliable, only unparalleled strength matters. With that, Tang Hao took a large gulp of wine, droplets trickling from the corners of his mouth. He was filled with a sense of melancholy and sorrow, his weathered face bearing the marks of many profound experiences. Zhao Wu gazed at Tang Hao with a complex expression, curious about what had happened to him. Unwilling to dwell on the past, Tang Hao took another swig of wine, as if only alcohol could transport him to a state of oblivion. Just as Zhao Wu thought he would elaborate, Tang Hao abruptly changed the subject. Do you know why Tang San lost this afternoon? Huh. Zhao Wu was taken aback, hardly reacting before Tang Hao continued. First, he was too eager to win, perhaps because of his previous defeat. He was determined to overcome Su Ming, so in the end, he was single-mindedly focused on ending the battle. Second, he mistakenly believed that the difference in level was absolute, but for true geniuses, fighting beyond one's level is merely a matter of desire, and soul rings are merely tools, not the entirety of victory. If soul masters only consider the age and number of soul rings, there would be no need for battle at all. Third, he greatly underestimated a person. As if addressing Tang San, Tang Hao spoke earnestly, and Zhao Wu, who was sitting with her knees drawn to her chest, nodded in agreement. Tang San's defeat that afternoon did seem somewhat hasty. If he had gone all out from the start, using his soul skills, the outcome would have been uncertain. Although Su Ming could sever the blue-silver grass, no one could guarantee Tang San's defeat. You think Tang San had a chance to win, don't you? Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Wu, already seeing through her thoughts. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't there a possibility? Possibility? Tang Hao neither shook nor nodded his head. Sighing, there are not so many possibilities in this world. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Often, before the battle even begins, the outcome is already determined. Like his current state of deep meditation, without accumulated hard work, he would not be able to enter this realm. Rather than pursuing so-called possibilities, why not explore the cause and effect? Is that not so? Zhao Wu scratched her head awkwardly, her eyes shifting guiltily to the side. Well, I'm a bit slow-witted, and I don't seem to understand what you're saying. Tang Hao. Indeed, not every soul beast is as intelligent as I am. Tang Hao sighed, not continuing to play the lute to a cow, only hoping she would convey his words to Tang San. Zhao Wu's face was embarrassed, and she gave a sheepish smile, her cuteness tinged with naivety. Although she did not understand, she sensed Tang Hao's goodwill, and the anxiety in her heart settled. The two fell silent, Tang Hao continuing to drink his bitter and acrid cheap wine. After a while, Su Ming emerged from his meditative state. However, he did not open his eyes but continued to cultivate. Through Tang Hao's sharp and profound eyes, it seemed that one could vaguely see. Wisps of soul power flowed from his meridians, gathering like small snakes toward the dantian in his abdomen. There, the strands of soul power formed small vortexes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vortexes collided, erupting in intense arcs of electricity, faintly merging together. What a monster! Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of wine. Even he, as a titled Douluo, could not help but feel shaken at this moment. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Su Ming also opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of darkness flashing within his bright gaze. The soul force vortex within him had completely dispersed, returning to the various meridians of his body. Though the essence of the soul force had altered somewhat, Tang Hao had departed, leaving only Xiao behind. She approached with a puffed-up face, expressing her annoyance. What did you summon me for? Do you expect me to watch you train? After waiting for several hours, her impatience had long since set in. Humph. Who would be eager to linger with this brat? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. He had been awaiting Zhao Wu's arrival and, seizing the opportunity, had immersed himself in his training. Little did he expect her timely appearance. Strictly speaking, you could be considered a sensitive attack-type soul master, couldn't you? Gazing at Su Ming's mischievous grin, Zhao Wu shivered slightly, a hint of trepidation creeping over her. What do you intend to do? Oh, it's nothing much. Merely seeking your assistance in my training. What? Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to copper bells, as she pointed at herself and then at Su Ming. You mean to say, you want me to help you train? Her sharp voice sliced through the air, leaving Zhao Wu utterly stunned. A person who covets my soul rings and soul bones dares to ask me for assistance in training. I've never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. What is it? Is there a problem? He continued. You go ahead and tell me how I can assist you. Zhao Wu was about to retort in anger, but upon noticing the perilous glint in Su Ming's gaze, she immediately softened, her face a canvas of grief and indignation. Su Ming appeared oblivious, reaching out to grasp a stick. The essence of the training was rather straightforward. I shall launch an attack, and you must evade, ensuring that I cannot strike you. Is it truly that simple? Zhao Wu furrowed her brows, her countenance filled with astonishment. She had anticipated something far more intense from Su Ming, only to discover it was merely a conventional exercise. Simple? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The practical aspect seemed rather straightforward. Little did he realize that their understanding had yet to converge. Aware of the formidable swordsmanship and eager to uncover Su Ming's vulnerabilities, Zhao Wu nodded and said, I understand you wish to refine your sword technique. Very well, I shall oblige. Thank you. Su Ming, with a symbol of politeness, uttered a mere 2 words, instantly igniting a fiery anger in Zhao Wu. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, refrain from coveting my soul rings and soul bones. Beware. A chilling voice reverberated, setting off alarm bells in Zhao Wu's heart, compelling her to muster every ounce of her attention. In that moment, the clash between the two commenced. Aware of Su Ming's formidable swordsmanship, Zhao Wu unleashed her full speed, darting and weaving with astonishing agility, skillfully evading every attack. Su Ming's blade sliced through the air, each strike feeling as though it fell short of its intended target, the agile Zhao Wu. This was not a matter of technique, but rather one of movement. Although their speeds were comparable, every time Su Ming attempted to execute a strike, Zhao Wu exploited his momentary deceleration to create distance between them. Thus, with each exchange, he found it increasingly difficult to close the gap. Naturally, Su Ming refrained from infusing his wooden staff with soul power. Otherwise, even if he failed to land a blow, the potent aura would have still affected Zhao Wu. Much like his bout with Tang San, Su Ming relied solely on his pure blade technique. He understood that no matter how much energy he infused into his weapon, it was the artistry of the blade that truly mattered. A strike that could connect with an adversary while unleashing its full potential was what he deemed effective. In a flash, seizing the opportune moment, Zhao Wu grasped Su Ming's left hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as one leg ascended to his knee. Like a nimble monkey, she poised herself to ascend, her supple waist ready to unleash a formidable surge of power. Su Ming executed a deft counter, firmly seizing Zhao Wu's arm. He aimed to employ a waist throw to hurl his adversary away or even unleash the ferocious 8-section throw. The initial strike from Zhao Wu was of utmost significance. Should she fail to be flung away on that first attempt, thereby avoiding a state of disorientation, she would be rendered helpless. Her intentions had been laid bare. Zhao Wu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. As she observed the wooden stick descending toward her, she swiftly altered her tactic, launching a knee strike aimed at Su Ming's hand gripping the stick. Thud, thud. She successfully repelled him, immediately transitioning to an elbow strike directed at the arm he had used to seize her. Aware that Zhao Wu sought to break free and escape, Su Ming understood that in such close proximity, the wooden stick could easily secure a victory. Instead of forcefully pushing her away, he simply loosened his grip. Whoosh! Zhao Wujie and Su Ming brushed past each other. As soon as her legs touched the ground, she reappeared in midair. She spun to the side, her lower leg striking out like a steel whip towards Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming furrowed his brow, refraining from launching an attack with the wooden stick and instead opting to defend. His calf collided with the stick, enveloped in a pink aura of soul energy. A dull thud resonated, and Su Ming staggered back a few steps. He landed gracefully, and Zhao Wujie lifted her small head, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at Su Ming. What do you think? Am I not a splendid sparring partner? She relished the sight of this fellow taking a beating, especially when it was at her hands. Oh, what a thrill! Su Ming's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, If you wish to compete, I shall exchange my axe for you. I shall observe as you attempt to strike. Zhao Wujie, slightly provoked, stuck out her tongue and mischievously replied, I am not foolish. Besides, I did not request your assistance. It was you who wielded the wooden stick and sought me as your sparring partner. Humph. Do you imply that I am only permitted to evade and not to counterattack? You wish to engage, do you? Su Ming's gaze turned icy as the wooden stick in his hand was suddenly enveloped by a black, ethereal light. This was a machete entirely forged from soul energy, its razor-sharp edge even more terrifying than the original tool. Zhao Wujie's face immediately paled, and she stammered. I was just joking earlier. Let us continue our practice as before. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Ming's figure surged forward. Boom. The black radiance descended before her, erupting in a thunderous explosion that sent countless particles of dust into the air. In an instant, Zhao Wujie stood frozen, her gaze drawn downward to meet a pair of indifferent eyes fixated upon her. Boom. Memories flooded back to her of her past life as a rabbit confronting a wolf. I'm done for. I'm done for. The dangerous aura emanating from Su Ming made her hair stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled for her life. Having achieved his intent, Su Ming's machete reverted to its wooden form as he pursued Zhao Wujie. The valley echoed with the howling wind, punctuated by intermittent thundering sounds. Time seemed to stretch, and the air grew increasingly frigid. Zhao Wujie's cheeks flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming and dripping down her delicate face. She resembled a roasted pig, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, her condition was dire. Her clothes bore numerous gashes, and she grit her teeth tightly, veins bulging on her forehead as she endured immense pain. Swish! A shadow darted past, causing Zhao Wujie's pupils to constrict in terror as she swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Suddenly, Su Ming swung the wooden stick with a swift motion, striking upwards. Bang! The stick collided with Zhao Wujie's back, eliciting a piercing scream from her as she was sent flying. Seeing Su Ming charge towards her, the terrified Zhao Wujie, seated on the ground, frantically waved her hands. No more. No more. I've exhausted all my soul energy and cannot evade your attacks. Su Ming furrowed his brow, sensing Zhao Wujie's diminishing speed. He promptly took a bit of ginseng root and said, This is ginseng. Consume it for recovery. We shall return in half an hour. Return again? The fragile psychological defenses of Zhao Wujie crumbled abruptly. She bit her pink lips tightly, trembling as she gazed at Su Ming with a look akin to that of a terrified soul confronting a demon. A torrent of tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks as she incessantly wiped her eyes. Her plaintive sobs echoed through the valley. Chapter 24. You are quite mad. In the enveloping darkness, visibility was utterly obscured. From the rear gate of the academy, only the vague outline of the back mountain could be discerned, resembling an inverted bowl. A creaking sound, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, pierced the silence, accompanied by the sense of rust upon its surface. The slightly ajar iron gate swung open, and a figure entered with familiarity. Cradled in his arms was a girl. Her eyes were closed, long lashes fluttering gently in the breeze. The cherubic roundness of her face rested against Su Ming's chest, her even breaths escaping her lips, a hint of drool adorning the corner of her mouth, signifying her deep slumber. Bearing the unconscious Zhao Wujie, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace as they returned to the dormitory in unison. What has happened to her? He pondered. As he gently laid Zhao Wujie upon the bed and prepared to rest, a familiar voice broke the stillness. Whether it was insomnia or disturbance from sleep, Tang San approached with an oil lamp in hand. Under the dim light, he assessed Zhao Wujie, and, finding her to be largely unscathed, cast an inquiring glance towards Su Ming. Su Ming sighed, remarking that perhaps she was simply fatigued and would feel better after a brief slumber. As she spoke, Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at Tang San's chest, who shook his head, appearing to be unharmed. Noticing the similarity in their sense, Tang San raised an eyebrow and inquired curiously, has she also ventured to the back mountain for cultivation? Let her accompany me for a while. A while? He mused, incredulous that such a short duration could yield such results. Recalling the last time he had seen Zhao Wu, a twitch manifested at the corner of his mouth. The oil lamp was gradually elevated, and he scrutinized Su Ming intently. Her damp attire appeared as if it had been soaked, the scent of perspiration wafting to his nostrils, with fragments of leaves clinging to her. Her fair visage was marred by mud, not in large clumps but rather speckled, as if splattered upon her. Her exquisitely spirited eyes were half-closed, with visible blood vessels, a blend of exhaustion and a frenzied glint. Internally cursing, Tang San clenched his fists in silence for an extended period, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, in a fit of exasperation, he extinguished the lamp. What a lunatic! The sound of his teeth grinding echoed, plunging the dormitory into an oppressive silence. After the footsteps faded, the creaking of two beds swayed for a few seconds, followed by an eerie stillness. With his eyes closed and then reopened, time seemed to accelerate in Su Ming's world. The once dim dormitory had transformed into a luminous space in the blink of an eye. Bright sunlight streamed through the ventilation shaft, rendering visible myriad fine rays. So bright, blindingly bright, Su Ming could not help but rub his eyes. As he surveyed the dormitory, he found not a single figure standing. The sound of snoring still echoed in his ears. Considering the age of the first-year students, it was indeed essential for 6-year-olds to garner ample sleep. And the academy had thoughtfully scheduled classes to commence at 9 o'clock. Thus, at this hour, it was truly a time for indulging in slumber. Clad in shorts, Su Ming leaped gracefully down from the upper bunk. At a height of 1.50 meters, he landed softly, making no sound whatsoever. Zhao Wu was still fast asleep, appearing genuinely exhausted from the previous day's exertions, unable to practice any further. As for Tang San, his bed was already vacant. Su Ming was aware that this fellow had once again gone to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. Had it not been for his deliberate training of mental strength this month, he might have fallen prey to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye during yesterday's competition. It appeared that he still had a long way to go. Tossing his soiled garments into a nearby basket, Su Ming changed into clean attire and departed the dormitory. As the head of the academy, he had no need to concern himself with such trivial matters. Several times, his clothes had been returned perfumed and immaculate. Almost too pristine to believe. It was unavoidable. The young women of today were far too precocious. He had received a considerable number of bold love letters. Recollecting his memory, Su Ming made his way to an office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the voice from within, Su Ming pushed the door open. Oh, it's you, Su Ming. What brings you here? The white-clad man greeted him with a warm smile. The man was strikingly handsome, with a composed demeanor, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Unlike others, he exuded an air of refined ease, making him quite approachable. His name was Su Lin, a teacher at the academy whom Su Ming had encountered numerous times on the back mountain, where he had cultivated a medicinal herb field. Seemingly with a great interest in alchemy, gazing at Su Lin, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity. Teacher Su Lin, you are also A, are you not? Su Lin chuckled softly. Su Ming, why do you ask this? Indeed, I am A, with the spirit of the purple leopard, he affirmed. Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Su Ming's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Just as he had surmised from the information he obtained, Su Ming felt a surge of delight and quickly explained. It's like this, Teacher Su Lin, I have encountered some difficulties in my training. If possible, I would be grateful if you could be my sparring partner. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Turns out you just want me to be your sparring partner. Su Lin exhaled in relief, chuckling. You're quite well informed. Knowing that I am A, Teacher Su Lin, since you have already offered, how could I dare offend so many others? Let us go. It's perfect timing as I have nothing else to do. I'll gladly train with you. Su Lin responded readily, a smile brightening his face. As a teacher, who wouldn't he appreciate a student like Ming, who possessed both talent and diligence? He was no exception. For A, training a student was hardly a burden. Seeing Su Lin's affirmative response, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. He had to cherish the only in the at the academy. As for Zhao Wu, she was merely A, young and lacking the physical prowess to compete with the formidable Su Lin. The two proceeded to the grassy training ground, an expansive area separated from the buildings, ideal for combat. Su Ming, if you wish to hone your physical coordination, simply attack, while I evade. I want to strike back to avoid injuring you, Su Lin stated with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended what was required of him during their walk over. However, given his prowess as A, it was evident that Su Ming could not withstand a serious confrontation. Su Ming shook his head stubbornly, insisting that there was no need for anything extraordinary, as a normal battle would suffice to hone his reflexes. Of course, he excluded any explosive soul techniques. He had no desire to risk his life. Observing Su Ming's resolute gaze, Su Lin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and promising not to act recklessly. In an instant, as they distanced themselves, Su Lin was startled by the sound of a meteor hurtling through the air, a jolt of instinct prompting him to dodge to the side. Almost simultaneously, a violet light emanated from his forehead, instantly summoning his martial spirit. Boom! The speed was indeed astonishing. The machete in Su Ming's hand struck nothing but air and crashed heavily into the ground, producing a deafening roar. Su Lin lowered his gaze, his previously composed expression abruptly changing. He noticed a chunk of earth the size of a barrel was gouged out beneath him, the machete embedded deeply into the soil. Is this for real? Gazing into Su Ming's fierce and meticulous eyes, Su Lin felt a sudden unease. Chapter 25. People travel by night in carts. On the grassy field, two figures flickered like phantoms. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying speed rendered them mere blurs, one clad in white and the other in blue, one large and one small. Swish. The blue figure descended from the sky, poised to strike. Swish. The machete spun through the air like a boomerang. Clawing sounds pierced the air as sharp talons struck the machete, creating a jarring screech. The machete sliced through the air, while the leopard's claws whipped up the wind. The two combatants moved with a myriad of postures, their lingering images overlapping, fists and feet clashing with thunderous intensity, reminiscent of a fierce dragon and tiger battle. The relentless rhythm of their attacks dazzled the spectators. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the air. The blue figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. Coughing violently, he struggled to rise, only to find his body weighed down as if by a mountain, rendering him immobile. Even the slightest effort to lift himself was met with the realization that his strength had been utterly depleted, compelling him to surrender to the ground once more. Having been knocked down countless times, this time Su Ming ultimately could not rise again. He flicked his fingers, but they remained motionless, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Teacher Su Lin, let us call it a day. All right. The white-clad figure, as if granted a reprieve, nodded heavily and managed to utter a single word. He braced himself on his knees, trembling as he stood. Beads of sweat dripped from his chin, staining his once pristine white attire and exposing skin through the cracks. What was most astonishing, however, was his demeanor. His right leg trembled uncontrollably like a pendulum, while his left foot rose onto its toes. Barely touching the ground with his big toe, he swayed precariously, as if about to topple at any moment. With great effort to maintain his stance, Su Lin, sporting a battered visage and swollen eyes, cast a glance filled with resentment and fear at Su Ming. Each step he took was accompanied by pulsating veins on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth in determination. Let us go? Quickly, with the unwavering conviction that he must escape while this opponent was incapacitated. He limped slowly towards the horizon until he vanished from sight. If there were a remedy for regret, Su Lin vowed he would rather hunt a 100-year-old soul beast than serve as Su Ming's sparring partner. Is this what they call practice? Su Lin's retreating figure was a picture of disarray, while Su Ming, having endured the brunt of the assault, fared even worse. His face was bruised and battered, with dark marks marring his once handsome features. His clothing bore deep claw marks, and even the heavy armor beneath was in tatters, pieces of metal hanging loosely. Though he was not bleeding, his entire body throbbed with pain, leaving him uncertain of how many blows he had taken. The power of a great soul master was indeed formidable. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce clash with the great soul master. Although the opponent refrained from using soul techniques, the courage displayed was commendable, resulting in a reward of a strand of golden power. Ding! The body of the berserk warrior, stimulated by the encounter, gained 3 in strength, 4 in defense, and 3 in mental fortitude. Holding a petal of the snow lotus obtained from defeating Tang San in his mouth, Su Ming began to chew slowly. A gentle breeze swept by, evaporating the sweat on his body and leaving a refreshing sensation in its wake. The sky was a serene blue, tranquil and mysterious, with clouds drifting lazily towards the horizon. Feeling the passage of time in a peaceful manner, Su Ming could not help but sigh in admiration of the beauty surrounding him. Swish! After an indeterminate period, Su Ming pressed his hands against the ground and gradually stood up. He then meandered towards the classroom. Bang! The classroom door creaked open as Su Ming entered at a leisurely pace. His tardiness had become commonplace, but upon seeing his disheveled state, everyone gasped in shock. What a calamity! What a brutal spectacle! Had he fallen into a den of soul beasts? Su Ming, are you all right? The female instructor hurried over, her eyes surveying the battered figure of Su Ming, her voice trembling with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Su Ming waved his hand and leisurely made his way to his seat. Feeling a bit tired? You dare to call this merely a bit tired? The young teacher's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone cast their gaze upon that utterly disheveled figure, unable to fathom what had transpired. Su Ming, the esteemed leader of the academy. How could anyone possibly harm him? Within the classroom, only 2 individuals were privy to the unfolding events. The severity of Su Ming's injuries could not possibly be the work of a mere soulmaster. It must be a great soulmaster. This individual had undoubtedly just been engaged in battle with a great soulmaster. A sense of profound dread enveloped the two, one with wide eyes, subtly betraying a sense of urgency, while the other kept his head bowed, unable to meet the gaze of the situation. Boom. Su Ming sat down heavily in the chair, causing the table to shift from its original position. His swollen thigh protruded from the torn fabric of his pants, displaying large patches of bruising. Zhao Wujie pursed her lips, hastily moving the table back to its rightful place, not daring to meet his gaze, completely devoid of her previous boldness and wild spirit. Su Ming shifted his gaze and gasped, I still have some issues with my movement technique. Could you assist me this evening? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through her delicate form, and Zhao Wujie revealed a smile more sorrowful than tears. And no problem, she replied, her voice quivering with a hint of distress. Rest assured, I will be gentle. The sob-like tone from her throat grew more pronounced. As dawn breaks, a solitary figure flits about the eastern section of the academy, seemingly in search of something elusive. Eventually, he lets out a deep sigh, reluctantly departing from this place. Upon entering the Junior Soul Master Academy, although not the most favored individual, he hardly expected such an outcome. Could it truly be as Mr. Treeman suggested, that one should always presume the worst of intentions when it comes to the Chinese? Yet, he never anticipated such cruelty. With hope for teacher Wang Wenlong now dashed, Su Ming is forced to confront a harsh reality. Indeed, the sensitive attack-type soulmaster, teacher Wang Wenlong, is absent from his office. Upon inquiring with the principal, he learns that Wang has resigned from the academy, reportedly to journey afar in pursuit of spring's warmth and blossoms. The carriage was purchased last night, and the man departed under the cover of darkness, much like the earlier departure of teacher Su Lin. After such a long acquaintance, the absence of even a farewell leaves Su Ming with a sense of regret. The academy has lost yet another adversary. Su Ming departed in disappointment, returning to the back mountain to practice his lightness skill. The scene shifted back to the valley, where the once lush greenery had become barren, as if ravaged by a swarm of locusts. In the center lay a water channel, 3 meters wide and 30 meters long, its murky waters resembling sludge. Floating in the canal were several 20-centimeter diameter buoys, coated in grime. Along the bank, a few rows of buoys of various sizes could be seen, the smallest appearing no larger than a palm. Bang, bang, bang. A figure clad in green darted forward, rushing towards the water channel. With a delicate touch of his toes on the wooden barrels, a resonant thud echoed, sending ripples through the water. Following a succession of thudding sounds, a sudden splash disrupted the rhythm. The figure in green vanished in an instant. 2 seconds later, a muddy figure emerged, spitting out a mouthful of muddy water. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skill once, proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skill once, proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Seasons turned, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The valley was now alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, the vegetation flourishing once more. The once muddied water channel had been replenished, and grass sprouted anew. Yet, Su Ming's figure was nowhere to be found. Deep within the valley, the water surged, the pond churning with waves. A waterfall cascaded down the cliffside like a silver dragon, producing a thunderous roar. The once unbroken stream now displayed a fissure. Amidst the slender flow of water, a figure sat in meditation, emanating a dark aura of soul power. Even as the tumultuous waters crashed against him, he remained utterly unperturbed. As time passed, the boy began to clench his teeth, the layer of black light surrounding him flickering in and out of visibility. Eventually, losing the protection of his soul power, the boy fell into the pond. Clambering ashore, Su Ming wiped the water from his face, a charming smile breaking through his previously grim demeanor. He raised his left hand in a sword stance, black luminescence spilling from his index and middle fingers, forming the shape of a long sword. The sword appeared not ethereal but rather like black crystal, translucent and dazzling, sharp as a blade. Whoosh! Su Ming swung fiercely, the black sword darting forth like a flash of lightning. With a resounding thud, it penetrated directly into the solid cliff face. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, on the verge of celebrating this remarkable moment when the sound of footsteps reached his ears. It is truly baffling to contemplate the source of such an abundance of bizarre ideas. Tang Hao gazed down at Su Ming from his elevated position, and an unexpected admiration flickered in his icy eyes. He seldom harbored such sentiments towards anyone and had rarely found himself in awe of others. Not to mention, the individual before him was merely a 7-year-old child. However, after this year, he could not help but feel respect, whether it was due to perseverance or innate talent. It seemed as though this child was born for the path of cultivation. At times, he even pondered whether, had they been contemporaries, he could have surpassed him. Perhaps the two could forge a legendary tale of rivals meeting on equal terms. Su Ming rose abruptly like a carp leaping from the water, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Are you, esteemed elder, planning to depart?" Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, a profound force emanating from him, akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down. Su Ming's complexion paled, and he immediately summoned all his strength. His arm muscles bulged, revealing perfect contours through his damp clothing, presenting a striking visual of a robust physique. Yet, as one who lacked the status of a soul master, how could he possibly contend against the title Douluo? Su Ming's feet gradually sank into the earth. A look of anguish etched upon his face as veins protruded from his skin. Yet, he merely frowned, his gaze unwavering as if the sky were collapsing. Indeed, Tang Hao's eyes brightened slightly as he slowly uttered 2 words. In that instant, all the pressure enveloping Su Ming dissipated, and he gasped for breath. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction, stating that with Su Ming's current physical prowess, he could already rival an average great soul master. How unexpected it is that I, Tang Hao, can witness the growth of a little prodigy. Su Ming, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the first soul master of the entire continent, with your first spirit ring being a millennium spirit ring. As he concluded, a ripple of emotion surged in Tang Hao's ordinarily frigid voice, and even Su Ming could detect the hint of envy within his words. It was the first time Su Ming had sensed such an emotion from Tang Hao, leaving him momentarily speechless and somewhat exhilarated. Ahem, considering my current physique, enduring a millennium spirit ring still poses certain risks. I believe it would be prudent to train further, perhaps aiming for a 2,000-year spirit ring before proceeding. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented urge to strike Su Ming. Sensing the unusual intensity in Tang Hao's gaze, Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily, prompting him to refrain from speaking. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao regarded Su Ming with a grave expression and coldly declared, "Su Ming, your method of cultivating soul power is beneficial to me. You may propose a condition, and if I am able to fulfill it, I shall endeavor to accommodate your request." Soul power cultivation? A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Ming, for he had not anticipated that Tang Hao would value his training method. Any condition could be proposed? Su Ming's smile bore an oddity, as the other party had already introduced themselves, clearly not intending to conceal their identity. I asserted that it was within my capabilities, and you, my friend, ought not to demand exorbitant prices. If pushed to the brink, I am capable of anything. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and the wine gourd in his hand erupted with a thunderous crash. A resounding boom echoed, and a towering column of water surged from the pond, shaking the very earth. The rhythmic patter of countless droplets fell upon the two, creating a scene both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Would the heavenly Douluo dare to bully? Su Ming, naturally skeptical, chuckled lightly and remarked that he had yet to contemplate the conditions, suggesting instead to leave it as a debt for the time being, to be addressed when the need arose. Tang Hao sighed, appearing somewhat resigned. In his view, it was precisely at this moment that Su Ming found it easiest to propose terms. Since you have discerned my intent to depart, are you not concerned that I might leave without return, leaving you with nothing? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "Senior, have you taken on the role of a gentleman? Do you expect me to play the villain? Truly, the wisdom that comes so naturally to you." Tang Hao nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us consider it as though I owe you a favor. Whenever you find yourself in need, feel free to make a request." "It is settled then." Having reached an accord with Tang Hao, Su Ming had no reason to refuse. Tang Hao did not inquire about the specifics of the cultivation methods. After receiving Su Ming's consent, he vanished. The esteemed Hao Douluo indeed exuded a heroic spirit. Watching the direction in which Tang Hao departed, Su Ming felt a surge of admiration. Despite his numerous training sessions, Tang Hao had always been present, with the acute spiritual perception of a titled Douluo. How could he possibly remain oblivious to the manner in which Su Ming honed his soul power? Had it been any other soul master, they would have likely stolen the knowledge outright. What conditions could there possibly be? When soul masters learn from one another, what conditions need to be stipulated? The dead do not make demands. As for the technique of refining soul power through the amalgamation and collision of spirals of energy, it was a method that Su Ming had painstakingly derived from various fantasy novels, having attempted it repeatedly until achieving a successful outcome. This was done to enhance the explosive power of his soul rings and soul skills. Su Ming recalled that the more soul power infused into a soul ring, the stronger the soul skill became. In terms of quantity, he held no advantage. Thus, he could only elevate the quality to narrow the gap. Could a century-old soul skill contend with a millennium-old one? Su Ming deemed it merely acceptable. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial spirit, chopper, quality purple, 6, 215. 000. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfect. Golden crow blade technique, perfect. Hunyuan blade slash, spirit gathering technique. Possessions, 9-tier purple ginseng. Flight soul guidance device, millennium snow wolf meat, fire python essence, snow lotus, 1000 sync silver. Strength, 58. Defense, 46. Spirit, 66. As he gazed up at the rising sun, a rare, gentle smile graced Su Ming's otherwise cold features. Chapter 26. This regulation is too targeted. Dear students, this academic year has come to a close. Over the course of the next month, I hope you all enjoy a pleasant holiday while also taking the time to reflect on the knowledge you have acquired at the Soul Master Academy. Holidays should allow you to unwind, alleviating stress. Even soul masters cannot train continuously throughout the year. A balance between work and rest is essential. Of course, it is best not to cast aside everything your teachers have imparted. Otherwise, you will have gained nothing during your time at the academy. Well then, I wish for your safe return and hope you all become illustrious soul masters soon. The sun shone brightly, vibrant, and resplendent. In the plaza of the Junior Soul Master Academy, the slender-faced Carter solemnly announced the conclusion of the academic year. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Finally, the holidays have arrived. We can play freely. After spending a year in this wretched place, I can finally leave. How has the principal's chatter grown increasingly tiresome? Hey, do you think my parents would be surprised to learn that I now possess level 7 soul power? Look at you, as if you've already become a soul master. The youthful faces beamed with joy, and all the students could hardly contain their excitement, eager to return home. While the academy's curriculum was rich and diverse, after a year, it had grown as monotonous as an overly rich feast. Dismissed. After a moment, Carter's voice rang out, authoritative and resonant, like the sound of celestial music. The crowd erupted with anticipation, scattering like birds taking flight. Some dashed away in an instant, while others ambled together, chatting animatedly. It was clear that everyone was exhilarated and delighted. Even the principal and teachers wore relieved smiles, grateful to have survived the academic year. As they were about to depart, an unsettling sensation prickled at the back of their necks. A ghostly voice, like worms crawling on bone, suddenly erupted in their minds. Every teacher, including the principal Carter, felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, a chill creeping over them. After a brief silence, their bodies stiffened as they turned to face the source of the disturbance. Su Ming, do you have something to say? Carter inquired amiably, albeit with an unnatural smile that seemed forced. Actually, I would like to know which teachers will remain at the academy. Su cast a glance at the few teachers before him, his eyes subtly betraying a hint of excitement and anticipation. A sudden chill swept through the spine of every educator who met his gaze, causing their pores to bristle with unease. In that fleeting moment, all eyes turned with fierce intensity towards Principal Carter. Principal, I intend to visit my family in the Gro province during the break, as you are well aware. Principal, my family has persistently urged me to attend matchmaking events. I may need to escape for a while, as the demands of the academy have become overwhelming. Principal, I anticipate that I will be relocating soon. Please refrain from contacting me for the time being. With these declarations, the teachers hastily retreated, as if fleeing from a harbinger of misfortune. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was left desolate, with only Carter remaining. The silence was palpable, broken only by the sound of crows flying overhead. Upon witnessing this, Carter could not suppress his frustration. Is this how one conducts affairs? Leaving the principal stranded here? If you must depart, at least take me with you. Clearing his throat, and faced with solitude, Carter feigned composure. Su Ming, why do you inquire about this? Before Su Ming's words had fully escaped his lips, Carter had already extracted a set of keys from his garment. The sound of clattering keys filled the air as he struggled to retrieve them. Gritting his teeth, Carter resolutely severed the keyhole. With a swift motion, 2 ebony keys were thrust into his hand. With a determined expression, Carter declared, "You need not say another word. I comprehend completely. These are the keys to the main and rear entrances of the academy. Take them." Su Ming was left speechless, gazing quizzically at Carter, pondering the purpose of the academy's key. Indeed, that expression unmistakably indicated a shortage of keys. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter promptly removed the key to the 7th dormitory, declaring, "This is your dormitory key. There is no need to seek out teacher Mo principal. This key, indeed, it is merely a key. Let us not discuss anything else." Like a hot potato, Carter hastily thrust all the keys into Su Ming's arms. "Su Ming, I possess no more keys than these. You may keep them all. Let us consider the start of the semester, and we shall address future matters later." With a blend of laughter and tears, Carter wiped away his old tears, lamenting, "There are only so few teachers in the academy. We truly cannot afford to lose any more." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling Su Ming and prompting him to shield his eyes as the sound of wings flapping echoed in his ears. In a swift motion, a figure soared into the sky. Taking flight, Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the principal was also a formidable soul master of the sensitive attack system. The golden figure seemed to be struck by a bullet, plummeting downwards, and then rapidly diminishing in size. The essence of humanity has decayed. Morality has deteriorated. Every time he claimed to be of the support system, it made me, having read the original work, feel increasingly insecure. Su Ming pouted and took the key to tidy up his dormitory. Having practiced late into the night, he had not organized his belongings. By the time Su Ming returned to the dormitory, most had already departed. Tang San had not left, perhaps due to the coincidence of their paths. As he stood leaning against the bed, as for Zhao Wu, being homeless, it was unlikely she would return to the Stardow Forest. "Did you just go to see the principal?" Su Ming was preparing to pack his belongings when Zhao Wu leaned in, her delicate, pink eyes filled with curiosity. After a year of companionship, she seemed to have forgotten that Su Ming intended to use her as a soul ring, appearing quite affectionate towards him. "Is there something amiss?" Su Ming asked, his gaze slightly askew, his expression impassive. "Hee. I can only imagine how peculiar the principal's reaction must be, right?" A glimmer of mischief danced in Zhao Wu's eyes, and even Tang San couldn't suppress a chuckle, seemingly unable to contain his amusement. Su Ming was perplexed, while Zhao Wu stifled a laugh, pulling out a piece of paper from behind her, mischievously reading aloud, "New additional regulations of the academy. First, inquiries regarding teachers' martial souls and cultivation levels are prohibited. Second, teachers are forbidden from engaging in martial soul combat within the academy. Violators will be fined 5 silver coins. Third, all questions must be directed to the homeroom teacher and must not disturb other instructors. Fourth, the more Su Ming listened, the darker his expression became. The specificity of these rules was unavoidably excessive. No wonder that group had fled so swiftly. Zhao Wu, sensing the moment, distanced herself and shared a suppressed laugh with Tang San. Su Ming shot them a fierce glare, yet he felt helpless. It seemed he could no longer seek practice with the teachers. As for them, they could simply refuse. He was not one to impose. And now, they had even concocted new regulations? What the heck? At this moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere reflection of someone in the vast wilderness world. "Teacher, are you a sensitive attack system soul master? Teacher, are you a powerful attack system soul master?" These 2 simple phrases had, unbeknownst to him, turned into a nightmare for countless teachers. Chapter 27. An Eerie Friendship. Outside the eastern edge of Nodding City, tire tracks marked the sturdy, winding path, forming standard parallel lines leading eastward. On the road, 3 petite figures ambled leisurely. Each carried a bundle, unmistakably revealing 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl bounced with vivacity, while the 2 boys maintained a calm demeanor, their steps unhurried. As they walked, a medley of scents wafted through the air, the fresh aroma of grass, the rich scent of earth, and the lingering traces left by livestock. As they drew closer to Dian Village, Su Ming's excitement intensified, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It had been a year since he last returned to Dian Village, and he wondered how his grandfather, Blin, was faring. Reflecting on the past year, Su Ming felt as though it had been a dream. Back then, even becoming a soul master seemed an unattainable aspiration. Yet now, the most novice of soul masters were no longer his match. even when facing a great soul master. He now felt he had a fighting chance. A year. In this year, Su Ming had poured forth a tremendous amount of sweat and undergone profound transformations. Swish. With a burst of energy from his toes, Su Ming seemed unwilling to continue at such a leisurely pace, his heart racing like an arrow. In an instant, he surpassed Tang San and Zhao Wujie. This fellow was truly remarkable. Having trained all night, his vitality was still exuberant. Gazing at Su Ming's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, before turning to Zhao Wujie and asking, "Can you catch up?" "Humph, even if I can't catch up, I must try." Zhao Wujie puffed out her cheeks, gathering her strength as if ignited by a spark, and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Her words echoed her own sentiments, prompting Tang San to chuckle lightly as he employed the ghost shadow misty steps to pursue. Su Ming did not exert himself fully, nor did he employ any lightness techniques. Much like his arrival in Nodding City, he seemed to carry a sense of ritual. With explosive speed, Tang San and Zhao Wujie swiftly caught up to Su Ming. However, curiously, despite their ability to surpass him, they merely kept pace alongside him. Noticing their tenacious adherence, Su Ming felt quite exasperated. "It would be one thing within the academy, but I am merely taking a leisurely jog. Must you be so insistent?" In unison, Tang San and Zhao Wujie turned to give him an exasperated glance. A leisurely jog? Tang San's lip twitched in disbelief. How could he trust such a preposterous claim? "If you have the ability to shed the dozens of pounds of weight you are carrying, then I might believe that you are merely jogging." "Precisely," Zhao Wujie chimed in, her eyes wide. "Who knows what nefarious thoughts you harbor? If we were to relax, we might not even catch a glimpse of your shadow." Tang San, do not be deceived by this fellow's deceitful words. He must certainly be training. Su Ming, in this day and age, how difficult it is to speak the truth. Before Su Ming could offer a retort, Tang San had already taken on a serious tone, declaring, "This fellow possesses an extraordinary level of strength, and it has only escalated. Judging by the weight he carries, I estimate it to be around 30 kilograms, yet he runs with such ease, indicating his physical prowess far surpasses ours." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Tang San earnestly addressed Zhao Wujie. "Zhao Wujie, among the three of us, your physique is the weakest. If you cannot keep up, perhaps you should shed some of that iron weight." "You are talking nonsense. When did I ever carry any iron weight? Are you trying to slander me?" Zhao Wujie immediately bristled, her teeth clenched as she aimed a kick at Tang San, only for him to nimbly evade. Turning to glance back, Tang San chuckled heartily, calling out, "You think I don't know? Have you forgotten? I used to work at the blacksmith shop. 30 copper coins. 15 kilograms. With these words, Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming, as if his comment was deliberately directed at him. "Tang San, you are courting disaster." The revelation of her little secret left Zhao Wujie feeling both embarrassed and furious, her cheeks flushing as she prepared to confront him. The two engaged in a flurry of kicks, yet all of Zhao Wujie's attempts were skillfully dodged by the elusive Tang San. "Humph. Today, I shall let you off the hook." Noticing that Su Ming had not slowed down, Zhao Wujie huffed, pouting her lips before hastily catching up. "Su Ming, do not listen to this guy. I carry no weight at all." "Humph. Unlike him, who undoubtedly has at least 20 kilograms. Perhaps due to the playful banter." Zhao Wujie's cheeks were slightly flushed, her demeanor somewhat awkward. "What 20 kilograms? I only have 10. Tang San quickly corrected her, a flicker of pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Still pretending, are we?" Zhao Wujie spat toward Tang San from her position beside Su Ming, declaring, "Your thoughts are truly sordid." Su Ming silently agreed, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. "Is it too much to ask for a little sincerity and trust among friends?" Tang San's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a fly. The sight of Su Ming's earnest face made it even more unbearable for him. "How dare you accuse me of having foul thoughts? Are you not aware of how many things you have done behind our backs?" "Zhao Wujie, did we not agree to stand united against our enemies?" Realizing he was outmatched alone, Tang San looked at Zhao Wujie in disappointment, evidently oblivious to how unreliable she could be. "Tang San, do not associate me with you. When did I ever ally with you?" Su Ming, do not heed Tang San's words. He delights in spreading nonsense. "You were the one who betrayed me first," Zhao Wujie retorted, sticking her tongue out at Tang San, who could only watch in disbelief as she turned on him. "A noble man does not quarrel with a woman," Tang San sighed, choosing to remain silent. Zhao Wujie beamed with pride, her gaze inadvertently darting towards Su Ming. Before long, the two arrived at a fork in the road, not far from either village. Knowing that the left path led to Shahan village, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a stop. "All right, enough of the antics. You both should return to Shahan village. Wait. As Su Ming was about to set off, he was suddenly called to a halt by Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with confusion, resembling that of an innocent youth. Su Ming furrowed his brows in confusion. Is there something else you need? Noticing that Zhao Wu had her back turned to them and observing Su Ming's oblivious demeanor, Tang San's lips twitched, feeling a pang of hurt. Casting a glance at Zhao Wu, Tang San sighed. Well, Zhao Wu mentioned earlier that she intends to visit your village. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Zhao Wu, who was playfully tilting her head back and pouting at the sky with an air of arrogance. His expression instantly grew cold. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, he said curtly before swiftly employing his lightness skill, soaring away amidst the grass and trees. Is he really leaving? What a scoundrel! Zhao Wu's internal anticipation plummeted, causing her entire body to tremble with fury. She clenched her fists tightly, her youthful chest thrusting forward defiantly. Witnessing Su Ming's abrupt departure, Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. Zhao Wu, why don't you accompany me to Shenghan village? Swiftly, Zhao Wu shot him a frosty glance, huffing, He-s a scoundrel, and you're just as much of one. Her countenance darkened as she gritted her teeth and chased after him. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and as the two figures moved away, the previously composed Tang San's eyes gradually revealed a melancholic hue. He lingered for a moment before sighing and departing in another direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, who had pursued him, suddenly came to a halt. Her long scorpion braid fluttered in the wind as her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could he possibly be so fast? She mused, observing the desolate area around her for hundreds of meters, seemingly devoid of any human presence. It was as if Su Ming had vanished into thin air. Despite exerting herself to the utmost, she was unable to catch up to him. Yet this situation felt utterly bizarre. Just as she grappled with her uncertainty, a faint sound of air friction cut through the silence. Above, alarmed, Zhao Wu instinctively looked up. A shooting star, trailing a luminous tail, hurtled towards her with astonishing swiftness, its emerald silver hue barely visible. Damn it, who could that be? The sheer velocity suggested a formidable power, at least at the Soul King level. What could this assailant possibly want with her? Fear gripped her heart as she clenched her silver teeth, attempting to evade. Yet, strangely, the silver streak seemed to teleport, closing the distance that had once been several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, an excruciating pain surged through her throat. Boom! A terrifying force crashed down upon her, pinning her to the ground. Struck down, Zhao Wu winced in pain. Had this been in the past, she might have felt utterly helpless against such a powerful foe. However, after a year of training in pursuit of Su Ming, and having faced the formidable teachers of the academy, her composure had far surpassed her former self, enabling her to confront any unforeseen circumstances with calmness. Unbeknownst to her, she had already summoned her martial spirit, her eyes now glowing crimson, with elongated ears adorned in soft white fur. The century-old soul rings pulsated beneath her, and she coiled her legs towards the unknown adversary, evidently intent on employing her graceful techniques. She understood well that against a formidable opponent, her only recourse was to use the 8 to buy herself time to escape. There were no other options. Yet, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, rendering her momentarily stunned. Why are you still following me? Su Ming, Zhao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. As the silvery radiance faded, the wings behind him retracted into the apparatus, revealing Su Ming's figure. It felt as though a steel needle had pierced her brain. His piercing gaze rendered Zhao Wu momentarily vacant. With a wince, she returned to her senses, observing the frosty visage of the individual perched upon her. Her heart brimmed with a mix of indignation and shyness. However, the suffocating pain in her neck was unbearable, leaving her little room to contemplate such feelings. You're choking me. Let go. Please release your grip. Su Ming slightly loosened his grip on Zhao Wu's neck, allowing her to catch her breath. You still follow me. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you truly believe that I would refrain from killing you at this moment? Su Ming's cold visage betrayed no emotion, resembling ancient ice that had never melted, with a chilling glint radiating from his eyes. What had transpired with this fellow? Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly well. As Zhao Wu sensed the murderous intent emanating from Su Ming, her body bristled in terror and confusion. It had been a long time since she had encountered such feelings from him. Over the course of more than a year, their relationship had softened considerably. Even with the knowledge that he intended to take her life, Zhao Wu no longer felt the initial fear that had once gripped her. She understood that Su Ming's sole desire was to grow stronger, not to resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. While accompanying Su Ming in training, She often retreated to the mountains to cultivate her own skills, unwilling to concede defeat. They frequently crossed paths, and in her heart, their bond had evolved from adversarial to amicable. Indeed, a peculiar friendship had blossomed. As for the events a decade hence, she had embraced Tang Hao's teachings and had come to terms with her thoughts. Who decreed that a soul-beast enemy could not become a friend? The future remained uncertain. And who could assert otherwise? From Su Ming, Zhao Wujie sensed the glimmer of possibility. After all, no soul master would nurture a soul beast for 100,000 years and demand a fair duel. As Su Ming had once articulated, living openly was paramount, and both had adopted this approach. It was due to the improvement in their relationship that Zhao Wujie could exhibit such familiarity and enthusiasm while interacting with Su Ming, naturally engaging in conversation. Yet now, she once again felt the shift in Su Ming's emotions. This fellow truly harbored the intent to kill her. What had she done wrong? Zhao Wujie bit her lip in indignation, her sparkling eyes reflecting a multitude of grievances. I have nowhere to go. Is it wrong to wish to visit your home? If you intend to kill me, then do so. After all, I cannot best you now. Humph. With a huff, Zhao Wujie turned her head away, adopting a posture of resignation, as if she were the fish on a butcher's block. Had she perhaps overthought the situation? Su Ming furrowed his brow and scrutinized Zhao Wujie for a moment. Not sensing anything amiss, he finally released his grip and stood up. My home is not convenient. If you do not wish to go to Tang San's house, I can find you a place to stay in Notting City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie stubbornly refused to get up from the ground, her temper flaring as her eyes bulged with defiance. I won't go. I will go to your house. Su Ming's expression darkened as he lifted his leg to depart. Zhao Wujie, sensing the urgency of the moment, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I truly harbor no other intentions. I am an orphan, merely wishing to visit your home. Even if you do not take me along, do you think I cannot find my way to Dian Village? Upon hearing her words, Su Ming hesitated, retracting the leg he had just moved. His countenance shifted between uncertainty and contemplation, and after a lengthy sigh, he gestured towards the rear. Observing this, Zhao Wujie joyfully sprang from the ground, her long scorpion-tailed braid dancing in the air as she cheerfully followed suit. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance, a warning lingering in his voice. Listen closely. Should I detect even the slightest hint of wrongdoing on your part, I shall show no mercy. If you meet your demise, do not hold me accountable. His chilling words bore a trace of murderous intent. And though Zhao Wujie recognized the gravity of his threat, her countenance remained cheerfully unperturbed. Rest assured, if I intended harm towards your family, I would not have waited until now. I have long been aware of your origins in Dian Village. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately halted his steps. To his surprise, it seemed that you too possessed such an unexpected expression. Zhao Wujie, with her hands clasped behind her back, leaped in front of Su Ming, delightfully claiming credit. How do you feel? Is it not astonishing? Are you not moved to tears? If you graciously express your gratitude, I shall gladly accept it. Of course, it would be best to abandon that thought. There are plenty of soul beasts. Why do you keep staring at me? Are you out of your mind? After a prolonged silence, Su Ming finally spoke. You really are something. And then, with a surge of energy in his legs, he dashed towards the distant Dian village. Zhao Wujie, exasperated, followed closely, fearing he might change his mind and leave her behind. Chapter 28. Love from Two Grandfathers. At the entrance of Dian village, the leaves glistened like fresh buds, illuminated by the bright sunlight, resembling sparkling emeralds. The willow branches swayed gracefully in the breeze, light and airy, as if the tender strands of a maiden's hair stirred up waves of fragrance. What is the fuss about? Whether he returns or not, does it matter? Can you just wait here indefinitely? Geely, sporting a goat beard, approached with a teapot, pouring a cup for Bulin, who sipped directly from the spout, his Adam's apple bobbing rhythmically. Bulin snorted softly, pride radiating from his aged visage. Ming has always been intelligent and sensible. He will come back on his own. Why should I wait? I'm content to sit here and enjoy the scenery, relishing the life of a soul masteress family, if you please. Compared to a year ago, Bulin had aged significantly. His hair was completely white at the temples, and age spots had appeared on his face. His once slender features had become more pronounced, as if time had sculpted them. Yet, despite his advancing years, he seemed much younger in spirit and demeanor. Ah, so you have a good grandson, and you feel the need to flaunt it every day? Geely retorted, feeling sickened, spitting out the bitter tea. Internally, he was envious. But having feuded for years, neither was willing to concede easily. He glared sideways, muttering, Your stubbornness is unmatched. You have the audacity to claim you enjoy life. I see you are destined for toil, like an old ox in the village, never finding a moment of leisure. destined to perish in the fields. Keep weaving your tales. I'll just watch. When Su Ming returns and sees you weaving, let us see what kind of expression he'll have. Having known each other for years, Bulin recognized Jili's sarcasm, fully aware of the envy that lay beneath. But could envy change anything? Huh. If you have the ability, why not have your son produce another? Nonsense. Ming is not like your boy. Bulin pinched his nostrils, immune to Jili's provocations. Get lost. Don't even mention that scoundrel. Jili's face flushed crimson with anger, his spittle flying as he seemed ready to lash out. Witnessing Bulin's calm demeanor while continuing to weave, Jili's frustration mounted. Indeed, that young lad is not like that. But what if he brings back a wife? If she sees you weaving, I assure you, she'd be out the door in no time. Bulin halted, his forehead twitching, and barked, "You old fool, it's your wife who runs off." With a crash, Bulin angrily tossed all the bamboo strips into the half-finished basket. Bah! Jili spat, as if to rid himself of ill fortune. In the next moment, a triumphant grin spread across Jili's face, as if he had executed a clever scheme. "You coward, keep weaving." "Oh, do continue." Bulin clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists tightening as he longed to retaliate. Yet he eventually released his grip, staring silently at the horizon. Jili, reveling in his victory, grinned widely, revealing his yellowed teeth. Savoring the taste of tea. "Are you certain today is a holiday?" He took a distracted sip from his tea bowl, casting a sidelong glance at the unreliable companion. In the moment before, both had been hurling insults at each other, but now they had turned serious. Jili waved his hand dismissively, saying in a low tone, "Do you not trust me? I've already inquired. Ming will return today at the earliest, or at least by the day after tomorrow." Bulin nodded in satisfaction, instinctively glancing towards the west, his aged eyes shimmering with brightness. Cough, cough. Bulin cleared his throat twice, turning away in disdain. "So you just found out about the holiday? I see your connections aren't all that impressive. Trying to pry information from me, are you?" Jili chuckled knowingly, stretching out his right leg and shaking it lightly. Bulin shot him a cold glance, uninterested in the conversation. "I'm not your servant to massage your legs at my age." Seeing Bulin rise to leave, Jili panicked, realizing he had finally found an opportunity to exploit. "Wait, for a jar of snake wine, I'll tell you everything." Bulin halted immediately. "One bowl, no negotiations." "Half a jar. 1.5 bowls. You old fool, are you humiliating me with that half bowl? If you wish to speak, then speak. Otherwise, let it be." Hey. As Bulin truly began to depart, Jili quickly intervened, seizing his arm. "I can't let this miser get away." Bulin's disdainful gaze bore into him, and Jili gritted his teeth, conceding, "Fine, 1.5 bowls it is. Little thief, you have no shame." Internally triumphant, Bulin sat back down, his eyes gleaming with curiosity about Su Ming's life at the academy. Cough, cough. Steady yourself. Don't get too worked up. Feel free to vent. "I'm not like you." Jili scratched his head, embarrassment coloring his old face. Noticing Bulin's eagerness, he finally relented. "Well, I heard this from an old friend. He mentioned that Ming has gotten a female classmate pregnant." Boom. It was as if a thunderclap resounded in Bulin's mind. Cough, cough, cough. Bulin, overwhelmed by emotion, clutched his chest and coughed incessantly, as if he were having an asthma attack. "Jili, you're talking nonsense." His thunderous roar echoed throughout Dian village. The villagers working in the fields looked up in confusion, shaking their heads at the antics of the two old men. "Is that Grandpa's voice?" The familiar sound reached the ears of a boy returning to the village, who suddenly looked up, a warm smile breaking across his stern face, excitement bubbling within him. His grandfather still sounded robust. That was wonderful. "What is going on?" Zhao Wu pushed him, annoyed, as they nearly collided with each other. Su Ming offered no response, instead hastening his pace towards the village. "Grandfather." As Su Ming arrived at the village entrance, that familiar figure came into view, and even he, with his resilient spirit, found a flood of emotion surging within, his eyes unable to resist welling with tears. The voice that once brimmed with fervor now transformed into a soft sigh. Indeed, Grandfather appeared even more stooped than before. Just as the exuberant Brin was caught mid-motion, he instinctively turned his head. Mingo, upon seeing that longed-for-little person. The pent-up emotions within Brin erupted like a torrential flood, and his heart ached, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. Su Ming broke into a smile and hurried over. Just as he anticipated his grandfather would greet him, he noticed a subtle change in the latter's expression. The old man gritted his teeth, glancing around as if searching for something. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped a bamboo stick from the basket. In the interest of child protection, 1,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 29. The Rabbit Catches the Eagle. Quite reasonable. The wooden cabin retained its familiar charm, neat and tidy. A testament to Grandpa Blint's dedication to cleanliness. Even the dilapidated wooden cabinet gleamed with polish, a relic he could not bear to discard. The only noticeable change was the new wooden flooring that replaced the once hard and unyielding earth beneath. It appeared the gold coins left behind remained untouched by Grandpa's hand. Surveying the surroundings, Su Ming sighed inwardly, continuing to pick at his meal with a sense of despondency. The atmosphere at the dining table was unusually awkward due to previous misunderstandings. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed, her delicate lips pressed against her rice, chewing absent-mindedly as she lowered her head in shyness. Grandpa Blint's face also flushed with embarrassment, filled with regret. His grandson had brought a female classmate home for the first time, and he had mistakenly assumed a different relationship, even scolding Su Ming in front of her. It not only embarrassed Su Ming but also left Zhao Wu feeling utterly humiliated. This shy girl would likely leave as soon as dinner was over. With this thought, Grandpa Blin felt a deeper sense of guilt. He cast an apologetic glance at Su Ming, his murky eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, and donned a smile as he warmly served dishes to Zhao Wu. Your name is Zhao Wu, right? I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. I truly did not mean to embarrass you, he said. It's all that old fool Jilly's fault. He tends to let his imagination run wild. Your classmates. So please treat this place as your home. When you visit, it should be a relaxed affair, don't you agree? Although Dian Village is a remote and impoverished area, it boasts beautiful scenery, and I hope Su Ming can show you around properly. His tone was exceedingly gentle, like a soothing spring flowing over one's heart, dispelling confusion and illuminating the mind. Such words, lacking the weight of time's passage, would never evoke the same poignant sentiment. This unique charm encouraged Zhao Wu to muster the courage to lift her gaze, looking up at the kind old man, especially the warmth in his eyes. Her racing heart suddenly found tranquility. As Grandpa Blin served her more food, Zhao Wu panicked, politely covering her bowl with her hand. No, please, you needn't serve me. I can manage on my own. Grandpa Blin chuckled heartily. It's just some home-cooked dishes. Eat freely. You're still growing, and I wouldn't want you to struggle to reach the food. Here, have some more meat. It's essential for your development. Grandpa, really, it's fine. I can do it myself. Oh no, it fell. Quick, catch it. Even as Zhao Wu insisted, Grandpa Blin skillfully placed food into her bowl. Faced with his enthusiasm, Zhao Wu felt flustered but eventually accepted his kindness. At the table, Grandpa Blin seemed to open the floodgates of conversation, engaging Zhao Wu with warmth and friendliness. The Zhao Wu was lively. The disparity in their life experiences left her feeling overwhelmed, and she could only manage polite smiles, frequently casting desperate glances at Su Ming. To her dismay, he was engrossed in his food, oblivious to her plight. Even at home, he is just a glutton. Zhao Wu gritted her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, Grandpa Blin noticed her discomfort and shifted the conversation to anecdotes from Su Ming's childhood. Cough, cough. Su Ming nearly choked, unable to interrupt Grandpa Blin's relentless chatter. Hearing tales of Su Ming being pulled into water by fish or pecked by chickens, Zhao Wu listened with delight, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she laughed heartily. She had not anticipated such amusing stories behind Su Ming's otherwise stern demeanor at the academy. Grandpa Blin beamed, delighted to see such a lively young girl, increasingly fond of her endearing clumsiness. By the way, Zhao Wu, where do you come from? Have you informed your family that you're here? They won't be overly worried, will they? Zhao Wu glanced at Su Ming, her expression slightly awkward. My family is from another province. They've fallen on hard times, and I'm currently staying with a distant relative. An orphan, I see. Grandpa Blin's heart ached with understanding. No wonder she got along well with Su Ming and came to visit. Perhaps her distant relatives were not the best of people. This child had certainly endured much hardship. Overwhelmed with compassion, Grandpa Blin gently patted her head. Dear child, rest assured, there is plenty to eat and drink here. You may stay as long as you wish. It's just Su Ming and I in this house, and your presence brings us joy. You can consider it your home and just call me Grandpa like Su Ming does. Touched by his words, Zhao Wu's body trembled slightly, her glistening eyes filled with tears. Her vision blurred by a veil of emotion. In the haze, she seemed to glimpse her mother's silhouette, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandpa Blin's heart clenched painfully at the sight, realizing the extent of her suffering. He quickly extended his frail, wrinkled hand to gently wipe away her tears. Please don't cry, dear. With Grandpa here, no one will bully you, I promise. Zhao Wu nodded, quickly drying her tears to reveal a comical expression caught between laughter and sobbing. Grandpa, just as Grandpa Blin feared that Zhao Wu might be unwilling or shy. Her sweet call suddenly filled the air, bringing moisture to his eyes. Good child. Grandpa Blin exclaimed joyfully, affectionately ruffling Zhao Wu's hair. Fortune truly smiled upon him. First with Su Ming, and now with Zhao Wu. Then, a thunderous clap echoed in his mind, akin to a bolt of lightning striking on a clear day. Su Ming, with a cabbage clasped between his lips, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. His countenance fluctuated between sorrow and joy, his heart entangled in a web of complex emotions. Having traversed through time, he too once shared a life of mutual dependence with his grandfather, Blin. Grandfather, what am I to do? He sighed inwardly, feeling a throbbing headache. He could perceive the genuine joy radiating from Grandpa Blin. Perhaps when they first met, it had been akin to this moment. Given his grandfather's advancing age, it was indeed a rare blessing for him to relish a few joyful years. At least, until he discovered a means to extend his life, it was best for things to remain this way. Burdened by such thoughts, Su Ming quietly departed from that place. On the rear mountain, amidst the woods, a shadowy figure flitted through the trees, as if in pursuit of something. The surroundings were densely overgrown with thorns and grass. Standing 2 or 3 meters tall, offering no path leading here. Whoosh! Su Ming fell from the tree, his feet landing upon a thick carpet of moss, soft and yielding, untouched by human presence for an indeterminate duration. Nestled near the depths of the mountains, this place remained seldom traversed by the villagers, lending it an air of primal authenticity. Su Ming closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds around him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. The energy beneath his feet surged, propelling him forward like a dragonfly soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished amidst the lush greenery. Bang! Abruptly, a sound akin to a bullet striking stone echoed. One could faintly hear someone chopping, the commotion so great that it resembled the explosive demolition of a mountain. Swish! In an instant, a figure leaped from the thicket of thorns, soaring onto a massive rock. Steadying himself atop the boulder, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at his prey, unable to suppress a salivating gulp. Humph! I couldn't catch you before. This time, you shall not escape. In his grasp lay a half-dead large bird, blood dripping steadily. Though referred to as a large bird, it bore more resemblance to a chicken, albeit smaller than the ones raised at home, with feathers that were more vibrantly colored and a tail that was both slender and elegantly arched, exuding a spirited aura. In the rustic countryside, where the earthiness abounds, he had previously set traps, yet these wild chickens proved too cunning. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that after consuming so much of my grain, it is time for me to have a taste as well. With a slight smile curving his lips, Su Ming swiftly placed the wild chicken into his woven basket and continued his search through the dense forest. Little did Tang Hao anticipate that Su Ming's newly devised sword gesture would be employed not against an adversary, but rather aimed at a wild chicken. The enhancement of his mental prowess rendered the pursuit of prey remarkably efficient. In no time, his basket brimmed with his captures, which included not only wild chickens, but also several hares and various birds soaring above. The identity of the larger birds eluded him, yet their edibility sufficed. He thought it unnecessary to dwell on their specifics. If one were truly capable, the two great empires of Douluo would undoubtedly enforce wildlife protection laws, leading to an instant demise of their sovereignty. Joyfully carrying a basket full of game, Su Ming eagerly made his way back, already anticipating a sumptuous feast for the evening. However, upon reaching the bamboo grove at the rear mountain and catching sight of Zhao Wu, who was curiously peering around, half of Su Ming's previously elevated mood dissipated. "Oh, you're back," exclaimed Zhao Wu, her long ears twitching with excitement. "Grandpa thought you were still in the bamboo forest." She waved cheerfully and hopped over to him. As she drew closer, her attention was caught by the residual bloodstains on Su Ming's attire, accompanied by the lingering scent of iron. Her joyful expression promptly stiffened. What have you been doing?" she stammered, standing bewildered behind him. Upon peering into the basket, the sight within sent shivers down her spine. Pouting in indignation, Zhao Wu glared at the culprit before her. "You could have spared a few. Why did you have to kill so many animals?" Already in a foul mood, Su Ming felt his irritation swell at her words. He shot a fierce glance at Zhao Wu, retorting, "These are not spirit beasts. What are you so worked up about? Spirit beasts engage in the survival of the fittest, so if you possess the prowess, go ahead and slay the carnivorous spirit beasts in the forest. I am merely procuring the necessary resources for my survival from nature. If you find this distasteful, you are free to leave." Su Ming strode away, too indifferent to engage with such a foolish individual. Zhao Wu, irritated, puffed her nose and hurried after him. I never forbade you from killing, but you've gone overboard. This girl hadn't been so bothersome before. Ming, feeling exasperated, halted his steps and retorted, the food at home is scarce. My grandfather is already living a meager life and is not in good health. If I do not find something to nourish him, should I expect you to dig up carrots for us? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Wu was choked and coughed incessantly. Her gaze fixed on the basket of food Ming held, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, unable to meet his eyes. She couldn't possibly just take advantage of the situation here. Fidgeting with her skirt, she suggested, well, how about you invite me next time? Very well, he replied. Ming nodded in agreement, and Zhao Wu's heart soared as she lifted her head, her large eyes glistening with tears. Are you serious? Gazing intently at Zhao Wu, Ming nodded earnestly once more. Just as she was filled with excitement, believing she could achieve something significant, Ming's sincere remark shattered her enthusiasm in an instant. If you were to catch a rabbit, you should be quicker than I am. Catch a rabbit? Boom. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her chest. And Zhao Wu's expression darkened to the deepest shade of black. Ming. With reddened eyes, Zhao was seated, each word escaping through clenched teeth. Her gaze was filled with a chilling resentment, as if she bore a deep-seated grudge, wishing to eliminate her enemy at that very moment. If you aren't catching rabbits, you could always catch an eagle. With that cold remark, Ming took flight and departed. Ah! Zhao Wu could no longer contain herself and began to unleash her fury upon the air with punches and kicks. Her face swelled, resembling a round pufferfish, as she longed to vent all her pent-up frustration. Catch a rabbit? Catch an eagle? I'll catch you by the leg. With every ounce of strength. Zhao Wu shouted angrily at Ming, as if she had returned to a year prior, still as fierce and untamed as ever. Ming's expression darkened, and he ominously turned back. What are you doing? Looking at Ming in such a manner, Zhao Wu felt a surge of fear. She had always feared Ming, especially in moments like this. Ming offered no explanation as he grasped her by the nape of her neck, lifting her effortlessly like a rabbit. With her soft spot caught, Zhao Wu leaped about in desperation, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Ming, release me at once, or I shall tell my grandfather that you are bullying me. Ming remained indifferent, coldly remarking, go ahead and report me. It would be best if you also elucidated the matter of your pilfering carrots from others. Zhao Wu's body stiffened, and she retorted defiantly, you? How could you? I did not steal anything. Release me at once. Did not steal? Ming snorted coldly in his heart, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. The carrots in the eastern plot were indeed delectable, yet it was utterly ridiculous for a rabbit to mistakenly pilfer the wrong carrots. It seemed she had realized something. As Zhao Wu turned her head with a sly glint in her eyes. Hee, you think you can deceive me, don't you? There are no carrots in the eastern plot at all. Do you truly believe I would fall for your trick and allow you to catch me? Ming was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that she was so astute. So, did you venture west? Indeed, Zhao Wu replied, her head held high with pride. Yet, in the next moment, she slapped her own cheek. Her limbs slowly fell limp, reminiscent of a frog succumbing in water, its legs straightening as it ceased to struggle. Upon returning to the village, Ming gently set the despondent Zhao Wu down. You may return now. I have matters to attend to. Oh, she responded weakly, taking a few steps before suddenly turning back. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Ming, fear evident as she bit her pink lips and murmured, Could you please not tell Grandpa? I promise I won't steal anymore. Ming's expression was grim, devoid of any semblance of a smile. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Zhao Wu recoiled slightly, lowering her head, her toes incessantly scraping the ground. With a crisp sound, a radiant light burst forth, a golden hue cascading from the heavens, landing atop Zhao Wu's head. Gold coins? What could this signify? With a small hand outstretched, she discovered a gleaming golden soul coin, her eyes brimming with bewilderment as she looked towards Ming. The carrots are from the neighboring house. You should buy them, he coldly remarked before entering the residence of the local granary owner. To be candid, pilfering such trivial items in the village hardly constituted theft. Yet, after a month without being detected, it would indeed be peculiar. The village's affairs, while simple, could also be seen as miserly. They merely adhered to a sense of moderation. They feigned anticipation for a month, hoping that Grandfather Blin would remain, for his backbone must not be broken. I am not short of money, so why should I take yours? She muttered, sticking her tongue out at Ming's retreating figure before bouncing off towards the neighboring house. Her long braid danced gracefully behind her, unceasing in its motion. Chapter 30. Minger, you must strive to become a soul master. Grandfather Blin, now elderly, had not engaged in farming since Su Ming could remember. Relying on his grandfather's deft skills, they never lacked for sustenance, having cultivated some vegetables. All the grains at home were procured from others, easily sourced within the village. Considering his appetite, Su Ming purchased several large sacks of grain. From a distance, the verdant rice fields appeared animated by upright burlap sacks, yet devoid of any visible figures, creating a rather eerie scene. The sacks were substantial, resembling the size of an old yellow ox, robust and bulging, seemingly containing at least 200 to 300 gen of grain. The weight of 200 to 300 gen would be no light burden, even for 2 adult men. Yet the sack stood upright, swaying in the rice field, leading one to suspect the presence of spirits. "Hey, wait for me," came a delicate voice laced with indignation, reminiscent of a petulant child. The burlap sack behind surged forward, refusing to lag. From the side, no figures were visible, but from the end of the path, it was clear that 2 little figures, a boy and a girl, were laboriously hauling large sacks, gripping the knotted ends. For some inexplicable reason, they chose to lift them overhead rather than carry them, opting for a more strenuous method that made the sacks tower above them. Seeing Zhao Wujie glaring at him in frustration, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "This isn't a child's play. It's rather childish to claim you can't lift it. Just leave it here, and I'll come back for it later." "Childish? How does waiting for me equate to being childish?" Zhao Wujie retorted, her teeth clenched in irritation. Her earlier fondness for buying carrots dissipating in an instant. "Humph, you can't lift it either, even with an additional sack." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden rustling sound erupted, and the sack slithered forward, darting to Su Ming's feet. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Su Ming's right leg was bound with twine, and through a long rope, the other end was connected to the hefty burlap sack at his feet. Su Ming remained silent, casting a sideways glance at Zhao Wujie as if to say, "Here comes the sack you desired." The atmosphere, suddenly, became rather stifling. It was deliberate, undoubtedly intentional. Has anyone ever conducted themselves in such a manner? Filled with pent-up frustration, Zhao Wujie glared at Su Ming, her body trembling with anger. He was clearly aware of her limits, yet chose to humiliate her so brazenly. "Humph." Gritting her teeth, she bit her rosy lip in exasperation, refusing to engage with Su Ming any further. With a cold expression, she raised the sack, preparing to depart, whether by design or not. The sack in her hand collided directly with Su Ming's, resulting in a forceful impact that reverberated back. Zhao Wujie felt as though she had crashed into a mighty tree. Her opponent remained unfazed, while she was propelled backward by the rebound. Her forward momentum abruptly transformed into retreat, and she staggered, losing her balance, teetering dangerously toward the water field, unable to suppress a scream. "Indeed, he must be deranged," Su Ming observed with a disdainful glance, reluctantly extending his left leg to hook her back with the top of his foot. Boom! The world spun around her, and the sack slipped from her grasp. Falling to the ground, Zhao Wujie found herself seated on the earth, patting her youthful chest, gasping for breath. That was close. She nearly became a mudfish. Su Ming chuckled and remarked, "They say curiosity killed the cat, but I have yet to hear about how a tsundere heart can lead to the demise of a rabbit." Whoosh! Su Ming hooked his right leg, sending the fallen sack belonging to Zhao Wujie soaring into the air, then skillfully balanced it with his head. With his left hand, head, and right hand, he secured this fourth sack in place, forming a perfect triangle of support. Su Ming's arms were not held straight but rather horizontally at shoulder height, with his elbows bent at right angles and raised. As the third sack was positioned, Su Ming's expression subtly shifted, yet he remained silent, resolutely making his way toward home. With the strength of his arms, which could easily lift 500 to 600 pounds, picking up the sack was a trivial task. However, raising it above his head demanded significantly more strength, akin to the challenges faced in weightlifting snatch and clean and jerk. Thus, even though the sack weighed only 300 pounds, the self-imposed challenge of holding it aloft as Su Ming did was no easy feat nevertheless. He persisted without a hint of concern, and even Zhao Wujie believed this to be the most appropriate course of action. For only in this manner did she feel the strain. "Damn it, you better not let me catch you slipping." After enduring a series of taunts, Zhao Wujie glared at Su Ming's retreating figure, wishing fervently to shred his smug expression. Yet upon noticing the sack being dragged behind him, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a rare treasure, and she rushed after him, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Zhao Wujie suddenly stomped down on the sack. Out of the corner of her eye, she cast a playful glance at Su Ming, her gaze filled with eager anticipation. However, as the rope attached to the sack tightened around her right leg, the moment she stepped on it, Su Ming stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, his mastery of lightness skill allowed him to maintain equilibrium, swiftly adjusting his footing to steady himself. This is nothing? The anticipated mishap failed to materialize, and disappointment flickered in Zhao Wu's eyes. Without needing to ponder, Su Ming understood what had transpired and turned a dark gaze toward her. Noticing her foot entangled in the rope, his eyes turned icy with anger as he exclaimed, "Food is grown to be eaten. If you don't understand the meaning of this, I can teach you. Even if I were to toss you into the fields right now, my grandfather wouldn't utter a word against me. Do you believe that?" A chilling dread seeped into Zhao Wu's core, startling her into retracting her leg. She realized that Su Ming was genuinely furious. What frightened her even more was that her usually gentle grandfather, Bruin, would also be angered. Treading cautiously, Zhao Wu extended her small hand to gently brush the dust off the sack. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to help you carry this sack," she stammered, avoiding Su Ming's gaze, and obediently lifted the sack, appearing remarkably docile. As Su Ming gazed at Zhao Wu with an inscrutable expression, a mix of emotions stirred within him. After a moment of silence, he resumed his journey homeward. Outside the wooden house, Bruin was chopping bamboo tubes with a machete. Upon noticing the heavy burden Su Ming and Zhao Wu were carrying, he was taken aback, hastily dropping his tool and rushing over. Realizing that such weight was far beyond what he could bear, Su Ming naturally would not allow him to fetch it and promptly placed the 3 burlap sacks on the ground. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Bruin was profoundly astonished. After all, these sacks must weigh several hundred pounds. Upon further inquiry, he learned that this strength was derived from diligent cultivation, which put his mind at ease. When he heard that Zhao Wu had already become a soul master, Bruin's spirit soared, as if he had regained decades of youth. A soul master? Their family would now have a soul master. Bruin was filled with excitement and fervor, eager to capture that scoundrel Geely and celebrate with a grand feast. After all, it had been decades since a soul master had emerged in the village. With Zhao Wu in tow, Bruin prepared to take a leisurely stroll through the village. "Minger, Zhao Wu is about the same age as you, and she has already become a soul master. You must strive diligently to keep pace with her. Do not fall behind." Su Ming gazed at a certain individual who was stifling laughter behind their hand, his face turning an unflattering shade of green, discomfort causing him to grit his teeth. All right, Grandpa." Chapter 31. Little Wu, the girl who loves to eat rabbits. As the sun broke through the clouds, painting the evening sky in enchanting hues, a bonfire rose in the distance, accompanying the festivities in Dian village. A black donkey was left wandering in the wilderness, circling a post in a futile attempt to free itself. By the creek, a pile of pots and pans lay dormant, seemingly untouched for years, covered in a thick layer of dust. Outside the courtyard, fierce yellow flames danced wildly, licking at 4 makeshift earthen stoves. Approaching them, the oppressive heat scorched the skin, instinctively prompting one to retreat. The once tranquil cottage was now bustling with activity. Some were lifting tables, others setting up grills, while a few washed vegetables and sharpened knives. Each person dutifully performed their task amidst the delightful chaos. Amid the lively chatter, tales of scandalous escapades emerged, causing the subjects of the stories to blush furiously, while others erupted in laughter. Noticing the water in the pot bubbling vigorously, Geely directed the crowd in preparing chickens and sheep. The young layabouts of the village felt a twinge of shame for arriving empty-handed, reluctantly rummaging through their homes for anything to contribute. Since Su Ming could remember, it was the first time his home was this lively. It bore resemblance to the rural banquets of his past life, though here, there was no professional catering. Every household willingly lent a hand. Having not seen a soul master in the village for decades, the news of Su Ming's innate soul power was cause for celebration. When Su Ming demonstrated his innate full soul power, the villagers had longed for a chance to revel. Grandpa Brin, being cautious and kind-hearted, hesitated, suggesting they wait until Su Ming truly became a soul master to celebrate. This afternoon, he took little Wu for a stroll in the village. Hearing that Brin had taken a goddaughter, especially one who was a soul master, Geely's spirit lifted at the prospect of a double celebration. The village elders quickly agreed to organize a proper festivity, intending to showcase their joy and dampen the spirits of the neighboring villages. Thus, the scene unfolded. Little Wu and Grandpa Brin sat at the main table in the courtyard, warmly introducing her to several respected elders of the village. Laughter and lively conversations filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As for Su Ming, he seemed disinterested in the commotion, resting his head in his hands atop the roof, quietly admiring the sunset. relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Soon, a stout man with an air of confidence approached, striding towards Su Ming. Spotting him from afar, he immediately adopted a teasing tone befitting an elder. Su Ming, you must strive to keep up. Look at your sister, she's already a soul master. When will you become one? I shall introduce you to a fine lady from the city. She's not only beautiful but has a skin as smooth as silk. I guarantee you'll be smitten. At this remark, he was swiftly met with the disapproving glares of the aunts and female relatives, their expressions dark with indignations, wishing they could hurl their utensils at him. You ruffian! Su Ming is but a child. How dare you speak to him in such a manner? You'll lead him astray and risk Bryn cutting you down with a knife. Su Ming, an aunt warned, do not follow his example. Keep your distance from him. It's best if you pretend not to know him, understand? Bah, how foolish of you to speak without thinking. Come here. The water is just boiling. If you want to pluck feathers, come over. Grandpa Bryn and the others looked over, shaking their heads with amused smiles. Little Wu's face turned crimson, her curious eyes reflecting her astonishment at such wildness among humans. Realizing he had incurred the collective ire of the crowd, the man, nicknamed Ruffian, quickly backtracked, swaggering closer. Su Ming, don't listen to their nonsense. By blood, I am kin to Bryn. We are family, how could I possibly harm you? With a flick of his wrist, he tossed an orange towards the roof, which Su Ming caught effortlessly. Freshly picked from Shenghun village, quite sweet. Here, take it. With a grand flourish, the man strode towards Grandpa Bryn's table, seemingly eyeing the fruits laid out. These fruits were intended for the elders of the village, but he shamelessly helped himself, eating without waiting for an invitation. Aware of his brashness, the elders said nothing, allowing him to indulge, urging him to assist elsewhere instead of lingering about. He devoured the food with reckless abandon, seemingly relishing his good fortune, before cheerfully moving towards the men cooking, glancing at the less than appealing shriveled orange. Su Ming felt a grimace forming, tossing it aside in distaste. As night descended, the bonfire was lit, illuminating the tables laden with delicacies. Bottles of fine wine, long sealed, were uncorked, and the atmosphere peaked with excitement. Unlike the delicate toasts of nobility, the laborers drank heartily from large bowls, their spirits soaring after a day of toil. Feasting on wild game while enjoying the gentle breeze, their merriment uncontainable. In contrast to the youthful exuberance, the elders at the main table sipped their drinks slowly, savoring their meal and engaging in leisurely conversations, distinctly enjoying their own pleasures. Carrying a pot of wild game soup to the main table, Su Ming poured a bowl for Grandpa Bryn. Bryn, look at our Ming boy. What good fortune he has. Ming, you needn't go to such lengths. Just take care of your own meal. Ah, this soup is delightful. Ming, come, let the brothers taste it. Haha, if that is the case, I must indeed try it and see the skill of Ming boy. Seeing Grandpa Bryn enjoy the soup, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. The soup was rich with various ingredients, including snow lotus, known for its health benefits. Understanding that such a potent dish could upset the stomachs of the elderly, he had ensured it was mild enough for their consumption, thus allowing him to serve it confidently. Not wishing to occupy space at the table, Su Ming was aware of his own appetite. Having not eaten enough at noon, he knew that any table would not suffice for his hunger. Thus, he took a skewer and made his way to the barbecue area. The adults reveled in their own merriment, while the children found joy in their own pursuits. A lively group surrounded the barbecue, collaborating enthusiastically. Some were catching bullfrogs in the fields, while others were fishing for loaches and eels, all while roasting their finds. Clearing his throat, Su Ming coughed a couple of times. Surprisingly, with the sound of his cough, the raucous chatter ceased instantly. 3 children, frightened, edged away, creating a wide berth around Su Ming, their youthful eyes wide with trepidation. Su Ming approached with satisfaction, placing the 3 marinated wild chickens down. Duzhuang, listen closely. If any of you burn the chickens, I shall ensure that your backsides are scorched today. All right, understood, boss. The 3 older children shivered slightly, each taking a skewer and placing it over the fire, their gazes fixed intently upon the flames. Their focused and earnest demeanor would have brought tears to the eyes of any teacher witnessing it. Su Ming extracted the Millennium Snow Wolf meat rewarded by the system, skewering it with 2 iron rods for roasting. The meat had been stored in the system space for nearly a year, and due to Tang Hao's presence, he found it difficult to explain its origin, which is why Su Ming had refrained from using it. At first glance, the large chunks of snow wolf meat appeared quite similar to beef, but only Su Ming, holding it, could sense the emanating chill, clearly indicative of the evolved quality of the Millennium Soul Beast flesh. After a while of roasting, Su Ming discovered that the meat was quite difficult to cook thoroughly, necessitating the use of his soul power to intensify the charcoal's flames. Suddenly, a voice emerged, startling Su Ming, who had been completely absorbed in his task. Gritting his teeth, he pretended not to hear and continued roasting the meat, aware that Zhao Wu was a soul master, someone revered by even her parents. The young children promptly vacated the area. Only 3 older boys remained tightly huddled together, torn between leaving and staying, observing Su Ming's feigned ignorance. Zhao Wu's expression darkened instantly as she grasped his shoulder, demanding, "Did you know this would happen all along? Did you intentionally leave me behind?" Su Ming shrugged, dismissively waving his hand without turning back. "You seem to relish the praise and flattery, don't you? The opportunity is all yours. I have no desire for it." "Opportunities? My foot." Zhao Wu's teeth chattered in irritation. Ignoring her, Su Ming continued roasting the snow wolf meat, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. "Earlier, I found it rather pleasant, but now it has grown tiresome. Is it not true that human nature is ever so fickle? Every morsel and sip has its predestined worth. In this world, is there truly such a thing as receiving without giving in return?" Humph. Recognizing that banter was not her forte, Zhao Wu pouted in indignation and began roasting 2 carrots. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 3 across from her, her eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, as if she had discovered a means of release. "What is with the commotion? Have you never seen roasted carrots before? Do you require my guidance?" She placed her hands on her hips, her glare fierce and her voice tinged with indignation, sounding as though it emanated from her very nostrils. Boom. Are spirit masters truly so terrifying? The 3 trembled in fear, their legs quaking as they cast frantic glances at Su Ming for assistance. The perspective of children differs greatly from that of adults. While Zhao Wu's outburst appeared adorably fierce to her peers, it struck children as downright ferocious and malicious, leaving them utterly intimidated. Not only was she vain, but utterly shameless as well. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at her, contemplating for a few seconds before slowly articulating a summarizing remark. Zhao Wu, undeterred, pressed on, her demeanor perpetually frosty, her countenance set in a rigid mask, and her words particularly sharp. "One cannot help but wonder if the girls at the academy are blind. To pen love letters to someone like you. Just the thought of it is infuriating." Su Ming was not angry. Rather, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Different strokes for different folks. The fact that someone wrote a love letter indicates that there are indeed those who appreciate someone like me, possessing a unique perspective. As for a certain individual, I have heard that throughout the entire academic year, male students would deliberately take a detour upon catching sight of her. Ignoring the darkening expression on Zhao Wu's face, Su Ming shook his head in pity, lamenting, as one of the few soul master students in the academy. How could she not have received a love letter? What a disappointment it must be. Boys taking detours? No love letters? How unfortunate. Boom. A violent wave of emotions crashed down, and Zhao Wu's composure shattered in an instant as she lunged at Su Ming, her hands flailing. "Ah, Su Ming, you scoundrel. I'm going to kill you." Swish. Su Ming calmly flipped the skewered meat, his foot firmly pressing against someone's abdomen, causing the latter to grimace and flail helplessly in the air. Zhao Wu attempted to change direction, yet Su Ming's leg seemed as though it were equipped with a tracker, effectively blocking her path. "You bastard. Do you think this will go unpunished?" she exclaimed, pressing down on Su Ming's leg in an effort to propel herself into an attack, only for him to withdraw sharply. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance, and her fury intensified. Just as she was about to explode, a voice rang out, freezing her in place. "You ought to consider how far you wish to escalate this. With so many spectators, do you really want to invite trouble?" The cold voice was like a sobering tonic, momentarily quelling the fire within her. Instinctively, she turned to glance at her grandfather, Bruin, as if sensing her gaze. Bruin also looked over. Their eyes met, and he could not help but nod at Zhao Wu, his deep-set eyes radiating warmth and gentleness. That sweet smile seemed to trickle like a clear spring over her heart, causing her inner turmoil to dissolve instantly. She waved the carrot in front of Bruin, as if to inform him of her current endeavor, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, completely devoid of any malice. Bruin chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on the amicable bond shared by the siblings. Once she had successfully diverted Bruin's attention, Zhao Wu's expression transformed dramatically, turning ominous and foreboding. She leaned in menacingly to Su Ming's ear, her teeth making a sound reminiscent of gnawing on bones. "Su Ming, just you wait. This isn't over. We'll see if you can best me first," he retorted. "You." Zhao Wu shot him a frosty glare, seething with indignation as she continued to roast her carrot. After nearly half an hour, the snow wolf meat finally turned a rich golden hue, resembling a layer of succulent fat, its surface devoid of any char, suggesting that the quality of the meat was indeed exceptional. As Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, he took a hearty bite. In an instant, the rich juices erupted in his mouth, a fragrant aroma soaring to the heavens, prompting an involuntary gasp of pleasure. This was not merely due to the exquisite taste. Su Ming sensed a latent energy within the tender meat. His once empty stomach began to fill with a delightful anticipation he had not experienced in ages. Not only did this energy satiate his hunger, but it also appeared to enhance his physical vitality. Though subtle, he could distinctly perceive the transformation within his body. He transformed into a glutton, tearing into the meat with fervor, as if a tempest were sweeping through. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, feeling frustrated, set down her hands and resumed nibbling on her carrot, having initially desired to sample the meat herself. Oh! A fleeting glance revealed that Su Ming's bucket still held remnants of meat. A surge of delight coursed through her ass, seizing the opportunity while he devoured his meal voraciously. She stealthily appropriated it all. Unfazed, she continued to grill the meat with an impassive expression, skillfully sprinkling spices as if it were her own bounty. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, his brow slightly furrowed, hesitating to speak. Observing Su Ming's discomfort, Zhao Wu felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. Proudly lifting her chin, "What are you staring at? So what if I indulge myself? If you dare to take action, just remember, my grandfather is watching," she declared with a smirk. "As long as you enjoy it." Su Ming replied softly, then took the roasted chicken from his younger companion and took a bite. The flavor of the roasted chicken was indeed not as exquisite as that of the snow wolf meat. It merely served to quell his hunger. "Oh, this meat is truly delightful," exclaimed Zhao Wu, who took a bite and, before even chewing, displayed a look of rapture on her face. Her playful gaze directed mischievously at someone, as if to provoke. "Humph, let us see if I can infuriate you." Noticing Su Ming's indifference, Zhao Wu immediately pulled over a 10-year-old boy beside her and continued her teasing. "Come, tell me, what kind of meat is this?" "Beef," Zhao Wu lamented. "So this is beef. Indeed it tastes wonderful, but alas, it's all gone." With an ironic tone, "And what about this one?" This appears to be lamb." Zhao Wu raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming. "So this is lamb. Oh, how delicious. But regrettably, it has disappeared as well." "And this one?" This is on a skewer. It must be the rabbit meat caught by the boss." As the sounds echoed, Zhao Wu unhesitatingly took a bite. Tilting her head and speaking in a mockingly strange tone, "Oh dear, so this is the rabbit meat you caught? My apologies, but it's of no use to you. I have finished it." Observing the smug and self-satisfied expression on Su Ming's face, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. "As long as you enjoy it." Repeating herself, Su Ming covered his face, furrowing his brow as he hastily departed from the scene, akin to a ticking time bomb. Mere seconds later, a terrifying scream erupted in the courtyard. "Aw, little rabbit. Rabbits, rabbits." Zhao Wu flailed her arms and hopped in place, as if she had savored the most exquisite delicacy, brimming with excitement. In an instant, all the villagers were aware that this spirited girl named Zhao Wu had a penchant for rabbit meat. Thanks to the villagers' warm hospitality, Zhao Wu had a bountiful harvest this month. Chapter 32. Zhao Wu, you have made it difficult for yourself. Under the eaves, slender bamboo strips were meticulously sliced from bamboo pieces, layered upon one another. Yulin held a bamboo strip no larger than a fingernail in one hand and a weaving knife in the other, diligently cutting the bamboo strips needed for weaving. The weaving knife bore a striking resemblance to Su Ming's hatchet, yet even after a year of training, he still felt utterly inadequate compared to his grandfather Bulin's lightning-fast precision. This was no longer mere labor, it resembled art. Each movement was deliberate. The bamboo strips were evenly divided into several portions, each delicate and precise. Bulin's gaze was intensely focused as he scrutinized the width, only allowing himself to relax once he was satisfied with the outcome. Su Ming did not hasten to cultivate his skills. Instead, like the previous day, he was outside, wielding a rake to till the ground and firmly pounding it with a grinding stone. Although the feast was indeed lively, only those organizing it truly understood the myriad troubles it entailed. The area around the house was in disarray. Here lay a smoldering fire pit, and there, a pool of greasy residue. Upon stepping outside, a cursory glance revealed dark red blood splattered all around. The ground was slick underfoot, and only upon looking down did he realize it was the innards of a sheep, its intestines bursting grotesquely, an utterly revolting sight. Aware of his grandfather Brin's difficulty in bending down, Su Ming had risen early to mask the lingering scent of smoke. Despite his efforts the previous morning, he had yet to completely cleanse the area when Grandpa Jilly requisitioned him as free labor. It was not a major issue. Rather, he was merely a good luck charm, meant to inspire the village children as spirits. Of course, it was also primarily because the village chief from a neighboring area had come over to offer symbolic congratulations for the banquet held the day before. The village needed to maintain a semblance of prestige. As Jilly aptly put it, we know well the true state of Dian Village, but in the presence of outsiders, no one is allowed to falter. Minger, those messes will wash away with the next rain. There's no need for such meticulous cleaning. Other parts of the village are no different. We've grown accustomed to it. So what is the fuss about dirt? His deep-set eyes meticulously carved at the bamboo strips as Brin's Adam's apple bobbed, his kind words wafting through the air. In any case, it was of no consequence. Idleness was still idleness. Su Ming did not lift his head, continuing with his tasks, aware that even if he did not, his grandfather would. He had always been fastidious about cleanliness, rising before dawn the previous day to tidy up, only to be called back into the house. The reason for his feigned reluctance was that he secretly wished to undertake these menial chores himself. By the way, what kind of soup did you prepare the day before yesterday? It is rather peculiar. My eyesight has improved these past 2 days. When I encountered your grandfather Malo, he mentioned experiencing the same, and his legs have grown agile as well. He asked me to inquire if you possess any secret recipes. I have no secret at all. It is merely a common wild chicken soup. If it truly has such remarkable effects, I shall procure some wild chickens tomorrow. Never mind. The mountains are likely home to lurking beasts. It would be unwise to venture there. You should remain near the village for a month. Then proceed to the academy to avoid any delays in your studies. If there were indeed ferocious beasts, even a tiger, I could fell it with a single stroke. Well, that is also true. Without any exchange of glances, the two conversed from a distance of several dozen meters, each engrossed in their own activities. One might think they were merely speaking to the air. After several hours of diligent work, Su Ming finally had the area around the house impeccably tidy, having also brought in some peach trees to embellish the surroundings. The fabric curtain of the wooden cabin slowly parted. A frail figure leaned against the door frame and emerged. It was Zhao Wu, her complexion pale and bearing the unmistakable signs of illness, her hand pressed to her mouth as if she might retch. Gone was her previous vivacity. She appeared as though recovering from a severe illness, her spirit waning, and the spark in her eyes extinguished by her ailment. How strange, the doctor has already visited. Why has there been no improvement? Yulin placed his hand on Zhao Wu's forehead, noting the absence of fever, yet her feeble state stirred worry within him. Been over. Yulin turned to Su Ming, who was washing his hands, his expression filled with concern. Minger, Zhao Wu is still like this. Shall we go to the city to find a good doctor for her? Zhao Wu hung her head, weakly shaking it, prompting Yulin to sigh in exasperation and plead with her once more. Su Ming leaned closer, wiping the sweat from his brow. Grandfather, her illness is not ordinary. Even a divine physician might struggle to remedy it. Yulin's eyes widened in irritation. How can you speak so thoughtlessly, child? Can't you see how dire the situation is for Shiwu? How can you still afford to make such flippant remarks? Su Ming hurriedly explained, I did not mean that. I meant she is not physically unwell, but rather experiencing some psychological turmoil. Psychological? Yulin's eyes were filled with confusion. How could there be a psychological issue when everything seems fine? How can such an issue even affect the body? What herbs should we go gather from the mountains? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu also looked up at Su Ming. Although her delicate eyes were feeble, one could still sense her indignation as she glared. All right. Let me give it a try. Su Ming shook his head and approached, gently wrapping one hand around Zhao Wu's knee while the other supported her back, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry. Zhao Wu's lips quivered in indignation as she struggled momentarily, but ultimately, Su Ming's unwavering gaze subdued her, and she lay still. Mingo, do you truly believe you can manage this? Let's take a chance, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he replied, with Zhao Wu in his arms. Su Ming made his way toward the bamboo grove on the back mountain. Staring at the vexatious face so close to her, Zhao Wu's frustration grew, and her sense of grievance deepened. With a sudden outburst, she opened her cherry-red lips and bit down on Su Ming's shoulder, increasing her grip as if to vent the humiliation she felt. Yet, in that moment, she possessed little strength to do so. Su Ming completely disregarded her, lost in his own thoughts as he walked. Humph. A few moments later, Zhao Wu seemed to tire of biting and slowly released her grip, leaving a delicate thread on Su Ming's clothing. Eventually, the two arrived at the bamboo grove. The air that greeted them was refreshingly crisp. carrying a hint of minty coolness as it filled their throats. With each step upon the accumulated bamboo leaves, a satisfying crunch resonated beneath their feet. It was not until they ventured deep into the grove that Su Ming set Zhao Wujie down, leaning against a stone, and he settled beside her. The bamboo forest enveloped them in tranquility, where the only sounds were the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind and the soft creaking of swaying bamboo. Devoid of any superfluous noise, Zhao Wujie, half closing her eyes, stole glances at Su Ming, anticipating some comforting words from him. Just as she expected a soothing remark, he unexpectedly blurted out, "In fact, rabbit meat is quite delicious." "Rabbit meat is quite delicious?" Zhao Wujie choked, coughing as her temper flared. "Scoundrel! I knew this rascal would utter nothing pleasant." Her eyes glinted with indignation, teeth grinding in readiness, as she seemed poised to pounce at any moment. Su Ming gazed at the bamboo grove before him, his expression no longer one of cold detachment, but rather imbued with a sincere tranquility. "In truth, I deeply regret consenting to your visit to Dian Village. Had I not, you would not have crossed paths with my grandfather, and I would have encountered far fewer troubles." Zhao Wu's eyes narrowed, yet she listened as Su Ming continued, "Your identity is destined to be a double-edged sword." After a brief silence, Su Ming's demeanor grew serious. "Have you ever contemplated what would transpire if your identity were to be exposed to the spirit hall?" Boom. Zhao Wu's complexion turned even paler, a chill creeping down her spine. It was as if she stood on the precipice of an abyss, her heart racing in a silence that engulfed her. She raised her gaze to meet Su Ming's, her expression of terror devoid of any lingering anger. Su Ming finally cast his gaze upon her, declaring that her existence would drive the powerful soul masters of the entire continent into madness, subjecting her to relentless pursuit. One must not hastily label humanity as malevolent, for there lies within them an even darker facet. To ensnare you, they would resort to any means necessary. Particularly, those closest to you will also bear the weight of the influence you bring, and even I cannot guarantee your safety in the future. Do you understand?" As she looked into Su Ming's sincere and luminous eyes, a pang of sorrow filled Zhao Wu's heart, as if a veil of mist obscured her vision. She could sense that the Su Ming of now was unlike the cold figure of the past. Instead, he emanated a warmth akin to that of Kin, baring his soul and speaking candidly about the uncertainties that lay ahead. Su Ming sighed softly, extending his hand to gently wipe away the tears from Zhao Wu's eyes. "In truth, everyone possesses something they hold dear. My sole desire is for my grandfather to enjoy his twilight years in happiness, which is why I did not deter you from calling him grandfather. I can withstand hardships, but as for my grandfather, at his advanced age, let's refrain from discussing turbulent matters or speaking ill. Zhao Wu, if you wish to remain undisclosed, you must fully embrace your humanity and approach problems from a human perspective. Once you navigate through this challenge, I will teach you how to evade other risks." Zhao Wu's eyes glistened with emotion, her small hands incessantly dabbing at her tears. Feeling a warmth within her heart, it was the first time she had heard someone express a desire to protect her. However, something seemed amiss. Zhao Wu's glistening eyes were fixed intently on Su Ming, sparkling with a blend of surprise and sweetness. "By the way, did you not mention that you wanted my soul ring?" Su Ming nodded solemnly and replied, "Of course I remember. I never claimed I was unwilling. If you wish to make a sacrifice, I would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. However, if your desire is to live, you should fervently hope that grandfather lives for a few more years. How long he can protect you depends entirely on your own fortune." With a huff, she turned her head aside in frustration, her voice tinged with indignation. "Don't even think about it. Even in death, I will never relinquish my soul ring or soul bone to you. Besides, I am certain grandfather will live to a ripe old age. Who knows, perhaps in the future, I will surpass you in strength. Throughout this lifetime, you shall not succeed." Su Ming was both amused and exasperated. He flicked his finger, delivering a light tap to the forehead of the other, remarking that there was clearly something amiss with their intellect, and he was absolutely correct. "Is this never-ending? What do you mean my brain is faulty? I am undeniably clever." Zhao Wu, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "Even if my mind were to falter, it would undoubtedly be due to your incessant torment. With your bullying, even a sound mind could be thrown into disarray." Noticing Zhao Wu's spirits lifting, her eyes sparkling anew, Su Ming felt a sense of relief, having accomplished his task. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, a noise so bizarre that even the gentle rustling of bamboo could not mask its hollow resonance. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Wishing fervently for a chasm to swallow her whole, she hastily clutched her stomach and scuttled to the side, utterly mortified. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, the pangs of hunger gnawed at her. With her hands firmly pressed against her abdomen, Zhao Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her strength waning. Yearning for nothing more than to fill her belly with mere air. Having consumed rabbit meat 2 days prior, which had left her retching all night. And with only a meager portion of thin porridge yesterday, today she had not ingested a single drop of water. There was no sustenance left within her. Suddenly, a flash of white descended from above, landing upon the dry leaves with a crisp sound. As she beheld the object that had fallen before her, Zhao Wu's heart soared with joy. However, upon closer inspection, her expression darkened instantly. It was not a bun, but merely a cloth pouch. Had she truly starved to the point of hallucination? With a weary exhale, she sensed something was amiss. Her little nose twitched, catching a faint aroma wafting into her nostrils. No, it was not just any pouch. It was a baozi. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly unwrapped the cloth, and indeed, it contained several steamed buns. Just as the scent had suggested. Well, whether they are poisoned or not, I shall discover the truth through consumption, she declared, taking a hearty bite. The rich flavor of the meat filling instantly ignited her taste buds, and the delightful sensation overwhelmed her senses, sparking a joyous exuberance within her. Though the buns were cold, it hardly dampened her enthusiasm as she devoured them ravenously. With her cheeks puffed out, Zhao Wu's appearance was adorably comical. I'll give you some credit for having a shred of conscience, bringing me these buns, she mused. Ming shook his head, clarifying that it was not for you, but rather to stave off his own hunger. I mentioned earlier that rabbit meat is quite delectable, and now that I have tasted it again, you must believe me. Zhao Wu's movements suddenly froze, her terrified gaze gradually descending to the bun held in her mouth. In that instant, time seemed to slow to a crawl. It felt as though a needle in her mind was turning slowly. After a moment, Zhao Wu bit down hard on the bun once more. She shot Ming an indignant glare before turning away, sulking as she consumed the bun, unwilling to engage with him. Ming smiled lightly, resting his hands behind his head as he gradually leaned against the stone. His expression was as carefree as the wind, with the dappled shadows of bamboo reflected in his eyes, swaying gently, embodying a sense of leisure and ease. Once you're done eating, you should head back. I will stay here for a while. Humph, I never said I was going back. It's almost noon. I need you to return and prepare lunch for grandfather. And what about you? If the meal is ready, do remember to call me back for dinner. Zhao Wu, is this truly the task of a person? Zhao Wu could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard, and couldn't help but question sharply. So are you suggesting that I, someone who cannot cook, should go home and make dinner while you laze about here? Su Dandan cast a brief glance at her, her tone unwavering, asserting that it was precisely because of her lack of skill that she was being urged to learn. I am going to help my grandfather chop bamboo and will return home later. Chopping bamboo, is it? Zhao Wu clapped her hands and stood up, fearing that someone might compete with her for this trivial task. Leave it to me. You should return and prepare the meal. With a swift motion, Zhao Wu swung her long braid behind her and executed a kick against the bamboo. With a resounding crash, several sections of the bamboo burst and collapsed, causing the entire stalk to lean precariously, though it did not topple completely. Just as she was preparing to follow up with another kick, an unexpected force yanked her backward, causing her legs to miss the target entirely. What now? Noticing the grim expression on Ming's face, Zhao Wu immediately sensed that something was amiss. Have I done something foolish again? I retract everything I previously stated. It must be quite challenging for you. With a deep, resigned sigh, Ming wielded his blade, severing the bamboo with decisive force. He casually discarded the shattered remnants of the bamboo, then proceeded to pierce the segments at the base, extracting the necessary lengths to fashion a long bamboo tube. Why must you puncture that tube? A voice inquired. Hey, wait for me. I'm asking you a question. The silhouettes of the two figures gradually faded, their voices growing ever fainter, leaving behind only the soft, melodic sounds of the forest, resonating in solitary splendor. Chapter 33. The tender imaginings of Zhao Wu. With a swift motion, the bamboo staff swung freely, striking against the underbrush with a sharp crack. Drip, drip, drip. It resembled a fully ripened jujube tree, where a mere shake could summon a rain of fruit. Countless crystal droplets cascaded from its branches. Her feet tread softly upon the ground, the remnants of last night's heavy rain rendering the earth muddy and slick. The unique fragrance of the forest was extinguished, replaced by the musty scent of decaying twigs and leaves, evoking a slightly unpleasant sensation. You are truly insipid, after such a long-awaited holiday. You haven't even enjoyed a few days of leisure, yet here you are, traipsing off to this wretched place again. I cannot comprehend it. After a year here, what could possibly be left to see? If you ask me, we might as well venture into the city, where we could procure some delightful items to bring back. On the forest path, Zhao Wu idly waved a bamboo stick, her expression clouded with frustration, resembling a porcelain doll in a sulk. Surprises come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Initially, she believed Su Ming had come to the city to shop, and so she had stealthily followed him. Yet, to her dismay, he had instead retreated to the academy for cultivation. Cultivating at the academy during a holiday, how very like Su Ming, she mused. As thoughts of exploration flickered in her mind, a spark of joy illuminated her face. She suddenly leaped in front of Su Ming. What do you think, Su Ming? Shall we explore Notting City? Would that not be splendid? Her bright, watery eyes glimmered like clear pools, gazing at him with an almost pleading charm, exuding an air of utmost innocence. Crack! Su Ming pressed his palm against Zhao Wu's face, gently pushing her aside with a hint of force. Humph! With her brows furrowed and her expression darkened, Zhao Wu's spirits plummeted, and a wave of frustration washed over her. She had no intention of returning to the village, lest she be inundated with gifts of rabbits from well-meaning villagers, which she found utterly exasperating. In the woods, clad in black, Su Ming moved with a deliberate slowness, pausing intermittently as if in search of something elusive. His feet sank into the muddy ground, yet no footprints were left behind, and not a speck of dirt marred his shoes, which gleamed as if freshly polished. Having completed his tasks at home, Su Ming was far from idle. As for his decision to venture to the academy instead of seeking closer training grounds, he harbored his own motives. Gazing at the trees before him, Su Ming took a deep breath, not merely a mundane inhalation and exhalation, but an intricate practice of breathing techniques. To an outsider, it appeared no different from ordinary respiration. For Su Ming had mastered this art to such an extent that it required no meditation or concentration. A simple breath in and out was sufficient to draw energy into his being, akin to a sponge absorbing water. Snap! Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly, as if he had just made a discovery. Just as he was about to raise his head, a hand suddenly landed heavily on his shoulder. His heart jolted violently, and Su Ming gritted his teeth, turning his head away with a look of disdain. If one were truly bored, they could find a place to cultivate on their own. Have you forgotten the numerous things I shared just a few days ago? I certainly have not forgotten. I am aware of the importance of diligent practice. Zhao Wu pouted her lips in a display of grievance, her expression innocent. I noticed that you have not acquired a soul ring for quite some time, and I simply wanted to inquire if you needed one. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and the foot he had just raised fell back down. He glared and said, Have you perhaps come to a realization, preparing for a sacrifice? Zhao Wu's shoulders trembled violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, clearly infuriated by Su Ming's words. Aware that she was no match for him, Zhao Wu ultimately restrained herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Fine, you win. I was just about to ask you if you want a century-old soul ring. If you do, I can accompany you to hunt for one. Since you wish to enhance your strength, a century-old soul ring should be quite beneficial for you. Su Ming unexpectedly gazed at Zhao Wu, pondering how the spirit beast could assist him in vanquishing other spirit beasts without fear of retribution from its kin. If it weren't for the fact that you are not even a spirit master, I wouldn't offer my help. Zhao Wu hastily turned her head aside. After a moment of silence, Su Ming shook his head, his tone softening considerably. For the time being, I do not require a spirit ring. I intend to attempt absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring, as it provides a more substantial enhancement to one's strength. A 1,000-year spirit ring? Zhao Wu's complexion paled instantly, and with the onset of her bewilderment came an inexplicable anxiety and dread. Have you lost your mind? The maximum age for a first spirit ring is merely 400 years. If you cannot withstand the energy of the spirit ring, it could result in your demise. A 1,000-year spirit ring is sufficient to kill you multiple times over. Strength can be cultivated gradually, but if you lose your life, everything else becomes meaningless. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in alarm, her cherubic features now devoid of their usual vivacity, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Just because others cannot do it does not mean I cannot, Su Ming asserted with confidence. Rest assured, I am certain I can absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. I value my life more than anyone else and will not allow myself to perish so easily. He smiled and affectionately ruffled Zhao Wu's hair before resuming his search for the source of the energy fluctuations. What certainty? You are playing with your life. Observing Su Ming's obstinate figure, Zhao Wu trembled all over. The pink spirit power surged, causing the surrounding flora to sway violently. In the forest, it seemed as if a melancholic rain began to fall. Drip, drop. Countless droplets cascaded from the leaves, shattering into sparkling streams that vanished into the air. A solitary glimmer of water trickled down Zhao Wu's cheek. Su Ming's footsteps faltered slightly, as if the scattered droplets of water obstructed his path. Whether you believe it or not, I shall hunt the Millennium Soul Beasts. Instead of advising me here, you might as well ponder your own path ahead. The voice, tinged with a hint of desolation and stubbornness, resonated softly. As the words faded, Su Ming's figure vanished, leaving behind only 2 faint footprints in the ground. Damn it! Would it kill you to heed my advice? Zhao Wujie clenched her skirt tightly, her eyes misting over with tears, feeling both touched and pained. Although Su Ming did not express it, she understood that his fervent pursuit of strength was ultimately to protect himself and his grandfather. If it weren't for her, he would never have dared to choose the Millennium Soul Ring. No, she absolutely could not allow him to choose the Millennium Soul Ring. He would truly perish. The shimmering light danced in her eyes as Zhao Wujie hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and rushed after him, seemingly unaware of how frantic she truly was, as though her soul had been lost. Despite the fact that he intended to kill her, often tormenting her and demanding her companionship and training, teasing her and reveling in her embarrassment, he was also insufferably sarcastic and prone to wearing a sour expression. Fine. If he were to die, so be it. Yet she had not yet avenged herself. If Su Ming were privy to Zhao Wu's thoughts at that moment, he would surely be both amused and bewildered, marveling at the rabbit's remarkable capacity for imagination. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Crystal Ball of the Spirit Hall. You really should refrain from hunting Millennium Soul Beasts. Seeking a suitable century-old soul beast would suffice. Hunting soul beasts is not merely a matter of age. One must also consider the compatibility with one's martial soul. Given that your martial soul is a firewood cutter, I believe a century-old diamond tiger would be quite fitting. Hey, are you even listening to me? The incessant chatter echoed through the woods. Zhao Wujie clung persistently to Su Ming's side, her earnest demeanor appearing somewhat foolish, as she endeavored to persuade him to abandon his reckless quest. Meanwhile, Su Ming seemed oblivious. His hands pressed to the ground as he meticulously sensed the energy fluctuations surrounding him. Observing Su Ming's comical antics, the usually serious Zhao Wujie couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth in amusement, akin to a playful puppy. Her gaze mischievously darted towards Su Ming's raised backside, contemplating that if she could give it a kick, she would have avenged a year's worth of grievances. Coughing softly, Su Ming focused on discerning the subtle energy fluctuations from various angles, gradually narrowing his search. Eventually, he led Zhao Wujie to a withered tree. The trunk was robust, too wide for 3 people to encircle. The gray-black wood was exposed, decayed, and infested with fungi, bearing the scars of years of erosion. The tree's top had long since vanished, yet its girth suggested it was not very tall, resembling a stout figure of merely 10 meters or so. Sensing the flow of soul power at the tree's roots, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. He had finally found it. The back mountain was in close proximity to the academy, and with so many students needing to cultivate, it was reasonable to assume that the surrounding energy would not be particularly dense. However, the energy here was even more potent than that of the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, which was quite contrary to expectation. Had it not been for his increasingly refined breathing technique, Su Ming would not have been able to perceive the underlying mysteries. His purpose in seeking out Principal Carter before the holiday was not only to find a teacher for practical training, but also to assess the situation while Tang Hao was away. Now, it seemed there was indeed something beneath this tree. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he slowly rested his palm against the ancient tree, utilizing his mental energy to sense the figure beneath its majestic branches. After a brief moment, a muscle in Su Ming's mouth twitched abruptly, and with a feeling of revulsion, he withdrew his hand. With the gathering spirit technique at his disposal, he found no need for such crude means to temper his body. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming turned to Zhao Wujie and stated with undeniable authority, "From today onwards, you shall practice here for 3 hours each day." Someone who is still merely a spirit master dares to impose such demands upon me? What are you mumbling about? A sudden jolt of realization surged within Zhao Wujie, who offered an awkward smile and waved her hands in denial. "Oh, it's nothing. 3 hours is perfectly fine. I hope that's acceptable." She felt a sense of relief that it was just 3 hours and not an endless ordeal, a silent gratitude blossoming within her. Sizzle. Su Ming tossed the dormitory key to her, remarking on the rich energy present here, which greatly benefits cultivation. If you are weary, you may rest in the dormitory. If you prefer to return to the village, feel free. It is merely a matter of several dozen miles, a half-hour run at most. Return? You speak so casually. Zhao Wujie sighed in resignation, dutifully tucking the key into her pocket. The key? For me? Sensing something amiss, she immediately lifted her head. And what about you? In such an energy-rich place, do you not intend to cultivate your soul power here? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. She knew that Su Ming's soul power was only at level 10, while she had already reached level 14. Logically, cultivating soul power should be Su Ming's foremost priority. Su Ming shook his head, expressing that this place was not suitable for his continuous cultivation. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. Something to deal with? He nodded, indeed. I need to find a secluded location to focus on refining my physique, which will take approximately half a month. It truly is you. After offering a few more reminders regarding family matters, Su Ming departed from this place. For Zhao Wujie, the paramount necessity was to elevate her soul power level. Achieving the rank of Soul Sage signified safety, and safety heralded a promising future. The energy present here could significantly accelerate her cultivation pace. After leaving the back mountain of the academy, Su Ming navigated to the central area of Nodding City, guided by his memory. There stood an imposing brown-domed structure, 20 meters tall and comprising 3 stories, its grand entrance adorned with the emblem of a long sword. Nodding City, the Spirit Hall. Despite his time spent in Nodding City, this was Su Ming's first visit to this esteemed establishment. Su Ming strode forward with determination. Perhaps it was due to his unusually serene expression, coupled with an enigmatic air of aloofness that bestowed upon him a formidable presence. The guard hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from questioning him, allowing Su Ming entry. The Soul Hall of Nodding City, albeit the most rudimentary branch of the Soul Hall within the city, still held a notable significance. Above it were subordinate halls. The main hall, the Grand Hall, and the Sacred Hall, with the highest tier being the Pope's Hall, presided over by the Pope himself. Though merely a branch, it was still fortified by the presence of formidable soul masters. Su Ming initially believed that Master Matthew would be the Lord of the Spirit Hall. But that was not the case. The various halls are actually governed by the yellow-robed steward, Soul Venerable. As for the white-robed individuals like Su Yuntao, they represent the ordinary stewards of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Su Ming was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of weightiness. The dim yellow light refracted through the crystal windows, casting an ethereal beauty with its illusory lines, interspersed with vibrant colors, rendering the scene both resplendent and dreamlike. Above, the dome was etched with numerous small squares, where the patterns of various martial souls were clearly visible. Under the dazzling light, these designs seemed to come to life. Being in this space felt akin to stepping back into the medieval West, praying within a resplendent cathedral, seeking the Lord's blessing. Is that you, Su Ming? A voice of surprise rang out, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Looking at Su Ming, Su Yuntao's heart blossomed with joy. You are indeed Su Ming. It's been a year since we last met, and you have grown quite a bit. Are you here to join our Spirit Hall? The mention of joining the Spirit Hall drew the attention of those around them. Seeing that Su Ming was merely a child, they felt a mix of astonishment and envy. To have a white-robed steward extend a friendly invitation is indicative of a promising future as a soul master. Most notably, Su Yuntao's enthusiasm was overwhelming. It was clear that this child was exceptional. Surprised to encounter this man once again, Su Ming shook his head. Master Su Yuntao, I am not here to join the Spirit Hall. Rather, I seek to apply for a mission to hunt soul beasts. At these words, Su Yuntao could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He sighed and replied, what a pity. With your talent, if you were to receive the Spirit Hall's training, becoming a soul sect in the future would surely be within your grasp. Soul sect? Su Ming offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the unfortunate situation. Indeed, it is quite regrettable. Fortunately, I did not acquiesce. Regrettable? Then why did you not agree? Su Yuntao's lips twitched slightly, fully aware that Su Ming was politely declining. You have come to apply for the soul hunting, after all. With your innate full soul power, you could have absorbed a soul ring last year. He sighed. Just look at the situation. Had you joined the Spirit Hall, you might have become a soul master by now, rather than delaying until this moment. His words were laced with lamentation as he shook his head, gazing at Su Ming, hesitating to speak further. A commoner without a background requires an entire year of preparation just to hunt soul beasts. Why go through such trouble? Su Ming chose not to engage in the topic. Master Su Yuntao explained that according to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, upon reaching a soul power level of 10, one could venture into the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. I have come to apply for permission to hunt soul beasts in the nearby forest. Even if I do not join the Spirit Hall, that should not pose a problem, right? Naturally, it is no issue. The Spirit Hall is the largest soul master organization on the continent and serves as the sanctuary for all soul masters. Thus, they would not create obstacles for young soul warriors like yourselves. Su Yuntao continued. However, according to the rules. You will need to undergo another test to verify your soul power level. Provided you meet the requirements, you will be granted access to the soul hunting forest. Come, follow me. I will lead you to the testing area. Su Yuntao guided Su Ming to the second floor, with Su Ming closely following, his eyes curiously surveying the layout of the spirit hall's interior. Indeed, Su Ming was prepared to hunt soul beasts. He had acquired all the necessary conditions and planned to obtain his first soul ring once his seclusion concluded. In the Douluo Continent, soul beasts are not found in every desolate mountain or wilderness. Aside from large soul beast congregations, most forests where soul beasts gather are under imperial control. Some forests may still harbor century-old soul beasts, but thousand-year soul beasts are primarily found in the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is not a single entity, but rather a collective term for numerous forests rich in soul beasts, all under imperial jurisdiction. To enter this realm, one requires a permit issued by the Spirit Hall. Though seemingly a simple document, lacking background and status means that individuals like Su Ming are limited to 2 application opportunities per year. Conversely, joining the Spirit Hall bypasses such restrictions, allowing it to attract many potential soul masters without affiliations. Knocking on the door as they reached an office area, Su Yuntao announced their arrival. "Come in." A frail voice echoed from within. Upon entering, Su Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to the elderly figure inside, clad in a white robe adorned with 3 embroidered long swords. The man was of the same rank as Su Yuntao, yet significantly older, easily old enough to be his father. "Ah, Yuntao, what brings you here today?" Master Meisinua greeted warmly, his expression shifting as he noticed Su Ming standing behind Su Yuntao. "Is this child?" With a smile, Su Yuntao stepped forward. "Master Meisinua, do you recall the 2 prodigies I mentioned to you last year, those with innate full soul power?" "Oh." Meisinua interest peaked, his gaze returning to Su Ming with surprise and envy. "If my memory serves me correctly, he must be the one with the spirit of the woodcutter. Am I right?" "Indeed," Su Yuntao confirmed, nodding. "Tangsan showcased extraordinary abilities last year, which astonished both of us. You certainly would not have forgotten so soon." He then conveyed Su Ming's intentions to Meisinua, who expressed his regret. "My child, such talent should not be squandered. You must understand that being sheltered by a powerful organization can save you from many detours. How about this? If you agree to join, I can have Yuntao accompany you in hunting soul beasts. As a great soul master, he will undoubtedly assist you in your endeavors." Master Meisinua, "You haven't even asked if I wished to," Su Ming began, but Meisinua continued. "Oh, come now, you seem to have nothing better to do, after a heartbreak. Why not find something worthwhile to engage in?" Understanding Meisinua's remark, Su Yuntao gave a bittersweet smile, his gaze towards Su Ming glimmering with expectation, seemingly not resistant to the proposal. The 2 men's hopeful eyes were fixed upon Su Ming. To them, a person in Su Ming's situation was in dire need of the Spirit Hall's protection. Given such favorable conditions, Su Ming had no reason to decline. Unfortunately, Su Ming remained resolute, politely rejecting their offer. Though disappointed, Meisinua and Su Yuntao did not press further, assuring him that opportunities would always remain available. After a brief conversation, Meisinua retrieved a yellow crystal ball from the wall. "Your innate full soul power is irrefutable. This is merely a procedural matter. Once the testing concludes, you will promptly receive your permit." As Su Ming placed his hand upon it, the yellow crystal orb radiated a brilliant golden glow with the infusion of his soul power. Matthew and Nua were overwhelmed with joy, their exclamations escaping in astonishment, only to be abruptly silenced. Matthew stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide as if he had encountered a ghost, fixated on the crystal sphere. While Su Yuntao wore an equally bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? Before them, the yellow crystal orb was filled only halfway. The upper half shimmered with golden brilliance, while the lower half remained shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Such a bizarre spectacle had never been witnessed even by Matthew. Su Ming's gaze reflected a hint of astonishment. But soon an understanding smile emerged from within, tinged with resignation. "This contraption will not incur my losses." Su Yuntao scratched his head in bewilderment. "Master Matheno, could it be that this crystal ball is defective? How could it possibly present itself in such a manner?" Matheno remained silent, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to comprehend the peculiar scene before him. The soul power crystal balls of their martial soul branch were categorized into 2 types, distinguished by the intensity of their radiance. The blue crystal ball was designated for tests below level 10, its brilliance signifying innate full soul power. Conversely, the yellow crystal ball was reserved for levels below 30, and given Su Ming's soul power of level 10, one would expect the crystal ball to exhibit a dull, hazy yellow. Yet, it displayed a vibrant yellow hue. Even more bizarrely, the other half remained dark. Such a vivid yellow suggested a soul power level of 24, while the absence of light in the other half implied a lack of soul power altogether. Could it be truly defective? The old man mused, contemplating the situation. Ultimately, Mathino, perplexed, grasped the crystal ball. However, the ensuing revelation was even more uncanny. The lower half shone with a brighter yellow, while the upper half, which Su Ming had illuminated, remained completely dark. Shaking with suppressed laughter, Su Yuntao covered his mouth. Master Mathino, it appears to be half of soul power at level 29. Mathino squinted slightly. Yuntao, have you stumbled upon some delightful revelation that you might share with this old man? Su Yuntao's expression stiffened, and he shrugged his shoulders, as if sensing a chill in the air. Mathino huffed in mild annoyance, pondering for a moment before addressing Su Ming. Child, the peculiar condition of the crystal ball indicates that your soul power is rather unique, resulting in this anomaly. If I surmise correctly, even if I were to utilize another crystal ball, the outcome would remain unchanged. Su Ming was taken aback, surprised that Matthew had guessed correctly. Fortunately, having experienced so much in his past life, he revealed no sign of distress on the surface. Instead, he feigned urgency and inquired, then, does that mean I cannot venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts? Not at all, Matthew quickly clarified. Rest assured, although it cannot be detected, with your prior innate full soul force as proof, I can still provide you with certification. Su Ming, the collection of information regarding soul masters must indeed rely on your spirit hall. Chapter 35, Tempering the Body, a Surge in Physical Qualities. Drip, drip. Water slowly converged, cascading from the stalactite's apex. A melodious sound resonated, ripples emanating from the pond's surface. Within the pitch-black cavern, an eerie chill permeated the air, enveloped in serene stillness. Gazing into the abyss, the endless darkness instilled a sense of trepidation. As one's vision extended through the lengthy, shadowy passage, a grand semicircular chamber materialized before them. At its zenith, an opening allowed radiant light to filter in, preventing the chamber from becoming oppressively dark and damp. Crackle, crackle. Large logs blazed furiously, emitting a symphony of sounds as the fierce flames voraciously licked the surface of a sizable cauldron above. Rather than a mere cauldron, it resembled a round basin, with a diameter of nearly a meter, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet within this basin simmered a thick, crimson liquid, its contents indiscernible, though a faint metallic scent lingered in the air as red bubbles burst upon the surface. Nearby stood a petite figure, fair and delicate, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Su Ming inhaled deeply, his palm gradually rising as a radiant violet light captured his gaze. Before him lay a completely purple spiritual mushroom, its stem adorned with a distinct emerald hue, blossoming with 9 leaves. This was the 9-rank purple mushroom. Although it did not qualify as a celestial treasure, it possessed the remarkable ability to strengthen one's foundation, enhance vitality, and amplify power. This extraordinary item was not foraged from the Sunset Forest, but was instead a reward for his arduous cultivation of soul power. Achieving a breakthrough to the 10th level of soul power required nearly half a month of diligent practice, dedicating 15 hours each day to earn a single rank of soul power. Su Ming had an abundance of cultivation matters to attend to, making it impossible to devote all his time to the enhancement of his soul power. Thus, he extended his training goal for soul power cultivation to a year. Over the span of this year, dedicating approximately 5 hours each day to soul power training, the reward bestowed by the system was this precious 9-tiered purple herb. Plucking the herb from its root, Su Ming took a hearty bite. It was neither crisp nor reminiscent of chicken, but rather exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. The final step. A glint of madness sparkled in his resolute gaze as Su Ming leapt fiercely, his figure descending towards the circular cauldron. Boom. The scalding crimson liquid instantly enveloped Su Ming. In an instant, Su Ming's veins bulged, and his face contorted in agony as the searing pain made him clench his teeth tightly, unable to suppress a piercing scream. During his battle with Su Lin, he had been beaten to a pulp without uttering a word. Even beneath the cascading waterfall, where his skin was almost eroded, Su Ming remained silent. However, this time, he could no longer endure it. A torrent of violent energy surged within him, threatening to incinerate his entire being, the fiery torment resonating like a cataclysm. Not only was his exterior ravaged, but his internal meridians also faced tremendous impact. It is worth noting that Su Ming's meridians had once been nourished by the Xian Shui Dan and tempered by refined soul power, making such frailty seemingly impossible. Yet at this moment, He felt as though a blazing dragon was rampaging within his body. With a thunderous roar, an intense heat erupted, as if it aimed to completely dissolve the meridians in its path. The sensation of skin being flayed and muscles convulsing was unparalleled. Realizing his physique could not withstand the onslaught, Su Ming's face, now a deep crimson, quickly channeled his soul power, forming a layer of black energy around his meridians to alleviate the pressure. Nevertheless, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Veins bulged from his face, contorting it into a devilish visage as he emitted low groans of despair and anguish. A faint mist of blood emanated from his body, mingling with the crimson liquid surrounding him. In mere moments, the blood was seared, as if the noble red liquid could not possibly accommodate Su Ming's essence. Su Ming, undeterred, continued to grit his teeth and persevere, fully aware that such agony would profoundly temper his body. All he needed was to endure. Indeed, to persist. Under the unwavering belief that fortified him, fate seemed to favor this fortunate soul, as if spurred by some unseen force. A gentle yet miraculous current of energy suddenly radiated from Su Ming's abdomen. A purplish aura spilled forth from his body, coursing through his meridians, gradually subduing the rampant energy within. Enveloped in a delicate lavender glow, Su Ming's once grim visage softened noticeably, returning to its original warmth. The cave fell into an unexpected silence. After a period of tumult, the firewood had lost its earlier ferocity, now emitting wisps of white smoke in a gesture of surrender. A chill breeze swept through the tunnel, extinguishing the last flickering ember. The cave was not only silent, but also imbued with an eerie tranquility. Days turned into nights, the cycle of light and darkness repeating endlessly. Brilliant sunlight streamed in as a black sparrow flitted into the cave, its wings beating against the air. After circling a few times to ascertain there was no danger, it finally landed on the circular altar, stretching its neck to peck at the remnants of blood within. The crimson liquid in the vessel had transformed into a murky clarity, with traces of blood floating atop. Suddenly, a splash erupted as two arms lifted into the air, glistening with a radiant crimson under the bright sunlight. The black sparrow emitted a sharp cry and darted out of the cave like an arrow. After days of silence, Su Ming finally opened his eyes. A faint, pale red mist wafted from his gaze, dispersing like smoke. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 12. Martial soul, firewood knife, quality purple, 623-5000. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and skills, breathing technique, lightness skill, perfect, golden crow blade technique, perfect, Hunyuan blade slash, spirit gathering technique. Possessions, flying soul guide, snow lotus, thousand sun silver. Strength, 88. Defense, 79. Spirit, 72. At last, success had been achieved. Su Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze sparkling with vitality, and his pale, delicate visage involuntarily revealed a hint of joy. After undergoing a refinement with 9-rank purple Ji and the essence of fire python's blood, his physical prowess had reached an even more terrifying level. His strength and defense values had increased by 30. Though this may seem like a mere numerical adjustment, Su Ming alone understood the profound implications it held. From weight training to the honing of his soul power, he had pushed his physique to its utmost limits. To advance further, he could either continue to elevate his soul power to enhance its intensity or seek to harness external energies for bodily refinement. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his current physical condition, Su Ming could contend fiercely with a beast martial soul grandmaster. A soul master withstanding a grandmaster? A dream that ultimately finds its moment of realization. Ding. Congratulations to the host for refreshing the record of physical strength among human soul masters in Douluo, rewarded with a drop of dragon essence blood. System, could it be mistaken? Is it merely the record for human soul masters? Ding. The physical strength of a 7-year-old offspring of a high bloodline dragon-type soul beast still surpasses that of the host. Please strive for further excellence. Su Ming, who can compare to that group of individuals? I'm inquiring about soul masters. Chapter 36, The Barbecue Master in the Soul Hunting Forest. Within the cave, a continuous sigh rises, laden with heavy memories, as if it seeks to release the pent-up emotions accumulated over the past year. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic hues cascading from the cave ceiling, Su Ming's expression is complex and enigmatic, a semblance of a smile dancing upon his lips. In pursuit of physical enhancement, he has sacrificed an abundance of treasures. The soul power he cultivated during a year at the academy, alongside the rewards from a week of meditation for those beneath the 13th level, collectively amounts to nearly 6 levels. This 6 levels of soul power has all been condensed within the 10th level of soul power. In other words, he has fortified his soul skill's efficacy as well as his soul power's refinement for physical enhancement. Ming had squandered an entire 6 levels of soul power. Indeed, 6 levels of soul power. For a soul master, even a mere elevation of 1 level is a momentous occasion, let alone the loss of 6 levels. For those of lower rank, it is akin to the agony of losing a beloved. Yet, Ming resolutely chose to endure this sacrifice, and willingly so. Whether it was the refinement of soul power or the arduous trials of body tempering, he bore the pain with unwavering determination, all in pursuit of enhancing his physique and strength. To contend with true prodigies, one must possess sufficient resolve. His martial spirit, a crude axe, coupled with its inferior quality, represented Ming's most significant shortcoming in the early stages. Ming was able to sever the blue-silver tangle, not only due to his mastery of golden power, but also because the unawakened quality of the blue-silver grass was exceedingly low. Furthermore, there exists a distinction between weapon spirit soul masters and beast spirit soul masters. While weapon spirit soul masters undeniably grow formidable in the later stages, they fall short compared to beast spirit soul masters below level 30. This is because the soul rings obtained by weapon spirit soul masters simultaneously affect their weapon spirits, leading to a lesser enhancement of physical strength in real combat compared to their beast spirit counterparts. To bridge this gap, weapon spirit soul masters must refine their physiques. Such physical training allows for the absorption of higher-level soul rings, creating a cyclical relationship. Ming had long since comprehended this. His year of endeavor culminated in the acquisition of a Millennium Soul Ring. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. With a thunderous boom, Ming shot forth from the cave like a bullet. His piercing gaze gleamed with golden light. Silver wings unfurled behind him, and with a swish, a meteor trailing a silver tail streaked through the dense forest, racing northward. Whenever his soul power waned, Ming would begin to run, persisting in his physical training. Previously, he had found it impossible to continue, but as his body was once again refined, he felt capable of further honing his physique. It was akin to a bamboo tube. Once one segment was cleared, there was space for further ascension. Coupled with the tremendous surge in his physical attributes, Ming required time to acclimate to this newfound power. As time passed, a week slipped by. Before him stretched an expansive, verdant forest. Soldiers clad in bright silver armor patrolled the outskirts, their long spears in hand. Be vigilant. If a soul beast were to charge out, it would not be a trifling matter. Captain, we've said it 100 times already. There is an enforcement team in the forest. Soul beasts won't bang. Before he could finish, the captain, infuriated by his drowsy demeanor, delivered a swift kick and barked. If you wish to live a little longer, get your act together. Do you not understand how many soul beasts have been provoked to charge out each year? How many brothers have perished? With these words, the previously languid soldier felt a chill run down his spine, immediately straightening up. The other soldiers tightened their grips on their spears. They were not soul masters, merely ordinary men. If they encountered a powerful soul beast, they could only fight for their lives. Boom. Suddenly, as they marched, a thunderous noise erupted nearby, as if something was charging towards them. Prepare yourselves, the captain shouted. And the 10-man squad quickly formed a defensive circle, their spears bracing against the outside like a prickly hedgehog. One soldier, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Captain, the sound seems to be coming from outside the soul-hunting forest, not from within." Upon hearing this, the previously tense soldiers began to sense their surroundings more keenly. By the heavens, it truly is coming from outside. Startled by the unexpected noise, the captain cursed under his breath, then stepped out from the formation. The others followed suit. For soldiers, turning to face the forest while the remaining 6 curiously gazed towards the direction of the swirling dust. On the horizon stood a small figure. A child? The soldiers were taken aback. Yet, gazing at the cloud of dust trailing behind him, confusion filled their minds. What is happening? Is the child being pursued by cavalry? Stay alert, the captain coldly reminded, striding forward. As he approached, the soldiers finally grasped the situation. Their astonishment grew as they gaped in disbelief at the source of the dust. It was not a horse, but a tree, one thicker than a grown man's thigh. The tree was tethered to the boy's shoulders by 2 ropes. Gulping nervously, the soldiers swallowed hard at the sight. Although the tree was not tall, it must have weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds. How could this child possibly have dragged it here? This was no ordinary child. He resembled a young soul beast. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the captain cautiously approached. "Child, this is the soul hunting forest, where powerful soul beasts roam. You must not venture in. Leave this place at once. Finally, the boy sighed heavily, his hands releasing from his knees as he slowly straightened his back. His fair face was flushed with sweat, hair matted against his forehead, making him appear as though he had just emerged from water. Yet, he wore a beaming expression, radiating joy akin to that of a child. He had not felt such satisfaction from physical training in quite some time. The sensation was exquisite, almost intoxicating. Gazing at the soul-hunting forest, Su Ming's eyes shimmered with enthusiasm as he unfastened the ropes from his shoulders. I need to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. This is my proof. His words rang out with conviction as he presented a black token. The token bore a sword engraving, indicating it was of the lowest grade. Beneath the sword, a series of numbers indicated that the token was not personally owned but issued by the spirit hall and required to be returned. The captain accepted the token and scrutinized it, confirming its authenticity, but his expression grew increasingly perplexed. Child, are you certain you wish to enter alone to hunt soul beasts? Is it not permitted for one to venture alone? That is not the issue. It is simply the strength of the soul beast inside. Su Ming waved his hand to interrupt the conversation. Since there are no issues, there is no need for further discussion. I shall enter alone. The captain's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that the soul warriors would be so audacious. However, considering the circumstances surrounding Su Ming's arrival, he gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Swish. With a surge of determination, Su Ming plunged into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Captain, he is just a child venturing in alone. This is exceedingly perilous, one of his subordinates exclaimed. Without a soul master to guide him, even a 10-year-old soul beast could easily take his life. With his frail build, he is no more than a morsel for a tiger. Ignoring the derisive murmurs of his men, the man cast a glance at the gnarled scarred tree before him and then surveyed the distant, elongated traces left behind. Not a single leaf remained. How far had this individual dragged his quarry? The soul-hunting forest, with its towering ancient trees and entwined vines, loomed majestically, casting a shadow that evoked a sense of one's own insignificance. Exotic flowers and grasses emitted a mesmerizing glow, creating a scene of such exquisite beauty that, in a previous life, it would undoubtedly have captivated the hearts of many a maiden. However, within the perilous confines of the soul-hunting forest, such beauty was not a harbinger of good fortune. The more enchanting and vibrant the allure, the more likely it was to be accompanied by lurking horrors. Suddenly, a flash of darkness sliced through the air as Su Ming advanced resolutely. Ahead, a snake, no larger than a thumb, lay severed in two, its blood oozing from the wound as it writhed in its death throes. The serpent appeared peculiar. Its body of vivid azure, smooth and supple like a ribbon, adorned with a diamond-patterned back. To the untrained eye, it could easily be mistaken for a lady's lost satin ribbon. A lustful man who dared to pick it up would find himself courting death. This snake was known as the ribbon snake. The more vibrant its hue, the more potent its venom, which was not merely paralyzing but also corrosive. With precision, Su Ming delivered a final blow to the serpent's head. As the ribbon snake's spirit departed for the afterlife, a swirl of white energy ascended, settling above its lifeless form. Su Ming felt no curiosity, for this was not his first encounter with a soul beast. Since entering the soul-hunting forest, he had already encountered no fewer than 5 soul beasts. How could he possibly take a detour during his inaugural encounter? Among them was a century-old fire wolf, which, regrettably, had to retreat in disgrace after falling to his fierce blade. Aware of the enforcement teams patrolling the soul-hunting forest, Su Ming refrained from recklessly soaring through the air with his soul-guiding device, opting instead to traverse the woods swiftly with his lightness skill. Alas, the vastness of the forest proved overwhelming. Even after wandering for an entire afternoon, he had yet to locate the soul beast he sought. As night descended, obscuring his vision with darkness, Su Ming halted his search and set up camp in the embrace of a grand tree. He chose not to rest on the ground, where perilous creatures lurked in abundance. Though dangers also resided in the trees, they were ultimately fewer in number. Crafting a bed was out of the question, so he utilized his hatchet to carve a hollow about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. For a child, the space required was minimal. Applying insect repellent powder to the rim of the hollow, Su Ming crossed his arms and began to drift into a deep slumber. The relentless journey, coupled with the burdensome training, had drained both his soul power and physical strength. At that moment, he was far from his prime. Even upon discovering a millennium-old soul beast, he would not act recklessly. The activity zones of soul beasts are quite fixed, and millennium beasts possess a strong territorial instinct. It was wise to conserve his strength and strike later. He slept soundly until the following day. The brilliant morning light filtered through the hollow, gently rousing Su Ming from his slumber, yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes. His fair complexion radiated satisfaction, indicating a restful night. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air once more, and a mischievous smile crept across his face as he leaped to the top of the tree. In the early morning, a variety of birds had just awakened, seemingly unaware of the looming danger, joyfully hopping about the branches. With a swift movement, a black flash darted by, and a bird that had been catching insects vanished in an instant. Another sound echoed as a soaring eagle plummeted from the sky. In no time, Su Ming had gathered a considerable bounty of prey. A wisp of smoke curled upward in the still forest, and faintly, a song echoed in his ears, braised chicken wings. How I love to eat. If not now, there may never be another chance. Su Ming was not singing. Rather, he was overwhelmed by emotions that he could not suppress. Before him, a grill was adorned with several enormous birds, each larger than his own head. The birds were perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, their tantalizing aroma whetting his appetite. They were generously seasoned with chili powder, cumin, honey, and a myriad of other ingredients, all present and accounted for. Ever since he learned that the body of a berserker required a substantial intake of meat, these delicacies had become a staple for Su Ming. With a swift motion, he tore off 2 bird legs, or rather, 2 chicken drumsticks, which fell into his mouth. With a slight twist, a single bone was effortlessly discarded. Barbecue assessment. Although the flavor was acceptable and the cooking was adequate, the handling of the various meats lacked precision and required further refinement. Barbecue effort rating: 3 stars. Reward: he did not dwell on this further, for Su Ming had already begun to voraciously tear into the large bird, his expression resembling that of a ravenous wolf indulging in its feast. Thud, 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 seemingly lured by the enticing scent of meat, a shadowy black wolf darted from the forest with remarkable speed. Without even casting a glance, Su Ming concentrated his right hand, forming a pointed gesture with his fingers. It appeared that Su Ming had not made a move, yet crimson blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in the chest of the black wolf. In agony, the creature leaped about in distress. Intended to flee, it seemed to lose its senses from the pain. As its legs faltered, it crashed violently against a stone, producing a thunderous sound. Blood splattered, and a white soul ring subsequently ascended into the air. After dealing with the large bird, a wolf's head appeared on the barbecue grill. Severed from its body, Su Ming was apprehensive about tarnishing his intelligence. The meat was voraciously devoured, revealing a series of white ribs beneath. After satisfying his hunger, Su Ming rose, cradling his round belly. The taste paled in comparison to the exquisite flavor of the ancient snow wolf, leaving a sticky residue on his teeth. With a disdainful spit, he launched the wooden skewer from his mouth, which pierced the ground without any resistance. Su Ming departed from this place, continuing his quest in the forest to seek out soul beasts. The martial soul is capable of absorbing soul rings from various species, provided that the augmented attributes are suitable. With the martial soul of a machete, Su Ming could only contemplate a few points. Firstly, enhancing the sharpness of the machete, which would enable him to seek soul beasts possessing claws or those whose attack methods resemble that of a blade. Su Ming's greatest anticipation naturally lies with the dark golden terror claw bear. Whether it resides within the hunting soul forest remains uncertain. Yet the peril of hunting a century-old dark golden terror claw bear is exceedingly high. Furthermore, enhancing the power of the machete is essential. It is not merely the blade that is effective, as the blunt back can also be employed in combat. Su Ming can channel the force of his successive strikes, allowing the explosive power to annihilate all in its path. At present, formidable creatures such as the mighty ape and the mighty gorilla are somewhat manageable, while the century-old Titan giant ape remains but a fantasy. Additionally, the aspect of toxicity is self-evident. As for the martial spirit doppelganger, capabilities such as violent repulsion and stunning effects are also considerations for Su Ming. Nonetheless, Su Ming's primary focus remains on the first category, as its compatibility with his sword techniques makes it the most suitable option for him at this moment. Chapter 37. The Millennium Blade Arm Mantis, a Kite Strategy. Time has passed, and 2 more days have elapsed. Su Ming had ventured into the inner regions of the soul-hunting forest, cautious of the core area where ancient soul beasts resided. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a soul beast that met his expectations. During his search, he had come across a 1,000-year-old wolf spider, but its first soul skill infused with poison was not what he desired. After a week of searching and abandoning several fierce-clawed beasts, his spirits had dwindled considerably. Finally, the emergence of a formidable creature stirred the stillness of his heart. It was a shadowy figure, perched on a branch about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Its sturdy, black exoskeleton glimmered with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of a fully armored warrior. Measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, its upper limbs appeared surprisingly gaunt, with a diminutive three-pronged head and a segmented neck. Its elongated, oval abdomen constituted 70% of its weight. The two pairs of hind limbs resembled bamboo poles, adorned with backward-facing hooks, their joints folded, and sharp tips embedded in the branch. The forelimbs bore protruding, lethal spines at the joints. However, what captured the eye most were the scythes raised high on its shins, with curved, barbed hooks that exuded an eerie aura. It stood there on the branch, exuding an air of regality akin to a sovereign, utilizing its compound eyes to survey the surroundings. Upon noticing Su Ming, it merely cast a fleeting glance at the human juvenile before arrogantly returning its gaze, seemingly disinterested in him. The blade-armed mantis. Su Ming instantly recalled the description from the Soul Beast Compendium, a carnivorous soul beast with ferocious attack power. Its forelimbs resembling blades capable of slicing through the sturdy exoskeleton of iron-armored beetles. Judging by its size, the mantis before him was undoubtedly a millennium-old soul beast. Su Ming hastily suppressed the agitation within him, refraining from immediate action. Instead, he waited until he was closer before launching his surprise attack. With a swift motion, a pitch-black crystal sword erupted from his fingertips, a manifestation of his self-created sword technique. Clang! The sudden assault caught the blade-armed mantis off guard, and before it could react, the crystal sword struck accurately at its abdomen. Startled, the blade-armed mantis unfurled its wings and leapt down from the branch. With the buoyancy granted by its wings, it landed gracefully upon the ground. A viscous green liquid oozed from its wound. Upon witnessing the injury to the blade-armed mantis, Su Ming felt no elation. Rather, he swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the creature. As the creator, Su Ming was acutely aware of the potency of his sword technique. Even a grand soul master would suffer grievous harm if struck. However, the previous blow had merely grazed the exterior of the blade-armed mantis, drawing blood without inflicting severe injury. A testament to its formidable defenses honed over a millennium. The enraged blade-armed mantis emitted a bizarre screech, akin to a roar. It scurried rapidly on its four legs, charging towards Su Ming, its scythe-like appendages raised high, intent on cleaving him in two. Swiftly, Su Ming skillfully maneuvered through the underbrush, creating distance between himself and the blade-armed mantis. The mantis, relentless and heedless, charged forward as if possessed by a singular intent to cling to Su Ming with unyielding tenacity. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed once more as the mantis raised its forelimb to shield its enormous eye. It was none other than Su Ming who had unleashed his crystalline sword again, only to have it deflected by the mantis's formidable blade. I refuse to believe you can continue to block indefinitely. A smirk played upon his lips as Su Ming danced around the mantis, who, like a naive fool, persistently pursued him. This may appear foolish, yet Su Ming understood the mantis's strategy all too well. In close quarters, few spirit beasts could match the reaction and attack speed of the blade-armed mantis. Even if Su Ming were to be caught within its reach, there remained an 80% chance he could not evade its rapid onslaught, even if he were to fortuitously block with his machete. The concentrated strikes of a millennium-old spirit beast could easily inflict severe damage upon him in mere moments. The blade-armed mantis was not mindlessly charging about. Rather, it sought to draw Su Ming into its optimal range for an instantaneous kill. Su Ming was acutely aware of the terrifying intentions of the blade-armed mantis, and he would not allow it to have its way. He continuously increased the distance between them, employing a precise finger sword technique to strike at the mantis's vulnerable spots. While the mantis excelled in close combat, it possessed a glaring weakness: its sluggish crawling speed. The most effective strategy against such a soul beast was undoubtedly a kite-flying approach. Whoosh! Su Ming approached the rear of the armed blade mantis, and with a swift, precise gesture, he inflicted a deep gash upon its hind leg. Su Ming leaped gracefully among the trees, akin to a specter, as the black crystal sword unleashed a flurry of strikes with an intensity reminiscent of a machine gun. The sound of clashing echoed as the vulnerable joints of the mantis-like creature were relentlessly assaulted. If a mere sword thrust could not penetrate the defenses of the mantis, then the golden crow blade technique stood no chance whatsoever. In close combat, victory would undoubtedly belong to the mantis. After 4 or 5 centuries, soul beasts have the capacity to overpower great soul masters. It is inconceivable to consider the 1,000-year-old mantis, renowned for its lethal precision, as anything less formidable. Su Ming did not expect every strike to precisely hit the vulnerable parts of the blade-arm mantis. Such an outcome was not his intention. However, frequent attempts could increase the likelihood of success. Crack! The trembling right foot of the blade-arm mantis was struck once more, a segment of its leg flying off amidst a surge of dark light. The piercing agony seemed to awaken the mantis entirely, instilling in it the realization that the human before it posed a genuine threat to its very existence. It radiated an aura of violet energy, emblematic of a millennium-old soul beast. With a thunderous explosion akin to a shockwave, the refined energy obliterated all in its path, sweeping through the surrounding forest. The tumultuous energy fluctuations momentarily stilled the soul power within Su Ming, causing him to inadvertently descend from his airborne position. Sizzle! The low shrubs were cleaved apart, and a cascade of leaves fell like petals from the heavens. Bang! A figure crashed against the trunk of a great tree. Su Ming wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and before he could even marvel at the moment, a piercing white light suddenly emanated from his bright eyes. It was a silver crescent blade, measuring 1 meter in length, exquisitely beautiful, resembling a gift from the very essence of life itself, withering away. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and he felt a sharp pain coursing through his skin as an icy chill permeated his very being. Swish! Su Ming hastily rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before he could regain his footing, a swift sound of slicing air echoed once more. The same beauty, the same unparalleled sharpness. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, leaving him no time to hesitate. With a surge of energy, he executed his lightness skill to leap into the air. The silver blade passed a mere 20 centimeters from his back, embedding itself directly into the massive tree. Boom! The silvery flash reappeared as the boulder erupted violently. In a single strike, the tree, as thick as a water barrel, was severed with the ease of slicing through tofu, while even the meter-thick giant rock behind him was shattered. Perched atop the tree, Su Ming could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Such a terrifying attack. And even clad in armor, he feared he would stand no chance of defense. One hit, and it would mean certain death. Su Ming took a deep breath and focused his gaze, only to behold the blade-arm mantis enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy. Its seething fury caused the very essence around it to quiver. The mantis's forelimbs, resembling great blades, shimmered with a silvery glow, a chilling light gliding along the edges, capable of severing gold and jade. Silvery energy continuously converged, rendering the surrounding air restless. The blade-arm mantis's innate skill, a formidable offensive technique to compensate for its long-range shortcomings, was the crescent bite. Chapter 38, Blade-arm Mantis, Millennium Soul Ring. With a thunderous roar, a great tree in the forest crashed to the ground, akin to a cannonball exploding, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Su Ming continuously circled around, his figure leaping from the ground to the branches, deftly evading the scythe-like attacks of the mantis. The shift between offense and defense occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Su Ming was the one launching an aerial assault, but in an instant, he transformed into a frantic fugitive. As he witnessed the mantis gathering energy for an imminent strike, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he swiftly released the hatchet in his hand. The hatchet whirled through the air, transforming into a ravenous blade aimed at the mantis. The silvery glow from its right arm flickered out, and the mantis halted its crescent strike, deflecting the hatchet with a single swipe. In a heartbeat, an ominous black light pierced through the gaps in its forelimbs, grazing its shell and igniting sparks. The mantis's compound eyes widened in horror, revealing its shock. A spray of green liquid erupted as the crystalline sheen gradually faded away. Unforeseen, Su Ming had never anticipated that his strike would miss its mark, and his pupils contracted as expletives surged within him. According to his strategy, the hatchet was intended to distract the mantis, leaving it vulnerable to his thrust. The execution unfolded as he envisioned. The thrust penetrated the mantis's forelimb gap and struck its body. However, the targeted area was not the mantis's most vulnerable eye, but rather its nape. The mantis remained facing Su Ming, yet its head twisted bizarrely behind, a peculiarity of the mantis that allowed its neck to rotate a full 180 degrees. Nonetheless, mere rotation could not evade such a swift attack. The mantis's eyes were exceptionally unique, not resembling human eyes but rather akin to the compound eyes of a fly. These compound eyes, composed of numerous individual lenses, resembled a honeycomb structure upon closer inspection. They primarily inhabit insects and crustaceans, offering a broad field of vision while enabling the creature to calculate its position relative to observed objects, facilitating rapid judgment and response. In their view, all movements were decelerated. Thus, the attack that should have landed earlier was deftly evaded by the mantis. allowing it to shift its brain to the rear and absorb the potentially lethal blow with its nape. With a swish, a crescent moon erupted from the mantis's left arm. Just as Su Ming prepared to evade, he sensed something amiss and promptly leaped into the trees. Boom! 2 crescent strikes followed in quick succession, surging into the sky from beneath the trees. The sequential attacks blocked his front and rear paths, sending a chill down Su Ming's spine. No matter whether he advanced or retreated, he risked being struck. Only remaining stationary would ensure his safety. Yet, facing the mantis's innate abilities, even a soul master would hesitate to confront it head-on. Who would dare remain motionless? Even Su Ming instinctively sought to evade. Were it not for his heightened mental acuity and frequent battles with soul masters, his awareness might not have transitioned swiftly enough to avoid the mantis's crescent strike. Anticipation. Gazing into the mantis's grid-like yellow eyes, Su Ming drew a deep breath, realizing he could not linger in its presence. He swiftly darted behind the mantis. The previous anticipated attack had been successfully evaded once, yet he could not guarantee he would escape unscathed the second time. A single hit would surely leave him gravely injured, a price he could not afford. The Compendium of Soul Beasts contained vast knowledge, though Su Ming had perused it. Only by directly confronting the mantis could he grasp its true terror. With its swift, close-range assaults, formidable long-range abilities, and unique predictive capabilities afforded by its compound eyes, it was evident that without Su Ming's perfected agility, maintaining distance from the mantis would be exceedingly challenging. Indeed, while the mantis crawled slowly, a notable weakness for a soul beast, it still maintained considerable speed compared to a human. To defeat a mantis of the same level, one would require not only the speed to create distance, but also the power to penetrate its armor. Additionally, one must possess the ability to evade its predictive strikes. Otherwise, a single blow would result in a gruesome outcome. The combination of these 3 conditions rendered the task exceedingly difficult, explaining why even soul masters preferred to circumvent the mantis. However, this did not imply that Su Ming's strength surpassed that of a soul master. He merely understood the mantis's characteristics and prepared accordingly. Foolish soul masters, unaware of the mantis's nature, would engage in close combat. But if they were to suffer, who else would? Clang, clang, clang. Determining the trajectory of his attack, Su Ming unleashed his full force against the mantis's hind limbs. Though the mantis's head could rotate, its massive abdomen was far less mobile. The hind limbs and abdomen presented Su Ming's sole opportunity. Clang. With a crisp sound of impact, the mantis's rear suddenly collapsed. One of its hind limbs faltered under the relentless slicing of Su Ming's thrust, unable to support the weight of its enormous abdomen, ultimately breaking. 6 legs became 4. Though the mantis retained 2 legs for support, its speed was significantly hampered, leaving it teetering unsteadily as if it had lost its balance. Su Ming was unceremonious, immediately launching an assault on the knife-arm mantis, intent on severing its remaining 2 middle limbs. Once those limbs were cut, the mantis would be like a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable even to flee in the absence of an escape. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as strikes rained upon the middle limbs. The mantis's green blood oozed forth, and the already slender limbs were gradually being sliced thinner, akin to bamboo segments, visibly diminishing with each blow. Suddenly, as it appeared on the verge of having its limbs severed, the mantis tilted its head back, its mandibles gaping wide, releasing a desperate, piercing cry. The sound was sharp, mingling with the essence of soul energy, akin to an arrow slicing through the sky of the soul-hunting forest. Rustling echoed from afar, as if something was crashing through the underbrush. Sensing a significant depletion of his own soul power, Su Ming halted his attack and leaped to a nearby large tree. With a thunderous crash, another knife-arm mantis emerged from the undergrowth. This one was even larger than the previous. Damn it! Su Ming instantly grasped the situation. It appeared to be a pair. A pair. Suddenly struck by a realization, he felt a surge of urgency within. Immediately channeling all his remaining soul power to execute his most formidable attack through a sword gesture. Below, the female mantis crawled around the male mantis a few times, seemingly confirming something as it slowly raised its large blade-like arm. Witnessing this, the male mantis was engulfed in terror, struggling desperately to escape. With a swift and decisive motion, the scythe of death fell, and a spray of green blood erupted forth, revealing a sharp, glimmering silver beneath the male mantis's abdomen. It let out a heart-wrenching roar. But the female mantis remained unfazed, delivering another strike that severed the male mantis's arms. The female mantis understood love. She opened her mandibles, advancing toward the male mantis's head, as if to bestow a poignant kiss upon her husband before his demise. In that instant, Su Ming's attack was unleashed, coalescing into a sword-like gesture resembling black crystal that sliced through the air. With a resounding crash, the sword pierced the male mantis's eye, sharp as a blade, and preemptively flattened its triangular head. The explosion of its cranium splattered the female mantis with gore, startling her into an ear-piercing scream. Once more, the blade flew toward the female mantis, but Su Ming did not linger to witness the outcome. He dashed into the thicket, leaving only trembling branches as evidence of his presence. The enraged female mantis roared and pursued him, both disappearing into the forest. After a while, a small figure emerged from the underbrush, cautiously scanning the surroundings for other soul beasts. Upon finding none, he hoisted the corpse of the male mantis and swiftly departed. He sought refuge in a secluded spot, shrouded by vines that rendered it exceedingly hidden, and he finally set down the male mantis's remains with a sense of relief. His gaze fixated on the purple soul ring adorning the male mantis, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Even as his temperament had grown colder since he began practicing his swordsmanship, a 1,000-year soul ring was finally within his grasp. Su Ming swiftly assumed a cross-legged position, retrieving the snow lotus to replenish his soul energy. The force of the Millennium Soul Ring's energy surge was incredibly intense. Absorbing it was no simple feat and required him to achieve his optimal state. After a while, Su Ming took a deep breath, and the axe gradually materialized before him. The purple soul ring, as if drawn by an unseen force, slowly descended and rested upon the axe. The originally expansive purple soul ring began to constrict as it settled on the axe. Ignoring these changes, Su Ming promptly closed his eyes. Boom. As the purple soul ring landed, searing energy surged into Su Ming's meridians, akin to a blazing inferno igniting within him. Within Su Ming's body, the meridians were once again inundated by a surge of terrifying energy. Those meridians, previously cleansed by the essence of the fire python and other potent blood energies, began to sway as if they could no longer withstand this formidable force. Su Ming's face tightened, and immense agony surged once more, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Compared to the last trial, the energy this time was considerably weaker. However, without the protection of the 9th-grade purple mushroom, the impact on Su Ming's meridians intensified rather than diminished. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Ming did not appear to be in such distress. Although his veins were somewhat prominent, he refrained from uttering a sound. The reason was simple. Having endured the ordeal once before, his meridians had undergone a qualitative leap. Furthermore, Su Ming had successfully persevered through the pain once. Yes, it was indeed painful, a torment that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet, it fell well within the realm of what Su Ming could endure. For a soul master, the resilience of the spirit is far more crucial than the fortitude of the body. As he withstood the baptism of the domineering energy, Su Ming's consciousness gradually deepened. In a vague vision, he seemed to perceive a dark shadow bathed in flames. His martial spirit, the firewood cutter, regardless of how fiercely the roaring flames sought to consume it, or how violently the silver energy struck the cutter, sending sparks flying, it remained steadfast and unmoving. It appeared more akin to a blacksmith forging the cutter. As time elapsed, the dark portions of the cutter suddenly radiated a silver glow, and silver patterns began to spread outward. The blade shimmered with golden light, while the body flowed with silver veins. The interplay of these two colors gradually subdued the raging flames. Chapter 39, The Truth Revealed by the Condiment Bottle. As the searing sensation receded, a gentle energy surged forth from Su Ming's abdomen. It resembled an underground spring suddenly emerging, flowing over parched dunes, imparting a refreshing sensation that penetrated the very soul. Su Ming felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing, utterly enraptured by this sensation. His pores seemed to be voraciously absorbing the energy from the external world. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes. At first glance, his gaze was drawn to his martial soul, the chopping knife. Compared to its previous form, the knife now exhibited a remarkable transformation. Silver patterns unfurled from the curved tip of the blade, meandering and undulating until they converged at the hilt. At first glance, it resembled a vine adorned with leaves. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern an array of unusual characteristics. Peculiar triangles adorned the surface, and layers of leaves overlapped, while additional branches extended in various directions, each bifurcating in pairs, reminiscent of bamboo. Su Ming discerned that it was a knife-arm mantis. Its form a continuous loop that ultimately gave rise to this intricate pattern. After all, the knife-arm mantis is inherently more adept at ambush, launching sudden attacks from the shadows. Moreover, the mantis itself bears a resemblance to leaves, and its diminutive size naturally leads to misunderstandings. With a swift motion, Su Ming felt the sharpness of the machete resonate with a thrilling intensity, and his gaze brightened as he brought the blade down upon a vine. It sliced through with the ease of cutting tofu, hardly encountering any resistance, and 3 vines were severed in an instant. In this moment, the machete's efficacy could be aptly described as akin to the phrase cutting through hair. Should he engage in battle with the knife-arm Mantis again? The current sharpness of the machete assuredly would inflict damage, rather than being casually dismissed like a balloon. How foolish, the corpse lies right here. Su Ming struck his forehead lightly, then raised the machete and delivered a heavy blow to the forelimb of the Mantis. The sound resonated, contrary to his expectations. The blade was not as razor-sharp as he had envisioned. Instead of severing the forelimb completely, it merely penetrated partially. The forelimb of the Mantis was roughly the diameter of a bamboo tube, and Su Ming's strike only buried the blade a quarter of the way in. He exerted 7/10 of his strength for this strike. However, he refrained from employing his soul technique. After all, it was merely the power of metal, not the ultimate manifestation of gold, and thus, the damage inflicted upon the exoskeleton was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Su Ming let out a sigh, not harboring much disappointment. Instead, a hint of surprise lingered on his face. The purple soul ring pulsated, emanating an aura of noble dominance. With a swift motion, the spirit blade burst forth in a silver radiance, reminiscent of the simplicity of moonlight, chilling in its brilliance. Tiny yet fierce rays of light danced around the blade like agile dragons. With a decisive swoosh, the silver glow intensified as Su Ming's blade descended with great force. The once indomitable arm of the Mantis was effortlessly severed at the thigh, revealing a smooth, gleaming cross-section akin to polished metal. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Su Ming's flushed complexion swiftly turned pale as he sensed his soul power nearly drained, leaving him feeble and enervated. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head, acknowledging that invoking a millennium-old soul technique was indeed a strenuous task, not to be employed lightly. Although Su Ming possessed high-quality soul power, the activation of the soul ring's ability seemed to be a matter of magnitude. The actual effectiveness of the soul technique was intrinsically linked to the quality of the soul power. The first soul ring skill obtained by Su Ming is named Blade Strike, which enhances his martial spirit's attack power by 20. With each additional soul ring acquired, the attack power increases by an additional 10. Given the superior quality of Su Ming's soul power, the base enhancement is estimated to be around 25. An attack power enhancement of 25, combined with Su Ming's overall strength, makes it unsurprising that a purple quality machete could sever the limb of a Mantis. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 13. High quality soul power. Enhances soul skill effects and boosts energy clones. Martial Spirit. Machete, Quality Purple. 12, 255, 000. Special Physique. Berserker's Body. Cultivation Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique. Lightness Skill, Perfected. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfected. Mixed Origin Blade / Spirit Gathering Technique. Possessions. Blood Essence of the Yalong Species. Flight's Soul Guidance Device. Silver of 1,000 Sinks. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Spirit, 80. Acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring has bestowed numerous advantages upon Su Ming. Firstly, it has significantly enhanced the quality of his martial spirit by approximately 600 points. Is it truly acceptable that a Millennium Soul Ring only yields such a modest increase? If gaining a Soul Ring could result in a leap in martial spirit quality, then the disparity between martial spirits would be negligible. At the same level, with the same Soul Ring and age, a top-tier offensive martial spirit would essentially dominate a first-rate offensive martial spirit. The level disparity among martial spirits is not easily surmountable. However, the effects of soul skills can bridge the gap between them. Quality pertains to quality, while effect pertains to effect. Although they may appear interconnected, they are distinctly defined. Moreover, it could be said that quality is intrinsically linked to innate soul power, determining the quality of a martial spirit through the lens of pure innate soul power. Su Ming shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, as long as the martial spirit exhibited commendable effects. Its quality was merely a symbolic representation of efficacy. It was only later that Su Ming came to understand that the quality displayed by the system actually denoted heredity, indicating the inherited quality outcomes for his progeny. Thus, his descendants would not be relegated to starting with mere crude tools, ultimately giving rise to the illustrious and formidable Immortal Blade sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing the level to hunt the Millennium Soul Beast, the Blade Arm Mantis. Due to external factors, the overall rewards have been adjusted, granting the host 1 broken blade and an increase of 1 in mental power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the rank of Soul Master, rewarded with one spatial ring. With a dark expression, Su Ming addressed the system, just now. I had firmly subdued the blade arm mantis. This external factor should be inconsequential, shouldn't it? Ding. The host's protest indeed holds merit. However, it does not alter the suspicion of stealing a kill. At that time, the blade arm mantis was not gravely wounded. And considering the significant depletion of the host's soul energy, it still possessed the strength for a final counterattack. Whether the host can secure victory remains uncertain. Please understand this. Upon receiving the rejection of his appeal, Su Ming ceased his struggle and retrieved the broken killing blade awarded by the system. Broken killing blade, forged from the dual blades of the blade arm mantis and rare metals. It possesses formidable attack power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. The host is advised to use it with caution. The blade was a deep black, with only the edge gleaming in a bright silver. Measuring just under 1 meter in length, appearing rather unremarkable. Su Ming instinctively waved his hand, producing a delicate sound of air friction, suggesting a commendable sharpness. With a decisive snap, he detached one of the blades from the mantis arm, intending to test its metal against the other. Upon impact, the two blades met with a sharp hiss, yet it was unclear which would prevail. As he withdrew them, Su Ming observed that the mantis arm's blade had suffered a notable dent. The broken kill blade, while not entirely unscathed, exhibited a slight curling at the point of contact. Nonetheless, it remained a superior weapon overall. After securing the broken kill blade for future combat, Su Ming proceeded to draw forth the spatial ring, preparing to infuse it with his blood for attunement. The spatial ring offered a modest capacity of merely 1 cubic meter, sufficient for his current needs but limited nonetheless. Su Ming unfastened his belt, and as he removed his outer garment, a gleaming silver armor came into view. This was the silver scale armor, capable of withstanding attacks from soul masters of level 30 or below. Beneath the armor, there was a belt adorned with uniformly styled small vials and miscellaneous items. Secured with rubber bands, the chili powder was stowed away for future use. Honey was consumed rather quickly. He decided to gather more from the bees later. The dagger was kept safe, as was the injury medicine. After meticulously organizing his belongings for traversing the realm of soul masters, Su Ming transferred the necessary items into his spatial ring. Once this task was completed, he withdrew the battered killing knife lodged in a tree and, with a furtive glance, retraced his steps, preparing to confront the 1,000-year-old Mother Mantis. At the back mountain of the academy, under a grand tree, a figure sat in meditation. Her long scorpion braid cascaded down to her waist, and the pink fabric of her skirt danced in the breeze, revealing a youthful and adorable face, marked by a seriousness that was particularly striking. It wouldn't be long before her soul power would break through to level 14. As she sensed the accumulation of soul power within her, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of excitement. A beaming smile graced her plump lips, betraying her happiness. Utterly detached from any notion of concealing her emotions. That fellow didn't deceive me after all. It's rare for him to do something commendable. After brushing off her attire, Zhao Wujie noticed the sun beginning to set and realized it was time to return home. With a swift leap, she landed on a branch, then bounded down the tree, racing towards the foot of the mountain. Navigating through the streets of Nodding City, dashing across the rural paths, she even snagged a willow branch at the village entrance, before joyfully arriving at the wooden house nestled against the mountain into Yin village. "Grandfather, I'm back." "Is he back yet?" Seeing her grandfather, Bren, engaged in conversation with the village chief, Geely, Zhao Wujie rushed over and perched herself on his back, cheerfully inquiring. Zhao Wujie possessed considerable strength, almost causing Bren to stumble, prompting him to chuckle as he patted her head. "Be a bit gentler, my old bones can't handle your antics." Zhao Wujie playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly hopped down, peering into the house. Not spotting Su Ming, she pouted in boredom and returned to her original position. "Zhao Wujie, is Su Ming working hard at the academy as well?" Geely, puffing on an old pipe, inquired, exhaling a cloud of smoke, appearing quite refreshed and content. While massaging Bren's back, Zhao Wujie was somewhat distracted. "Pretty much. He is the strongest in our academy, even outclassing most teachers." "Is that so?" Geely's smile widened. But just as he was about to take a deep puff, he paused. "Wait, Zhao Wujie, he is not even a soul master. How could he possibly be the strongest?" "He must have taught you to say that." His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a knowing smile, as if he had seen through everything. "What would I gain from deceiving you? Although he lacks a soul ring, his strength." The sentence abruptly halted. Soul ring? Could it be? Zhao Wujie seemed to realize something, dashing into the room with urgency, rummaging through Su Ming's clothing. When she found no sign of the seasoning bottle belt, her face drained of color. That scoundrel. Could he have secretly gone to hunt soul beasts? Chapter 40. The Duel of Swordsmen. No Martial Virtue. Indian Village. At the wooden house, a cute and somewhat naive girl sat quietly on the steps of the courtyard. The setting sun cast a long shadow of her figure. With arched eyebrows, a cherry-red mouth, and large, expressive eyes, her delicate face, while youthful, bore a hint of allure, embodying the essence of a beauty destined to captivate. Yet, at this moment, her mood appeared rather dismal. Her eyes, resembling clear springs, reflected a hollow expression, and her fists clenched tightly. All that talk about secluded cultivation is nothing but a farce. Damn that scoundrel. Her rosy lips trembled in rage, teeth gritted in frustration. At this moment, she realized that Su Ming's so-called seclusion was merely a ruse, and her anger was not directed at him for deceiving her. As a soul beast, she was acutely aware of the immense power contained within a 1,000-year soul ring, not to mention soul masters. Even many great soul masters would struggle to withstand the force of a 1,000-year soul ring, let alone hunt a 1,000-year soul beast. While she recognized Su Ming's strength, she knew he was far from a match for a 1,000-year soul beast. I told you not to go, but you're as stubborn as a mule. In a fit of anxiety, Zhao Wu picked up a stone and hurled it at the black donkey tethered in the yard. Stubborn donkey. Useless mule. You think you can just run off to your death? She shouted, her frustration boiling over. Die. The sooner the better. Then no one will know I'm a soul beast. And no one will covet my soul ring, nor will anyone bully me. It would be quite nice, very comfortable. Then grandfather would be all mine. With no connection to you, Su Ming. Despite her incessant tirades, Zhao Wu's spirits did not lift. Instead, her worry deepened. She paced restlessly just shy of a meter from the yard, resembling the tethered black donkey more than anything. After a moment, she seemed to contemplate going somewhere. But as her foot lifted into the air, she withdrew it in frustration. She understood that without knowing where Su Ming had gone to hunt soul beasts, she would have no way to find him, and the best course of action was to wait at home. However, that thought left her unsettled. As though she had lost something important, a feeling of agitation brewing within her. She couldn't quite fathom why, despite Su Ming's unkindness, she still worried about this stubborn mule. Perhaps it was simply the desire to spare her grandfather Bryn any sorrow. Zhao Wu instinctively turned to glance at her grandfather, seeing him calmly watering the peach tree. And she sighed helplessly. Is it just me here, fretting in this house? After a while, once Bryn finished his task, he did not retreat indoors but instead settled himself in the courtyard. He smiled as he patted the stone steps, beckoning Zhao Wu to sit and converse. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through her, prompting Zhao Wu to ask apprehensively, Grandfather, what's the matter? Just sit down. Why are you pacing around? Bryn smiled warmly, waving her over. Zhao Wu complied, sitting beside him. Under the golden rays of the setting sun, a heartwarming scene unfolded, the old man holding the girl's hand. His aged face adorned with kindness and smiles. Zhao Wu, Grandfather has something to ask you. Your relationship with Su Ming at the Academy isn't particularly good, is it? At this point, Bryn's smile faded, his profound gaze resembling a mirror, as though he could see through everything. Just as Zhao Wu felt a sense of relief that Bryn wasn't inquiring about Su Ming's disappearance, her heart quivered at his words, and she forced a laugh. Grandfather, why are you suddenly asking about this? Is it bad? Bad. It's beyond bad. Right now, I feel like smashing his head. The shadow of a demon flickered in her heart, yet Zhao Wu maintained a cheerful facade. Alas, seated across from her was a seasoned individual, a connoisseur of human nature. Blin, with his keen perception, discerned the subtlety in Zhao Wu's grasp of her skirt, reinforcing his suspicions. He feigned anger, puffing his cheeks and glaring. How dare you inquire of me when I have yet to question you? What is truly going on? There is an air of peculiarity about you both. Something I cannot quite articulate. Initially, I suspected you were harboring a clandestine romance, but after observing for several days, I find myself utterly confused. Su Ming, known for his stoic demeanor, was unlikely to confide in me during his absence. Now, my dear, do enlighten your grandfather. What transpired between you two? Blin grasped Zhao Wu's hand tightly, as if fearing she might flee. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The reason for her discomfort eluded even her. Moreover, she could not reveal her identity as a soul beast. I am uncertain. It feels as though Su Ming harbors some disdain for me, though I cannot pinpoint the cause. He dislikes you? Not entirely, Zhao Wu interjected hastily. At times, he can be quite amiable. Yet there are moments when he appears cold and distant, as if I have stolen something from him. Oh, Blin's expression transformed with understanding, his fingers stroking his beard in amusement. He ceased his inquiries and retreated into the courtyard with a light-hearted demeanor. Zhao Wu stood, dazed, her mind swirling. What transpired? No. Her grandfather must know the truth. With newfound determination, she hurried after him, circling around Blin, her animated gestures seemingly dismissing the gravity of Su Ming's soul beast hunts. In the soul-hunting forest, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from afar. The force of energy sent the treetops swaying violently, accompanied by the sounds of clashing blades. Suddenly, a resonant crash reverberated, and sparks flew from the point of impact. The tremendous force propelled Su Ming backward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Before him loomed a nearly 2-meter-tall mantis with blade-like arms, its mandibles snapping open and shut as if in a roar. Enveloped in a purple aura, it exuded an imposing presence, brandishing its large blades with the assurance of a warrior capable of holding back legions. Come again. Su Ming spat, lunging forward once more. A silver flash erupted in his mind as he bent low, narrowly evading the blade-like arm of the mantis. With a sudden thrust, he propelled himself upward, aiming for the creature's head with a soaring strike. However, before his attack could land, the mantis retaliated with a swift swipe of its other arm. With no time to execute his original assault, Su Ming swiftly adapted his approach to block. The impact sent him hurtling through the air once more. He felt his insides churn painfully. Had it been in the past, merely deflecting such a blow would have resulted in broken bones. Undoubtedly, the enhancement from 1,000-year soul ring far surpassed that of a century S. While still painful, Su Ming's body had developed the resilience to withstand the mantis's might. Of course, should the blade connect, he would certainly have to retreat. Without hesitation, Su Ming's eyes blazed with determination as he charged forward again. The mantis exhibited remarkable speed, proving itself a formidable opponent. Engaging with it would sharpen Su Ming's reflexes. Unlike before, where evasion was futile, he now merely needed to avoid severe injury. The battle raged on, with Su Ming being pushed back, yet continuously pressing the attack. The mantis's yellow crystalline eyes blazed with intensity, its aura surging as it prepared to unleash its innate skill, Crescent Bite. However, Su Ming remained too close, thwarting its attempts to create distance. Indeed, without the enhancement of a soul ring, Su Ming maneuvered with agility, refusing to grant the mantis any opportunity for close combat. The dance of blades and shadows unfolded, dazzling and disorienting. The clash between man and mantis transformed the forest into a stage for a breathtaking duel of swordsmen. Su Ming refrained from attacking the abdomen of the arm-blade mantis, instead confronting it head-on. The battle raged for an hour before Su Ming, battered and breathless, made his retreat. The arm-blade mantis, fixated on the direction of Su Ming's departure, emitted a piercing scream that shattered the silence, its blades gleaming ominously. With a swift motion, it cleaved through the air like a crescent moon, leaving a 20-meter-long scar through the forest. Trees toppled with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. As the haze dissipated, the tops of the underbrush lay flattened, and the stumps appeared as smooth as glass, with fallen trees strewn haphazardly across the ground. Searching frantically, the arm-blade mantis failed to catch sight of Su Ming, and in a fit of rage, it unleashed its fury upon the forest, attacking with relentless fervor. Blades of moonlight shot forth, severing the surrounding trees, while broken branches and fallen leaves rained down from above. It was only when the area within 100 meters was devoid of any obstructions that the arm-blade mantis ceased its assault, its form reeling as it slowly withdrew from the scene. Upon closer inspection, the mantis bore countless linear gashes across its neck and forelimbs, from which green ichor oozed, as if it had endured 1,000 cuts. Despite the robust nature of its bamboo-like body showing no signs of fracture, the multitude of small wounds inflicted considerable suffering. The vendetta of the slain and the visceral pain of injury weighed heavily upon it, knowing its foe was merely a human child. It was no wonder the arm-blade mantis succumbed to madness. Any creature would have reacted similarly. Ding! After an arduous battle with the Millennium arm-blade mantis, the host received a notification of increased prowess, Strength 2, Defense 2, Mental Power 3. After 2 hours of recuperation atop a great tree, Su Ming's soul power was replenished. Ignoring the residual pain in his body, he grasped the broken slaughter blade and returned to the fray. Arm-blade mantis, come forth. With a resounding crash, as if summoned, the arm-blade mantis leapt from the underbrush, its massive form landing heavily upon the ground. With a fierce screech, it charged at Su Ming without the need for further provocation. In less than an hour, the confrontation would resume. Su Ming departed once more in a state of disarray. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the 1,000-year-old blade arm mantis. With the effect of the berserker's physique, Congratulations to the host for acquiring an increase of 2 in strength, 2 in defense, and 2 in mental fortitude. In the forest, darkness descended in the blink of an eye. Beneath the shroud of night, flames cascaded from the heavens. Whoosh! Dozens of torches and a large bonfire illuminated the clearing of 100 meters in radius. Whoosh! The figure of the blade-armed mantis had yet to emerge when a sharp silver light sliced through the underbrush with the ease of cutting vegetables. Clang! Driven backward like a projectile, Ming collided violently with a tree, nearly embedding himself within it. The soul force shield he had painstakingly erected shattered like glass. Even the back of his soul-piercing blade now bore a newly formed 2-centimeter gash. Chapter 41. I snatched the kill, you dropped the soul bone? Host. Ming Soul Force. Level 13. High quality. Spirit. Cleaver. Purple quality. 1225 5000. Special physique. Berserker's body techniques soul skills. Breathing exercise. Light body art. Perfected. Golden Crow Saber art. Perfected. Chaos Severing Draw. Spirit Gathering art possessions. WIRM Blood Essence. Flight Soul Tool. 1000 Sync Silver Strength. 102 Defense. 91 Spirit. 92 Though the Scythe Mantis had fought with dishonorable tactics, Ming was no backstabber. Adhering to principles of fairness, justice, and openness, he engaged in a friendly, 2-day exchange with the Scythe Mantis within the forest. The Scythe Mantis possessed formidable strength, and even with armor, Ming felt excruciating pain. Despite fleeing with his battered body each time, a true warrior confronts life's grim realities and faces bloodshed head-on. After each retreat, Ming would rally and return. At high noon, wisps of smoke curled skyward from the forest. From above, even under the blazing sun, the smoke and fire stood out starkly. The surrounding area was no longer dense woodland, but a clearing of 100 meters, the smoke rising like a flag at a stadium. Beside the fire lay a massive, nearly 2-meter-long, jet-black creature. With a triangular head, bamboo-like torso, and a massive, bean-shaped abdomen, its dense, sturdy carapace reflected sunlight like a miniature black sports car. Perched upon its back was a small figure, grease glistening on his lips as he devoured roasted meat. The scene of man and mantis was one of peculiar harmony. Why did you run? It was just a friendly spar, no need to go that far. Now look, you're done for, your insect life is over, isn't it? Chewing on a wolf leg, Ming grumbled, expressing his sympathy for the Scythe Mantis. The Scythe Mantis couldn't understand him, but his voice still caused its large abdomen to tremble, its triangular head filled with terror. Nearby, severed limbs lay bleeding, a gruesome sight. The 2 jade-splitting scythes were discarded like trash in a pool of green fluid. With all 6 limbs severed, the Scythe Mantis could only lie prone, helpless. It was difficult to imagine the ordeal the Scythe Mantis had endured. Suddenly, a thwack sound echoed, accompanied by a splatter. Ming was momentarily taken aback as he observed the mantis's arm succumb to weakness and collapse. Its triangular head was impaled by a broken forelimb, giving the impression that it had exerted itself excessively while attempting to clear its eyes, resulting in a self-inflicted injury. Ming, you truly are a perfect match. You won't even grant me a glimpse of your countenance, will you? Ming let out a resigned sigh. In terms of strength, he truly found himself no match for the blade-armed mantis. Even if he were to employ his first soul skill, his weakened state would still render him unlikely to prevail. Indeed, the chopping knife could sever the forelimbs of the deceased blade-armed mantis. But that was in a state of death, where the creature's body was devoid of any energy enhancement. In its prime, the defensive capabilities of the blade-armed mantis undoubtedly surpassed the offensive power of the chopping knife. The destructive blade, bolstered by soul power, and the chopping knife, enhanced by a 25 amplification from the first soul skill, were comparably sharp, while the destructive blade could inflict damage upon the forelimbs of the blade-armed mantis. It would not cause severe injury unless it struck the head. Therefore, even with the exertion of his first soul skill, the immense consumption of soul power left Ming struggling to overcome the blade-armed mantis. In contrast, wielding the destructive blade granted him slightly greater combat prowess. Could a martial spirit and soul skills be outmatched by a mere weapon? It was an unavoidable reality, after all. The level 2 chopping knife could not compete with the formidable blade of the blade-armed mantis, a truth beyond dispute. However, such circumstances were confined to the present moment. After 2 days of honing his blade, he had managed to slay a soul beast aged 1,500 years. This was not victory, but rather a disgrace. Gathering his thoughts, Ming prepared to depart from the soul-hunting forest. Just as he lifted his foot, his peripheral vision caught an unusual glimmer. Ming turned his head, only to see the severed forelimb of the mantis-like creature emitting a faint glow. Could it be? Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of joy welled within him. He hastened towards the blade-armed mantis, utilizing his break-killing blade to sever its forelimbs. In an instant, a piece of black bone came into view, glistening and translucent. Resembling black crystal, the dark hue was eerily profound, evoking admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. A soul bone, without pausing to appreciate it. Su Ming swiftly stored the item in his spatial ring. A glance around revealed no onlookers, allowing him to finally breathe easy. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He could hardly believe his extraordinary fortune. 100,000-year soul beast reliably produced soul bones, while the probability for a 10,000-year soul beast to yield one was pitifully low. As for a 1,000-year soul beast, the chance of obtaining a soul bone was virtually non-existent due to insufficient energy density. Moreover, it seemed that the higher the malice at the moment of death for 10,000 and 1,000-year soul beasts, the greater the likelihood of them producing soul bones. Malice? Su Ming's eyes twitched at the corners, gazing at the mantis-like figure with a look of utter exasperation. He merely sought a friendly spar. Their encounters barely exceeded a mere count of 10, and he harbored no intention of slaying him. Was such animosity truly warranted? But it seemed he had indeed claimed your kill, your husband's, no less. Ahem. Su Ming rubbed his nostrils, choosing not to linger further. Having been out for quite some time, it was indeed time to return. Thunderous rumblings erupted from the outskirts of the Soul Hunter forest. Glancing toward the source, he observed the treetops swaying violently, as if some beast were poised to emerge. With a swift motion, a diminutive figure burst into the embrace of sunlight. Under the bewildered gazes of the soldiers, Su Ming dashed away, dragging a massive tree behind him. Captain, that was the same little rascal from earlier, wasn't it? Damn, now that you mention it, I recall. It truly was him. He ventured into the Soul Hunter forest alone and lived to tell the tale. This little fellow seems rather extraordinary. Extraordinary? Does your child often drag trees around? The group fell into a stunned silence as memories of Su Ming's earlier journey flickered through their minds. In Dian Village, deep in the stillness of night, darkness enveloped everything. Splash! Something plummeted into the creek, sending water spraying. Ordinarily, any commotion in the village would rouse the dogs to a frenzied bark, yet now, they remained silent as if their mouths had been sewn shut. From a small pond, a tiny head emerged, spouting water from its mouth. With large eyes, a plump nose, and a face brimming with youthful elasticity, the child appeared both endearing and somewhat aloof. After vigorously rubbing away the sweat, Su Ming, seizing the moment before sleep overtook him, swiftly changed into a clean set of undergarments. With a few agile leaps, he found himself atop his own roof. Opening the sunlit skylight, Su Ming slid down. Bang! The skylight shut behind him. The blanket was tossed aside, and the weary Su Ming finally lay down, having completed his actions in a seamless flow, devoid of any hesitation. In the past, to avoid disturbing his grandfather, Blin, while practicing at night, Su Ming had mastered this routine with ease. Though Su Ming's movements were light and graceful, in the darkness, a pair of large eyes suddenly opened wide. Not an enemy. Is that fellow back? With a swift motion, Zhao Wu threw off the covers and rose from the bed. In the pitch blackness where one could not see their hand in front of their face, her eyes glowed a fiery red, her body trembling as if boiling with rage. Exhaling with indignation. A retreat, is it? You dare deceive me? Leaving Grandpa alone with me, are you? Regardless of whether it is Su Ming or not, it's prudent to strike first. With fury, Zhao Wu kicked out. Bang, bang, bang. Knowing that Su Ming was under the covers and robust, she stomped down with vigor, seemingly wishing to vent her pent-up frustrations from these past days. Hiss, do you wish for death? Where do you think you're kicking? The voice quivered with emotion. Yet, to Zhao Wu's ears, it was more melodic than any celestial tune. This irksome voice she would never forget for the rest of her life. I thought a thief had entered the house, only to find it was you, startling me greatly. It was indeed you I kicked. With her cheeks flushed from telling a fib, Zhao Wu's face radiated joy as she nonchalantly squatted down. Hey, you're not injured, are you? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you? Su Ming, roll along. Su Ming, with a face full of disdain, adjusted his blanket. His eyes almost too heavy to open, too lazy to engage, and simply continued his slumber. Humph. You weren't injured, yet you screamed so loudly. Zhao Wu curled her lip. From the strength of that voice, she knew Su Ming was just fine. Could it be that this fellow had not ventured out to hunt soul beasts? As her thoughts whirled, she considered that perhaps she was overthinking. If he had truly gone after a soul beast, it was improbable for him to return so swiftly and unscathed. After all, century-old soul beasts possessed considerable strength, and even a great soul master might struggle against them. Alas, her worries were unfounded. In a fit of exasperation, she kicked Su Ming once more before reclining comfortably. The tension in her brows slowly dissipated, and a contented smile graced her lips, as if today was indeed going rather well. Yes, the night was splendid. However, the day had been quite another matter. Having not enjoyed a full rest in quite some time, Su Ming slumbered until midday the following day, aware of Su Ming's hearty appetite. Grandpa Bruin had prepared 2 large pots of rice without a hint of regret. Eat slowly, child. There is no competition for your food. Enjoy this smoked rabbit meat. Xiao Wu doesn't care for it, and I can hardly chew it. If you like it, then indulge yourself. Without needing Grandpa Bruin's encouragement, Su Ming would not hesitate to partake, knowing his grandfather had finished his meal long ago. As for Xiao Wu, she had not eaten her fill. Noticing the commotion from the main house, Xiao Wu peeked her head in, her face adorned with an awkward yet polite smile. Seeing her, Bruin stroked his short beard. Chuckling with amusement, Xiao Wu, what is this? You were so eager to inquire about Su Ming's return, and now you're hiding? I'm not hiding, Xiao Wu retorted stubbornly, pouting her lips high, her long eyelashes quivering above her large eyes. There was no need to hide before. Yesterday, her feet had itched, and she wondered if someone remembered that incident. No way, you were sleeping like a log. Do you really remember? As she caught Su Ming's teasing gaze, her proud demeanor crumbled instantly, her heart racing with anxiety. Su Ming, I'll go fetch you a bowl of rice from the kitchen. With a forced smile, Xiao Wu awkwardly made her way to the kitchen, her heart pounding as if it might burst. She crouched in a corner, thumping her chest in distress. This is it. That dreadful expression on his face suggests he has no intention of letting me off the hook. Chapter 42. Teach me to be human, yet you yourself are not human? Grandpa, Xiao Wu and I are stepping out for a while. We shall return by evening. In the courtyard, Su Ming's voice floated through the air as he lifted Xiao Wu high above him, his expression devoid of emotion as they exited the yard. Grandpa, save me. He is going to bully me. With a sideways glance towards the door, Xiao Wu clung to the hope of rescue, shouting frantically. Bruin seemed oblivious, fiddling with his bamboo knife and saw, absorbed in his own tasks. It was only after their figures had vanished from sight that Bruin finally turned his gaze. Oh, a bit of commotion is good, he mused, a knowing smile spreading across his aged face as he patted his back and retreated indoors. Children possessed their own brand of innocence. He would not take on the role of the villain. In the fields, the villagers observed Su Ming carrying Xiao Wu and couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Xiao Wu arrived in Dian Village, her lively and spirited nature had indeed brought much joy to the community, earning her considerable affection. Yet, she had also stirred up her fair share of trouble. When she desired fish, while others went to the streams and rivers, she would sneak into the fish ponds of others. The owners, witnessing her antics, were left in a quandary, unsure whether to intervene, especially since she was so enthusiastic, always eager to assist, yet her help often led to more chaos. As the sole soul master in the village chief, Geely, dared not reprimand her, and the villagers hesitated to bring up such matters in front of Bruin. Now, at last, someone had returned to deal with this girl. Su Ming, you must put me down. Everyone is watching. Xiao Wu protested vigorously. Her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she covered her face with her hands, desperate to shield herself from the gaze of others. Su Ming feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Inside, Xiao Wu felt increasingly anxious, her head nearly retreating into her collar as she mumbled. Is it so wrong for me to admit my mistake? Last night, I did indeed kick you on purpose. I thought you had gone off to hunt soul beasts. I was worried for so many days, and I only wanted to vent my feelings a little. Besides, I didn't really use much force. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt a weight in her body as the scenery around her seemed to rise abruptly, and she found herself thudding to the ground. Indeed, acknowledging her fault proved beneficial. A surge of relief filled her heart, knowing that Su Ming likely would hold it against her, allowing her to finally relax. Su Ming's expression was grave. Have you been training on the back mountain of the academy every day? A sudden thrill coursed through her, and with resolute determination, she replied. Of course I have. That place is indeed much like you described. My soul power is nearly at level 14 now. I estimate that in a couple of days, I will achieve a breakthrough. What do you think? Are you envious? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and in the end, only a murmur echoed within her heart. Envious? Has she forgotten that it was I who relinquished that place for you? Su Ming could only sigh in resignation before inquiring. Have you truly practiced for 3 hours each day as I requested? Zhao Wu held her head high, replying confidently, of course. How could I possibly slack off? I even planned to report to you. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself being lifted into the air once more. A nightmarish voice echoed in her ears. Is that so? I never realized you were working so hard. Su Ming's lips curled into a chilling smile. With just a glance, he discerned that Zhao Wu was lying. Fully aware of her own circumstances, she still insisted on practicing for 3 hours each day. Su Ming felt he had been overly indulgent with her. He cast a fleeting glance at the stream below before looking back at Zhao Wu. Fear and guilt washed over her, and she raised 3 fingers in honesty, stating that for most of the past half-month, she had indeed practiced for the full 3 hours, only for 3 days when she had practiced for a shorter time. With a slight easing of his expression, Su Ming shifted the conversation, inquiring, have you caused any trouble in the village? Oh, well, I did pick some peaches from someone else's tree. Just peaches? Also, I accidentally knocked down a wall. You mean a wall? Yes, a wall belonging to someone else. Su Ming, have you apologized and offered compensation? The host family has mentioned anything? Zhao Wu pouted her little lips, incessantly fidgeting with her fingers, resembling a child fearful of punishment for her misdeeds. A prolonged silence ensued. Su Ming suddenly let out a sigh, gently placing Zhao Wu down, unharmed. Looking at her, he spoke in the tone of a weary father, expressing helplessness. I can overlook your laziness and training, and even the incident from last night when you kicked me. However, the mistakes you've made in the village must be rectified by you personally. As he spoke, Su Ming's expression turned unexpectedly grave. The distinction between beasts and humans lies fundamentally in the concept of morality. One must understand and embody these principles to impose moral constraints upon oneself. First, one must be human, and only then pursue cultivation. Your nature isn't inherently bad. It merely diverges from human thought. The perils of the world aside, let us begin with the basics of being an ordinary person. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying you want to teach me how to be human? You could speak a little louder. Her excitement was palpable, yet her face fell slightly as she lowered her head, her gaze towards the ground growing increasingly bright. As they walked towards the woods, Su Ming spoke in a tone only they could hear. Humans exhibit significant behavioral differences. There are all sorts of people, and being human isn't difficult. Over time, you will naturally assimilate into society. Yu Xiaojian can impart some theories to you, but he won't teach you the nuances of good and evil, beauty and ugliness. There are many things you do not fully comprehend. Your understanding of morality is rather superficial. What I am going to convey to you pertains to the direction of thought. First and foremost, there is a distinction between genders. Although it may seem trivial, it requires careful attention, as humans place great importance on this aspect. While most individuals mature early and soul masters often engage in physical contact during battles, ordinary life presents a different reality. His words trailed off, leaving Zhao Wu, who was captivated by the conversation, feeling somewhat dejected. She raised an eyebrow, urging him. What is the matter? Please continue. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming braved the awkwardness and asked seriously, given your age, you haven't yet encountered matters between men and women, have you? The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Wu suddenly realized something was amiss. Gazing at Su Ming's dubious expression, she felt as if lightning had struck her. Her face flushed with heat, and her heart felt like a volcano ready to erupt. Whoosh! She dashed away. Su Ming, I swear I won't let you off the hook. Bang! The thunderous sound shook the clouds and trees. The pink figure seized a stick, brimming with murderous intent, and pursued him fiercely. In an instant, Dian Village was engulfed in a tempest of chaos. Within the bamboo grove, a delicate face was firmly pressed against the bamboo leaves. Her hands were restrained behind her back, her wrists held tightly, and her legs pinned down, rendering her utterly immobile. Let me go. I tell you. This matter between us is far from over. If you don't finish me off today, I assure you, one day I will, Su Ming, you scoundrel. One day, I will make you. Oh, I was wrong, I was wrong. I surrender, I surrender. Whoosh. As Su Ming released his grip, Zhao Wu immediately supported herself with her left hand, launching a spear-like kick with her legs. Anticipating her move, Su Ming deftly sidestepped. It was over. Upon catching a glimpse of Su Ming's playful smile, Zhao Wu felt as if struck by lightning. Before she could react, she found herself once again subdued against the ground. The earth, the bamboo leaves, the scent remained as potent as ever. Su Ming earnestly conveyed his thoughts. I did not intentionally inquire about this earlier. I merely needed to grasp the situation to ascertain whether it was necessary to discuss these matters with you. Now I can confirm that you are indeed unaware of these issues. Should you proceed with any further actions, do not blame me for being ungracious. Whoosh. Su Ming tossed his hand aside, releasing the pressure from his leg resting on Zhao Wu's back, and stood up entirely. Zhao Wu let out a cold huff of indignation, patting her knees as she rose to her feet, vowing to remember this incident and note it down when she returned home. Su Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, intertwining the contemporary perspective with the customs of the Douluo Continent. As he continued to impart the notion of gender distinctions to Zhao Wu, in the Douluo Continent, boys and girls exhibit remarkable precocity. Characters like Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, at such tender ages, are already indulging in playful escapades. Even within the confines of the academy, he has received numerous love letters. This signifies that the allure between the sexes in the Douluo Continent emerges at an earlier stage. Yet it does not imply that the principles of gender distinction are to be disregarded. What Su Ming seeks to convey undoubtedly emphasizes the distinctions between beasts and beasts, as well as the inherent differences between men and women. During his life at the Soul Master Academy, Su Ming has distinctly perceived that, in terms of gender differences, Zhao Wu does not regard them with the same gravity as human girls. Thus, it is not uncommon for him to overhear various boastful declarations in the dormitory, which make even his mature soul feel a sense of embarrassment. Beyond the matter of gender distinctions, Su Ming has also offered some commendable perspectives. Su Ming is certainly not a narrow-minded individual. He understands the importance of adapting to circumstances and analyzing specific issues on a case-by-case basis, rather than blindly imposing rigid solutions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhao Wu appeared contemplative, realizing that humanity indeed differs from spirit beasts, which is quite troublesome. In the realm of spirit masters, strength has always been paramount, and reasoning with those who wield power to oppress the weak is futile. It is far more effective to communicate through strength. However, strength must not be wielded indiscriminately. One must uphold the principle of martial virtue without succumbing to the tyranny of brute force, maintaining a personal sense of measure. After sharing these thoughts, Su Ming paused, allowing Zhao Wu to reflect on his words. He did not bring this up idly, in truth. Most members of the original protagonist group are not particularly endearing, and Su Ming deemed it necessary to share these insights with Zhao Wu. A moment later, he produced a cloth strip to cover his eyes and inserted 2 plugs into his ears. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wu exclaimed, startled and confused by Su Ming's peculiar demeanor. Su Ming beckoned to Zhao Wu, signaling her to initiate the attack. The acuity of mental perception surpasses that of the senses, and enhancing one's reaction speed through the cultivation of mental strength may indeed be a commendable approach. Zhao Wu, teach me how to be human, since you seem to disregard that yourself. In Chapter 43, titled Zhao Wu's Explosive 8-Section Throw, the battle with the mantis armed with blades left a profound impression on Su Ming. Unlike animals endowed with compound eyes, humans do not possess such visual advantages, nor do they enjoy the expansive field of vision that some creatures possess. To enhance reaction speed, one must augment the external sensory perception of the body. Moreover, Su Ming recognized the necessity of strengthening his mental capacity in order to master an alternate sword technique. While engaging in combat with the blade-armed mantis, Su Ming was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the encounter. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. However, in training with Zhao Wu, the disparity in their physical capabilities afforded him the resilience to endure. "Are you serious? Are you truly going to fight me like this?" Looking at Su Ming, with his ears and eyes obstructed, Zhao Wu felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation, her voice quivering slightly. The excitement stemmed from the prospect of teaching Su Ming a lesson, while the fear arose from the concern that he might subsequently bully her mercilessly. Su Ming raised his hand, saying, "Did you not wish for revenge? Now, the opportunity is at hand. Come on, we haven't sparred in 3 months. Let me see how much you have improved during this time." Zhao Wu's gaze was intense, yet she chose not to strike. "I must ask, how much weight are you currently bearing?" The bamboo leaves rustled softly, but no voices could be heard. With a soft smack, Zhao Wu's delicate hand met her forehead in frustration. She realized her folly. He had blocked his ears, rendering her words inaudible. Thus, she refrained from further chatter, as it would be futile. In a sudden burst of energy, Zhao Wu dashed towards Su Ming. Compared to before, her speed had significantly increased, akin to an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air with a whispering sound. With a tremendous force, she aimed a punch directly at Su Ming's chest, intending to gauge his strength, suspecting he bore some weight. However, When the impact registered, it was startlingly clear. Even her fist felt taut. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at the unmoving Su Ming. With a thunderous crash, Su Ming was unexpectedly sent flying. Did I actually hit him? Zhao Wu stood frozen in disbelief, staring at her own fist. It was a rare occasion for her to land a direct blow on Su Ming, and such instances had dwindled over time. Yet, recalling the sensation of that punch, akin to striking stone, her excitement rapidly faded, replaced by a grave expression. She could distinctly sense that Su Ming's physical strength had increased considerably. If he continued to train like this, the gap between them would likely widen even further. Should she attempt it herself? A shiver ran through Zhao Wu's body as she pondered where this rascal derived such ideas. Had she truly struck him, stopping his retreat? Su Ming appeared astonished, instinctively touching his chest, seemingly devoid of any chance to react. Su Ming bitterly smiled to himself, realizing that he had underestimated the complexity of cultivating his mental strength. He indeed sensed the approaching fist of Zhao Wu and perceived its direction. Yet, this faint awareness was fleeting, oscillating between presence and absence. In his mind, numerous shadows seemed to rush towards him. Was it merely luck that allowed him to evade the strike of the mantis's arm? No, he had been fully aware, both visually and audibly, at that moment. Furthermore, his mental energy was not simply dispersing in all directions. Rather, it was baying. As Su Ming pondered, he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, akin to a soaring firecracker hurtling through the air. The immense force bent the bamboo and propelled him back a distance. Gradually landing, Su Ming supported himself on the ground, feeling a faint pain in his chest, reflecting on how he often sought out unnecessary suffering. Although the injury was minor, being passively beaten like this was truly irksome. With a shift in his thoughts, Su Ming began to extend his mental energy outward. Whoosh! Su Ming's sudden leap startled Zhao Wu, who mistakenly thought he had discovered her presence and hurriedly concealed herself. In the next moment, Zhao Wu realized her overreaction. Su Ming had merely moved 2 meters before remaining still, seemingly engaged in some peculiar activity. 2 meters. This measurement clearly resonated within Su Ming's mind through his neural connections. Centered upon himself, he exerted all his mental strength to extend his perception, but could only discern a vague and elusive area of 2 meters around him, failing to even notice the fist-sized stone beneath his feet. The surrounding distance felt too brief. Surely, a line should extend further. With a swift thought, Su Ming concentrated all his mental energy, sweeping it around him like a compass needle. Instantly, he sensed his mental perception stretching. It was as if a scanner passed over, transmitting gradually clearer images back to his mind through the brain-machine interface. In a flash, having detected no obstacles, Su Ming took 3 confident strides forward. In a moment of abstraction, a figure's outline emerged in his thoughts. Could it be that he had been discovered? As Su Ming approached, Zhao Wu's heart raced in alarm. She lightly kicked a stone aside, hurling it to the side. The stone shattered with a loud bang, yet Su Ming did not even glance in that direction, continuing to face Zhao Wu directly. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wu's heart sank, shattering like the stone she had just thrown. What a monster! Frustrated and anxious, Zhao Wu immediately turned to flee, realizing that continuing this confrontation would only lead to her own downfall. Where do you think you're going? An irritable voice resonated, as if time itself had frozen. Zhao Wu abruptly halted, a mixture of laughter and tears escaping her lips. I think it's best we refrain from practicing today. I feel guilty striking you like this. Let us call it a day. Su Ming remained silent, swiftly approaching in the direction indicated by his mental perception. Zhao Wu, I apologize. I forgot you cannot hear me. However, can you still sense my location? Zhao Wu, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard, positioning herself with determination. Her right foot poised for battle. The wind stirred, carrying a faint fragrance, yet Zhao Wu did not retreat. Instead, she advanced boldly. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and swiftly unleashed a punch. This fellow's reaction was still sluggish. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled as she keenly sensed something amiss with Su Ming's punching speed. Whoosh! Like gliding on ice, Zhao Wu slipped beneath Su Ming's arm, utilizing the slick bamboo leaves. With a missed strike, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, reflecting his discomfort with this style of combat. Whoosh! However, he quickly recovered, executing a sweeping kick with his left leg. Like a speeding train coming to an abrupt halt, Zhao Wu grinned, gripping Su Ming's belt tightly. With just a slight exertion, the force from Su Ming's waist rotation lifted her off the ground. Whoosh! As Su Ming slowed, she found herself facing upwards, adopting a bow stance, her waist and limbs coiling with power. In an instant, like a bent bamboo springing back, she hurled Su Ming into the air, Bang! Zhao Wu seized the moment, her figure flickering as she appeared behind Su Ming. Don't blame me. You haven't experienced this move of mine yet. Her gaze sharpened, and she propelled herself forward, delivering a powerful kick to Su Ming's back. The sound of an explosive impact echoed below, causing Su Ming's heart to skip a beat as he hurriedly twisted his body to brace with his arms. The two forces collided, and with a resounding thud, Su Ming was instantly propelled into the air. Like a specter, Zhao Wu materialized above him. Bang! Another forceful knee strike followed, and Zhao Wu appeared unconcerned about Su Ming's potential injuries. Su Ming was struck down, while Zhao Wu unleashed a powerful blow reminiscent of the legendary Huashan, her legs soaring high above her head. The formidable force instantly sent Su Ming reeling back. After executing this move, Zhao Wu pouted, refraining from further action. Su Ming deftly grasped the bamboo, utilizing its elasticity to dissipate all the force before effortlessly descending along its length. As if nothing had occurred, he brushed off the bamboo leaves from his hands and removed his eye mask and earplugs. Even before he had a chance to resist, Su Ming, feeling a surge of excitement, inquired, "Why do you not continue? This technique should not be exhausted yet, should it?" Zhao Wu huffed, turning her head aside, her expression tinged with frustration. "If you have seen through all my moves, what will I have left to counter you with? I certainly will not fall for your tricks." Still contemplating how to deal with me? Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. The more he laughed, the more irked Zhao Wu became. She placed her hands on her hips and questioned, "How did you know about my move? How could you predict the direction of my next attack? Surely, you cannot claim that you were merely guessing with your eyes closed." Her feelings of dejection threatened to overflow from her countenance as she glared at Su Ming, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. The explosive 8-section throw was currently her trump card. What a farce, to have it so easily countered. It was as if he had eyes all over his body, rendering every one of her kicks devoid of the intended stunning effect. If this continued, her technique would be rendered utterly ineffective. Having read the original work, how could she not guard against this move? Yet, such thoughts were not ones Su Ming would voice. He pretended to stroke his chin in contemplation before explaining, "Your initial strike is crucial. When you initiate the bow movement, you instinctively kick with the bow's body. Understanding this, I was fortunate enough to break through your first attack. As for the subsequent strikes, as long as I maintain control of my body and adjust my center of gravity to accommodate the appropriate offensive positions, you can only attack in the direction I dictate. Therefore, your first attack must incapacitate the opponent's ability to think. Otherwise, this technique becomes largely ineffective, barring a significant disparity in strength." In Su Ming's words, there was a rare note of admiration. The explosive power of the 8th-tier grappling technique was indeed formidable, a fact he could not deny. Any soul master encountering it for the first time would likely find themselves at a loss. Chapter 44. A New Burden, 100 kilograms. The cultivation of mental strength. A prevalent method in the realm of fantasy typically involves the practice of techniques. However, at present, Su Ming naturally lacked such a technique to enhance certain physical abilities. The most fundamental approach is through substantial consumption and the confrontation of pressure. Confrontation of pressure, of course, entails a clash of mental strength, a feat he was currently unable to achieve. Therefore, Su Ming opted for the most straightforward and crude method, consumption. By continuously releasing mental strength through combat, he aimed to augment it. Furthermore, the effects of the berserker's physique could also contribute to this increase in mental capacity. Regrettably, the disparity in strength between him and Zhao Wu was too great. Engaging in battle with her no longer yielded any rewards in mental strength. In the remaining days, Su Ming devoted himself to depleting his mental energy. Even in his daily activities, he kept his eyes covered. Observing Su Ming in such a state, his grandfather, Blin, was greatly alarmed, fearing something was amiss with Su Ming's vision. Even after clarifying the situation, Su Ming still faced a reprimand for such an ominous behavior. Shortly thereafter, the village came to know of Su Ming's peculiarities, and outside his home, curious onlookers began to gather, grinning as if they had found the only amusement in the village. Unable to remain at home, and with the holiday nearing its end, Su Ming bid farewell to his grandfather Blin and returned to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Here, at least, he could engage in activities without attracting undue attention. On the mountainside, within a valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. Petals lay scattered across the grass, as if swept by a tempest. Bees buzzed aimlessly, seemingly puzzled by the whereabouts of the blooming flowers. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed by, petals swirling in a picturesque dance. Yet this place was not meant for romantic encounters. Circling behind Su Ming, Zhao Wujie struck fiercely with her right foot, causing the ground to tremble and leaving an imprint. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air, executing a ferocious spinning slash aimed directly at Su Ming's neck. A fleeting image flashed in his mind. Su Ming sidestepped the attack, pivoting on his right heel, and countered with a powerful elbow strike. The sheer force of his blow caused Zhao Wujie's expression to shift to one of alarm. Despite Su Ming holding back, she knew that if she were to take the hit head-on, it would undoubtedly result in excruciating pain. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujie brought her arms together, deflecting Su Ming's strike and using the resulting force to lower her body and evade the attack. Just as she landed, despite being drenched in sweat, Zhao Wujie offered Su Ming no respite. She swiftly turned, using her left leg as a pivot, and launched a rapid right kick aimed directly at the crown of Su Ming's head. Su Ming advanced with his left hand in defense, his claw gripping her knee joint, while his palm thrust forward, delivering a dull thud to Zhao Wujie's abdomen. Like a kite severed from its string, she was sent flying backward and landed heavily on the ground. Struggling to rise, Zhao Wujie took a few vigorous gulps from her water bottle before tossing it to Su Ming. No more fighting, no more. I shall never train with you again. I come here voluntarily to suffer. You should seek out Tang San instead. That fellow can take a beating and welcomes it. With her palms pressed against the ground, Zhao Wujie lay sprawled, her cherry-red lips gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The water bottle arced through the air, caught flawlessly by a right hand. This was a prearranged signal between the two. If one could not endure any longer, they would throw something in front of the other. Removing her blindfold and earplugs, Su Ming observed Zhao Wujie's feeble appearance and chose not to press further. Let us continue tomorrow. Zhao Wujie, are you pretending to be deaf? She glared at him, deeply suspicious that Su Ming had deliberately blocked his ears to avoid hearing her refusal. School starts tomorrow. You can approach the teacher or Tang San. In any case, I refuse to fight with you. She pouted, embracing her decision to give up. Initially, she had been rather pleased to train, especially since it involved hitting Su Ming. Now, however, the balance had shifted. 3 kicks and 7 punches were hardly fair, and she felt utterly overwhelmed. With the joyous moments now behind them, there was no need to continue seeking punishment. This rascal had no regard for tenderness. Noticing that Zhao Wujie's speed had waned, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and said, Since you don't wish to spar with me, then commit to 5 hours of soul power training daily and enhance your physical conditioning on your own. Wait, 5 hours? Will I even have time to rest? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and remarked, 5 hours, wasn't it you who mentioned that? Zhao Wujie, with a huff of indignation, retorted, If I don't say anything, won't you just continue to exhaust me? It was astonishing that such a man could attract the admiration of the female students at the academy. They must be blind, humph. I will make a trip to the blacksmiths. You can manage yourself, Su Ming declared as he prepared to depart. In an instant, the previously exhausted Zhao Wujie sprang to her feet, blocking his path. With urgency etched across her face, she implored, What do you need to go to the blacksmiths for? Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at someone and remarked, Do you truly believe I am that dull? The weight you carry is so apparent that I can ascertain it with but a casual mention. Is there truly a need for inquiry? Having had her thoughts laid bare, Zhao Wujie offered an awkward smile, insisting, Oh, that is not the case at all. I merely inquired about your purpose at the blacksmiths. You're not suggesting that you intend to forge additional burdens at the blacksmiths, are you? How absurd. Is it not heavy enough already? And you still wish to increase the weight? It seemed a realization struck her, for before Su Ming could respond, Zhao Wujie had already lifted his shirt, evidently eager to ascertain the extent of his burdens. Su Ming's expression darkened, his right hand's index and middle fingers curled as he delivered a sharp rap to her head. Thud. A dull sound echoed, causing Zhao Wujie to immediately retract her hand, her lips curling in a gasp as she rubbed her forehead incessantly. Ouch! What was that for? You're killing me. Su Ming's gaze was deep and contemplative. Have you so swiftly forgotten the matter I discussed with you regarding the distinctions between men and women? Have you ever encountered a young lady who would dare to lift a boy's shirt in broad daylight? Zhao Wujie pouted slightly, murmuring softly, From your words, it seems that while it is unacceptable during the day, it would be permissible at night? What did you just say? Su Ming's expression darkened further. Noticing this, Zhao Wujie hurriedly pressed down on his clenched fist, smiling obsequiously as she said, No, it's nothing. I must admit, you are absolutely right. Your words are truly commendable. You should remind me at all times, as I am particularly eager for your guidance. Come, let me accompany you to the blacksmith shop. Su Ming, your calculations are transparent. I could predict the outcome even with my eyes closed. Instead of wasting time, you should devote yourself to honing your soul power. With a cold remark left behind, Su Ming departed the valley under the fiery gaze of Zhao Wu. With the commencement of school looming tomorrow, the academy remained eerily quiet. It was likely that even Principal Carter was reluctant to arrive early. Navigating through the academy, Su Ming effortlessly made his way to the blacksmith shop in the city, a place he had frequented before. Upon noticing Su Ming's approach, Shan felt a thrill of excitement and greeted him with a beaming smile, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Ming, are you planning to forge another weighted item? You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward, Su Ming replied with a resigned nod. I indeed wish to craft something heavier. How much heavier? Shan's smile faltered, as he distinctly recalled that just 3 months prior, Su Ming had commissioned a 35-kilogram weight. With a resounding crash, a massive piece of metal plummeted to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble and the stone floor to crack under the impact. The metal, nearly the size of a soccer ball, gleamed in bright silver, adorned with numerous square protrusions. The convex surfaces resembled a silver mirror, akin to pyrite. Yet it was not three-dimensional. Rather, it presented a singular face while being connected to countless others, giving it an appearance reminiscent of a soccer ball. This is Thousand Sun Silver. My heavens, such a large piece of Thousand Sun Silver. Shan was taken aback by the commotion, his gaze fixated on the metal. With his extensive experience, his pupils dilated in astonishment as he couldn't help but exclaim. Thousand Sun Silver was a rare metal, exceptionally sturdy and moderately ductile. Though it could not rival the depth of ocean silver, it was still considered quite rare. Thousand Sun Silver? As if responding to an invisible call, a small head suddenly lifted within the blacksmith shop, eyes sparkling with anticipation as they peered outside. Su Ming, with a clatter. Tang San dropped his hammer and hastily emerged. You're here too? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Tang San to arrive early. It seemed that Tang Hao had indeed left. Arriving at the academy sooner was advantageous, allowing for undistracted cultivation. His strength was too feeble, rendering him powerless in many situations. While formidable power may not resolve every issue, it undeniably alleviates a considerable portion of one's worries. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his face as Tang San lifted his gaze to Su Ming. Sensing that the latter seemed to possess some knowledge of the situation, especially with the mature tone reminiscent of an elder, which involuntarily reminded him of his father, Tang Hao. Father, where are you now? Casting aside distracting thoughts, Tang San focused on the metallic object on the ground. It was indeed Qiantian silver. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he inquired, Su Ming, what do you intend to forge with this material? You are not considering crafting a weight, are you? Before his words could fully escape his lips, an exclamation erupted from his throat. His wide eyes were now as round as copper bells. Observing this, Su Ming's expression darkened. Merely forging a weight, who doesn't carry some burden? Was such a dramatic reaction truly necessary? Forging a weight? Shan suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, his breath quickening. Su Ming, this Qiantian silver is an exceptionally rare metal. Using it for weights would be a tremendous waste. I have plenty of materials in my shop that would fulfill your needs without such extravagance. Not possessing the ability to forge himself, Su Ming shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of waste, but rather a consideration that other metals might prove inadequate for producing a weight of around 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms? Boom. Tang San and Shan felt as though they had been struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their inner thoughts seemingly aligning in agreement. Chapter 45, Hunyuan Blade / Sky Strike. Compared to a month prior, Su Ming's physical prowess had more than doubled. The previous load of 35 kilograms had become entirely insufficient for his requirements. Based on his extrapolation from pulling a tree, he determined that a torso weight of 50 kilograms and 10 kilograms for each limb would be more suitable. Initially, he would adapt to this daily load before attempting training and combat. Only with such weight could the pressure be applied to his berserker physique. Fighting against the Manus arm would grant him strength and mental rewards, while battling with Zhao Wu would result in a complete system failure of his berserker form. The academy lacked stronger soul masters, and he was unfamiliar with the spirit hall. Thus, the path laid before Su Ming was singular. If the enemy could not grow stronger, then one must weaken oneself. The flags fluttered wildly as the clang of metal rang incessantly in the blacksmith's workshop, creating a lively atmosphere. Conversely, outside the workshop, the ambience felt rather desolate, not due to a lack of people, but rather a psychological chill that made the surrounding liveliness seem utterly absent. As the autumn winds howled past, a biting cold surged through, chilling to the very bone. Once the coldness subsided and the goosebumps receded, Tang San anxiously asked, Su Ming, you cannot be jesting. 100 kilograms of weight. Are you certain your body can withstand it? Having arrived at the blacksmith's shop early, he had only just acclimated from 20 to 25 kilograms over the course of a month. Such weight was the maximum he could endure for a day of forging. Any more would leave his body unable to recover by the next day. Tang San understood that Su Ming's training was even more extreme than his own. And a month ago, Su Ming had managed 35 kilograms, recovering fully the following day. This already indicated a significant disparity in their physical constitutions. Now, the latter was claiming to have increased to 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms, a truly terrifying weight. Are you confident you can adapt? Tang San's brow shot up. His gaze intense as he curiously inquired, Su Ming, you have acquired your first soul ring. Haven to you? Su Ming remained silent, unexpectedly casting a glance at Tang San, who felt a sudden chill in his heart, realizing the truth of the matter. If Su Ming were to acquire a soul ring, everything might seem somewhat explicable. However, a century-old soul ring should not be sufficient to triple one's physical prowess, should it? In his current state, his strength ranged between 200 to 300 pounds, and utilizing soul power barely allowed him to reach 400 to 500 pounds. To adapt to a daily weight of 100 kilograms, one would logically need a bodily strength at the level of 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? With his jaws clenched, Tang San contemplated the pressure nearly overwhelming him. He had initially thought that arriving early at the blacksmith shop would bring him closer to Su Ming. Yet it appeared that their distance had not only failed to diminish, but had rather widened. Aware of Su Ming's needs, Sher San promptly accepted the 1,000 sync silver without hesitation. However, to forge a lightweight burden of 100 kilograms, his blacksmith shop lacked the requisite metals. Compared to the Sun and Moon continent, the rare metals on Douluo Continent were indeed scarce, a fact Su Ming was well aware of. Otherwise, he would not have produced the 1,000 sync silver. Facing such an unprecedentedly challenging commission, Sher San felt both a headache and excitement. Su Ming, I can only attempt it, and will provide you with a response in a week. If it cannot be forged, you will have to seek assistance elsewhere. In my estimation, if I am unable to accomplish it, there may not be another capable individual in the entirety of Nodding City. You would need to venture to a larger city. If that too fails, I shall contemplate alternative methods. Su Ming nodded, preparing to leave, when he suddenly inquired, the core issue in forging this 1,000 sync silver. Is it related to the temperature of the flame or insufficient strength? Before Sher San could respond, Tang San interjected, his gaze unwavering. The forging temperature required for 1,000 sync silver is not particularly high. The blacksmith shop can barely meet it. Moreover, the heated 1,000 sync silver possesses a certain degree of ductility. It is quite workable, making the hammering process not exceedingly difficult. The sole challenge lies in the fact that 1,000 sync silver cools more rapidly than other metals, thus necessitating a higher forging speed. Sher San was taken aback, astonished that Tang San not only excelled in forging but also possessed such profound knowledge of these metals. Tang San, is your father truly the village blacksmith? I find this rather hard to believe. Upon mentioning his father again, Tang San chuckled bitterly. Uncle Sher, would I deceive you? Otherwise, how could I work here to earn a living? Indeed, Sher San nodded, dismissing further thoughts. What an extraordinary conversation. With one oblivious to his wealth and the other mistakenly believing the opposite was true. Su Ming pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly exasperated. I leave the matter of forging to you. All I require is the burden. With that, he strode away. Had he said something amiss? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed by the unusual expression on Su Ming's face. However, considering Su Ming's current physical prowess, he instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. If this continued, it seemed he would never be able to surpass this individual. Clearly, it was imperative to experiment with the soul power cultivation method he had discovered that day. A glimmer of determination crossed Tang San's eyes as he glanced in the direction Su Ming had departed, his mind wandering back to the blacksmith shop. Ding. Congratulations on diligently cultivating your mental strength for 10 days. You have obtained a recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill. The system's assessment always occurred after halting cultivation. As he walked along the forested mountain path, Su Ming merely cast a cursory glance at the reward, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. The system seemingly understood his needs. The spirit-nourishing pill could indeed enhance mental strength, yet how could Su Ming fathom the art of alchemy? Moreover, the required materials, such as the 1,000-year-old deer antlers and ice soul orchid, were not easily attainable. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future, but for the time being, they seemed rather superfluous. Upon returning to the valley, Su Ming suddenly slowed his pace. It appeared he had stumbled upon something amusing, as he chose to sit and observe rather than engage in cultivation. In the center of the valley, a figure leapt repeatedly, Zhao Wu, blindfolded, was intently listening to the sounds around her. A rustling of wings echoed from the right, and the sounds in her ears formed a curved trajectory. Her face lit up with joy as she sprang forward. But just as she was about to seize it, a small, brown bird, no larger than a palm, suddenly descended. Zhao Wu missed her target, landing on one foot before hastily using her hands to regain her balance. There were quite a few doves in the back mountain. It was unclear where she had managed to catch one, tying it with a rope for her mental strength practice. Yet, the whole scene appeared rather comical. Bang! Just as Su Ming was about to depart, a thud resonated in his ears. He turned to see someone who had tripped over the rope, swearing in frustration. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Well, with such determination, he could afford to relax a bit. Leaving the valley, Su Ming vacated the space for that individual. Time flowed gently, and the verdant valley was now carpeted with fallen leaves. The withered yellow foliage danced in the wind, rising and falling, unaware of its destination. It resembled drifting seaweed, stirring a profound beauty amid the desolation. By the pond and the cliff, in a flash of lightning, an iron stake, for centimeters in diameter, pierced the cliff face, approximately 4 meters above the ground. Su Ming soared into the air, delivering a series of fierce kicks akin to a meteor dancing upon the moon. With each strike, the wall was punctured, and dust erupted forth, dislodging surrounding stones that plummeted downwards. The iron stake, originally a meter in length, now protruded only a few centimeters, having been transformed by Su Ming's machete into a circular cap that bit into the cliff face like teeth. With a resounding clang, a hefty iron hook fell from above, striking the cliff and sending sparks flying. Below, a plumb bob rested, forged entirely of solid iron, its pear-shaped form boasting a base diameter that appeared to span an impressive 70 to 80 centimeters. Su Ming exerted himself to lift the heavy weight, and despite his considerable physical strength, the task remained arduous. The veins on his forehead bulged, revealing the strain he was under. The weight hung securely from the iron hook, and as Su Ming relaxed his grip, the terrifying mass produced a resounding clang from the iron rod above, as if it might come crashing down at any moment. Fortunately, the situation remained precarious yet safe. Su Ming unsheathed a seemingly ordinary chopping knife. The Millennium Soul Ring was too conspicuous for him to wield casually. The knife was freshly acquired from the blacksmith, and he was clad in the 100-kilogram heavy silver armor. As for the seemingly irrelevant activities on the cliff, Su Ming engaged in them solely to refine his swordsmanship. In close combat, he possessed the formidable and aggressive golden crow blade technique, which sufficed for the moment. However, in terms of ranged attacks, he was limited to a single sword point technique. Indeed, this technique had proven its worth in his battle against the blade arm Mantis. Yet, Su Ming was acutely aware that he still lacked a significantly damaging ranged attack. The sword point technique, forged from his soul power, was inherently constrained by its intensity. At his current stage as a soul master, Su Ming had compressed his soul power to the utmost limit he could endure, rendering further enhancement of its quality impossible. In other words, unless he ascended to the rank of a great soul master, the potency of his sword point technique would not increase alongside his soul power. It would merely allow for more frequent use. With the chopping knife resting at his waist, Su Ming focused intently on the heavy weight before him. Swiftly, he pivoted his left leg backward, leveraging his stance. His right foot angled inward, and he steadied his right arm at chest level, parallel to his body. As he lowered himself, his gaze flickered from his right arm to the weight. In an instant, mud and sand erupted beneath his feet. Like a startled dragon, he sprang into action with the agility of a rabbit. In a flash, the dark glimmer of the chopping knife was grasped in his hand. With a resounding clang, sparks ignited as Su Ming executed a powerful upward slash, striking the weight with tremendous force. The 600-kilogram weight trembled violently. The sheer might of his strike was staggering. Even Su Ming felt a tingling in his arm and took 2 cautious steps back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the first layer of the Hunyuan blade technique, Heavenly Strike once, Proficiency 1. Su Ming took a deep breath and returned to his original position. Bang! The resounding sound of a heavy impact echoed throughout the cliff once more. Su Ming, amidst the sounds of collision, quietly attuned himself to the driving force within his body. Chapter 46. 2 years later, Su Ming's departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hunyuan slash, achieving the Heavenly Strike once, Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hunyuan slash, achieving the Heavenly Strike once, Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the second layer of the Hunyuan slash, achieving the Flying Moon once, Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the second layer of the Hunyuan slash. Achieving the flying moon once, proficiency 1. As the seasons changed, time flowed like a river, bringing spring and ushering in autumn. The once verdant hills were now draped in a silvery shroud. Snowflakes, delicate as cotton, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the floor beneath their weight. All that remained was an expanse of pure white, contrasting starkly against the damp, dark cliffs, as if nature itself painted this scene. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air pierced the eardrums, as if attempting to cleave the very atmosphere in twain. Dark light flashed, thunderous and electrifying, crashing against the battered cliff face. Boom! Like the explosion of a grenade, the erupting energy made the earth tremble. Fragments of stone flew, the once frozen pond now riddled with holes. With a swift motion, a deep gash was etched into the rocky surface, causing a massive stone to teeter precariously before crashing down. Plop! The ice covering the pond shattered under the weight, unleashing the frigid waters that bubbled forth, exuding an icy chill. Beside the pond lay a peculiar snow mound, partially frozen, revealing dark, metallic hues peeking through. Clang! A black hatchet soared through the air and landed upon the snow pile, chipping off white fragments as it struck. The blade and body of the hatchet were twisted and deformed, rendered useless and seemingly abandoned. It was hard to fathom that this once sturdy tool had endured such mistreatment. Its past now a mystery. Gazing onward, a figure clad in black stood tall, like a proud plum blossom amidst the surrounding white. The man was lean and tall, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his deep black gaze reminiscent of ink. The fabric of his garment fluttered in the wind, creating an ethereal presence as he stood amidst the falling snow. He appeared no older than 10, his baby fat long gone, leaving behind chiseled cheekbones that exuded a cold severity, deterring any who dared approach. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, the white powder settled upon his brow, forming a sword-like silhouette, amplifying the aura of chill that surrounded him. Particularly striking were his timeless, icy eyes, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet instilling a profound sense of unease in the hearts of those who met his gaze. As the bitter winter enveloped the land, the man's presence seemed to intensify the cold, rendering the atmosphere even more frigid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in the second layer of the Hunyuan slash. Rewarded with 5 strands of golden energy. A breath of hot air escaped his lips, and the cold demeanor on Su Ming's face visibly softened, replaced by a serene calmness. Neither hot nor cold. He lifted his gaze toward the bright, white expanse of the sky, where a snowflake drifted down, glimmering in his clear and bright eyes. From the completion of the heavenly strike to the perfection of the flying moon, nearly 2 years had elapsed. 2 years, a span both lengthy, surpassing the lifetimes of many creatures, and fleeting, shorter than the fleeting moments of a soul beast. His gaze fell upon the crumbling cliff, marred by numerous scars and fissures, and for a fleeting moment, Su Ming's typically impassive expression flickered with emotion. Time, ever relentless, would inevitably leave behind traces of existence. These remnants stood as his testament. Regrettably, this would be his final visit here. It felt as though a binding knot had been untied, liberating both them and himself. As he treaded upon the snow-laden path, Su Ming's proud and unyielding silhouette gradually faded into the swirling snowflakes. The mournful cries of spirits echoed from the cliffside as the cold wind swirled, sweeping the snow across the dark stone slab where he had just stood. In the blink of an eye, the space transformed into a uniform blanket of white, save for the faint footprints, whispering to the storm that someone had once been there. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, Su Ming sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Hesitating to enter, whoosh, a bundle was hurled from within the dorm, landing in Su Ming's embrace. Here, I've packed everything for you. If you're leaving, do so promptly. Once you're gone, I shall reign supreme at the academy, and no one will dare bully me. The girl emerged, arms crossed, her face etched with frustration. Compared to 3 years ago, Zhao had grown significantly taller. The baby fat had gradually faded, leaving her face looking more radiant, akin to a blossoming lotus. Her youthful eyes still sparkled, but now bore a more mature and rational demeanor. Even with the knowledge of Su Ming's impending departure, she maintained her composure. Though her displeasure was palpable, clearly visible to the eye, Su Ming understood that this girl was merely speaking out of frustration. Over the course of 3 years, despite their constant bickering, it was evident that their bond was undeniable. Even though he was reluctant to accept the presence of such a childish younger sister, he could not deny the connection that had formed between them. While he was uncertain whether this bond would prove advantageous or detrimental in the future, it did not seem particularly unfavorable at the moment. I thought you would say something kind, but it seems you truly wish for my departure, he mused. Well, since I might be a distraction to you, I shall take my leave. Feigning disappointment, Su Ming began to walk away. Observing this, Zhao Wu clenched her fists tightly. If you want to go, then go, she thought. No one is stopping you. Yet, as she watched Su Ming genuinely distance himself, a sense of panic enveloped her, prompting her to chase after him. She grasped Su Ming's arm, and this time, he refrained from mentioning any gender-related distinctions. Are you really going to leave? She murmured, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Whenever a loved one departs, one often lingers, uttering heartfelt pleas to persuade them to stay. However, Zhao Wu did not follow this script. She continued to pose the same question. She understood all too well that if Su Ming truly intended to leave, there was nothing she could do to retain him. Remaining at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, the potential of his formidable warrior physique had become futile. Had it not been for the need to cultivate his soul power and master the techniques of the Yuan blade, he would have departed long ago. Now, his soul power had already reached level 20. Su Ming fell into silence for a moment, before finally breaking into a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. There is no feast that does not come to an end. I am not leaving for good, so there is no need to make it seem like a tragic farewell. Besides, there is my grandfather, who has seen many winters, and your troublesome sister. Even if I wished to leave, how far could I truly go? Upon hearing the word sister, Zhao Wu felt a sweet warmth in her heart and pouted, saying, Then you must promise me to return at least once a year, otherwise, I shall inform grandfather about your truancy. Inform grandfather? Su Ming chuckled helplessly. After teaching you for 2 years, it seems you still haven't grown up, my dear girl. Well, I shall return once a year. Su Ming gently ruffled Zhao Wu's hair, eliciting a faint smile upon her face. The biting wind and snow lashed against his cheeks as he slowly made his way toward the academy's entrance. Zhao Wu followed closely, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Without my supervision, do not neglect your training, he admonished. I understand, she replied. You appear quite reassuring now, allowing me to worry less. Is that why you always seem to look at me with disdain, wanting to hit me? Who told you that? Grandfather. With a wild girl at home. What father wouldn't he want to give her a good thrashing? When I return home, I shall tell grandfather you wish to be my father. How childish. Conversations of farewell often remain superficial, their voices gradually swallowed by the howling wind and snow, yet the fervor remains undiminished. The storm may escort one, yet it can also distance them across vast mountains and rivers. Regrettably, even with miles separating them, the wind may depart, but the person cannot. Farewells are always shared by two, but returned by one alone. Within the dormitory, Zhao Wu, with her hair now entirely white, stared blankly at Su Ming's empty bed, the desolation around her rendering it unapproachable. She clutched the hem of her garment, suppressing her emotions for a long while, yet ultimately, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Brother. On the streets, blanketed in white snow, shadows moved quietly. As he tread carefully upon the slick ground, Su Ming felt a weight settle in his heart. He considered himself not overly sentimental, yet he could not escape the complexities of human emotion. As Su Ming furrowed his brow, he seemed to sense something amiss. And in an instant, his mental power expanded outward. Had his mental force been visible, one would observe it spreading like a delicate web, reaching a radius of over 20 meters. Over the past 2 years, Su Ming had devoted himself to 3 pursuits, one of which was the cultivation of his mental prowess. This intricate, web-like probing was the most efficient means of conserving mental energy. While it may not reveal every detail, the general outline was more than sufficient. In Su Ming's mind, an image of a ripple-like figure emerged. The individual was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 160 centimeters, and appeared to wear something around the waist that rendered his mental probing ineffective. With a swift motion, he slowly raised his hand, as if something were propelled forth from it. Su Ming raised his gaze, and with an intuitive understanding, he extended his fingers forward, pinching a 10-centimeter nail between them. Su Ming, instead of expressing anger, chuckled softly. There was no need for him to evade the hidden weapon. He insisted on stepping forward. Even a mere greeting seemed excessive in this context. In the middle of the road, Tang San shrugged nonchalantly and smirked, saying, It's fine to make a show for others, but when it comes to you, I certainly do not wish to afford you the opportunity to strike me. Indeed. Su Ming let out a sinister laugh as he twisted his wrist. I am quite inclined to give you a beating right now, if you manage to crawl back later. Do not blame me. Who crawls back is still uncertain. Tang San chuckled, a soft hum escaping his lips. A radiant blue glow surged from his palm. Suddenly, clusters of deep blue, vine-like blue-silver grass erupted, adorned with serpentine patterns and protruding thorns. As white soul power coursed through, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, swiftly thickening to the girth of an arm, the serpent markings becoming even more pronounced as the vines coiled around Tang San like a great serpent, poised to strike. Simultaneously, two bright yellow, angular rings materialized beneath his feet. A great soul master? Su Ming maintained an air of calmness as if he had anticipated this moment, and remarked with a smile, "You've just become a grand soul master and are already so eager to come here for a beating. Are you not afraid of having your confidence shattered?" Chapter 47. Could it possibly be my creation? On the street, the wind and snow swirled, creating a desolate chill. The few passers-by were scant, leaving only two figures standing silently. The biting cold enveloped them in a blanket of white behind their backs. If I do not come now, who knows when we will meet again? I do not wish to leave with regrets. If you wish to depart, it will depend on your abilities. The smile on his face vanished swiftly as Tang Sen's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with a violet energy. Since arriving at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, he had always been overshadowed by Su Ming. With his greatest rival about to depart, he felt compelled to show the utmost respect. This duel between soul masters was destined to conclude their rivalry, marking a fitting end to their battles, ensuring he would not be left with regrets in the future. Sensing Tang San's burgeoning fighting spirit, Su Ming drew a machete from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he cast aside the hat he wore onto the snow. As the cold wind swept through, it seemed as though countless white ants crawled upon it. Tang San raised an eyebrow. "Su Ming, you seem to underestimate me. Do you really think you can defeat a Grand Soul Master with that machete?" In response to explanation, Su Ming chose a more pragmatic approach. He brandished the machete and charged forward like a lightning bolt. The snow and wind before him were shattered, as if an invisible force enveloped him, akin to a bullet emerging from a gun, moving with astonishing speed. "Su Ming, you are exceedingly arrogant." Tang San's violet eyes flared, igniting the fury within him as his hands transformed into a lustrous, milky white. In an instant, like a specter, he left no trace on the ground, as several phantoms appeared behind him, with only the foremost figure appearing solid. In a flash, the two figures were on the brink of collision. Su Ming initiated the assault. Thrusting the blade upward with precision, the formidable spine of the weapon aimed directly at the chest of his adversary. Su Ming's grip on the knife was peculiar, with the blade facing his hand and his thumb positioned towards the end of the hilt, an entirely contrary hold known as the Yin hand blade. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, his arm muscles bulging as he raised the knife, the posture seemingly honed through countless trials, appearing utterly natural. In that instant, Tang San realized that his purple extreme demon eye had fallen into a precarious situation. Su Ming's reflexes were astonishingly swift, surpassing even his own abilities bestowed by the purple extreme demon eyes. Furthermore, he sensed the presence of mental energy in the surrounding atmosphere. A formidable adversary indeed. The fervor within him surged, for engaging in combat with such an opponent was undeniably a profound joy in life. Tang San did not lag in response. His arms extended with precision, and with all his might, he thrust his palms downward. Clang! The collision of their tremendous forces unleashed a terrifying shockwave, dispersing the surrounding snow and wind, revealing a patch of ground with a diameter of 2 meters. As the swirling snow settled, a figure was seen being launched into the air like a kite severed from its string. The airborne figure executed a backflip, yet the overwhelming force caused him to stumble upon landing. Tang San pressed his right hand against the ground. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably, flooded with a numbing sensation. He let out a muffled groan, his expression a mixture of horror and gravity. "How much strength did you employ in that strike?" 50%. Su Ming's words were as precious as gold, and the simplicity of his two-character phrase caused Tang San's lips to twitch, stirring within him a desire to curse. He had been practicing the Xian Yu hand while working in the blacksmith shop, swinging the heavy hammer daily until his arms were forged as if of steel and iron. Initially, he believed that Su Ming wielded nothing more than an ordinary chopping knife, a challenge he felt he could easily meet. However, to his astonishment, that seemingly simple gesture of raising the knife concealed an astonishing force. The raw, unyielding power coalesced into a sudden explosion, and Tang San was immediately reminded of the chaotic cloak hammer method. It seemed that his opponent's exertion bore a remarkable resemblance to it. With a swift motion, a milky white soul power entwined around his arm like a white serpent. Tang San gradually rose, his fingers transforming back into a fist. Under normal circumstances, I might indeed be at a disadvantage against you, but I still wish to test my mettle. Behold, this is a technique I learned previously. I shall envelop the Xian Yu hand with my incredibly pure soul power. It should suffice to withstand your strike. Tang San's gaze was intensely focused, the milky white aura around his palm thickening, radiating a robust energy fluctuation. A familiar sensation washed over Su Ming, who pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for Tang San, the scene before him was perhaps more familiar to him than anyone else. Indeed, that rascal Tang Hao had imparted the method of refining soul power to Tang San. However, from the manner in which Tang San initiated the technique, it appeared he had not compressed his entire soul power, but rather honed a portion of it to complement the Xian Yu hand. Localized compression, it seemed, was a viable approach. Sensing that Tang San's thoughts were slightly askew, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head and offer a reminder. Tang San, even if you manage to withstand my previous strike, you will still be unable to fend off the subsequent attacks. Defeating someone is not merely about blocking a single blow. If this continues, victory will elude you. Tang San pondered this, ultimately conceding with a nod. Without employing soul skills, I am indeed not your equal. However, that does not imply I shall concede defeat. Before his words had fully settled, Tang San was already in motion, darting towards Su Ming with the speed of lightning. Su Ming stood resolutely, his blade and arm crossed over his chest, exhibiting no extraneous movements, seemingly devoid of any intent to attack. As Tang San approached, Su Ming swiftly unleashed his shadowy dagger, his arm sweeping forcefully towards Tang San's face. Whoosh! A few strands of hair fell, as Su Ming's assault unexpectedly missed, seemingly thwarted by a mysterious force surging from the ground, elevating the momentum of his strike. Bang! With a rapid thrust of his palm, Tang San unleashed the profound inner strength of his Xiantian skill. A dull thud resounded as his powerful palm struck Su Ming's bent arm, creating a contest of strength. Su Ming's countenance remained relaxed, while Tang San's expression darkened, the disparity in their power evident. Boom! Su Ming's fist propelled Tang San back, as he stood firm. His gaze unyielding. Unfettered by limitations, he declared his resilience, asserting that he was not as weak as Tang San perceived, and that this encounter would not impede his departure. Realizing he had been seen through, Tang San looked up in astonishment, meeting Su Ming's earnest eyes, which prompted him to take a deep breath. The ghostly shadow reemerged. This time, Tang San moved with even greater speed, gliding like a specter across the snow. Whoosh! As he advanced, his fingers danced incessantly, each flick resonating with explosive sounds. Hidden weapons. A myriad of hidden projectiles. Piercing needles, willow blades, locust stones, and money darts fell like a rain of gold. His spiritual energy radiated in a fan shape, while simultaneously, a robust black energy shield enveloped Su Ming. Ding ding ding. Countless hidden weapons bombarded the energy shield, akin to a torrential rain tapping on windows. The sound like pearls cascading on jade plates. Such a deluge of attacks, even witnessing it, would send shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, tiny flying needles struck the black light, only to be repelled instantaneously. Even the piercing needles appeared to be tugged by an immense force, their speed noticeably slowed. The number of hidden weapons that could penetrate the black energy shield was minimal, ultimately deflected by Su Ming's handheld blade. This fellow's soul power is remarkably pure? Tang San's eyes widened in shock. With no time to ponder further, the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated instantly. Tang San's judgment was astute. Taking advantage of Su Ming being preoccupied with the hidden weapons, he surmised that his opponent would not be able to sever the blue-silver grass as before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen thick vines surged towards Su Ming, resembling a gaping maw eager to consume him. Boom. As anticipated, Su Ming was instantly ensnared by the blue-silver grass, cocooned like a zongzi. Bolstered by two soul ring enhancements, the first, the mandala snake, and the second, the ghost vine. The resilience of the blue-silver grass had escalated beyond measure. Now, even an ordinary Great Spirit Master would struggle to break free. Logically, it should be a surefire victory, yet Tang San's expression remained unperturbed as he gazed at the large bundle before him, slowly raising his right arm. Beneath his sleeve, 3 crossbow arrows were poised, glinting ominously. The martial spirit is an extension of the body, and Tang San sensed that Su Ming was not truly trapped within the blue-silver. The pounding of his heart echoed. The cage formed by the blue-silver grass was not constricting but expanding outward. Dark radiance seeped through the crevices of the grass, as though something was striving to break free. Whoosh! Realizing the blue-silver was being severed, a surge of spiritual energy pinpointed him, sending Tang San into a state of alarm, prompting him to leap aside. Bang! The intense black light erupted, shattering the blue-silver cage with a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the world dimmed. It seemed as though only that resplendent black radiance existed in the realm, piercingly sharp. Sizzle. The black light flashed, scattering the ice and snow on the street, obscuring visibility. Tang San stood in stunned silence, unable to react, as a metallic crash echoed behind him. On the street, a deep gash, stretching several meters, was a shocking sight. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he instinctively turned to look. A metal statue lay severed a few meters away, toppled to the ground. Even more terrifying was the granite wall behind, devoured by the crescent-shaped light. From a distance, not only had the granite suffered, but even the buildings further behind were cleaved. Before that black light, everything appeared as fragile as tofu. Whoosh! The blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San vanished entirely. You have lost. The chilling words escaped Su Ming's lips as the blade in his hand disappeared. Indeed, I have lost. For the third time, defeated by another, the sense of discontent swirled within Tang San. His eyes dimmed, reflecting a blend of resignation and unexpected relief. A bitter smile graced his lips as he spoke. That last move, it must not have been a skill from your soul ring, but rather something of your own creation. Correct? Indeed, it is not of my own invention. It merely existed prior, and I have since learned it. Su Ming replied, picking up his hat and shaking off the snow that had settled upon it. Su Ming donned his hat once more, treading upon the pristine snow, poised to depart. As for the notion of learning it, Tang San was certainly skeptical. The creation of one's own soul techniques is inherently personal and does not readily translate to others. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. As he observed Su Ming pass by, Tang San's gaze grew peculiar. The fluctuations in your soul power just now did not seem typical. I find myself intrigued. From whom did you acquire such knowledge? Su Ming halted, turning to him with a hint of mockery on his face. Is there not a possibility that this is something I have conjured myself? Suddenly, the air turned still. Tang San's expression darkened, and without a word, he stormed off, as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San at a higher level. Reward: Ice Silkworm Armor. Chapter 48, Stardow Forest. Golden-Toothed Mouse. Northeast of Notting City, over 300 miles. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly, the grasslands ravaged by the biting cold winds, showcasing a dismal visage. The wind was fierce and frigid, compelling one to keep moving forward. Fortunately, the ground was not blanketed by ice and snow, seemingly swept away by the gale. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves shattered the silence of the cold air, accompanied by the occasional jingle of bells. The chiming was melodious and ethereal, as if to ward off the desolation and chill of the path. In the distance, a chestnut horse appeared on the road, amidst the expansive grassland. It seemed diminutive and pitiable. Not to mention, it was merely a young horse, carrying but a single youth. The little rider and the small steed made for a rather fitting pair. Wonkai, have you lost your way? Are you certain this is the correct path? To avoid further mistakes, the young man tightened his grip on the reins. He glanced around, his deep-set eyes clouded with doubt. This place was devoid of village or inn, certainly not resembling a main thoroughfare. The horse appeared obstinate, yet its body was honest, releasing a stream of urine that formed a small puddle on the road. The murky liquid bubbled, and a pungent odor soon permeated the air. The youth's expression stiffened, an impulse to discard the horse crossing his mind. Yet, considering the horse's contributions, the roasting spit was still not its rightful end. Crack! The whip cracked down, and the powerful forelegs of the horse lifted high before crashing down. The noble steed galloped away swiftly, the sound of its hooves echoing in the air, a stone the size of a soccer ball tumbling away in its wake. A gem must be polished to reveal its worth. A soft sigh escaped, and the youth hastened toward the distant woods. The pale yellow light flickered, akin to fine wine swaying in a crystal glass, oscillating between brightness and obscurity, ethereal and elusive. Within that gradient of color, curves rose and fell, indescribable and unpredictable. The enchanting sensation was nearly impossible to articulate. It seemed he had never witnessed such a naturally graceful dance. By the fire, the youth gazed intently at the flames with his crystalline eyes, devoid of any impurities. His youthful visage was striking, with defined brows and bright eyes. His fair skin reflected the hues of the fire, while his sun-kissed complexion and radiant gaze lent him an air of resolute tenacity. In his eyes, a flicker of fervor was discernible, as if the light of ambition surged within him. After a while, several clay dumplings emerged from the fire. Clunk! The youth cautiously tapped the hardened earth, which cracked open to reveal perfectly cooked leaves within. In an instant, a rich fragrance, tinged with medicinal notes, wafted forth amidst the heat. The delightful aroma, along with the enticing scent of meat, hinted at an unparalleled treasure within. The youth's mouth watered, and he hurriedly tore open the outer layer. Gazing at the crispy, golden-brown beggar's chicken, he felt no trace of melancholy, taking a hearty bite. Indeed, it was worthwhile to invest time in learning these skills. His expression was one of sheer bliss. This youth was none other than Su Ming, who had departed from Notting City. A week had elapsed since his departure. Su Ming's destination for this journey was unequivocal, the largest soul beast gathering area in the Douluo Continent. His purpose extended beyond merely hunting soul beasts. More significantly, it was a place that promised substantial enhancement in his combat abilities. To satiate his hunger, Su Ming constructed a rudimentary shelter using stones, topped with thick, overlapping leaves that rendered it impervious to the elements. Nestled comfortably within this makeshift abode, he curled up beneath a blanket, relishing a profound sense of contentment. Suddenly, a crystalline blue frame materialized before him. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 20. Martial soul, chopper, quality purple, 36, 255, 000. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills, breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected, golden crow sword technique, perfected, primordial blade slash, second layer perfected, spirit gathering technique, major achievement. Possessions, LV2 recovery pill. Blood essence of a subdragon, meat of a millennium titan giant snake, spirit nourishing pill recipe, ice silkworm armor, 10,000-year silver moon wolf bone. Strength, 142. Defense, 138. Spirit, 150. With a swift motion of his fingers, akin to playing on a mobile device, Su Ming's gaze was intensely focused. Compared to 2 years prior, both his soul power and the quality of his martial soul had seen remarkable advancements, and his techniques and soul skills had also progressed significantly. The sole shortcoming lay in the modest increase in his physical attributes, which had only improved by a few dozen points. It is noteworthy that within just 1 year, he had managed to elevate his physical prowess by over 90 points. Yet, after 2 years, he had scarcely achieved half of that. It was not due to a lack of desire to improve, but rather the inherent bottlenecks associated with pure physical training. If one could infinitely enhance their physique simply through running and weight training, they would indeed become akin to his scion. At this moment, Su Ming's physical attributes have reached the zenith attainable by a soul master, further augmented by the existence of his berserker physique. Although the academy offers a nurturing environment, it remains a mere novice village. With a gentle closure of the screen, Su Ming's eyelids gradually descend, enveloping him in a serene stillness. As he inhales, a faint white vapor seeps into his being, the energy coursing downwards and coalescing in his abdomen. There, a vortex continuously spins, consuming energy, yet showing no signs of growth. The Douluo Forest, located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom and predominantly belonging to the Douluo Empire, is a realm that the Heaven-Do Empire vehemently disputes. Unlike the low-level soul hunting forest, which serves as a paradise for novice soul masters, the Douluo Forest is a haven for the more advanced. Here, century-old soul beasts are both fortunate and unfortunate. The fortunate aspect lies in the fact that soul masters venturing to hunt them rarely target these creatures. Conversely, they are perpetually at risk of being annihilated by other soul beasts, as easily as one might tread upon an ant. The soul masters who arrive here typically seek 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul rings, reflecting their formidable powers. After a week of travel, Su Ming finally reached a quaint town. Situated less than 100 miles from the Douluo Forest, the town bustles with various shops and stalls. A casual glance reveals armor, weapons, and herbs. Reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from his past life in gaming, the town thrives on the resources of the Douluo Forest, naturally aligning its trade with this bounty. However, as winter prevails and snow lingers on the ground, the town's commerce has diminished from its former vibrancy. After procuring the necessary supplies, Su Ming set off towards the Douluo Forest. Following another day's journey, he finally arrived at this grandest gathering place of soul beasts. Immersed in this vast, sun-blocking forest, an ancient, weighty aura envelopes him, as if he were transported back to the distant Jurassic era. The mere spectacle of such grandeur evokes a shiver, not to mention the terrifying perils that may lurk within the forest at any moment. Swish! Su Ming treaded upon the branches, his silhouette swiftly darting deeper into the interior. The accumulation of snow rendered the branches slick, significantly diminishing his speed. It was not until he sensed the presence of a millennium soul beast that he realized he had entered their territory. After a day's search in the vicinity, he finally encountered a millennium golden-toothed rat. Contrary to its name, it resembled a squirrel, adorned with a coat of grayish-brown fur, its form gracefully curved and remarkably sleek. standing amidst the snow, its fluffy tail arched upward, and its deep blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, scanning its surroundings with vigilance. Clutched in its embrace was a nut larger than a basketball, which it treasured dearly, unable to part with it. Most striking were its golden incisors. Sharp and glimmering with a lethal sheen, undoubtedly capable of cracking shells and shattering armor. Whoosh! Ming gently alighted upon the branch. Yet the snow accumulated at his feet fell disobediently. The golden-toothed mouse, taken aback in an instant, darted up the tree with the swiftness of lightning. Forsaking the nut it had dropped in the snow. Its meter-long frame in no way hindered its ascent. It moved with the agility of a startled rabbit, leaving Ming only with the fleeting impression of its presence before it vanished from sight. Ming did not pursue further. The golden-toothed rat possessed sturdy and sharp incisors, capable of piercing the tough armor of shellfish. However, it predominantly aligned with the wind attribute, not entirely suited to the machete. And Ming was reluctant to confine his second soul skill solely to speed. The golden-toothed rat was not his target, yet this place served as Ming's hunting ground. He silently hoped for favorable fortune. As he murmured to himself, several palm-sized golden peanuts descended from the sky, resting quietly on the snow before him. Donning a bamboo hat, Ming sat quietly on a branch, patiently awaiting the arrival of a fateful beast. He remained in this position for 5 days. The nuts abandoned by the golden-toothed rat had vanished, leaving only the golden peanuts lying silently there. Each time the golden-toothed rat passed by, Ming would employ a sword gesture to frighten it away. Within the forest, the snowfall was not heavy, yet as time progressed, a layer of snow accumulated upon Ming. Like an ice sculpture, only his eyes remained visible, radiating brilliance and vitality. With a piece of meat clenched in his mouth, Ming's lips slowly moved, refraining from uttering a sound. At long last, after half a month, the peanuts on the snow had diminished. The peanuts had not been pilfered by the golden-toothed rat, for Ming's mental prowess continuously enveloped the golden peanuts. There was a phantom presence, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only a gentle flow of air swirled and rippled around it. Ming sensed in an instant that it was a mouse. Indeed, a large, rotund, and imposing black rodent. Ming had never encountered a mouse with such a remarkably rounded abdomen, reminiscent of the last mantis he had seen. Despite its peculiar size, the mouse exhibited extraordinary agility, even surpassing the speed of the golden-toothed rat. In an instant, it vanished from Ming's mental perception, leaving him exhilarated, feeling that the past half-month had not been in vain. Regrettably, the timing was not right, and he refrained from acting hastily. After a month of vigilant waiting, he observed a small puddle left by melting snow to the east of the golden peanut region. It was a nearly straight path leading into the dim woods beyond. Chapter 49, The Second Soul Ring, The Sun Mouse. Winter. Why did Ming choose to depart from Nodding City in the depths of winter? Surely spring, summer, or even autumn would have been more suitable. The answer was simple. The soul beast he sought could only be hunted during this season. It was not that the lifespan of this soul beast was particularly short. Rather, the snow made it easier to trace its whereabouts. As the signs of melting snow grew increasingly evident, Ming took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. Crack! The ice encasing him shattered, sending a cascade of snow tumbling from his embrace, rustling as it fell upon the surrounding underbrush. The dark soul energy surged, dispelling the stiffness in his joints. And Ming moved like a swift swallow, swiftly traversing the snow-laden ground towards the east. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, following the trail of melting snow. After a brief interval, he arrived at a circular clearing. Above, sunlight streamed down directly. The clearing measured approximately 50 meters in diameter, encircled by towering trees. Yet this area was remarkably flat, resembling the bottom of a bowl. Viewed from above, it appeared as though a thicket lay concealed beneath a blanket of snow. However, through his mental prowess, Ming discerned that the space beneath the snow was densely packed, devoid of any branches to support the weight above. Reeds, withered twigs, and fallen leaves filled the space beneath the snow. At the center, a patch of ground remained uncovered by snow, revealing a large expanse of black and yellow leaves. Confirming Ming's investigation, it seemed that some creature had traversed the snowy terrain, leaving faint impressions of melted snow leading toward the circular area of dead foliage. Strangely, there was but a single trail upon the ground. The decaying branches and leaves lay tightly pressed together, leaving no openings, not even a pore for ventilation. Gazing at the circular patch of dried grass, Ming's resolute eyes glimmered with a hint of fervor as he retrieved the broken kill blade from his spatial ring. His piercing gaze and the blade's sharp gleam coalesced into a singular line that flashed and disappeared. Su Ming turned sideways, his left foot stepping back to gather strength while his right leg assumed a bow stance, poised for action. The breakthrough blade rested at his waist, and his right arm curved across his chest, the center of gravity descending with purpose. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an essence that harmonized with the surrounding environment. His demeanor resembled that of a hunting cheetah, ready to unleash the latent energy within, poised to strike with a meteoric force. Sensing Su Ming's emotions, the breakthrough blade trembled incessantly, producing a jubilant resonance. Su Ming had not wielded the broken killing blade for 2 years. He refrained from using it against the Grand Soul Master of the Academy and even against Tang San. However, this time, he was determined to ensure a decisive victory with a single strike. Should he fail, there would be no second chance. In a swift motion, the snow accumulated on the branches could no longer bear the weight and cascaded down. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming moved. No one could precisely discern his movement. The sound of the blade ringing resonated through the air as he seized the axe from his waist. His left leg advanced, body leaning forward, the blade pointed downward, poised to strike. In an instant, his once rosy complexion faded to a pallid hue, his spirit waning. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder. A pitch-black crescent moon appeared in the sky, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to split open, revealing swirling black currents. The brilliance and splendor of this strike were beyond description. Its sheer ferocity was overwhelming. Merely gazing upon it sent chills racing through one's spine. The black crescent plunged into the gnarled branches, but instead of the anticipated thunderous roar, it sliced through with a sharp whoosh. Boom! The earth trembled, and a storm of withered branches and snowflakes erupted into the sky amidst the thunderous cacophony. What a terrifying assault it was! Even as the ground quaked from the explosion, a crater measuring 3 to 4 meters was carved into the earth, littered with rotting leaves. Observing the cataclysm, Su Ming's expression was as serene as glass, devoid of any ripples of emotion. The Hunyuan blade technique relied on concentrating power to unleash a devastating blow, a technique of assured lethality. The first tier, Heavenly Slash, was an unparalleled forceful assault capable of instantaneously doubling or even exceeding one's physical limits, pouring forth an immense torrent of strength. The second tier, Flying Moon, was the resplendent energy attack that Su Ming had just executed. Even when overcoming Tang San, Su Ming had only utilized 50% of his strength. The strike just unleashed had nearly expended all his reserves, his inner soul force now nearly depleted. Drip! A vivid crimson began to spread across the snowy ground. Drops of blood emerged like plum blossoms, seemingly drawn forward by some unseen force, leaving a 2-meter-long crimson trail upon the pristine white surface. Thud! A heavy thud resonated as a shadowy figure appeared on the ground. Before anyone could comprehend, the ground suddenly collapsed under the weight, as if the final straw had broken the camel's back. As the dust settled, a circular pit, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, emerged before them. The interior appeared hollowed out, the walls as smooth as a water tank. Su Ming's face lit up with joy as he darted forward like an arrow, plunging into the pit. Moments later, he soared upwards, darting swiftly into the forest. In his grasp, he held a gigantic rat, larger than himself, its body covered in numerous wounds oozing blood. This was a 1.5-meter-long giant rat, its fur dense and fine, clinging to its flesh like a layer of leather, exceedingly slippery. Of course, its belly was round as a water tank, the proportions of its body wildly disproportionate, adorned with 3 rings of white patterns on its underside. As before, Su Ming discovered a tranquil little cave. At long last, he had succeeded. Su Ming's bright gaze fixated intently on the colossal rodent before him, his eyes quivering slightly. Other soul masters would undoubtedly be oblivious to what kind of mouse this was, for it was exceedingly rare, akin to the peculiar mirror shadow beast that Oscar had hunted. This creature was known as the sun mouse. Sun also signifies wind. Its speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that it eluded capture entirely. The soul master community generally regarded the sun mouse as a wind-attributed soul beast. However, Su Ming understood that it was not of the wind attribute, but rather an extraordinary entity devoid of any attributes. Its rarity stemmed from the fact that the sun mouse inherited the energy of its mother, a century-old soul beast, and spent its entire life underground, truly a reclusive creature. Its fur possessed the ability to deceive mental probing, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters to detect its presence. With scant documentation available on it, all soul beasts require sustenance, and the sun mouse was no exception. It ventured forth in an energy form. This energy form was nearly transparent, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, yet could be sensed with mental acuity. When the energy form was attacked, the Sun Mouse would unhesitatingly abandon it, vanishing like a gust of wind. This behavior lent itself to the creature's name, to hunt it. One could only rely on the energy form's ability to cause snow to melt, thus limiting the hunt to the winter months. As for why it chose to fish in the territory of the golden-toothed mouse, it was because the Sun Mouse needed to store a substantial amount of energy to create its energy form. However, the Sun Mouse was inherently lethargic, making the resource-rich golden-toothed mouse an ideal neighbor for each Sun Mouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a millennium-old Sun Mouse. Reward: Mental Shield Mask. This energy form would allow him to fully unleash the shackles of battle. Unperturbed by the system's interruptions, Su Ming took a deep breath, a profound expression of joy and a hint of madness crossing his face. A 1,000-year purple soul ring emerged beneath his feet. Before him, the dark blade of his cleaver shimmered with silver patterns, the edge flowing with a rich golden aura. At that moment, the cleaver's blade appeared almost entirely gilded, exuding a fierce brilliance, as if a mere glance could result in one's eyes being seared by its light. The purple soul ring of the Sun Mouse gradually enveloped Su Ming's cleaver. As the soul ring began to be absorbed, Su Ming's expression remained inexplicably calm, seemingly devoid of any sensation. With closed eyes and a tranquil demeanor, he resembled one who had succumbed to slumber. As the soul ring was assimilated, his martial spirit, the cleaver, underwent subtle transformations. The once smooth surface of the dark blade became coarse, tiny ridges emerging, reminiscent of fur. The energy of the Sun Mouse soul ring, much like its temperament, was gentle and languid. It leisurely traversed Su Ming's meridians, further fortifying his body, before ultimately being absorbed into his abdomen, as if effortlessly consumed by a swirling vortex of darkness, though not as ferocious as the energy from the blade-armed praying mantis. The energy from the Sun Mouse was immensely substantial, even exceeding that of the mantis by 3 to 4 times. Even as the internal cyclone continued to compress, Su Ming felt his soul power surging, nearing the threshold of level 22. Chapter 50, Training Opponent, the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. With a swish, like a fleeting swallow, Su Ming's figure darted across the treetops. In the blink of an eye, what was once a distinct silhouette had transformed into a mere ink blot against the snowy backdrop. The biting cold penetrated to the bone, the brisk wind brushing against his face. As he exhaled, a plume of warm vapor instantly dissipated in the frigid air. With a sharp sound, a footstep was imprinted into the snow atop the trees as Su Ming sped onward. His gaze remained fixated downward, seemingly in search of something. Unfortunately, it appeared he had yet to spot the figure he yearned to find. After several days of searching, fortune smiled upon him, leading Su Ming to discover a cave. Through the use of his mental faculties, he could discern a figure within, resembling the undulating contours of a hill. It lay lazily against the cave's stone, its enormous jaw, akin to a horse's hoof, slightly scraping against the rocky wall behind it, while the ground beneath had accumulated a thick layer of powder. It was a colossal bear, approximately 3 meters in height, in the throes of slumber. The bear's imposing physique exuded an intangible pressure. The dark golden terror claw bear. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, ready to spring forth. The bear's arms were robust, its shoulders bulging with muscle akin to small hills, undeniably possessing terrifying strength. What was more alarming was the bear's razor-sharp claws, extending nearly a meter in length, as per his keen perception. Su Ming's heart was heavy with gravity. Having found this opportunity with great difficulty, he naturally could not retreat. With a swift motion, 2 soul rings manifested beneath his feet, purple and regal, exuding an air of chilling elegance that compelled admiration. Let me witness the true essence of this second soul skill in combat. Fully aware of the terrifying prowess of the dark golden terror claw bear, Su Ming activated his soul defensive soul skill. As the second soul ring illuminated, a gentle breeze instantly swept through the surroundings. Su Ming's body exhibited no alterations, nor did the axe in his hand show any signs of change. Could it be that this second soul skill has become ineffective? Su Ming's countenance, however, visibly softened. With a swift motion, his cleaver sliced through the air, unleashing a jet-black arc of light. The blade's radiance pierced into the cavernous opening, reverberating within the mountain's depths. Roar! A furious bellow erupted like thunder, the sonic wave surging outwards, threatening to pulverize one's very core. The trees trembled beneath Su Ming's feet. At the cave's maw, a pair of orbs, as large as brazen bells, glowed with an intimidating crimson light. An orous underbelly was revealed in the sunlight, and formidable claws twitched, hissing as they cleaved the air. Roar! The dread law bear emerged from its lair, its frigid gaze sweeping the surroundings. Terrifying, dominating, impenetrable. These were the words that instantly formed in Su Ming's mind. The behemoth, towering at 3 meters, with its impregnable body and razor-sharp claws, emanated an aura of suffocation and invincibility. Without a second soul skill, there would be no battle. I would have to flee. His eyes steeled. Su Ming gripped his cleaver tightly. Roar. Spying Su Ming, the Dreadclaw bear unleashed a furious roar. A potent blast of energy, laced with soul force, tore through the leaves, shredding them into razor-sharp projectiles. Even the treetops bowed under the force of the shockwave, threatening to snap. Rustle. As the echoes subsided, a shower of leaves cascaded from the sky. Even with his soul force shield, Su Ming felt a pressure in his chest. The Dreadclaw bear. Truly living up to its reputation. A wild grin spread across Su Ming's face, and he leaped from the tree, eager for the challenge. Roar. Sensing the provocation. The Dreadclaw bear's eyes narrowed, its thick legs exploding with power, cracking the earth as its massive form soared into the air. Monstrous. Su Ming moved with unerring swiftness. He pivoted into a low stance, lowering his center of gravity, his latent power coiled like a spring, ready to unleash. The machete at his waist rang with a sharp resonance. His gaze, as piercing as lightning, fixed intently on the dark golden bear claw, preparing to retaliate with a heavenly strike. Roar. The dark golden bear, seeing Su Ming remain steadfast, unleashed a merciless blow with its shoulder. The claws, impossibly sharp, sent a chill coursing through Su Ming's heart. Yet, his eyes remained resolute, burning with fervor. The ultimate gold must be secured. Clang. The crisp sound of collision echoed like the shattering of the heavens, instilling dread. With every ounce of strength, his heavenly strike unleashed the entirety of Su Ming's inner power. Blade met claw, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. In an instant, man and beast were separated. Su Ming's complexion turned pale as he swiftly retreated, his figure sinking into the earth up to his knees. On the ground, 2 deep gashes, each measuring 5 or 6 meters, were left in the wake of the descent of the dark golden terror claw bear, which halted abruptly, propelled backward by a sudden force. With a swift motion, both man and bear came to a standstill, perfectly in sync. They simultaneously cast their gazes towards their own arms, realizing they possessed at least 7,000 to 8,000 gene. And that was not even their full strength. Su Ming exhaled a breath of icy air. His gaze towards the dark golden terror claw bear filled with both astonishment and envy. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his arm had collided with an immovable iron wall, nearly shattering under the impact. It is worth noting that he had trained with a heavy weight for 2 years in the art of celestial strike, capable of effortlessly sending a 1,000-pound weight flying. His most resolute attack possessed a force exceeding 4,000 pounds. Yet, despite this formidable strength, he was still ruthlessly vanquished by the dark golden terror claw bear. Su Ming's heart was gripped by terror, while the dark golden terror claw bear found itself momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, had I truly soared into the air? Its fierce gaze bore a hint of bewilderment as it refrained from striking immediately, instead scrutinizing the human cub before it. It could not fathom how a creature so small, which it could effortlessly crush with a single swipe, possessed such formidable strength. The icy glances of man and beast intertwined once more. In terms of sheer power, Su Ming recognized his defeat, utter and complete. He had never harbored the illusion of victory. Yet, this battle was far from over. The ancient first soul ring surged with fervent energy. With a swift motion, a silver luminescence danced upon the blade, illuminating the surroundings like moonlight upon frost and snow, exuding a chilling menace. Fallen leaves were cleaved in twain, and amidst the ensuing chaos, one could faintly discern a figure lunging toward the dark golden terror claw bear. With a swift slash, the bear's golden claws sliced through the air, producing a sound as fragile as parchment. Su Ming's heart raced with urgency as he swiftly bent backward to evade, wielding his axe horizontally across his chest to guard against the impending assault of the dark golden claw bear. With a swift motion, he successfully maneuvered beneath the bear's armpit. In that fleeting moment, a chilling light radiated from his eyes, fixated intently on the dark golden claw bear. The bear momentarily froze, its fierce gaze betraying an instant of vacancy. With a resounding thud, its formidable paw slammed into the ground as Su Ming executed a forward roll, transitioning into a silver moon hanging sweep. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the axe grazed the bear's shoulder, sending sparks flying like silver blossoms from an iron tree. The dark golden claw bear, stung by pain, bared its teeth and twisted its robust torso, its claws poised to strike with lethal precision. It was nearly unfathomable how such an immense creature could move with such swiftness. No wonder it could slay 1,000-year soul beasts in a century, easily rivaling even the ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. The horror of the bloodline of the Baiman was palpable. Understanding the bear's prowess, Su Ming had already utilized the force of impact to withdraw, narrowly escaping the bear's immediate grasp. The ground trembled as the dark golden claw bear unleashed a furious roar, its neck nearly grazing the earth as it directed its wrath towards Su Ming. The earth quaked, and the heavens seemed to tremble in response. Cold and ruthless, the bear appeared entirely consumed by its rage, its claws emitting an indomitable dark golden glow, sharp and unyielding. In an instant, the dark golden claw bear lunged at Su Ming, its claws slicing through the air, the dark golden light flashing before his eyes. A bone-chilling wave of dread washed over him, igniting a turbulent surge of soul power throughout his body. In response, a black crescent moon erupted from the silver light, a dazzling display imbued with a sense of impending doom. A thunderous clash ensued as the black and dark golden attacks intertwined in midair, the former disintegrating upon contact. Su Ming's protective barrier was torn apart, and with a piercing sound, he was engulfed by the dark golden claw bear. Chapter 51. The frenzied warrior confronts the claw bear. In the pitch-black cave, the flickering campfire danced. The flames licked and twisted within his pupils. The youth's shirt lay tattered, 3 claw marks marring the silver scales of his armor. He stared vacantly at the fire, his thoughts seemingly adrift. It was the first time since his training began that he had encountered such a crushing defeat. Yet, within him, there was little sense of despair. He had ventured into the Star Doe forest precisely for the thrill of battle, to awaken the effects of the frenzied warrior's physique. In facing the dark golden claw bear, failure was hardly surprising. Defeat was not the true terror, rather, it was the absence of reflection in the wake of failure. This initial probing had granted Su Ming a clearer understanding of the dark golden claw bear. Having ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, his first soul skill, Blade Edge, had seen its attack power rise from 20 to 30. Coupled with an enhancement in the quality of his soul power, an additional 5 was acquired. Thus, the total attack power of his axe reached 40. Moreover, the axe had absorbed the power of gold, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his soul ring. Yet, even with these advancements, he still found it impossible to breach the defenses of the dark golden claw bear. Nevertheless, he vowed that one day, he would wield his axe to shatter the bear's formidable defenses. Su Ming clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. As for how he managed to escape from the grasp of the dark golden terror claw bear's formidable innate skill, it was entirely thanks to his second soul technique. Su Ming's second soul skill is known as the void body, reminiscent of Zhao Wu's soul technique, the void. The void body allows him to create a nearly ethereal energy doppelganger with the following effects. 1. The doppelganger possesses approximately 70 of the main body's attributes, originally 65, enhanced by high-quality soul power to 70, and its speed is augmented by 200. 2. The doppelganger is immune to 80 of physical damage and 50 of energy damage, operating independently of the host. 3. The doppelganger in the main body can swap positions, up to a maximum of 3 times, contingent upon the doppelganger's energy reserves. Aware of the futility in confronting the dark golden terror bear, Su Ming strategically positioned the energy doppelganger outside as a teleportation coordinate. When the dark golden terror bear struck, Su Ming decisively chose to swap with the doppelganger, allowing it to absorb the attack, while he narrowly escaped unharmed. However, this skill is not invincible. The void body doppelganger can be detected by mental power and cannot stray more than 100 meters from the main body. Should it be destroyed, the main body's situation would become perilous. Beep. Congratulations, host, for challenging the century-old dark golden terror bear. Although you did not achieve victory, your courage is commendable. Reward, a thread of golden power. Beep. The berserker physique has been activated, granting 1 to strength, 1 to defense, and 1 to mental power. System. Why are the values for the berserker physique so low? His rising determination swiftly diminished, and Su Ming's expression turned sour. Only 1. I received 2 at the Academy and as a Grand Soul Master. Beep. The host's battles within the Soul Master Academy were primarily focused on physical conditioning, with strikes landing with precision, while the encounter with the dark golden terror bear relied merely on basic techniques, failing to fully trigger the berserker effect. Su Ming pondered. Does the body of the berserker truly advocate for close combat? Am I to confront the dark golden claw bear head-on? The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. It seemed that it was not entirely impossible. A frenzied thought flashed through Su Ming's mind as he gritted his teeth. I shall proceed. As long as I do not perish, I shall press on. With that resolve, Su Ming sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his inner energy. To engage in direct combat with the dark golden claw bear, it was imperative to elevate his condition to its zenith. A moment's carelessness could spell doom, leaving no room for negligence. 2 hours later, shadows flitted through the forest. Su Ming once again ventured into the lair of the dark golden claw bear. This time, he was not empty-handed. In his grasp, he carried a colossal beehive, comparable in size to a water tank, with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. With a swift motion, the beehive arced gracefully through the air and landed at the entrance of the cave. Upon impact, it burst open, golden honey cascading in abundance. Even perched atop a tree, Su Ming could savor the delightful aroma that wafted through the air. It seemed he had also been indulging in the honey himself. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the massive form of the dark golden claw bear erupted from the cave. Honey. The bear's fierce gaze transformed instantaneously. A look of elation gracing its features as if it had stumbled upon a treasure, and it darted towards the beehive. With its dark golden claws retracted, the bear began to devour the honey with fervor. The sweet nectar gushed forth, coating its large mouth and snout in a sticky glaze, but the bear paid no heed. It tore off hefty chunks of the honeycomb, chewing through it as though it were simple biscuits. In the span of a tea break, the once massive beehive had vanished entirely. With a satisfied pat on its belly, the dark golden claw bear swayed its ample rear and swaggered back towards the cave. Suddenly, a fist-sized stone exploded against its shoulder, causing the bear to halt in its tracks. Its ferocious eyes darted menacingly around, scanning its surroundings. In an instant, its copper bell-like gaze fixed onto Su Ming. A sense of familiarity sparking within it as the dark golden claw bear bared its teeth and scratched its head in confusion. Su Ming smiled faintly and gestured towards the honey on the ground. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the dark golden claw bear was instantly consumed by fury, its dark golden claws protruding fiercely from its fingers. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hand, then pointed to himself. I won't attack. This is a gift. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the dark golden clawed bear, oblivious to his meaning, leaped high into the air, its claws raised above its head. The 10 dark golden claws shimmering brilliantly. Su Ming's expression darkened, clearly indicating that he was not in the mood for a mere high five. Damn it. What I desire is a close-quarters brawl. Do you comprehend? The once amicable demeanor swiftly transformed into an icy glare. The machete in Su Ming's hand sliced through the air with a sharp swish. Drawing his blade, he sidestepped, assuming a poised stance. This time, Su Ming did not remain stationary, awaiting the approach of the golden claw bear. With a sudden burst of energy, his left foot propelled him forward, as if electric currents surged within him. Whoosh! The wind howled and sparks of electricity danced. In an instant, Su Ming's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had eerily materialized before the golden claw bear. The bear, raising its fearsome claws, displayed a look of terror, its pupils momentarily gleaming with a silvery light. Clang! A profoundly resonant sound reverberated, and darkness enveloped the heavens and earth. Su Ming soared through the air, his right hand brandishing the machete high, reminiscent of an eagle spreading its wings. The bear's abdomen caved in, its 2-ton ironclad frame sent flying backward, gathering dark soul energy beneath his feet. Su Ming propelled himself forward, landing behind the golden claw bear. Clang! A similar strike of divine retribution, wielding an equally terrifying force, landed squarely on the bear's rear. Whoosh! The bear's descent was abruptly halted, only to be launched once more into the air. Clang! Again, the golden claw bear was sent soaring. Clang! Clang! Like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, each strike glittered with brilliance. It resembled a personal tennis exhibition orchestrated by Su Ming. As the angles became uncontrollable and his arm could no longer muster the strength to send the golden claw bear airborne, Su Ming finally distanced himself. Boom! The golden claw bear crashed down, the ground splitting apart, clouds of dust swirling up, its head ringing with a dull thrum. Roar! Feeling as though toyed with by a human, the bear, regaining its senses, was engulfed in fury, its eyes bloodshot and radiating a crimson glow. Swish, swish, swish. The man and the bear engaged in a fierce, close-quarters struggle within the forest. The sound of clashing metal echoed, akin to a wooden fish being incessantly struck. Su Ming was intensely focused, evading the attacks of the dark golden claw bear with utmost speed. However, how could one perpetually escape when in close quarters? Moreover, the dark golden claw bear possessed 2 pairs of formidable claws. Bang! As Su Ming's speed dwindled, he had just maneuvered behind the beast when he suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness as the massive arm struck. Whoosh! Like a hammer blow, Su Ming was sent flying. Feeling as though his very organs were in turmoil, spitting blood, he landed amidst the swaying trees. Just as he touched the ground, his figure vanished into the thicket, disappearing without a trace. The dark golden claw bear, letting out a hoarse roar of frustration, did not pursue. but rather rubbed its swollen rear and retreated into the cave. Su Ming retreated to the cave to tend to his wounds and recalibrate himself, although he had not been struck directly. The forceful strike from the dark golden claw bear had proven overwhelming, rendering his defenses inadequate. It was not that he was incapable of employing his second soul skill to substitute. Rather, Su Ming had deliberately chosen not to. How could one expect to provoke the fervor of the berserker's physique without sustaining any injuries? Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, bestowing an increase of 2 to strength and 2 to defense. Was that all? Uffed. The crimson flower bloomed, with his body still intact. A little bloodshed was merely a celebration. Su Ming reassured himself. Chapter 52. Su Ming's Beastmaster Journey. As dawn broke, the mist in the forest swirled gently. Bang! The golden beehive delivery arrived as scheduled, bursting open at the entrance of the dark golden claw bear's cave. The familiar aroma wafted through the air. Inside the cave, the dark golden claw bear, invigorated, lumbered forth with its stout limbs. Su Ming, before its presence, cast aside the ordinary chopping knife with a resounding clatter. In the realm of the Su family's beast taming, the first principle is to approach creatures with benevolence, ensuring no harm befalls them, and exhibiting amicable gestures to alleviate the wariness of the spirit beasts. Casting aside his axe, Su Ming gestured towards the claws of the dark golden terror claw bear. You do not provoke, and I shall not act with hostility. With a mighty roar, the dark golden terror claw bear seemed to comprehend, charging forward with enthusiasm. Having lived for several centuries, it harbored no malicious intent. It merely sought to use its 1-meter-long dark golden claws to provide Su Ming with a delightful scratch. Su Ming's expression darkened, and the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated as he charged towards the dark golden terror claw bear. Boom! Boom! Trees fell in succession, accompanied by the sound of thunder. After a brief moment, all fell silent, leaving only a blood-stained piece of fabric clinging to a tree. On the second day of beast taming, he faced yet another failure. A day later, with a splat. The same honey, the same spot. Like a ritual. Su Ming arrived punctually. The dark golden terror claw bear remained ferocious, having feasted well, and immediately, Su Ming launched his attack. His cold eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. On the third day of beast taming, another failure was declared. A month later, swish. A pristine white arm broke through the earth in an instant, sending the surrounding soil flying. It was as if a well-nourished seed was beginning to bloom with the promise of spring. Swish. Another hand emerged. With both hands pressing against the ground, Su Ming wriggled out of the soil like an eel, spitting mud in frustration towards the cave entrance. He brushed off the dirt from his body and departed. The wind whistled through the cave's mouth, producing a sound reminiscent of a flute's melody. Nearby, 8 or 9 flutes added to the lively ambience. On the 32nd day of beast taming, failure was proclaimed once more. The cold winter quietly passed. The sun in the sky gradually grew warmer, casting bright rays. In the forest, the snow slowly melted, and the clear spring water gurgled, producing a sound as melodious as wind chimes. The vegetation regained its verdant hues, flourishing vibrantly and teeming with life. At the cave's top, Su Ming sat cross-legged. Black currents of air swirled around him, intertwining like intricate patterns. The air coalesced into a tangible form, orderly and precise. Even the thickness of the lines bore a mysterious quality, as if any slight alteration would alter its essence. The black patterns were enigmatic, seemingly reflecting the laws governing the world's operation, capable of invoking the might of nature itself. A cyclone formed around Su Ming, exerting a powerful pull on the surrounding white mist. His body resembled an abyss, incessantly absorbing and expelling energy within a radius of several hundred meters. If he mastered the art of spirit gathering to perfection, he could potentially draw energy from a radius of 1,000 meters. As his cultivation advanced, it would become even more formidable. Exhaling black, turbid air, Su Ming opened his eyes, a hint of joy apparent between his brows. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 23. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, for 025500. Special Constitution, Berserker's Body. Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfection. Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfection. Primordial Blade / Second Layer, Perfection. Spirit Gathering Technique, Great Achievement. Items in possession. Level 2 Recovery Pill, Mental Immunity Mask, Blood of the Subdragon Species, Meat of the Millennia Titan Giant Snake. Spirit Nourishing Pill Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Year, Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 200. Defense, 188. Spirit, 169. Su Ming has successfully elevated his soul power to level 23. This rapid advancement is primarily attributed to the formidable energy within the Sun Mouse, which propelled his soul power directly to level 22. This is the result of highly refined soul power. If it were not compressed, a millennium-old Sun Mouse could potentially elevate his soul power to level 24. Naturally, reaching level 23 also owes much to the contributions of the spirit gathering technique. The spirit gathering technique is a reward bestowed by the system after 2 years of diligent cultivation, significantly accelerating the speed of soul power enhancement. With a smirk, Su Ming rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. The warm sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his stern visage adorned with a charming smile, capable of captivating countless hearts. Like a shooting star racing towards the moon, Su Ming set forth towards the lair of the dark gold fearclaw bear. This bear companion was as good as his. With an air of unwavering confidence, Su Ming lightly tapped the undergrowth, leaping forth from the forest. Before him lay a scene of desolation within a radius of 300 meters, as if ravaged by lumberjacks and gophers in collusion. At the cave's entrance lounged a colossal bear, resembling an iron tower, its dark golden fur glistening. Its legs curled up, and its robust arms cradled its head, exuding an aura of languor. For precaution, Su Ming decided to employ his second skill. Should it fail, he could swiftly retreat underground. A radiant purple light shimmered as a translucent figure, akin to flowing air, emanated from Su Ming's being. Only faint wisps of black energy were discernible, and even the silhouette remained indistinct as the black energy delved into the earth. The purple glow also captured the attention of the dark gold fearclaw bear. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the bear's eyes sparkled with excitement as it swiftly bounded over, its expression revealing sheer delight. Akin to that of an old friend joyously reunited after years apart, Su Ming stood his ground, motionless. As he approached, the dark golden terror claw bear showed no intention of attacking. It crouched down, its formidable golden eyes scanning left and right as if searching for something. With a roar, the bear's initial delight quickly turned to frustration, expressing its displeasure with a thunderous growl. Yet, Su Ming appeared oblivious, casually walking past the formidable creature. The bear's eyes narrowed, perceiving the human before it as exceedingly ungrateful. With a swift motion, it swiped its massive paw, sending Su Ming gliding like a skater, leaving a small groove in the ground before returning to face the bear once more. The roar that followed was noticeably softer than before, as if the bear feared startling Su Ming. Its demeanor revealed an endearing clumsiness. Aware that the dark golden terror claw bear could not comprehend human speech, Su Ming refrained from speaking, opting instead to convey his intent through action. I am merely passing through, not here to play with you. Once, you ignored me, and now I am beyond your reach. After feeding you for over a month, you cannot endure even 5 days without me. Where's the dignity of a beast? With a disdainful snort, Su Ming continued on his way. Suddenly, a claw over a meter long blocked his path. The dark golden terror claw bear huffed, its nostrils flaring, and pointed its left arm backward towards the location of honey, calling out as if to remind Su Ming of something. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at the dark golden claw bear, his eyes betraying a sense of contempt. He then gestured toward the dark golden claw before him. With a swift motion, the dark golden claw was retracted by the bear. Subsequently, it raised its paw upwards, seemingly conveying to Su Ming that it meant him no harm. Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he gradually raised his fist. The dark gold terror claw bear, bewildered, gently patted his arm. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. Emitting a cold grunt from his throat, Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the dark gold terror claw bear, his demeanor exuding an aristocratic indifference. The bear appeared dazed, its face etched with confusion. After a few moments, as if coming to a realization, it raised its fist and tapped it against Su Ming's. Su Ming retreated, taking a step back with his foot, exerting a subtle force, thus managing to avoid being pushed away by the dark golden claw bear. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction and then began to communicate with the dark golden claw bear using his own gestures. Hua hua, indicating honey. Mimicking punches and kicks. Every day I shall provide you with honey, and you will practice with me. Ong, the bear's sound, inner monologue for now. Let us assume he understands. Whopping, indicating claws, tapping fists, no use of dark golden claws, we shall engage in a contest of strength. Ong, the bear's sound, inner monologue. Perhaps he comprehends, let us assume he does. Hua hua, indicating the sun, gesturing upwards, from the moment the sun rises until noon. We shall train. Ong, the bear's sound. Su Ming made an okay gesture, and the other party mimicked him. Upon witnessing this, Ming felt completely at ease. A true man should confront challenges head-on. I am not here to practice swordsmanship. You need not wield your claws, nor shall I brandish a blade. Bang! Ming's arm bulged with veins as he delivered a thunderous punch towards the dark golden terror claw bear. The bear's abdomen barely flinched, showing no sign of injury. How I admire your resilience. Ming no longer concealed his power. His soul force surged violently, enveloping him like flames. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, a sudden flash of dark golden light swept past. A sense of impending danger washed over him as he looked up, his expression darkening instantly. What the hell? You agreed but now refuse to acknowledge it, huh? With a swift motion, the dark golden claws slashed through the air effortlessly, conjuring a rising current of black energy. Clone, defeated 16. 30 meters underground, a figure sat despondently, resting his chin on his hand. Above, the dark golden clawed bear roared to the heavens. Reminiscent of the furious exclamation of the fire cloud evil god, why are you hitting me? Ming, the dark golden claw bear, you clearly promised not to strike me. Yet you deliver honey to me twice daily, in the morning and at noon, and even offer to massage my legs. Why, then, do you resort to violence against me? Ming, on the 40th day of beast mastery, has achieved some meager success. Chapter 53, A Relentless Pursuit, Intense Training. Conditioned reflexes, formed postnatally, are typically acquired through learning. Organisms are subjected to a myriad of stimuli from their environment that, when combined with unconditioned stimuli, can elicit certain unconditioned reflexes. The conditioned reflex to food in animals exemplifies this phenomenon. Once accustomed to being fed and assured of safety from harm, an animal's aggression diminishes significantly, leading to involuntary digestive behaviors. As the system suggests, effort begets reward. After nearly 2 months of relentless feeding tactics directed at the dark gold claw bear, its wildness has significantly waned. On this particular day, the weather was delightful. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling circular rainbows suspended among the branches. Bang! Bang! The sound of thunderous collisions resonated through the forest. Fists rained down like a torrential downpour upon the dark gold claw bear. With each strike, a terrifying sonic wave reverberated in the air. Thud! Thud! A dark gold claw bear was retreating wildly, its massive paws bracing against the onslaught. The youth, barely half its height, unleashed a flurry of punches with fervor. Like a tempest, his movements were a blur, rendering his strikes nearly indistinguishable. His speed was astonishing, so swift that the sounds of impact melded into a singular cacophony. Swish! The boxing coach, the dark gold claw bear, refused to be subdued. With a swift motion of its shoulder joint, it unleashed a titanic slap towards Ming. Even before the attack reached him, the terrifying gust of wind had already tousled Ming's hair. Ming felt as though a colossal giant had appeared before him, wielding an iron wall of immense weight, drawing closer with an unstoppable force. It was fierce and overwhelming, as if in the next moment, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Ming's heart raced as he swiftly leapt onto the belly of the dark golden claw bear, employing his lightness skill to evade danger. The crescent moon hung upside down. Ming's waist arched gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing before the dark golden claw bear. With a swift motion, as soon as he touched the ground, Ming's figure vanished once more. How perilous! Ming braced his palm against the advancing thigh of the dark golden terror claw. His figure inverted as he deftly evaded the attack. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself into the air, soaring nearly 10 meters high. Have you ever heard of the fist technique that descends from the heavens? The black crystal beneath his feet shattered with a resounding crack, and Ming plummeted swiftly downward. Like a shooting star, a barrage of terrifying strikes followed in rapid succession. Boom! The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. Ming delivered a powerful blow to the forehead of the dark golden claw bear. Despite its formidable weight of 2 tons, the creature found itself uncontrollably sliding backward. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a tidal wave, the bear's entire face expanded visibly, and it opened its massive jaws to unleash a deafening bellow. Crack! Shielding himself with his arm, Ming found the dire roar of the Grimclaw bear to be profoundly terrifying, as it effortlessly shattered his protective barrier. A promise was made to abstain from employing abilities. Alas, a deception was perpetrated. Ming, in a state of exasperation, could only raise his hands defensively before him. His complexion was visibly ashen. The battle was not merely a test of soul power, it also demanded a significant expenditure of physical strength and mental fortitude. In his confrontation with the dark golden claw bear, Su Ming had exerted himself to the fullest, leaving no room for deceit or evasion. He continuously employed his mental acuity to monitor the muscular shifts of the dark golden claw bear, delivering each strike with utmost effort. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade the relentless onslaught of the bear's claws, nor could he have pushed the formidable creature back. Thunderous roars echoed around him as the dark golden claw bear closed the distance with alarming speed. Swish! Su Ming swiftly leapt to evade the terrifying embrace of the dark golden claw bear. Suddenly, his mental fortitude was shattered. Su Ming's face contorted in agony as he hastily withdrew all his spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, he barely managed to land. Just as he regained his senses, the surroundings appeared somewhat dim. Upon focusing his gaze, the dark golden fur of the bear was alarmingly close. It was the end. A chill ran through his heart as he looked up to see the burly paw of the bear awaiting him. Almost instinctively, he summoned all his soul energy to form a sturdy protective barrier above his head, gritting his teeth tightly while raising his hands to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the colossal paw descended like a mountain, suffocating him with its weight. The black crystal shield shattered instantly. In an instant, like a nail, Su Ming was driven into the ground. The dark golden claw bear let out a ferocious roar. Just as it was about to depart, it seemed to realize something and quickly turned back. The ferocity on its face faded away, and the bear squatted down, its body arching forward as it began to frantically dig into the earth with its powerful forepaws. Through their combined efforts, Su Ming finally managed to burrow his way out from beneath the surface. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath, fatigue sweeping through his limbs and bones, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. Like fragile parchment, he could no longer withstand the ravages of any storm. The dark golden claw bear scratched its head in a goofy manner before scampering off to the side. With a sudden rustle, a large tree was uprooted effortlessly. The bear, using its immense arms, yanked the tree from its roots and shook it as it approached. When it crashed down, the earth trembled, sending Su Ming flying. What a ridiculous creature! As a patch of shade appeared overhead, Su Ming, peeking with one eye, could not help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. The sheer absurdity of finding respite in such a manner was truly terrifying. Su Ming gestured subtly, and the dark golden claw bear instantly comprehended, plunging into the forest. Crash! Bang! Sizzle! Rumble! It was as if bandits had invaded a village, the cacophony gradually fading along with the tremors. As per usual, the dark golden claw bear ventured out for a hunt. Su Ming bit down, breaking the recovery pill bound within his mouth, and swallowed it. After a brief moment, his body began to heal. Su Ming did not depart. Instead, he rekindled an old fire pit, skewering the flesh of the millennia-old titan serpent with a machete, and set it to roast over the flames. After a brief interlude, the dark golden claw bear burst through the trees and returned. Dangling from its formidable claws was a century-old, blood-soaked, eviscerated striped tiger, still exuding the remnants of its life essence. The immense shadow loomed overhead as the dark golden claw bear plopped down beside Su Ming with a resounding thud. Su Ming once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of flight. His expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if he had grown accustomed to such extraordinary occurrences. Roar! The dark golden terror claw bear nudged Su Ming with its arm, subsequently positioning the striped tiger before him. Whoosh! A flash of darkness pierced the air, and the striped tiger's fur was torn asunder. The movements were fluid and graceful, and Su Ming did not even blink. The dark golden terror claw bear let out a roar and began to roast the fully fleshed striped tiger. The synergy between the man and the bear was impeccable as they embarked on their culinary journey. The only difference was, Su Ming wielded a cleaver, while the dark golden claw bear brandished its dark golden claws. Should this scene ever be divulged, it would undoubtedly shatter the spirits of countless soul masters. "Do not snatch my meat. Release it," he roared. "By the heavens, this is the flesh of a millennia-old titan serpent, you beast." Chapter 54, The Savages of the Stardew Forest. The notion of enhancing oneself through battle is trivial. Engage, day in and day out of combat. As long as his body recuperated, Su Ming would seek out the dark golden claw bear for confrontation. Naturally, his cultivation of soul power was not neglected. With the relationship with the dark golden claw bear intensifying, the level 2 recovery pill dwindled in number. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear, activating the berserker's body, granting 3 strength and 3 defense. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear, activating the berserker's body, granting 3 strength and 3 defense. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear, activating the berserker's body, granting 2 strength and 2 defense. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear, activating the berserker's body, granting 2 strength and 1 defense. P.S. The values are diminishing, constantly being flung away, relentlessly rising again, persistently transitioning from healing to injury, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body and the crimson sting of blood. Enraptured by battle, he reveled in the enhancement of his physical prowess. Seemingly mechanical and apathetic, Su Ming remained oblivious to the passage of 2 years, which had silently elapsed. Throughout this period, he had not once ventured beyond the confines of the Stardew Forest, his vow to return home annually long forgotten, superseded by an incessant cycle of combat. Within the forest, a solitary figure and a formidable bear engaged in a fierce, unbridled battle, the resounding thuds of flesh against flesh echoing through the environment. The resulting shockwaves akin to miniature tornadoes. Bang! An auric radiance emanated from the dark gold terrorclaw bear's paw as it relentlessly struck towards the opposing silhouette, a tiger hide-clad figure with flowing hair, bare feet, and exposed legs. The bronze arms reminiscent of a wild man. The man, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with disheveled sideburns cascading from his forehead, revealed only piercing, frigid eyes devoid of emotion. Undeterred by the century-old dark gold terrorclaw bear, a formidable beast even for soul kings, the man stood defiant. His body arched backward, nearly touching the ground, his elongated arms and torso resembling a fully drawn bow poised to unleash. A dark luminescence surged within his right fist, the terrifying energy crackling with serpentine electricity. In a fleeting moment, their fists collided with a deafening roar. Boom! Unable to withstand the sheer force of their combined power, the ground beneath their feet instantaneously fractured into 2 halves. Whoosh! Both man and bear were propelled backward by the monstrous impact, their feet scattering gravel and churning soil as they carved parallel lines into the earth. With an unspoken understanding, they simultaneously slammed their legs into the ground, diverting the momentum. Their apparent stalemate suggested an extraordinary feat to contend with a century-old dark gold terrorclaw bear in hand-to-hand combat was a testament to the man's monstrous capabilities. Roar! The dark gold terrorclaw bear emitted a low growl, seemingly signaling the man to cease his assault. Cease? The man remained impervious, the dark energy surrounding him intensifying, erupting with a heart-stopping force akin to a celestial meteorite, causing the earth to tremble. The dark gold terrorclaw bear's eyes widened, its gestures becoming increasingly human-like as it frantically waved its paws. The man, heedless of the warning, was on the verge of striking when a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Due to the host's engagement in intense combat with the dark gold terrorclaw bear, the berserker physique has been activated, granting a 0 to strength and 0 to defense. Whoosh! As if sunlight had pierced the depths of a murky abyss. Disturbing the habits of the cold-blooded fish, astonishment flickered across the man's icy gaze, causing his violent aura to wane abruptly. 0? How could it be 0? His eyes bloodshot, Su Ming turned his attention to the system interface. Despite seeing the notification, he remained incredulous, his knuckles cracking as his gaze flickered with madness, seemingly contemplating shattering the system. Ding! The numerical enhancement limit for the primary berserker physique has been reached. Please upgrade to the intermediate level as soon as possible. The system cannot be held responsible for any delays in the host's improvement. An infinite stream of power seemed ideal, a permanent solution. With murderous intent, Su Ming cast a frigid glance at the dark gold terrorclaw bear, its face etched with terror. His eyes, devoid of human warmth, resembled those of a predatory beast. A voice echoed within his mind, incessantly urging him to kill the dark gold terrorclaw bear. Kill every soul beast you encounter. Kill everyone you meet. Whoosh! His gaze slowly turned vacant as Su Ming perceived a gateway materializing before him. Black and white angels clashed, reason and slaughter teetering on the scales of his soul, causing him internal torment. Observing the resurgence of the sinister aura emanating from Su Ming after a month-long absence, the dark gold terrorclaw bear fled in terror back to its cave. The autumn wind rustled through his disheveled sideburns, revealing a fair, jade-like complexion and a pair of amethyst eyes. After an indeterminate period, clarity gradually returned to Su Ming's eyes. While his expression was not particularly genial, it was no longer as frigid as before. He exhaled deeply, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Time had passed swiftly. Noticing his disheveled appearance, he managed a wry smile. Fleeting moments, sparks and stone, dreams, he had truly become consumed. Rubbing his forehead vigorously, Su Ming dejectedly wandered into the distance. Soon, he arrived at a lake. The water was crystalline, adorned with scattered duckweed. Mirroring the surrounding desolate landscape, the lake exuded a sense of coldness, seemingly succumbing to the autumnal season. Splash! Without hesitation, Su Ming plunged into the water, indifferent to its frigidity. Although he had emerged from that perilous state, Su Ming was acutely aware that his previous condition was beyond dire. Even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine, wondering if it was the path to Rakshasa. Floating on the lake's surface, Su Ming allowed the icy water to permeate his pores. Blue skies, white clouds, gentle breezes, soaring birds, the ocean, the warmth of spring, and blossoming flowers. A world of black and white gradually transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors and joyful animation. He remained adrift on the lake for an extended period. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, seemingly returning to his former self. System, how can I elevate the berserker's physique to an intermediate level? The system replied, ding. The specifics are for the host to investigate. The system bears no obligation to disclose. Su Ming tentatively inquired. To withstand half an hour under the hands of a titled Douluo? Beep. The system is unable to disclose that information. Please engage in battle with 3 titled Douluos. Beep. The system is unable to reveal further details. Please proceed. Host. Su Ming, feeling a sense of resignation, pressed his forehead as a flicker of clarity enveloped his mind. System. I now possess ample reason to doubt the existence of the berserker's physique. Intense training and a diet rich in high-energy meat can indeed enhance one's physical constitution. In summary, the attributes you have bestowed upon me are, in reality, rather limited. Ding. Host, do not deceive yourself. Believe in the system. Then why is the increase in mental power so minimal? Ding. Chapter 55. Departing from the Douluo Great Forest. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation of soul power has concluded after 785 days, totaling 4,084 hours. Evaluation of effort. Your time significantly exceeds that of the top 100 core disciples of the 3 great sections. Although your total soul power does not surpass that of the top 90 disciples, you have nonetheless achieved commendable results. Effort level, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portion of celestial herb and 3 soul-nourishing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your training against the dark golden terrorclaw bear has concluded after 779 days. With a total of 304 battles fought in the Douluo Great Forest. Evaluation of effort. You have engaged in combat with the dark golden terrorclaw bear while not exceeding the rank of Soul Master, facing repeated defeats yet resolutely continuing to battle. Showcasing an astonishing number of escapes and confrontations, truly remarkable throughout history. Effort level, 8 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wisp of the ultimate gold. Boom. The lake erupted in a cascade of water as a figure heavily crashed onto the colossal stone at the shore, with water dripping incessantly from his damp hair. Resembling seaweed atop his head, Su Ming paid no heed to such trivialities and hastily accessed the system. Ultimate gold. Born from an area rich in the elemental gold of heaven and earth, it possesses the purest gold attribute, impervious to all, exceedingly rigid. Capable of tearing through space and inflicting terrifying destructive power. What an exquisite discovery! A wave of exhilaration washed over Su Ming, his heart racing with excitement. After 3 years of cultivation, he had acquired only 37 portions of golden power, still far from the 100 required for ultimate gold. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Battling the dark golden terrorclaw bear truly yields the ultimate gold. Su Ming's heart surged with exhilaration. 2 years. A full 2 years. Had he merely sought to enhance his attributes through the formidable body of a warrior? No. Every step he had taken in his cultivation thus far had remained within the permissible deviations of his plan. Never underestimate someone who has traversed 6 years only to resign himself to mediocrity. When given the opportunity, his potential for madness knows no bounds. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light erupted, and Su Ming instantly felt an unparalleled sharpness. With a slicing sound, his emanating mental energy was fragmented. The golden light radiated with the majesty of a noble emperor, forbidding any intrusion upon its splendor. Su Ming was drenched in cold sweat, immediately retracting his mental energy. The golden light, akin to a wandering dragon, spiraled around the axe. The axe itself was illuminated by this radiant gold, bursting forth with resplendent brilliance. After a few moments, like a dragon diving into the sea, the golden light swiftly enveloped the axe. With a thud, the golden glow radiated from the blade, as if water flowed over it, cleansing the axe. Approximately half an hour later, Su Ming sensed the sharpness dissipating. Suddenly, a black light surged forth from within Su Ming, and a dazzling blade materialized in his hand. Su Ming slowly raised the blade, a dazzling golden light gliding along the edge, seemingly surpassing even the brilliance of the sun. A mere chopping knife? No. This is a sword capable of slaying dragons. His fingers caressed the blade as one would cherish a precious gem, and within him, joy surged like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable. Boom. A 10-meter column of water erupted from the lake. Su Ming did not shy away, becoming drenched. His gaze remained unwavering, captivated by the knife in his hand. The originally humble martial spirit, the cleaver, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The inward curve had morphed into a sharp outward arc, the blade now straight and gleaming, exuding a formidable sharpness and solidity. The round handle was now entwined with simple golden patterns, accompanied by a flat, rounded guard. The color scheme had evolved from its original black and silver to now include a touch of gold. The blade's sheen transitioned from silver to gold. While the blade's dark surface shimmered with golden hues, the silver veins within sparkling like flecks of gold. Overall, the cleaver's appearance was simple yet resplendent. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 31. Martial Spirit, Cleaver Quality, Black. For 01-055-0000, considering heredity, a strand of ultimate gold is undoubtedly red. Special Physique, Berserker's Body, Beginner. Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfect. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfect. Mixed Yuan Blade Slash, Second Layer, Perfect. Spirit Gathering Technique, Great Accomplishment. Possessions, Random Immortal Herb. Soul Elevation Pill, Mental Immunity Mask, Blood of the Lesser Dragon, Spirit Nourishment Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Year Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 661. Defense, 603. Spirit, 269. Just a little more, and it would reach red quality, rivaling the 7-kill sword. Perhaps it is already sharper than the 7-kill sword of the same level. From now on, you shall be called the God-slaying blade. His gaze grew increasingly fervent, as Su Ming found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. Had he finally acquired a top-tier martial spirit? After 5 years of cultivation, was he finally reaping the rewards? Did he finally possess the power to dominate his peers? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming steadied his mind. This was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, demanding humility and patience. However, it was indeed time to depart from the starry forest. With a glimmer in his eyes, Su Ming stowed away his martial spirit and swiftly made his way toward Xiao Jin's cave. After more than 2 years in the starry forest, he had nearly become a wild man, and he had no desire to linger any longer. As for the intermediate berserker's body, under the influence of overwhelming joy, Su Ming had already grown indifferent. With his current physique, acquiring soul rings through normal means would be more than sufficient. Even in their absence, he would continue to cultivate, seeking ways to enhance his body. Upon reaching Xiao Jin's cave, he found the creature at leisure, roasting a wind spirit horse over the fire, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. However, the sight that greeted Su Ming made his heart race, causing him to halt abruptly. Surrounding him for a mile was a haunting expanse of bones, resembling a purgatory. The remains of soul beasts numbered at least 200 to 300. A chill coursed through his veins, and Su Ming swallowed hard in terror. In his frenzy, he had subconsciously fought and sought sustenance, unaware of the numerous carcasses surrounding him. No wonder he had previously succumbed to madness. The scene before him was a stark reminder that slaughter profoundly impacts one's state of mind. Especially for someone who had crossed over from a modern society, it was even more challenging to accept such a drastic change, despite reminding himself that it was inconsequential. The accumulation of experiences had the power to alter one's character significantly. The blade of murder, would it ultimately turn upon itself? He muttered to himself, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he lingered any longer, he feared he too would become a beast of slaughter. Indeed, every matter carries its pros and cons. Greed often leads to ruin. Shaking his head, Su Ming walked with a heavy heart toward Xiao Jin. Since he was leaving, he would share this final meal with him, as a farewell. Additionally, he intended to borrow a few items. Half an hour later, Su Ming, wielding a golden blade, pursued the dark golden claw bear through the forest like a seasoned hunter. Little Jean, do you have no conscience at all? I'm about to leave, and you won't even spare me this little bit? Roar, roar. Your roars are futile. Stand still. I merely wish to borrow a bit of your blood. Are you glaring at me? Roar, roar. If you continue to roar, I shall treat you like a pig and pierce your bare neck. I know your neck is the softest. In a spirit of cooperative interaction, Little Jean, adhering to a mutually beneficial approach, offered Su Ming 3,000 cc of blood. Ding. Congratulations, host. For the first time in 2 years, you have vanquished the century-old dark golden claw bear. Reward: black gold satin robe. Ah, finally, relief washed over him. After venting 2 years of pent-up anger, Su Ming slowly rose from Little Jin's side, adopting a serious demeanor. Chapter 56. Is this your theory of superiority? Nodding City. The streets were bustling with vendors and throngs of people, a scene of vibrant activity. This was a stark contrast to Su Ming's memories of a snow-laden Nodding City. A young man, donning a mask and bearing a dagger at his waist, surveyed his surroundings with a cool, almost ethereal gaze, his expression betraying a hint of warmth. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, he exuded an air of elegance and poise. His tall figure and flowing hair, interspersed with strands of gold, gathered neatly at the back by a jade crown. His striking appearance made the young girls who stole glances at him blush with shyness. However, the young man's expression was somewhat cold, his sharp gaze piercing and difficult to meet. He strolled leisurely down the street, only to suddenly halt. The vendor's eyes brightened, and he eagerly called out, "Young sir, my candied hawthorn is delectably sweet, absolutely trustworthy. If you enjoy it, do take a few more skewers. Even the elderly and children at home will relish them and have their appetites whetted." The young man remained silent, tossing a gold coin towards the vendor before shouldering an entire skewer of candied hawthorn and departing. The vendor, not uttering another word, quickly pocketed the gold coin. Elated as he headed home, thinking he had struck a stroke of fortune today, the vendor spoke truthfully. The candied hawthorn was indeed not sour. The young man had sampled 2 skewers beforehand to avoid any mishaps later. At last, he had returned to the Soul Master Academy. Su Ming's gaze was deeply moved. He chose not to enter through the grand entrance, but instead scaled the surrounding fence. Subsequently, he leapt onto the rooftop, making his way toward the heart of the academy. "Tang San, Zhao Wu, you are the most exceptional students I have ever taught. In just a few months, you shall likely ascend to the rank of Soul Master. At merely 11 years of age, your potential is truly remarkable, a rarity even across the entire continent. In the future, you will encounter numerous prodigies and face many threats. To triumph over your adversaries, it is imperative to first comprehend them. Thus, I wish to discuss the continent's premier martial souls with you." On a balcony, Yu Xiaojiang, clad in black attire and bearing a stern visage, was delivering his lecture, his eyes shimmering with pride and satisfaction. The previous despondency had evaporated entirely. With his hands clasped behind him, he spoke with a confident and exuberant tone. Before him sat 2 figures, a young man and a young woman. The boy appeared ordinary yet possessed an upright posture and a resolute expression, his gaze exuding calmness. The girl, dressed in azure, was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure poised to bloom, and her aura somewhat ethereal. She listened intently to Yu Xiaojiang's explanations, her delicate face devoid of impatience. Instead, she diligently took notes, leaving the boy beside her feeling somewhat inferior. The two were none other than Tang San and Zhao Wu. Suddenly, without their notice, a figure clad in black had already arrived atop the roof. He bore a sugar-coated hawthorn on his shoulder and wore a white mask, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. As his eyes met Zhao Wu's, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, especially upon witnessing her taking notes, which left him momentarily dazed. Zhao Wu, taking notes? It feels even more fantastical than Douluo itself. This girl has indeed undergone significant transformation. Su Ming felt a sense of comfort within himself, choosing not to disturb the moment and indulging in the sweet taste of candied hawthorn. After 2 years of consuming meat, he had grown somewhat queasy, and this candied hawthorn suited his palate perfectly. However, as he continued to listen, he found it increasingly difficult to do so. He spat out a hawthorn seed, which clattered down the tiles. Who is it? The three were taken aback, their gazes turning icy. Particularly, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Following the sound, the trio's cold demeanor shifted to one of perplexity. Candied hawthorn? Clad in black and masked, they were unmistakably up to no good. Yet, why did they remain so composed despite being discovered? Moreover, who would carry candied hawthorn like this? With veins throbbing on his forehead, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward coldly, stating, "This is the place of my disciples, and you dare to lurk in the shadows and eavesdrop? That is rather shameless." Shameless? Do you not know how you pilfered the knowledge of the spirit hall? Su Ming pointed to his position, a cold smile playing on his lips as he replied, "I have not been hiding. If you discover me, then I am not eavesdropping. However, if you fail to see me, even though I stand before you, that would indeed be eavesdropping, would it not? Furthermore, your theory is lacking substance. and many who have heard it find it of no use. Do you think I hold it in high regard? Your blatant mockery is like a fly lodged in my throat, causing you Xiaojang to tremble violently with discomfort. Very well. Since you repeatedly assert that my theory is flawed, I would like to inquire where exactly the problem lies. If you cannot articulate your concerns, do not blame us for being impolite. This is the Soul Master Academy. Should matters escalate, you will find it impossible to escape unscathed. Yu Xiaojang's gaze was sharp, akin to a blade. If mere looks could kill, Su Ming would have surely been silenced by now. Tang San observed Su Ming in silence, sensing that something was amiss. Zhao Wu furrowed her brow, remaining speechless, feeling an unsettling familiarity about this person, whose presence bore the unique scent of the Stardow forest. Are you suggesting a group attack? Su Ming found the situation somewhat amusing. One must ask, within the entire Soul Master Academy, how many would dare to take your side? It is likely that upon seeing me, they would choose to avoid me altogether. The quality of a top-tier martial soul is indeed high. According to your assertion, innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. However, even among the same type of martial soul, there exist varying degrees of innate soul power, not to mention that those with inferior martial souls can surpass their predecessors. What you refer to as proportionality is merely a rudimentary vertical comparison. I wish to inquire, with the same martial soul and the same parents, why does a disparity in innate soul power still exist? If you could provide an answer to this question, it would be far more profound than your simplistic notion of proportionality. Yu Xiaojang felt a pang of discomfort, rendered speechless. He truly did not know the reason behind it. Otherwise, he would not have simply referred to it as proportionality. Tang San furrowed his brows in curiosity. Casting a glance at Yu Xiaojang, noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, he instinctively asked, "Teacher, is this question one that you do not know either?" Yu Xiaojang's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced himself to appear calm. "I am indeed eager to hear your insights, esteemed one. Does that mean you do not know?" I truly do not know." It felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart, and Yu Xiaojang was filled with an uncontrollable rage, wishing he could uproot it. Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that the master of theory seemed to be unworthy of his reputation. Yu Xiaojang, like a thorn in his throat, had eyes that nearly blazed with fury. Su Ming's voice continued to resonate, poised to deliver a profound blow to someone. The notion of innate soul power is not entirely accurate. The genesis of soul power is intrinsically linked to the martial soul. A superior martial soul actively absorbs nourishment from the body, which forms the nascent stage of soul power. The disparity in soul power arises not only from the variance in martial souls but also from the differing energy intake of individuals during their formative years. Furthermore, the environmental conditions experienced postnatally can significantly influence the energy absorbed from the external world before the age of 6. Thus, what is often labeled as innate soul power is, in many instances, a synthesis of both inherent and acquired influences. Boom. Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils contracted in shock. He recognized the truth in those words. Zhao Wu also appeared taken aback, not expecting such revelations. Staggering backward, Yu Xiaojang's complexion turned pale, his trembling hand bracing against the wall. The two exchanged bewildered glances at Yu Xiaojang. Wasn't he the one who advocated for theoretical supremacy? Did he truly lack such understanding? Chapter 57. Zhao Wu, your child has been snatched away. As for Yu Xiaojang, even with Su Ming's adult soul, there was little fondness to muster. While it could be argued that Tang San exhibited double standards, Su Ming could somewhat tolerate the toxicity of his character. After all, once a person possesses strength, arrogance is an easy pitfall. In terms of Daimu, by abandoning his responsibilities, Su Ming could also justify it to some extent, considering his youth and the overwhelming treachery of the royal intrigues. However, Yu Xiaojang was a different matter altogether. As a mentor, disregarding theoretical principles and engaging in questionable teaching practices drew criticism. It is often said that great teachers produce exceptional disciples. Yet he seemed more like a great disciple who had elevated himself to the status of a teacher. As a partner, he had callously discarded 2 women. His delusional arrogance ensured that someone like Yu Xiaojang would struggle to find genuine love. Regarding Bibi Dong, while there were indeed obstructive factors, to love someone necessitates a sense of worthiness. Mutual affection demands a foundation of trust. Although the specifics of Yu Xiaojang's departure from the spirit hall remain unclear, his haughty retreat without seeking clarity exemplifies a complete lack of responsibility. Moreover, he even failed to believe in the affections of those who cared for him, particularly concerning Lu Erlong. While youthful breakups and blockages can be understood, his lack of accountability at such an age is perplexing. Could avoidance truly absolve one from their troubles? It resembles the innocent games of children. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, stripped of dignity by Su Ming's remarks, chose to leave in a huff, remaining silent. It appeared that a conversation with Xiao Wu was in order. With his thoughts clarified, Su Ming slowly rose. With a swift motion of his arm, he sent 2 candied hawthorns flying through the air. As they caught the treats, Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed at Su Ming in astonishment, perplexed by his actions. Was he truly about to slap someone and offer a sweet treat as consolation? Su Ming remarked, having just purchased it on the street, seeing you all here. I shall share some with you. Fate, I see you are simply asking for a beating. With a cold huff, Xiao Wu stomped on the tiles and charged furiously towards Su Ming. Be careful, Tang San quickly warned, his hidden weapon already grasped tightly in his hand, poised for action. Step, step, step. Xiao Wu, like a soaring swallow, drew ever closer to Su Ming. Yet he remained rooted in place, utterly unmoving. Boom. Just as her palm strike was about to descend, Xiao Wu suddenly twisted her waist, executing a roll, slipping away like a loach beside Su Ming. From Su Ming's perspective, looking down his shoulder, Xiao Wu halted less than 2 meters away. She slowly rose, still holding a mask in her hand. Su Ming, it's actually you. Tang San's expression turned to one of alarm, his face visibly brightening with surprise as he hurried toward them. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's delicate figure trembled violently, her eyes reddening instantly. Ah, how typical of you to come back and provoke others right away. With a playful strike against Su Ming's chest, Tang San, relieved, spread his hands and said, See, I'm fortunate my hidden weapon didn't come into play. Otherwise, haha. A smile adorned Tang San's face. Yet internally he was unsettled. The resilience of this fellow's physique was astonishing, causing a throbbing pain in his hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San, understanding the situation, withdrew, leaving the space for the 2 siblings. Turning to Xiao Wu, Su Ming's expression was a mixture of complexity, culminating in a deep sigh. Compared to the past, she had indeed matured considerably. Mature, my foot. Tears streamed down from the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes, filled with frustration. She pivoted and delivered a fierce kick. Boom. The heavy strike landed on his arm, yet Su Ming remained unyielding. Gazing at Xiao Wu's tear-streaked face, his gaze softened. Her strength had evidently increased, a testament to her rigorous training. With a slight shiver, Xiao Wu lowered her leg, overwhelmed with feelings of grievance, anger, nostalgia, and repressed emotions that surged forth like a torrential flood. With misty eyes, she glared at him, exclaiming, even a pig would gain weight after 2 years. What is so remarkable about that? You're allowed to grow stronger, but I'm not permitted to strive. Is that it? Let me tell you. Today no one can save you. If I don't beat you into a pig, you can forget about living in peace for the rest of your life. Whoosh. In an instant, her figure transformed into a blur as she lunged towards Su Ming. Thus began an extraordinary duel upon the rooftop. Su Ming strolled leisurely, skillfully evading the relentless assaults. Although Xiao Wu's speed was commendable, Su Ming surpassed her, seemingly anticipating her every move. Each strike, whether punch or kick, met only empty air. After a while, Xiao Wu hunched over, panting heavily, as if fatigue had overtaken her. Just as she lifted her head to speak, a candied hawthorn skewer was promptly thrust into her mouth. When weary, one ought to pause and savor a treat, don't you think? Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sincerely suggested, Do you think a single candied hawthorn is sufficient? His voice abruptly ceased, leaving Xiao Wu to press her trembling pink lips together. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and her freshly wind-dried pink eyes began to well with tears once more. Feeling a pang of compassion, Su Ming reached out to brush away her teardrops, thinking how, despite being grown, she still had a penchant for tears, unbothered by the potential ridicule of others. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her tears, her eyes glistening as she glared at him, wishing she could rend him into 1,000 pieces. It would be one thing to deceive me, but to come back and avoid me? Do not think you can escape unscathed today, not even if you were to summon my grandfather. As for unscathed, it pertains to the length of one's life, not merely a single day. It ought to be referred to as well concluded. Su Ming helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling a mixture of laughter and tears within. Xiao Wu, my heart is flooded with sorrow. Xiao Wu, with her hands wrapped around her knees, appeared pitiful as she began to sob quietly. You've deceived me for 2 years, and upon your return, you offer nothing but an apology. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also mock me. When I return home, I will tell Grandpa that you eloped with someone else. Yes, the child has been taken away by another. Let us see if Grandpa doesn't deal with you. I must remind him to grab a knife. This fellow is tough-skinned and will only feel pain from a blade. Seeing Zhao Wu's heart-wrenching tears, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt and took a seat beside her. He refrained from explaining, for no reasoning could alter the reality of his broken promise. He had left Zhao Wu alone, and she would still have to return home to care for her grandfather during the holidays. Although it was unclear who was taking care of whom, it surely was a burden for her. Su Ming gently ruffled Zhao Wu's hair, feeling a pang of sorrow within. If she wished to cry, then let her weep. There were no others present, and perhaps shedding tears would bring some relief. It was not without reason that she felt this way. And how could she still dare to speak? Zhao Wu glared fiercely, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. So, I am here to console you, am I not? Is this truly your notion of comfort? Su Ming gently wiped away Zhao Wu's tears and raised an eyebrow, saying, otherwise. Shall I leap from a cliff or a building to atone for my sins? Would that bring you joy? Of course not. Her voice was laced with a hint of anger. You see, that's why. Su Ming was about to continue speaking when his voice abruptly ceased. A hand had already grasped the soft flesh at his waist. Zhao Wu let out a cold, mocking laugh. You truly believe that leaping from a building or a cliff would pose no danger to you? Do you think I'm a fool? With that, she spun around wildly, executing a perfect 270-degree turn. Su Ming, this girl has truly become extraordinary. Chapter 58. Practice tests truth. On the rooftop, a man and a woman lie quietly, as if resting upon a grassy meadow. The sky is a deep azure, with fluffy white clouds drifting by, and the ancient buildings create a picturesque scene. Su Ming felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation within, his gaze radiating a gentle smile. After spending 2 years in the starry forest, his mind had never been so at ease. It was as soothing as a gentle breeze, as tranquil as a still lake, as serene as the birds gliding softly through the woods, and as peaceful as the calm blue sky adorned with white clouds. All his inner turmoil had vanished completely. Su Ming gradually closed his eyes and said softly, do you hear any sounds? Sounds? Zhao Wu tilted her head, continuing to move her lips. Are you implying that my eating Tonghulu disturbs you? I shall eat even louder, just to annoy you to death. She chewed with greater fervor, secretly reveling in her mischief. With a serene expression, Su Ming's voice flowed like a gentle stream. I mean the sound of silence. Even your eating seems so tranquil. Zhao Wu paused, her lips curling slightly as she squinted at Su Ming, a teasing smile playing on her face. Not only have you changed in appearance, but now you've become rather glib as well. Put away those petty thoughts. Don't think that flattery will spare you from my reckoning. Snap. The beautiful illusion shattered in an instant. Su Ming let out a weary sigh, casting a piercing glance at a certain individual who was ruining the mood. Which of your ears heard me complimenting you? The state of one's surroundings is born from the heart. When I speak of tranquility, it reflects the sentiments within me. When my heart feels at peace, even if you shout in my ear, I still perceive serenity. Do you grasp this meaning? With a swift motion, Zhao Wu turned her gaze, feigning understanding as she leaned closer to Su Ming's ear. Get lost. Su Ming's expression darkened, and he quickly turned his head away. Tang Hulu puffed up her cheeks, and Zhao Wu scoffed. Is it still a matter of mind over matter? Do you truly feel at peace now? If I yell at you a couple of times, you won't lose any weight. Didn't you claim that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth? Allow me to conduct this test for you. Why the rush? A test? Is that truly what you call it? Su Ming squinted slightly. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Wu had already waved her hand dismissively, as if anticipating his response. She muttered in a playful tone, all right, I was just teasing you. I'm not feeling particularly rebellious, so there's no need for you to elaborate. Your strength is undeniable, and your rules are indeed rules. Is that satisfactory? Su Ming. What a calamity. Su Ming Xing, enveloped in despair, closed his eyes. I'm tired of it all. Let it be destroyed, he muttered. Wu, with a playful flick of her tongue, displayed a triumphant smile. After pondering for 2 long years, I have finally managed to disgust you. Haven Ti? Hiki. Her slender legs swayed contentedly as she reached out to tug at Su Ming's golden locks. Hey, what is the story behind your hair? It's dyed. Su Ming could scarcely muster the energy to open his eyes, casually uttering a couple of words. Do you take me for a fool? Do not tarnish the name of the blind. Infuriated, his silver teeth clattered as Zhao Wu clenched her fists and huffed indignantly. I forgot to mention that I have not taken it upon myself to manage your blankets and quilts. If you must stay, you might as well reside in a moldy heap. After all, you won't be here for long, so just make do with what you have. Purchasing new bedding would be a waste. Every little bit saved counts, don't you think? Zhao Wu fixed her gaze intently on Su Ming, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Su Ming is no fool. How could he possibly be oblivious to the meaning behind those words? Well, for the past few months, I should be at the academy. Even if I am not at the academy, I should be in the village. I would not leave without reason. Why are you telling me this? I will not assist you in purchasing those. You should buy them yourself. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she reclined once more, her delicate eyes gazing at the sky, feeling that today is simply splendid. Time passed slowly, and for a long while, the two remained silent. Su Ming was on the verge of slumber when, unable to withstand the silence, Zhao Wu's voice resounded once more. Hey, what do you intend to do while staying at the academy? If it's about cultivation, I am already a grand soul master. Perhaps I could assist you. The familiar phrase cultivation caused a slight twitch in Su Ming's fingers. He opened his hazy eyes, his expression unusually grave. Take a good look into my eyes. Do you perceive anything amiss? Zhao Wu leaned in closer, her delicate eyes scrutinizing Su Ming's gaze. His pupils were as dark as onyx, reminiscent of crystal, with bloodshot whites suggesting a lack of rest. These traits appeared to be quite normal for him. Furrowing her brows, Zhao Wu understood that Su Ming would not jest about such matters, yet she continued her careful inspection. It seemed unlikely that this girl would discern anything unusual. Sensing a hint of intimacy in their postures, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. If you can't see anything, then let it be. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Not so fast. A cold voice interjected as Zhao Wu pried Su Ming's hand away and leaned in even closer, seemingly intent on a more thorough examination. Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering, and within, he too yearned to discern the effects of his adjustments along the path. After a moment, Zhao Wu seemed to perceive something amiss. Her brows furrowed as she articulated, how shall I put this? Though your eyes appear calm and gentle, they exude an aura of danger, reminiscent of the ferocious beasts within the Douluo forest. Particularly, I sense a chilling intent to kill emanating from your gaze. It seems you have harbored thoughts of ending my life before. Startled, Su Ming promptly interjected, not wishing her to continue. Inwardly lamenting the dire state of affairs, if even this Na'vi girl could perceive it, there was indeed cause for concern. Zhao Wu distanced herself yet did not relinquish her grip, her expression grave as she inquired, what has transpired within you? You ventured into the Douluo forest and even hunted soul beasts, did you not? Determined to uncover the truth, her face visibly reflected her mounting anxiety. Experience warned her that something was amiss with Su Ming, particularly that malevolent aura of murderous intent, which she had encountered before. Those who possessed such a presence were invariably ruthless fiends, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Su Ming wore a smile at the corners of his lips, feigning indifference. It's not as serious as you think. I suspect that my prolonged stay in the starry forest has caused me to inadvertently absorb some of the malevolent aura of the soul beasts. It's merely a trifling matter. And I have already devised a method for adjustment. It will be fine in due time. Are you certain there are no issues? Zhao Wu's expression remained grave. Su Ming did not nod, but instead spoke earnestly. There is no need to be so anxious. You tend to rely too heavily on others, which makes you overly tense. Given your current situation, you could easily cultivate a sense of independence. However, whenever you become anxious, you tend to lose your composure. And while you are here lecturing me, it is evident that you are not facing any significant issues. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. What do you mean by being overly dependent? You are merely flattering yourself. Even in your absence, I manage quite well. You might be surprised to know that I am now the head of the academy. Your previous remarks were surely intentional, weren't they? Not only did you disparage me, but you also elevated your own status. Su Ming, narcissism, that remains unchanged. Chapter 59, Zhao Wu's choice to withdraw from her master. I tell you, Boss Su has returned. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Fatty. Such jokes should not be taken lightly. Boss Su has been away from school for 2 years. How could he possibly return so suddenly? It is true. I saw him reading in the small grove to the east. Reading? Get lost. Now. Immediately. Stay far away. How absurd. You dare to slander my idol without a second thought. Utterly tedious. If you intend to amuse us, at least come up with something better. Boss Su would never be so mundane. Haha, the biggest joke of the year. Boss Su is not cultivating. He is reading. Within the campus, news of Su Ming's return is spreading like wildfire. Zhao Wu and Tang San are already in the 6th grade. Those like Wang Sheng, who should have graduated long ago, have indeed done so, and familiar faces in the academy are few. Yet, the name Su Ming remains immensely popular at the Elementary Soul Master Academy. After all, he was the first to instigate the academy's fear, prompting the introduction of numerous new regulations. Preoccupied with his cultivation, his relationships with classmates have not been particularly close. Su Ming merely gathered briefly with them before deciding against returning to the classroom. As for the teachers, they seldom approached him unless he sought them out himself. After all, no one wishes to hear that haunting question lingering in their ears. Teacher, you are a grand soul master, are you not? Thus, upon returning to the academy, Su Ming felt quite at ease, just as he had when he left, unimpeded by any teacher. The leaves danced in disarray, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled spots of light upon the grass. A gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by the occasional chirp of birds, reminiscent of a clear spring stream, striking a chord within his heart. Sitting upon the grass, Su Ming quietly perused the book before him, surrounded by a few stacked tomes that seemed to encircle him. He could not compare to Tang San, who had an aunt serving as the master of the Moon Pavilion. Su Ming could only mediate his state in his own manner. He held little interest in melodies and music. Although he was familiar with a few songs from the future, Su Ming was no fool. To escape the nightmarish visions of slaughter and madness, he required a diversion of attention, a cultivation of his inner peace. Reading a book would serve him well. Fortunately, he was not as severely affected as Tang San, who had emerged from the city of slaughter. His experience was merely superficial, and he could still maintain control over his temperament. This ordeal served as a wake-up call for Su Ming, especially since Tang Chun was a bloody testament to the consequences. In the past, even if one were to threaten me with death, I would never have believed that you would be found here, reading a book. A sound of astonished disbelief echoed as Tang San approached Su Ming. Suddenly, a book flew through the air, accompanied by Su Ming's relaxed voice. You might want to take a look, it could be of some assistance to you. Oh, Tang San appeared perplexed, recalling the soul power cultivation method from their last encounter. Realizing that Su Ming had no intention of causing him harm. Yet upon seeing the book's cover, his lips twitched in disbelief. Could it be that you've given me the wrong book? Are you certain this is useful for me? Tang San's expression turned peculiar as he faced the cover towards Su Ming. A guide to culinary delicacies. Indeed, this is the one. Su Ming lifted his head. His gaze serene, it was merely a pastime to peruse when boredom set in. Tang San casually opened a book and glanced at it, unable to fathom Su Ming's intentions. He let out a deep sigh, speaking from the heart. I can't shake the feeling that upon your return, you seem like a different person. It's not just your appearance. Even your demeanor has transformed, rendering you somewhat inscrutable. Pausing slightly, Tang San's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he continued. I am genuinely intrigued. What experiences have led to such a change in you? Su Ming did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side as he flicked a stone from his hand, which whizzed through the air and embedded itself into the great tree. With a swift motion, a leg stepped out. Zhao Wu, with an awkward smile, appeared quite out of sorts. I wasn't eavesdropping, she stammered. I just happened to pass by here. You can continue your conversation without concerning yourselves with me. As she spoke, she pulled out a book and settled down beside Su Ming, feigning an air of engrossed observation. Su Ming did not respond to Tang San's inquiry. Instead, he shifted the topic. I intend to have Zhao Wu withdraw from the academy. What are your thoughts on this? Withdraw? Tang San was taken aback, while Zhao Wu's book fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Su Ming. Noticing the shock in Zhao Wu's expression, Tang San quickly comprehended the situation and chuckled. Your words are not directed at me, but rather intended for Zhao Wu. Am I correct? Su Ming refrained from rebutting, his gaze shifting to the dazed Zhao Wu. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. However, should you choose to accept, I will guide you in your cultivation. Though it may be arduous, the rewards will far exceed the struggles. Tang San also directed his attention towards Zhao Wu, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He held a fondness for this junior sister of his. Neither spoke, allowing Zhao Wu the space to wrestle with her decision. After a moment of internal turmoil, Zhao Wu released a relieved smile, indicating her resolution. Her sparkling eyes radiated determination as she addressed Tang San. Please inform the master that I am grateful for his teachings over the years, and I shall repay his kindness when the opportunity arises. Tang San felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Have you truly made up your mind? Will you not reconsider? Zhao Wu shook her head, a wry smile playing on her lips. You must have sensed it. The master's thoughts are indeed centered on you. Especially after he learned of my relationship with Su Ming, his demeanor towards me has shifted considerably. If I am not mistaken, he likely favors you even more in private. Am I right? Zhao Wu's bright, piercing gaze left Tang San momentarily disoriented, causing him to instinctively avert his eyes. Even the pendant at his waist, shaped like the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, felt inexplicably warm. He offered no defense, his expression one of wistfulness, yet adorned with a smile of blessing. For you, Leaving may be a fortuitous decision. After all, with Su Ming's acumen, he can indeed offer you more than the master can. However, you will always remain my junior sister. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I may not possess his prowess, I am confident I can handle minor matters. Thank you, Zhao Wu replied, her relief evident as a sweet smile graced her face. Her demeanor noticeably lighter. Observing this, Tang San smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He could perceive that Zhao Wu had resolutely made her choice, and even he felt that her departure was indeed a positive development. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as something flew through. Instinctively, Tang San reached out, and a pill, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, landed in his palm. The fragrance was potent. Even in his grasp, Tang San could feel his soul power stirring, seemingly drawn to the essence of the elixir. What is this? Su Ming elucidated that this is the soul essence pill, capable of elevating one's soul power by a rank. A treasure I stumbled upon unexpectedly. Present it to Yu Xiaojiang, and suggest it may help him break through the 30th level bottleneck. As a gesture of gratitude for his years of instruction, from now on, we shall consider our accounts settled. The soul essence pill? A rank of soul power? A surge of excitement coursed through Tang San's body, his gaze igniting with fervor. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. Such an effective elixir was indeed a priceless treasure. Even Zhao Wu could not restrain herself, tugging at Su Ming's sleeve. Her lips pursed as if to protest that such a gift was far too extravagant. Yet, Su Ming waved her off, signaling her to remain calm. The three of them fell into silence, the atmosphere in the woods thickening with unspoken thoughts. After a moment, Tang San, unable to contain his inner turmoil, finally voiced his confusion. You clearly harbor disdain for the master, so why bestow such a precious gift? Gazing intently at Su Ming, he felt not only perplexed, but also somewhat lost. Chapter 60. A pleasant voice, please don't call again. As he traversed the square and passed by classrooms, Tang San's brow furrowed, his mind elsewhere. He even ignored greetings from fellow students, leaving them puzzled. Tang San. Everyone possesses a sacred space within their hearts that must remain intact, unaltered by personal preferences. While indulging in one's likes and dislikes can indeed grant a sense of freedom, I cannot dispute that. Yet, my aversion to Yu Xiaojiang remains. In the hierarchy of soul masters, strength reigns supreme, and I should not owe him anything, for I am his superior. However, if I were to forsake my inner principles for the sake of power, would that not be a lamentable fate? He has shown kindness to Zhao Wu, imparting invaluable knowledge of the soul master realm. I cannot disregard this fact. The once dragon-slaying youth has transformed into a malevolent dragon, seeking to trample upon righteousness with might, only to be crushed beneath it in turn. Cultivation is not merely about enhancing soul power. It is equally about refining the heart. As memories of Su Ming's words replayed in his mind, Tang San experienced an epiphany, exhaling slowly. When he lifted his gaze again, it seemed imbued with newfound clarity. Ah, have I arrived so soon? He mused as he found himself at Yu Xiaojiang's office, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Let me handle this matter. Spare me the lectures. You two siblings should have some shame. After lingering at the door for a moment, Tang San resolutely stepped inside. Teacher, even if you do not grant me the elixir, I will harbor no resentment towards you. In the woods, Zhao Wu rested her chin on her hands, her face radiant like a blooming lotus, enchanting yet deep in thought. Indeed, she was contemplating Su Ming's earlier remarks, for they starkly contrasted with the principles she had gleaned from her experiences in the Stardow Forest. In that realm, might was the ultimate truth. Without strength, one could easily become prey for soul-eating beasts. This was the first time she had encountered such rhetoric, which felt both revolutionary and unsettlingly logical. With your intellect, I wager you won't grasp it in a day, and you might even lose sleep over it tonight. A teasing voice chimed in. Su Ming closed his tome on grilling techniques, planning to return to his experiments later. Zhao Wu pouted and settled beside Su Ming. Since I currently lack a teacher, do share your thoughts with me. I genuinely cannot fathom it. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, smiling as he inquired. Since you are aware that there will be no teacher, why did you agree so readily? Zhao Wu's complexion flushed slightly, tilting her head against her knees. Her delicate gaze sparkled with a mischievous tenderness. I am not foolish. I know who truly cares for me. Although the master is indeed a teacher, his sincerity towards me is lacking. In contrast, despite your previous misdeeds, you have shown me much more honesty. And I believe you will continue to treat me well in the future. Zhao Wu lifted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. You must agree with me, brother. The soft call sent shivers down Su Ming's spine, causing him to tremble slightly. I could almost be your father. No, wait. Even at 10,000 years old, she could be my ancestor. Su Ming rubbed his brow vigorously and urged her to voice her inner doubts. Tell me, what do you believe your efforts in cultivation are truly for? Before Zhao Wu could respond, Su Ming continued, his expression grave. Generally speaking, cultivation can be attributed to two primary motives. First, the desire not to fall behind others. Second, the wish to avoid being bullied. The aspiration to not lag behind reflects an idealistic side, a pursuit of strength, power, and wealth, intending to place oneself ahead of peers. On the other hand, the fear of being bullied can stem from either an aversion to being oppressed or a reaction to having already suffered such indignities, necessitating the acquisition of strength to seek justice. At this juncture, Su Ming softened his tone. Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed Zhao Wu with her head lowered. Her gaze icy, a tempest of hatred and fury intermingled within her. He reached out tenderly to ruffle her hair. While these two motivations may seem disparate, they are intricately woven throughout a person's life. The unwillingness to be oppressed and the desire to protect one's own possessions are fundamentally intertwined. As I once told you, one must not impose upon others what one does not wish to endure oneself. Possessing strength yet refraining from its misuse is paramount, is it not? Indeed, Zhao Wu replied, reflecting on her familial warmth, her hatred gradually dissipating. She rubbed the corners of her eyes, raising her head to assert, though your words hold truth, there is no need to bestow upon him a soul-enhancing pill. That is a precious elixir that enhances soul power. Wouldn't it be wiser to retain it for yourself? Her eyes widened in disbelief, internally chastising Su Ming for his extravagance. She had intended to gift him some millennium-old herbs. Yet he chose to part with the soul-enhancing pill instead. You should have given it to me, she lamented, feeling a pang of regret for not intercepting Tang San and reclaiming the pill. Now, she felt she had suffered a great loss. The soul-enhancing pill can only be consumed once. As a soul master now, it holds little utility for me. Stretching languidly, Su Ming reclined, gazing at the dappled light filtering through the leaves, murmuring to himself, I'm more eager to see whether the pill ultimately finds its way into Tang San's hands or is consumed by you, Xiaojiang. You are a soul master? How lofty. Have you forgotten that you have a powerful soul master sister at home? Zhao Wu pouted, feeling disheartened. So, Tang San has sent me away, has he? Fine. Let him be. After all, the elixir is no longer yours, so why concern yourself? True, Su Ming chuckled, refraining from informing Zhao Wu that he had conveyed additional instructions to Tang San. The notion of a mediocre teacher basking in the brilliance of his students? If the latter were truly mediocre, it would at least validate the teacher's excellence, justifying his position. However, the reality was that his student was Tang San, a dual-spirited individual and a time traveler. Even without Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, he would still ascend to greatness. This was also the fundamental reason why Yao Lao held a significant advantage over Yu Xiaojiang. Their bond had been severed. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Humph. Not knowing what was fueling her anger, Zhao Wu shot a glare at Su Ming, tossing her book aside, preparing to depart. Su Ming chuckled softly at her retreating figure, tossing a box in her direction. Zhao Wu turned back, grasping the box tightly in her hand, a smile blossoming upon her face. This is the only one. If you lose it, do not come seeking me, Su Ming cautioned coolly. By your command, Zhao Wu exclaimed joyously, ready to leave. Wait, what now? Zhao Wu queried, turning her head in confusion. Su Ming's expression twisted slightly as he remarked, your earlier call of brother was quite melodious. Please refrain from using it in the future, as it unsettles me. If necessary, you may simply call me Su Ming. Brother, she teased with a raised eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Brother, she said again, tilting her head playfully. With a grimace, Su Ming clenched his teeth, and Zhao Wu stuck out her tongue, bouncing away from the scene. Su Ming, indeed, felt no remorse for having struck her in their childhood. Chapter 61. Does Su Ming possess a 10,000-year soul ring? In the rear mountains, the valley has undergone a remarkable transformation after 2 years, free from Su Ming's torment. The lush grass carpeted the ground, exuding a delightful fragrance. Flowers of every hue bloomed in competition, while birds, once elusive, now frolicked freely like untamed steeds, flitting in joyful clusters across the meadow. Leaning against a stone wall, Su Ming appeared languid and at ease, deftly carving with a small knife, as wood shavings fell from his fingers. The wooden figure, arms outstretched, stood upright, legs positioned as if in a graceful exercise. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to someone nearby. Is it time yet? Has the hourglass not run out? The voice trembled as Zhao Wu, arms wide and balancing on a slender bamboo shoot, managed to stay afloat on the water's surface. Her delicate eyes shimmered with anxiety. Her face tense as her legs swayed, sending ripples across the water, though it seemed she might plunge in at any moment. She exerted every ounce of strength to maintain her balance. Almost there, just 1/5 remains, it will be over soon. Without lifting his gaze, Ming adeptly flicked his leg, causing the hourglass to turn over in an instant. His carving motion did not falter for a moment. His sincere tone inspired such confidence in Zhao Wu that she gasped and continued to persevere through her discomfort. As time slowly passed, the features of the wooden sculpture gradually became clearer. A gentle breath from Ming sent the wood shavings swirling like drifting snowflakes. Inspecting his creation, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he continued to refine it. His grandfather, Blin, was a skilled wicker worker, and tools were plentiful in their home. Ming had always enjoyed experimenting with them during his leisure. This practice, he found, was a more fulfilling means of cultivating his spirit than merely reading. It was engaging, rewarding, and allowed him to savor the edge of the blade. "I can't hold on any longer." Zhao Wu's voice of despair echoed as the strength in her legs suddenly gave way, feeling as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down upon her. With a swift movement, she leaped off the bamboo chute before her shoes could get wet, landing hastily on the shore. Nearly collapsing, she propped herself up on her knees, hunching as she approached Ming. A glance at the emptied hourglass finally brought a smile to her weary face. Indeed, she had managed to endure. How infuriating. "You find amusement in my struggles." Noticing the figure in Ming's hands, Zhao Wu's frustration flared. "You let me train while you slouch. And then you carve me in such an unflattering manner. What skill is this? It is utterly grotesque." With a thud, Zhao Wu plopped down, defeatedly lying on the ground. "I won't practice any longer. No ordinary carrot, not even a century-old one, could make me rise again. The sharpness of the sword comes from the grind, and the fragrance of the plum blossoms arises from the bitter cold." If she could not endure this small hardship, she had no hope of mastering lightness. "Fine, I concede." "I concede," she retorted. "I can't feel my legs." "Say what you will," she murmured, resting her arms against her forehead, lips parted in a deep breath. It appeared she was truly exhausted. Ming refrained from further provoking her. Lightness was relatively easier to practice, and Zhao Wu had made commendable progress. While he had trained through familiarity, she had persevered through rigorous practice, facing far greater challenges. Now, Zhao Wu relied solely on him as her half-teacher. Given the nature of their relationship, Ming felt it was only right to care for her. The matter of her withdrawal from apprenticeship had created not a single ripple. Yu Xiaojing seemed to have forgotten about Zhao Wu altogether. As for the soul-enhancing pill, Ming did not inquire about who exactly consumed the soul elevation pill, but it was evident that Tang San had refrained from hunting soul beasts in the following days. The effect of the soul elevation pill is to elevate the soul power of a soul master by 1 level. If one has not yet reached the 30th level, the soul power will undoubtedly overflow. Just like Zhao Wu, whose soul power has ascended from level 29 to over level 31. Therefore, it is likely that the soul elevation pill was consumed by Yu Xiaojing. Such an outcome, while unexpected, remains within the realm of reason, as it is improbable that Yu Xiaojing would relinquish such a golden opportunity. Recently, with some leisure time, Ming had also engaged in discussions with Tang San regarding Yu Xiaojing's role as a teacher. However, Tang San's conviction remained largely unshaken. Coming from a world steeped in martial arts, he firmly believes that once a teacher, forever a father, a notion deeply ingrained in him. Zhao Wu, in contrast to Tang San, possesses her own soul rings and soul abilities. As a 10,000-year soul beast, she has encountered more soul beasts than he has. What Zhao Wu lacks most is experience in human society and an understanding of the combat techniques employed by soul masters. Thus, her reliance on Yu Xiaojing as a teacher is not particularly high. Yu Xiaojing's indifferent demeanor further accentuates this dynamic. Due to familial bonds, Ming's emotional weight is not particularly burdensome for Zhao Wu as she considers leaving her apprenticeship. If she were to truly withdraw, Tang San would no longer embody the essence of Tang San. Ming chuckled inwardly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As he had previously stated, everyone possesses their own convictions, which cannot be forcibly altered. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him. His gaze swept the surroundings with an enigmatic glint. He promptly rose to his feet, declaring, "I shall return tonight to teach you the art of cultivating soul power." Before Zhao Wu could respond, Ming soared into the depths of the forest. This fellow always shrouded in mystery. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Zhao Wu muttered to herself, disregarding the situation. Her gaze fell upon the wooden carving on the ground, her features contorting into a look of disdain. "Oh, considering your martial spirit is a blade, it is hideous," she remarked, or perhaps it is not the blade's fault, but rather a lamentable sense of aesthetics. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. "Since you have taken the trouble to seek me out, senior, why conceal yourself? This is hardly in line with your usual demeanor." The tranquil woods were suddenly stirred by a gust of wind. "Indeed, you have grown stronger." A resonant voice echoed from all directions, its gravelly timbre imbued with strength. With a whoosh, a tattered cloak rustled in the wind. A figure descended from the trees. The man, unkempt with a scruffy beard, bore a disheveled appearance. His skin was a waxy yellow, reminiscent of a laborer weathered by the elements. Yet, from the contours of his face and the arch of his brows, one could sense that he must have been quite the handsome youth in his prime. Despite his unrefined exterior, the formidable strength emanating from his robust frame was palpable, akin to a mighty river surging forth, crashing against the shores. In Ming's eyes, a brilliant light surged, and his arm trembled instinctively, muscles brimming with a primal urge for combat. Despite the rise in his own strength, the formidable and cohesive aura exuded by Tang Hao still rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance, as if he were gazing up at an imposing mountain. Towering and insurmountable, Ming clenched and then relaxed his fist, greeting without warmth or coldness. It appears that Senior Tang has returned early. Judging by Tang San's reaction, he likely remains unaware of this matter. Tang Hao's expression subtly shifted, realizing that he could not conceal this from Ming. The method of refining soul power, coupled with his surname Tang, rendered his connection to Tang San quite evident. Tang Hao raised his hand, exuding an aura of authority without anger. His existence need not be disclosed to Tang San, for he must forge his own path. As a father, he harbored the desire for his son not to live in his shadow. There was a brief pause in his tone, and an intangible pressure emanated from Tang Hao. His gaze turned icy, crackling with an electric intensity, as he declared with a thunderous voice, "Yet, it is you whose speed of cultivation is, even to me, truly terrifying. If I am not mistaken, you should now possess a 10,000-year soul ring, correct?" Chapter 62. Tang Hao's dark humor and sarcasm. Within the forest, a chilling wind swept through, causing the bushes to rustle ominously. A sense of foreboding permeated the air, as if shadows of blades flickered within the gust, creating an atmosphere of deathly silence and tension. The mere mention of a 10,000-year soul ring, those simple 4 words, instantly solidified the atmosphere in the surroundings. Ming smiled in astonishment, dispelling the peculiar atmosphere. "I am curious, esteemed senior, on what basis do you determine that I possess a 10,000-year soul ring?" There was no denial, thus it must indeed be true. Internally stunned into silence, Tang Hao's profound gaze wavered. A soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring? The emergence of such a being within the soul master realm would pose a formidable challenge, and if nurtured, would likely have few equals. It is likely that only the awakening of the blue-silver Emperor's bloodline, combined with the Haoyan hammer, could stand against it. Little San, I truly do not know whether your fate is one of misfortune or fortune. However, with such an individual by your side, your pace of cultivation indeed far surpasses your father's expectations. Tang Hao's previously cold demeanor softened considerably. High-ranking soul masters, even those of the titled Douluo level, typically cannot discern the age of an opponent's soul ring. Pausing slightly, Tang Hao's expression turned serious as he remarked, "There is something amiss with your body. The aura you emit carries the unique malevolence of a 10,000-year soul beast. Although this aura is nearly dissipated, so much so that even a titled Douluo would be oblivious to it, I possess a certain uniqueness that allows me to perceive it. The domain of the god of slaughter, indeed." Ming pondered and nodded, seemingly realizing that reshaping one's mindset is indeed not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It is said that having arrived at this juncture, you still remain oblivious. I have seldom shown such interest in a few individuals. Tang Hao fell silent, only able to reiterate, "It is evident that you are already addressing the issues that plague you, and recognizing this is no small feat, however. I am more curious about the current form of your martial soul. Could it still be that of a firewood cutter? Martial soul?" Ming raised his head and, upon meeting Tang Hao's curious gaze, suddenly realized with clarity. It was truly a remarkable sight. Ming wore a peculiar expression as he chuckled softly. Tang Hao was determined to protect Tang San, and his own soul rings could not be concealed. A dark light flickered around his body, while golden radiance coalesced in his hand, manifesting a resplendent golden blade. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 purple and 1 black. The final ring, astonishingly, aligned perfectly with Tang Hao's earlier assessment. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, a profound sense of witnessing history washing over him. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly lifted his gaze. The blade, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and in a flash, he stood before Su Ming. His eyes fixated on the divine slaying blade in Su Ming's grasp, the shock within him rivaled that of seeing the third 10,000-year soul ring. What an exquisitely sharp blade! He scrutinized it intently, feeling its astonishing sharpness, which even stirred a hint of trepidation within him. Tang Hao could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is an unparalleled knife." Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he gently wielded the blade of divine slaughter, which emitted a sharp whistling sound. This blade, named Divine Slaughter, had evolved from a spirit weapon resembling a chopping knife. Its sharpness was indeed commendable, though it could benefit from a lengthening. If it were a meter long, its striking power would be significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, the smile on Su Ming's face remained undiminished, clearly indicating his satisfaction. Short? Tang Hao's lips twitched slightly as he shot Su Ming a disdainful glance. Such a razor-sharp weapon, even if it were a dagger, was already a source of considerable pride. Indeed, it was a truthful observation that the blade was somewhat short. It would serve quite well for slaughtering pigs and sheep. Tang Hao added with a hint of wicked amusement. "Su Ming, are you courteous?" Su Ming felt utterly powerless to retort. Jealousy can cause a profound disconnection. Jealousy? Humph. As a dignified titled Douluo, would I ever envy a mere soul master like you? Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Su Ming. The meaning behind it left to one's interpretation. The atmosphere grew unexpectedly heavy. Tang Hao was not one to engage in idle chatter, and neither was Su Ming, who reserved his words for those he was intimately familiar with. After a moment of silence, it was Tang Hao who broke the stillness, broaching a sensitive subject. "What are your plans for that girl?" Su Ming's expression darkened, and his gaze instantly turned frigid. In the next moment, he swiftly regained his composure, chiding himself for overthinking. Zhao Wujie had encountered Tang Hao and claimed that he had not acted inappropriately towards her. Given Tang Hao's past, it seemed improbable that he would suddenly change his mind and threaten Zhao Wujie now. Observing the shift in Su Ming's demeanor, Tang Hao felt an amused rage bubbling within him. If I were to take action, would I have waited until now? Even if it came to that. With your current abilities, do you truly believe you could thwart me? Su Ming fell into a contemplative silence, his expression unusually grave. Although Tang Hao was not, he would inevitably encounter another, a reality he must confront. Well, given your current capabilities, overthinking offers little benefit. Tang Hao waved his hand, refraining from further intimidating Su Ming. In a few months, you should be graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy. With your current strength, Nodding City can no longer accommodate you. Where do you plan to go? Tang Hao's demeanor was solemn and sincere, resembling an elder conversing with a younger relative. Such a level of regard from an elder certainly indicated some admiration for the latter. Indeed, Tang Hao had long been impressed by Su Ming during his training years ago, and that admiration had only deepened now. Although he had not engaged Su Ming in combat, he could sense the explosive power within him. Even in his prime, he would not have possessed such a formidable physique. Faced with such a prodigy, even he could not help but entertain thoughts of competing with him across generations. Alas, his own physical limitations were a hindrance. Where to? Su Ming sighed, taken aback that Tang Hao would inquire about this. He gestured towards the soul rings beneath his feet and asked pointedly, "Senior, where do you think I could go without drawing attention?" Tang Hao responded, "And do you know of any places that are blind to yellow, purple, and black? Places where one perceives purple and black as yellow, that kind of color blindness?" Tang Hao's expression darkened further, flames of irritation igniting in his eyes, a strong impulse to give Su Ming a good thrashing rising within him. "I came to inquire about you, not to have you question me. 1,000-year first ring, a 10,000-year third ring. How could that not attract attention? Unless you refrain from using your martial soul, or everyone else is blind." "See." Su Ming spread his hands, a bitter expression crossing his face as he remarked, "It is not only I who am aware, the senior is undoubtedly cognizant as well. If I were to openly reveal myself, it would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. I detest tedious troubles and loathe being at the mercy of others. As for Zhao Wu, it goes without saying that she must remain concealed, given such circumstances. Where can I possibly turn?" With a resigned sigh, Su Ming lamented, "It is the insatiable greed that wreaks havoc." While perusing the first volume of the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, he had already devised a plan for his soul rings based on the approximate 1,000-year lifespan of the soul beasts. Naturally, he was unwilling to hunt century-old soul beasts when he could obtain a 1,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, at that time, Zhao had already become his nominal sister. To guard against potential crises, he must augment his strength, otherwise, the duration of his first soul ring would be excessively high, likely matching the age of his third soul ring, which was a 10,000-year ring. Observing Su Ming's countenance filled with melancholy and resignation, Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a cunning smile, betraying the success of his machinations. Chapter 63. The Hunter Appears as Prey. If only Zhao were absent, the body of the berserker would still hold its efficacy. Su Ming pondered that he would most likely adhere to his original plan and proceed to the Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City. 1. The conversion rate of prestige to soul points may be low, yet having some is better than none. 2. By striving to defeat soul masters, one could earn additional rewards. 3. The body of a berserker also grants supplementary benefits. It can be said that the existence of the Soul Arena is tailor-made for Su Ming. If he were to become sought after, he could always align himself with a powerful faction. The Spirit Hall is not an unfeasible option, as they do place considerable value on talent. However, at this moment, should his soul rings become exposed in Heaven-Do City, it is likely that his information would appear on BB Dong's desk by the following day. Su Ming, possessing the soul of a chopper, is endowed with innate full soul power, adorned with 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. He hails from Dian Village in Notting City, Phasnuo Province. Within his household, he has a brother and a sister. BB Dong remarked, "Just bring it over directly." "Oh, a buy one get one free offer, truly delightful." Su Ming rubbed his throbbing head, feeling a sense of distress even at the mere recollection of the matter. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, Tang Hao recognized the opportune moment and, with a stoic demeanor, spoke earnestly. A man must bear his burdens. Only by shouldering them can he navigate the tempests of life. If one cannot even protect their own family, then no matter how formidable their strength, it is but a fleeting dream, unworthy of the title of a true man. As his voice trailed off, Tang Hao's countenance revealed profound sorrow and guilt, his heart ensnared in a web of memories. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Tang Hao and Ayin, and he empathized with Tang Hao's current emotions. The greatest tragedy in life is perhaps the loss of a father in youth, a spouse in middle age, and a child in old age. Deeply moved by the harsh rebuke, Su Ming refrained from chastising Tang Hao and instead spoke gently. When the winds rise and the tides swell, one must hoist the sails and brave the waves. The journey is long and arduous, requiring one to spur their steed onward. It is only through the trials of the heart that a man comprehends the essence of standing tall. Alas, human strength is finite, and some things cannot be compelled. In an instant, Tang Hao was roused from his reverie, instinctively uttering an acknowledgement. Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a swift descent into silence. Gazing at Su Ming's mature and rational demeanor, Tang Hao felt as if he had been struck, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Su Ming Yue's understanding only deepened his feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Ayin, if I had possessed his composure back then, perhaps. Sighing in resignation, Tang Hao felt his previous emotions evaporate in an instant. He succinctly stated, after graduation, the girl will attend an academy named Shrek to continue her studies. That place lacks soul masters and titled Douluos, making it easier for her to remain inconspicuous. If there are no better alternatives, it would be prudent for her to go there first. In case of danger, I might still have the chance to rescue her once more. With that, Tang Hao's figure vanished in an instant, unwilling to linger there for even a moment longer. Su Ming shook his head, and as he turned, an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, his heart raced, and his footsteps seemed to lighten as he departed. The inexplicable transformation of Zhao Wu into his younger sister occupied his thoughts. How could he not contemplate the current situation and the next steps to take? Without any means to conceal her identity, he was utterly unable to escort her to places where soul masters dwelled. The safest option was either to remain in her formidable home, the Great Rock Village, or to ensure she was under protection. The former was impractical, leaving only the latter as a viable choice. Shrek Academy, without a doubt, represented the ideal sanctuary for Zhao Wu, a strategy Su Ming had contemplated previously. With Tang Hao present, she would also have the opportunity to meet new friends, while he could guide her training. As for his own cultivation, the third layer of the Huiyuan blade technique pertained to mental attacks, and he found himself utterly incapable of practice due to his insufficient mental prowess. Soto City boasted a soul arena, and Shrek Academy was home to both prodigious protagonists and notable supporting characters, alongside formidable teachers among the Soul Emperors and Soul Saints. Tasks designed for protagonists and their supporting cast could be easily arranged. Tang Hao's desire to challenge himself and even assist Tang San was well within Su Ming's understanding. He too required leverage. Life resembles a play, entirely reliant on performance. Hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. In the valley, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. The sound of rustling echoed as Zhao Wu gracefully navigated through the underbrush, as if walking on flat ground. Her face resembled a blossoming peach flower, radiating joy. With a swift motion, she effortlessly landed before Su Ming after covering several hundred meters in mere moments. What do you think? Have I mastered this lightness technique? Her face beamed with pride and self-satisfaction as she showcased her accomplishment to Su Ming. If she had practiced step by step, her speed might indeed surpass his as a half-sensitive agility-type soul master. But Su Ming nodded in approval. You have indeed mastered it. Yet diligent practice is essential moving forward. This lightness technique is primarily for your escape. In practical combat, while it provides rapid linear acceleration, it may prove somewhat ineffective at close range. Of course, how to utilize it effectively is for you to explore. A master may guide you. But cultivation ultimately resides within the individual. Zhao nodded earnestly, fully aware that she needed to adapt the technique to her own combat style. Brother, could you show me your martial soul and soul rings? Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhao Wu tugged at Su Ming's arm, her expression that of an inquisitive little bunny. Su Ming, it appears that Tang Hao had mentioned this matter previously. Su Ming, in a state of bewilderment, remarked, What purpose is there in observing my martial spirit and soul rings? If you possess an affinity for soul rings, you might as well unleash your martial spirit and relish it in solitude. With a hint of impatience, Zhao Wu tugged at Su Ming's arm and exclaimed, Brother, look at you. After all these years of knowing each other, it seems you have never once employed a soul skill. As for Tang San, if you wish to keep your secrets, that is one thing, but I am your sister, so why not allow me a glimpse? Indeed. Stroking his chin, Su Ming nodded with feigned seriousness. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, instinctively glancing down at their feet. Alas, the scene she envisioned did not materialize. But a sound resonated in her ears. Indeed, we are not particularly well acquainted, having only known each other for a few years. Su Ming cast down his words and swiftly departed. With a heart shattered into pieces, Zhao Wu stood in stunned silence, her countenance darkening. After years of acquaintance, how could he utter such chilling words? If we are not familiar, I will ensure that you become well acquainted in due time. With a stomp of her foot, Zhao Wu chased after him. The more you hide, the more exhilarated I become. One day, I shall unearth you from your concealment. Aware that he must once again distance himself from Nanning City, Su Ming returned to his village for a month. After 2 long years, Grandpa Bruin, with eager anticipation, finally awaited Su Ming's return. That night, filled with paternal affection, he held Su Ming close by the fire and shared countless stories. The wisdom of age had much to impart, and Su Ming benefited greatly from their conversations. Upon returning to the village, he did not engage in cultivation but assisted his grandfather and stealthily acquired some skills from the basket weaver. Although the baskets he crafted were not remarkable, Bruin was nonetheless delighted, persistently guiding Su Ming. The legacy of a family is not solely defined by blood but also by craftsmanship. Chapter 64, 500 grams a pound. We shall not purchase an empire, 10 provinces. This phrase was often uttered by the cultural studies teacher at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Though the Heaven Do Empire ostensibly comprised 10 provinces, 5 of these had already been established as kingdoms and principalities. Within the nation, these entities wielded military might, increasingly resembling independent forces. The Fasno province, where Nanning City is located, borders the Xinglua Empire and the Balak Kingdom, serving as a buffer zone for both the Heaven Do Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Beneath the blazing sun, the air shimmered with scorching waves. Verdant grass blanketed the vast, boundless plain. At the very heart of this expanse stood a magnificent city, its walls glistening with a dark sheen, measuring several meters in thickness. From a distance, it resembled a colossal iron beast resting upon the wilderness, exuding an imposing and grandiose aura that captivated onlookers. Soto City, the granary of the Balak Kingdom. Clang, clang. At the city gate, something seemed to have fallen with a thud, producing a crisp sound that drew the attention of passers-by. A basket lay overturned on the ground, revealing numerous metallic rods that appeared quite heavy. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the young boy and girl before them bore such a burdensome load. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the weight-bearing journey. The host has traversed 435 miles, carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds in a span of 23 days. Effort evaluation. Given the host's current physique, carrying 1,000 pounds is not particularly challenging. However, considering the considerable distance, the host's unwavering perseverance without utilizing soul power is commendable. Effort level rating. 3 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving Strength 7, Defense 5, and Mental Power 3. Indeed, a reward of practical value. Su Ming felt a surge of joy within, but was immediately met with the irate complaints of someone nearby. At last, they had arrived in Soto City. Had they delayed any longer, exhaustion would have surely claimed them. Zhao Wujie wiped the sweat from her brow, her face glistening with perspiration. The wooden basket trailing behind her also drew attention, a testament to the burden she bore. Traveling under such weight was undeniably more arduous than her usual load. Covering such a vast distance while carrying 100 pounds, with frequent stops and starts, was exhausting even for a soul master. It was Tang San who broke the silence, panting heavily as he spoke. Unlike Zhao Wu's expressions of discontent, he bore an almost imperceptible smile, as if relishing the experience. He had initially thought he would be embarking on this journey to Shrek Academy alone, only to discover that Su Ming and Zhao Wu intended to accompany him. With cherished friends by his side, the prospect of traversing 400 miles, or even 4,000, became a challenge worth embracing. How could they still find the audacity to complain? Su Ming playfully scratched the corner of his eye, exclaiming with a mix of amusement and indignation. I merely suggested that you both come here to experience the hardships of a long trek. I never indicated that you should carry any burdens. It is one thing for the two of you to bear weight, but to expect me to do so as well is utterly unreasonable. With that, Su Ming removed the heavy snow-blue weighted armor from his body, feeling the immense heft of 1,000 pounds even as he held it in his hands. Such a burden could not possibly be forged by the blacksmiths of Notting City. This set of weighted armor was a reward from the system, comprising multifunctional shoes, sturdy gauntlets, and ultra-fiber clothing, all of which he had painstakingly assembled during his runs between the Stardow Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest. The armor allowed for weight adjustment, with a range from 500 to 5,000 pounds. However, it did make him appear rather portly, and this was only his first time wearing it. Zhao Wu stuck out her tongue playfully and remarked, "Brother, if you don't carry any weight, we might feel a bit out of sorts." Tang San chimed in. "Isn't that right?" It was more than just a sense of discomfort. Gazing at Su Ming, Tang San added, "Previously, I thought it was quite advantageous that you weren't carrying any weight, as it seemed I had a chance to surpass you. Now that I realize I cannot win against you, seeing you suddenly unburdened feels like a blow that is hard to bear." Zhao Wu nodded earnestly, their banter unfolding like a well-rehearsed duet, with a clear beginning and end. "Su Ming, Tang San, you have truly changed. It seems you have learned to embrace your own worth." Offering a compliment, Su Ming inwardly scoffed. He continued to stride toward the city of Soto. Observing that Tang San now lived with a newfound ease, no longer concealing his thoughts as he once did. Embrace one's worth? Tang San chuckled, scratching his head, uncertain how to counter that remark, as it indeed seemed somewhat accurate. Yet, one must always keep their eyes on their goals. With such aspirations, the coming years promised to be quite splendid. Zhao Wu furrowed her brow and murmured, "Tang San, my brother actually insulted you. I cannot tolerate this. It is utterly humiliating." Truly, siblings share a similarly mischievous nature. Tang San coughed in surprise. "Zhao Wu, do not regard me as a fool. You have endured beatings for quite some time now. If you have the courage, seek your revenge." "That's different." Zhao Wu immediately shook her head, adopting an elder sibling's tone. "As the saying goes, to hit is to show affection. To scold is to care. I am his sister. His reprimands are ultimately for my benefit. But you, as a man, should not remain beneath others. You have yet to challenge my brother in a duel. Have you forgotten? A duel?" Tang San's face darkened as he approached the city gate. 2 years prior, he was defeated without even using his soul skills. A duel would merely result in another beating. To his surprise, Tang San did not fall for her bait. Leaving Zhao Wu astonished as she scratched her head. "Did I inadvertently reveal something?" "It seems not." Unable to comprehend, Zhao Wu hurriedly followed him, determined to prove him wrong. Soto City was vast, serving as the granary of the Balik Kingdom, bustling with commerce. Even away from the city center, the streets were lined with shops. There was a dazzling array, creating a lively atmosphere. For Zhao Wu, it was akin to a treasure trove. "Brother, let us buy some snow pears. They smell incredibly sweet." "Hey, wait for me. I can pay." "Brother, look at this." These cherries appeared delectable. Always thinking about food, Su Ming shook his head. Cherries in Soto City are too expensive, 500 grams per gene. Let us not buy any. 500? Zhao Wu's hand trembled as she quickly withdrew it. With only a handful of gold coins in her pocket, even if she emptied it, she could scarcely afford anything. Too expensive, it's simply outrageous. Zhao Wu instinctively distanced herself from the cherries. I have never seen such cherries before. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Was he wrong? It seemed he was not. How did he become the villain here? Tang San was equally startled, initially believing the prices in Soto City to be exorbitant, but upon realization, he burst into laughter. 500 grams per gene? Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. Zhao Wu squinted her eyes. Tang San, what are you laughing at? Do you possess such wealth? Cough, cough. I cannot afford those cherries. Tang San jestingly waved his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he cheerfully announced, after such a long journey, we are all tired. Let us find a place to rest, and I shall treat everyone to a good meal. What do you say? Someone is treating us. Zhao Wu's face lit up, clapping her hands in delight. Wonderful. I won't hold back. I must feast on you. Tang San, how about we try a gene of these cherries first? Your generosity is pushing me to my limits. While I am willing to treat, should I run out of money, you will have to fend for yourselves. Su Ming, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, noticed something amiss and followed his gaze. Suddenly, Tang San's expression turned awkward, and Zhao Wu's demeanor shifted as well. Brother. So you prefer women with curves? As they turned to follow Su Ming's gaze, a woman approached. She had long black hair, donned in form-fitting black leather attire that accentuated her figure, which was astonishing for someone who appeared no older than 12. Her beauty was striking, with delicate features reminiscent of a blooming daffodil, yet her expression was frigid, her dark eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were unbothered by the world around her. Coughing. Tang San regarded her with a playful smile, realizing why Su Ming was disinterested in other women. It seemed he favored this type. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed, completely taken aback by her brother Su Ming's preferences. As expected, men are all the same. Noticing their strange gazes, Su Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. What are you two focusing on? Your thoughts are impure and misguided. With a resounding thud, 2 slaps echoed against their heads. Ouch, ouch. Zhao Wu clasped her head, hopping in pain. Tang San rubbed his scalp, displaying the resilience typical of men, enduring the pain in silence. The woman noticed the commotion but merely cast a cold glance their way before dismissing them with indifference. Her expression, devoid of emotion, suggested she found them uninteresting. Even upon hearing Su Ming and the others' conversation, knowing they were staring at her, she remained aloof, embodying an air of solitary pride. Just as in the original tale, her demeanor was distant. Observing the woman pass, Su Ming felt no emotional stir, merely intrigued to encounter a character from the narrative. Brother, who is she? Do you know her? Zhao Wu, having been jolted awake, inquired. Understanding the misunderstanding, she felt a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. Tang San also directed a curious gaze at Su Ming, pondering the implications of his earlier reaction. It seemed Su Ming knew the woman, yet she appeared not to recognize him. Su Ming casually waved her hand, expressing that she was unfamiliar with the person, merely noting a resemblance to someone. In the vast sea of humanity, one might liken her to a similar flower. It could be said, yet also not. Thus, Zhao Wu inwardly sighed in relief. Tang San glanced back, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. She must be a soul master. From her gait, it could be inferred that she belonged to the agility-focused class of soul masters, undoubtedly possessing remarkable speed. Su Ming nodded. Indeed, having long legs does confer a certain swiftness. Yet it is contingent upon the individual. It is true that her legs are long, and Tang San instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Turning his head, he met the disdainful gazes of the two, causing his complexion to flush with embarrassment. No, it's not as you think. I truly did not look at her legs. Didn't he look? Zhao Wu, hands on her hips, scornfully retorted, who would believe you? Tang San, you are truly shameless. No, I really didn't. Tang San's face turned pale. Such accusations could not be taken lightly, as they pertained to one's reputation. In a decisive move to divert attention, he quickly pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, it was him. He saw too. By rights, we are in the same boat, merely analyzing the facts. Am I like you? Su Ming cast a sidelong glance and questioned, if not, why the urgency? Indeed, Zhao Wu chimed in with wide eyes, if you're not, then why the rush? Look at my brother, she continued. His expression remains utterly unchanged, unlike yours. Tang San nearly choked on his words. When it concerns my reputation, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Is it my fault if I react strongly? Tang San lamented, covering his face in despair. My illustrious name is destined to be tarnished by the two of you. Illustrious name? Su Ming retorted with a glance. You speak as if it's a matter of time. Zhao Wu furrowed her brows and stated, You may have it now, but I certainly don't believe it. The narrative shifted to a day of outing, where the trio encountered the sibling duo at a fruit stall, their eyes gleaming with excitement. With Tang San treating them, Su Ming and Zhao Wu felt no hesitation in indulging. Evidently, Tang San underestimated someone's current appetite, leading to an awkward moment during the bill settlement. Given the considerable sum, Su Ming would not allow Tang San to bear the cost alone. The following day, as dawn broke with a gentle glow, three silhouettes stretched long, their faces aglow with a youthful radiance. Brother, why isn't the Shrek Academy located within the city? Zhao Wu inquired. Her big eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation as she bounced around Su Ming, eager for a response. Tang San interjected, You see, the more powerful the academy, the more it values the atmosphere of cultivation. If it were situated in the city amidst the distractions of nightlife, it would only divert the students' focus. Zhao Wu exclaimed in realization, her eyes sparkling. I never thought of it that way. It seems Shrek Academy must be quite distinguished. Indeed, Tang San replied confidently. The teacher had turned down numerous mid-level Soul Master academies for him. Although Shrek Academy wasn't officially registered, the teacher's commendation clearly indicated its exceptional nature. Listening to their conversation, Su Ming felt a lump in his throat and couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Yes, Shrek Academy is unlikely to be lacking in any regard. The primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City is surely superior. After all, it's located in a village. How much worse could the environment be? He mused, recognizing that it was only the quality of the faculty that attracted him to this place. Tang San and Zhao Wu assumed Su Ming was in agreement, their anticipation growing further. Before long, the trio arrived at the village entrance, now cordoned off, only to find an unexpected line forming so early in the day. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with such concern. Su Ming cast his gaze forward, where a table and an elderly man stood. Above the wooden archway, the words Shrek Academy were inscribed in large characters. In front of the name, there was a grotesque green creature. Boom. The crude artistry struck them like a thunderclap, leaving Zhao Wu and Tang San in a state of bewilderment. Is this really Shrek Academy? Zhao Wu's expression was blank as she stiffly turned to Tang San, asking, Are you certain this is the Shrek Academy that the master mentioned, and not merely a village's makeshift elementary classroom? Tang San's face darkened considerably as he craned his neck to peer around, muttering in disbelief, It can't be. If this place were incorrect, there shouldn't be anyone in line. If it is correct, could this truly be Shrek Academy? How could the master expect us to study here? With a furrowed brow, Tang San felt a twinge of confusion. It was indeed the correct place. It had to be Shrek Academy. It was Su Ming who spoke up, producing a round green badge that matched the one worn by the elder at the village entrance. Is it truly Shrek Academy? The expressions of the two became even more vivid. Noticing the badge in Su Ming's hand, Zhao Wu's eyebrows twitched as she asked in astonishment, Brother, where did you get this badge? Tang San turned at the sound, his pupils instantly constricting. This badge is... No, it can't be. As if realizing something, both of them stared at Su Ming with expressions of dread. With a slight tilt of his eyes, Su Ming replied calmly, I never claimed that I came here to be a student alongside you. Zhao Wu, shocked, exclaimed, What? Tang San echoed, What? Is this what you meant by I'll be counting on you for the next few years? You meant you would teach us? Chapter 66. There is always a greater monster. Indeed, there wasn't much to learn at Shrek Academy. Given their arrival, Su Ming had no intention of assuming the role of a student. It was Tang Hao who first spoke, making some requests to serve as a guest teacher. On one hand, he could specifically instruct Zhao Wu in her cultivation. On the other, he could freely manage his own time. With Tang Hao's prowess, securing a guest teaching position at Shrek was not a daunting task. After the initial shock, Zhao Wu felt quite pleased, as Su Ming had been teaching her cultivation all along. Tang San, however, wore an expression of discomfort, grappling with the prospect of calling his peer Su Ming teacher Su, which only heightened his unease. The three stood quietly in line, awaiting their turn. Su Ming did not cut in line. He patiently waited alongside Zhao Wu. The teacher in charge of registration was named Li Yusong, a Soul Emperor wielding the dragon-patterned staff. With his presence, the registration process proceeded without any disturbances. However, the area around Su Ming and his companions was filled with parents angrily leaving. Zhao Wu's ears perked up, and she exclaimed in astonishment. The rules of Shrek Academy are quite stringent. Only those under 12 years of age and possessing a soul power of at least level 21 are eligible. Apart from the three of us, there seems to be no one from our Junior Soul Master Academy who meets these criteria. Indeed, Tang San nodded, finally finding some psychological solace. It was no wonder the teacher had urged him to come here. Shrek Academy evidently possessed unique qualities. Even the registration officer was a Soul Emperor, and the notion that Shrek Academy only accepted monsters was undeniably imposing. A smile of expectation blossomed on Tang San's face. Monsters, you say? Well, the three of us certainly fit the description. As for the other one, he is truly extraordinary. Noticing Tang San's gaze shift toward him, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, prompting Tang San to awkwardly avert his gaze. Su Ming remarked that capturing monsters indeed sounded appealing, considering the high caliber and overall proficiency of the Academy's students. However, conversely, this does not truly reflect the genuine teaching prowess of an institution. Tang San paused, seemingly deep in thought, and nodded in agreement. Zhao Wu scratched her head, appearing perplexed, and questioned, if the students are exceptional, doesn't that signify the Academy's teaching strength? Aren't the two interconnected? Certainly, there is a distinction. Su Ming carefully articulated his explanation. On a macro level, as you mentioned, student capabilities do reflect the Academy's teaching prowess. Yet, if one Academy can cultivate a soul power of innate level 3 into a Soul Emperor, while another can achieve the same, the former may produce the weakest Soul Emperor, whereas the latter produces an outstanding one. Which Academy do you believe possesses superior teaching ability? After a moment of contemplation, she scratched her head and resolutely responded, it seems the former, after all. Cultivating from innate level 3 to Soul Master is no easy feat, let alone reaching Soul Emperor. If such an academy truly existed, I suspect every household would be eager to gain admission. You're not so foolish after all. Su Ming smiled as he gently patted Zhao Wu's head. The distinction between the strengths and weaknesses of an academy lies within its students. For an institution to flourish, it must impose stringent conditions to attract the most exceptional scholars. However, the presence of the most promising students does not necessarily imply that the academy excels in teaching. For instance, if I were a student here, I could continue my self-study and practice. Would that validate the teaching prowess of Shrek Academy? Indeed. It seems that regardless of the academy one attends, the true measure of genius rests upon the individual, while the institution merely enhances one's potential. Zhao Wu chuckled knowingly, her sparkling eyes filled with envy. No wonder I can never catch up to you despite my efforts. If only my mind were as sharp as yours. Even with a sharp mind, if you spend all day clutching a carrot, it won't serve you well, Su Ming retorted playfully. Humph, I've made up my mind. I shall have carrots for lunch. Neither of you is allowed to escape. Observing Su Ming and Zhao Wu's playful banter, Tang San felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on Zhao Wu's words, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming possessed not only diligence, but also a boundless imagination, which was truly formidable. Just like the method of compressing soul power, it elevated his Xian Yu hand to new heights. Did I hear something? Tang San's ears perked up. It's her. A glance at the woman clad in black caused Tang San's complexion to pale, as his pristine reputation from the previous day seemed utterly tarnished. He quickly clenched his fist and coughed, attempting to assert his innocence. Zhao Wu also noticed Zhu Zhuqing and was surprised to see her here. Raising an eyebrow, she teased Tang San, look at you, all flustered. Are you particularly pleased inside now? As anticipated, she had not been mistaken. He was indeed a lecherous fellow. I can't remind you without it being wrong, nor can I refrain from reminding you, Tang San retorted, maintaining a serious expression as he stepped back to stand behind Su Ming, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Zhu Zhuqing has arrived. I wonder if Ning Rongrong is here as well. Su Ming's cool gaze swept over Zhu Zhuqing, but he did not catch sight of Ning Rongrong. Time passed swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them reached the front, as the first test merely involved assessing bone age and soul rings, requiring little time. The sound of coins clinking against the wooden box echoed in the air. Su Ming gestured, indicating that the two of them wished to enter the academy, suggesting they be tested. Tang San cast a grateful glance, refraining from being overly sentimental, thinking that he would return for another visit. The young girl extended her hand. Li Yusong gently pinched Zhao Wu's hand with his right, remarking that her bone age was suitable and her physical and soul power appeared commendable. Zhao Wu felt a surge of joy within her, tilting her head and confidently declaring, brother, just watch, I will undoubtedly pass the academy's assessment. Su Ming cast a cold glance, stating that if he failed, he should return home to tend to the fields, lest he waste his efforts on training him. Heart of iron. While the two conversed, Li Yusong was also testing Tang San. Tang San's bone age was naturally no issue. However, due to his cultivation of the Xianyu hand, Li Yusong was somewhat astonished. The true shock, however, came later, as Xiao Wu and Tang San summoned their martial spirits. The purple thousand-year soul ring suddenly appeared, akin to thunder cracking across the sky. The others instantly paled in comparison. Soul Master. 2 Soul Masters. Li Yusong sprang from his chair, his face alight with joy, his eyes sparkling. Remarkable. This was truly an unexpected delight. It had been ages since he felt such astonishment. A 12-year-old Soul Master. Amazing. You've broken the Academy's record for speed. You two are indeed prodigies. Li Yusong regarded them with awe, his burning gaze seemingly fixated on success. Yet, the real prodigy was still to come. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged disinterested glances, their expressions lacking in excitement, instinctively turning their eyes towards Su Ming. As Li Yusong's astonished lips slowly closed, he called out to Mu Bai behind him. Upon hearing his name, the man named Mu Bai rushed towards the village entrance. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon the thousand-year soul ring, causing him to halt in shock, as if startled like a frightened horse. Soul Master? Waves of astonishment coursed through Dai Mu Bai as his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yusong chuckled, remarking, "It seems the Academy has found 2 promising talents. What do you say? You won't be able to flaunt yourself anymore, will you, Dai Mu Bai? My records have shattered, haven't they? As for the unfortunate news, tomorrow at noon, the story will be available. It's not due to a failed PK or a lack of recommendations. I simply wish to publish. There have been family issues. With my father still in recovery at the hospital, and I seek to earn a little more, that's all. Perhaps it's a bit of a sob story. But any initial support would be appreciated, and it would be even better if it could continue. I want to say more. Thank you for reaching this point." Chapter 69. With Flanders absent, I am the Dean. What a sight to behold. In the village, Dai Mu Bai led Su Ming and the others ahead. He shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having broken through to Soul Master at 13, he was already considered a prodigy. Yet today, he encountered a 12-year-old. Moreover, there was someone holding a teacher's badge. Either the dean had accepted a bribe, or the individual was truly formidable. Dai Mu Bai preferred to believe the former, for that person appeared no older than 12. Walking ahead, Dai Mu Bai, with his golden hair, broad shoulders, and a muscular build that radiated strength, exuded an air of arrogance to match his personality. He did not whisper his thoughts, but rather spoke them aloud, ensuring Su Ming and the others could hear. Tang San stepped forward slightly and warmly greeted him, asking, "Senior, may I inquire how many students there are at Shrek Academy?" Dai Mu Bai turned his head, a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, and smiled. "No need to call me senior. Although I am 2 years ahead of you, the Academy has few students, and classes have not commenced. Given your circumstances, entering the Academy shouldn't be difficult. My name is Dai Mu Bai. You may call me Mu Bai." As for the Academy, Dai Mu Bai's expression bore no hint of embarrassment, but rather a mix of pride and confidence as he continued. "Our Shrek Academy adheres to the principle of quality over quantity. We only recruit prodigies. Including myself, there are only 3 students." 3? This figure left Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such stringent admission standards at Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai frowned slightly, pondering this peculiarity. It was the first time he hadn't sensed intense interest from newcomers. The Academy's ethos filled him with pride, yet Tang San and Xiao Wu, while astonished, seemed devoid of reverence. As they traversed the village, Su Ming observed the surroundings. The village was significantly smaller and more rudimentary than Dian Village, appearing untouched by the prosperity of Soto City. Shrek Academy, existing outside the Baroque royal system, might have been subject to some restrictions, Su Ming mused. Knowing the two would inevitably pass, Dai Mu Bai enthusiastically introduced them to the assessments in Shrek Academy. Since they were already Soul Masters, they could bypass the initial trials and proceed directly to the 4th round. Passing this stage would grant them official status as students of the Academy. With their status as Soul Masters, Tang San and Xiao Wu were naturally brimming with confidence. The 4 arrived at the rear of the village, closer to the woods, where the shadow of a square was faintly visible, surrounded by sparse buildings. In front of the square, a stout figure reclined in the sun, his bronze skin and muscular physique resembling a fortress, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he relished the moment. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Mu Bai called with admiration, stepping forward to converse with him. 3 people? The man glanced over, furrowing his brow in anger. "Mu Bai, what are you up to? Have you brought girls?" Dai Mu Bai quickly interjected, chuckling. "How could I dare? Teacher Zhao, both of them are Soul Masters. The other claims to be a teacher at the Academy." "Soul Masters? And a teacher?" Do you take me for a fool? Just him? Zhao Wujie waved dismissively, his body springing from the recliner with a thud, landing heavily on the ground. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, his form resembled a wall, as if he had been compressed. With a mocking gaze sweeping across the group, Zhao Wujie sneered, "Little brats, who claim to be teachers. Step forward, I want to kill you." He continued. "Do you even know what kind of place Shrek Academy is? What kind of riffraff thinks they can come here to teach?" Humph. A thunderous echo reverberated in their minds. Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions turned grave, realizing the true terror of this individual. Though he had not activated his martial spirit, they could still feel the explosive power emanating from him. The registration was handled by Soul Emperors, so the examiner here must at least be a Soul Emperor as well. Zhao Wujie was furious, his gaze icy and his temper flaring. The Academy's pay was already meager, now they expected to share it, which felt akin to risking his life. Su Ming offered no explanation as he flung the badge in his hand. The badge soared through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Even Dai Mubai could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. Before the sound of its swift passage faded, it was caught decisively by a large hand. The smirk on Zhao Wujie's face vanished, replaced by an expression of surprise as he let out a soft exclamation. His fierce gaze fixed upon Su Ming. He stated with an undeniable authority, "You have quite the strength, young man. So, you aspire to be a teacher at the academy, do you?" Before Su Ming could respond, Zhao Wujie waved his hand imperiously. "If you wish to be a teacher, you must first spar with me for a few rounds. If you can endure, we can discuss the matter further." The prospect of battling the Soul Emperor sent chills through Tang San and Xiao Wu, their pupils dilating in shock. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, tugged at Su Ming, urging him not to agree, but he gently restrained her. "Teacher Zhao, the badges," Su Ming began. But Zhao Wujie interrupted, his demeanor fierce as he declared, "What does the title of principal matter? With Dean Flinder absent, I am the one in charge. Do you truly wish for a mere child to assume the role of a teacher?" With that, Zhao Wujie added another remark that swiftly quelled any dissent from Dai Mubai. He cast a glance at Su Ming, conveying a silent wish for him to tread carefully, while crossing his arms and adopting a cold, aloof expression, evidently reluctant to see Su Ming take on the teaching position. At the tender age of 12, to become a teacher at Shrek Academy? It seemed ludicrous. It was likely a scheme orchestrated by Dean Flinder for some monetary gain. No wonder he was absent from the academy, leaving the recruitment duties to Zhao Wujie. Clearly reluctant to part with funds. Was this a deliberate maneuver by Flinder, or did Zhao Wujie simply understand the situation? Perhaps it was also a calculated act of vengeance by Yu Xiaojiang? These thoughts flickered rapidly through Su Ming's mind, yet he chose not to dwell on them. He resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead with determination. Su Ming's gaze was icy and piercing as he stared at Zhao Wujie. "In terms of soul power, I indeed cannot compete with you, especially considering I am merely 12 years old. However, when it comes to pure physical combat, the outcome is still uncertain." Such audacity. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, the two words flashing in his mind. Zhao Wujie was a level 76 power-type soul saint with the martial soul of a great strength diamond bear, boasting 7 soul rings and a physical enhancement far surpassing other soul masters. Looking at Su Ming, Dai Mubai could not help but shake his head, realizing once again the depths of his ignorance and fearlessness. Zhao Wujie too was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had not heard such words in quite some time, and he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Very well, if it is a physical contest you desire, I shall not be accused of bullying the young. Rest assured, young one, for your courage, I shall treat you with utmost respect." A sinister grin spread across Zhao Wujie's face as he struck his right fist against his left palm. The resounding thuds echoed ominously, akin to a heavy weight pressing upon someone's heart, laden with threats. Su Ming waved goodbye to Xiao Wu and her companion. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu bit her pink lip and stepped back, her eyes filled with concern. The system activated, urging him to strive in his battle against Zhao Wujie. The timing and frequency remained uncertain. Beep. The system began data collection, prompting the host to commence his efforts. Chapter 70 Zhao Wujie, you are also a power-type soul master. Branches swayed gently, and the grass rippled in the wind. Two figures stood facing each other, motionless. Yet, the intensity of their gazes sparked fierce collisions. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing overhead. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu both felt a chill creeping in, tightening their bodies. The exchange of moves between masters, even without physical confrontation, was palpable through their locked eyes and the clash of their auras. Dai Mubai's expression was grave. Su Ming's aura was extraordinarily distinct, instilling a sense of tension within him. Particularly striking were Su Ming's eyes, cold and sharp, glinting with a fierce brilliance that seemed to pierce through the air. In that fleeting moment, an impression of insurmountable power washed over him. Realizing that his opponent was no ordinary individual, Daimubai suppressed his initial nonchalance. Swish, swish. Both figures suddenly materialized beside Zhao Wu and her companions. On the left stood an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a well-groomed beard, dressed in splendid attire, exuding an air of dignity. His eyes sparkled with profound wisdom, imparting a sense of astuteness. To his right stood a relatively younger, more rotund man clad in a chef's uniform, leaving Tang San and Zhao Wu momentarily bewildered. Remarkably, both were teachers from the academy, signaling promising prospects ahead. A sharp gaze swept over Tang San and Zhao Wu, and Lu Qibin felt a surge of delight within while maintaining an impassive exterior. His eyes gradually shifted towards Su Ming and Zhao Wujie, his demeanor radiating a noble elegance. Old Zhao, what do you think? Will Zhao Wujie stumble? Zhao Xian's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps due to his physique, his voice carried a soft, bright timbre. That young man's strength should not be underestimated, especially if his soul rings are comparable. Zhao Wujie is nearly a soul sage, and given the age of his opponent, the disparity in their soul rings is bound to be significant. Observing the two opposing figures, Lu Qibin's keen eyes glimmered with insight. He refrained from hasty conclusions, instead pointing out the differences in their strengths. However, through his words, he seemed to favor Zhao Wujie, which was not unexpected. Indeed, Zhao Xian nodded. Yet for some reason, he felt that Su Ming could deliver surprises. Let us watch and see. Their dialogue was light and airy, yet it stirred a tempest within Tang San and Zhao Wu's hearts. A soul sage. That individual was indeed a soul sage, just as Zhao Wu prepared to act. Tang San immediately restrained her. He gazed at her solemnly, stating, "Your brother is more composed than anyone else. He would not engage in a battle without assurance. Otherwise, he would not have proposed a physical confrontation. What you need to do now is trust him." Swish. Zhao Wu stood frozen in place. Su Ming's past words echoing in her mind. You tend to get anxious. Taking a deep breath, she retreated and nodded towards Tang San. Yes, I should trust my brother, rather than complicate matters for him. Clenching her fists, Zhao Wu fixed her unwavering gaze upon Su Ming, silently cheering for him. Su Ming gazed intently at Zhao Wujie, his expression gravely serious. Even without the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wujie could effortlessly send a Soul King flying with a single slap. Although that Soul King was not particularly formidable and had merely utilized his first soul skill, the sheer might of Zhao Wujie, whose martial soul was the formidable great strength King Kong Bear, was already becoming evident. The relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is generally reciprocal. At level 76, Zhao Wujie, when exerting his full strength, corresponded to a great strength King Kong Bear of approximately 50 to 60,000 years in age. His full force explosion of power was undoubtedly in the tens of thousands of Jin, and his defensive capabilities were extraordinary, far beyond what Su Ming could withstand. Even in a purely physical confrontation, Su Ming possessed little advantage in terms of physique. The renowned soul master Tang San from the original narrative could endure for the duration of an incense stick only by employing a kite-flying strategy to buy time. A single hit would severely injure him. Whoosh. Su Ming retreated with his left foot, adopting a poised stance reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. A sudden gust of wind echoed sharply. With a swift movement, he launched his body forward. Zhao Wujie felt the shadow before him expand rapidly, as if propelled by teleportation. And in an instant, a figure was upon him. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, his shock mirrored in the astonished expressions of the two observing instructors, who were equally stunned by the astonishing speed. Before Zhao Wujie could react, Su Ming's arm transformed into a blade, striking down upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The force was monumental, akin to a tidal wave crashing down, overwhelming him in an instant. With the impact, a chilling sensation coursed through Zhao Wujie's back. The terrifying strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. With a thunderous crash, his substantial frame fell to the ground, leaving him half kneeling. One blow, and he couldn't even stand against the mighty king? Zhao Xian swallowed hard, his voice grave. Old Lu, I retract my earlier statement. Zhao Wujie has truly met his match this time. If this lad loses, I fear Zhao Wujie will be left battered and bruised. Lu Qibin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he offered no rebuttal. Incredible! Tang San's eyes were wide with astonishment, while Zhao Wu, invigorated, waved her small fist in excitement. Daimubai, too, was unsettled, his deep blue eyes glimmering with golden light as he exclaimed, What an anomaly! With a roar, Zhao Wujie, incensed, unleashed a fierce shout. his iron fist hurtling towards Su Ming's abdomen. Su Ming lifted his leg and charged forward, utilizing Zhao Wujie's strength to retreat and create distance. What a remarkable lad. No wonder you wish to compete with me in physical prowess. It appears you are a power-type soul master. Judging by your soul ring configuration, it seems impeccable. Pray tell, what is your martial soul? Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, rising with some difficulty, his expression not one of anger but rather delight. As though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The earlier blow had left his heart racing. It had been ages since he had encountered a formidable power-type soul master. Come again, he bellowed as he propelled himself towards the ground with great speed. Alas, his velocity appeared to be significantly inferior to Su Ming's. Power-type soul masters are inherently slower, and without the aid of a martial soul, Zhao Wujie's heavy frame and short legs only exacerbated the issue. The rather painful scene was too much for Zhao Xian and his companion to bear, nearly prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Old Zhao, your intentions are commendable. Truly worthy of praise." Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances, questioning when Su Ming had become a power-type soul master. Bang! Su Ming sidestepped deftly, evading Zhao Wujie's earth-shattering strike. He utilized his left arm to redirect the force, and with a powerful stance, he gathered strength in his right leg, launching a counterpunch. A resounding thud echoed as Zhao Wujie slowly lifted his head. "Got you now, kid," he sneered, veins bulging in his arm as he gripped Su Ming's right fist tightly. "You are still far from mastering the art of adaptive combat." A sense of dread washed over Tang San and Xiao Wu. They realized Zhao Wujie was deliberately attempting to compensate for his speed deficit. However, before their alarm could fully resonate, they witnessed Su Ming lean back, placing a foot firmly on Zhao Wujie's knee. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. Damn it! In an instant, Zhao Wujie comprehended the situation. Yet the slippery eel was already in his grasp, compelling him to exert even greater force. Although Su Ming's waist flexibility does not match that of Xiao Wu, he excels in physical strength. With a powerful arching motion, Zhao Wujie's feet momentarily lifted off the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as both figures were forcefully propelled away. Su Ming was taken aback by Zhao Wujie's decision to adopt the self-destructive strategy of sacrificing 1,000 to take down 800 of his foes. With a heavy thud, he landed unscathed, immediately pivoting to unleash a kick towards Zhao Wujie's arm. Having sustained a considerable fall, Zhao Wujie had only just regained consciousness when Su Ming's powerful kick struck him, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him, causing him to instinctively release his grip. He tumbled, then rose to his feet, his expression akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, his face reflecting profound discomfort. After several minutes of combat, Zhao Wujie could no longer endure the humiliation and exclaimed in anger, "Kid, if you have the guts, let us confront each other head-on." Zhao Xian and Lu Qibin could only bury their faces in their hands, utterly mortified. Chapter 71. A thrilling concession from Zhao Wujie. In the world of Douluo Continent, there exists a complex system of counterbalances among soul masters. The agile attack category counters the control category counters the strong attack category, and the strong attack category counters the agile attack category. Agile attack soul masters excel in surprise, often possessing swift beast-type martial souls such as cats, leopards, snakes, and falcons. Naturally, their overall physical prowess cannot compare to that of soul masters with martial souls like lions and tigers, while strong attack types boast formidable defenses. Agile attackers find it challenging to make an impact with a single strike. However, a single blow from a strong attack type is something that agile attackers cannot withstand. Su Ming's speed surpassed that of Zhao Wujie, yet one must not overlook his formidable strength. After several encounters, Zhao Wujie found himself at a disadvantage. He detested such battles where his soul skills could not be utilized, his strength rendered ineffective, leaving him to strike at empty air. Both were power-type soul masters. A head-on clash was the true test of manhood. Facing him directly, with a swift motion, Su Ming retracted his stance and gradually approached Zhao Wujie. "Come at me." Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, a derisive smirk gracing his lips. Could it be that they were truly going to engage in a bare-knuckle brawl? Dai Mubai's lips twitched as the shadow of Zhao Wujie's combat class loomed over him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He never imagined that one day, the esteemed unmoved king would lose to a mere 12-year-old. A soft sigh escaped him, seemingly lamenting the relentless passage of time, a reluctant acceptance of aging. Zhao Xian cast an amused glance at Lu Qibin. Although taken aback, he felt no internal conflict. As a food-type soul master, significantly younger, he chewed on a pastry and remarked, "Old Lu, the fight isn't over yet. The outcome remains uncertain. Not over? Lu Qibin shot him a disdainful look. How could this not be over? How many favors had Zhao Wujie bestowed upon you for you to speak in his defense? Xiao Xian sheepishly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed to retort. From the earlier skirmish, it was evident that Zhao Wujie had already lost. The disparity in their strength was minimal. Yet, Zhao Wujie's speed was painfully sluggish, and should the fight continue, he would undoubtedly suffer great losses. In truth, he had lost the moment he accepted the challenge. Xiao Xian's gaze fell upon Su Ming, his cherubic face reflecting curiosity. It was his first encounter with such a formidable youth, and he wondered about the nature of his training. In the arena, Su Ming and Zhao Wujie drew near once more, akin to magnets, standing nearly 50 centimeters apart. Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a confident smirk, mingled with profound admiration. Kid, to have cultivated your physique to such a level at your age, I must confess, I was nowhere near your prowess in my youth. No wonder you proposed a pure physical battle. I had underestimated you. Su Ming's fingers danced in succession before he clenched them into a fist, coldly remarking, if you find yourself unable to prevail, you may resort to summoning your martial spirit. I, too, am curious to see how many of your soul skills I can withstand unscathed. Bah! Zhao Wujie immediately scoffed, spitting in disdain. His anger boiling over as he bellowed, how dare you mock me? Go inquire among the ranks of soul masters. I, the unyielding King Zhao Wujie, am not a fickle coward. Humph! Zhao Wujie wiped his mouth, his large eyes gleaming with fierce determination. You should be able to sense that my strength surpasses yours by a margin. Should we engage in a direct confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Then let it be so. Come at me. With the final word echoing in the air, Zhao Wujie resolutely unleashed a powerful punch. Su Ming's gaze was piercing, showing no signs of evasion, merely raising his arm to block. With a resounding thud, his forearm was jolted aside, and he felt the blood and energy within his arm surge, causing a slight numbness that hindered his strength, forcing him to shift his footing slightly. Yet, in the next moment, Su Ming retaliated with a powerful right fist aimed at Zhao Wujie. After all, he had fought through the encirclement of a dozen bishops from the spirit hall back in the day. What was there to fear? Zhao Wujie exhibited no sign of trepidation, curling his arm to deliver a rising punch in defense. The impact echoed as tremendous force surged through his bones to his shoulder, causing even him to grit his teeth. Both fighters' eyes gleamed with intensity. In the blink of an eye, the speed of their strikes escalated dramatically. Boom. One punch. Boom. Two punches. Boom. Three punches. The two men engaged in a primal battle, embodying the essence of a direct confrontation. There was no unnecessary flourish, only the rhythm of blocking and evading, followed by counterattacks. Thud. 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 Each punch landed in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of sound. Their fists unleashed a terrifying shockwave, reverberating so fiercely that even the surrounding barriers were toppled. Zhao Wujie's punches felt heavy, and Su Ming sensed a tumult within himself. Yet, Zhao Wujie was not faring any better. The two fighters seemed to be caught in a frenzy, growing more addicted to the clash with each blow. Their bright eyes conveyed an unspoken message: neither would yield first. What man does not revel in the raw thrill of a fight where fists meet flesh? The fists loomed larger before their eyes, grazing past their skin. The sound of impact echoing in the air. That exhilaration, that primal energy. There was no combat style that could compare. If a melody were to accompany this spectacle, it could only be the fierce clash between Goku and Jiren from Dragon Ball Super, capable of igniting such intense sparks. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, all onlookers were left speechless. Even Oscar, the freshly arrived sausage vendor, found his scruffy beard nearly stripped away. Too brutal, Oscar exclaimed, nudging Dai Mubai with his elbow, stuttering, Dai. Boss. Do all power-type soul masters enjoy fighting like this? Dai Mubai's expression darkened, and his lips twitched in irritation. Just exchanging a few hits is already commendable. Power-type soul masters are still soul masters. It's about soul skills. Within mere minutes, the two had exchanged countless blows. Yet, it was evident that while Zhao Wujie had landed few heavy strikes on Su Ming, every time Su Ming blocked or dodged, he retaliated with a fierce punch. Thud. As Su Ming launched yet another attack, Zhao Wujie prepared to block with both arms. Suddenly, Su Ming retracted his strike, opting for a left hook that deftly slipped beneath Zhao Wujie's elbow. Crack. The sound of Zhao Wujie's teeth shattering echoed in his ears. The immense force contorted his face, and his trembling lips revealed his gums. Like a kite severed from its string, he flew backward. On that day, the sky was so clear. Zhao Wujie squinted at the pristine azure above, with clouds as white as snow, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Boom. As his vision blurred, reality rushed back to him as he landed heavily on the ground. He spat out 2 bloodied teeth and slowly rose, leaning on his knee. His rugged face bore bruises, and his exposed arms were swollen, presenting a pitiful sight. Damn it, when did the younger generation become so ferocious? How are we old-timers supposed to survive out there? He lamented. Old Zhao, are you still standing there like a statue? Toss me some candy. I'm in agony. With a chuckle, Zhao Xian had no ill intentions. He simply found Zhao Wujie's plight amusing and wanted to savor the moment a bit longer. Seemingly prepared, he tossed out 2 green candies, one aimed at Zhao Wujie, the other at Su Ming. As Su Ming received the candy and was about to express his gratitude, an unexpected turmoil surged within him. In an instant, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, reminiscent of a blood plum blossoming. Half kneeling on the ground, his trembling arm pressed against the earth involuntarily. Brother, Xiao Wu's heart raced, her visible anxiety palpable, as Tang San hurriedly approached. Chapter 72, Zhao Wujie, my mental state is crumbling. Zhao Xian, a food system soul saint, had produced a candy that was remarkably effective for low-level soul masters. Observing Zhao Wujie consume the candy without hesitation, Su Ming followed suit. As a greenish light enveloped him, he felt himself being enveloped by a warm energy. The pain from his dislocated and cramping muscles swiftly dissipated, and even his swollen arm began to recover gradually. Within mere breaths, Su Ming sensed that he had completely regained his strength, experiencing a refreshing release from his mortal coil. If only the berserker's physique were still intact, taking him to the Star Doe forest would likely result in an explosive power surge in just a day or two. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Zhao Xian, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a wolf-like intensity, causing the latter's face to twitch. I just saved you. Surely you don't judge me by my appearance and assume I'm a power-type soul master, seeking a duel? Zhao Xian felt a sudden chill, subtly shifting his position to stand behind Lu Qibing. Engaging Su Ming in battle was not a match for him as a supportive soul saint. It's all right now. Don't worry. Su Ming silently averted his gaze, observing the worried expression on Xiao Wu's face. He chuckled softly and affectionately ruffled her hair. Xiao Wu remained with a serious countenance, cautiously supporting Su Ming. As Su Ming rose, Tang San felt as if a colossal mountain had suddenly ascended before him, an insurmountable presence that left him somewhat breathless. Without witnessing the battle firsthand, he had never realized the extent of Su Ming's extraordinary prowess. He marveled at how Su Ming had honed his physique, which seemed almost inhuman. A genuine smile graced Tang San's face, as if he shared in Su Ming's joy. After all these years, he was acutely aware of their differences, yet he had long since come to terms with it, embracing Su Ming as a true friend. Su Ming's smile was superficial, masking a deeper tension. Believe me, you would not wish to experience that feeling, he said, his tone as sharp as a winter breeze. Noticing the seriousness in Su Ming's eyes, Tang San's smile faded. He understood well that rewards and efforts are often proportional. Yet, if given the chance, he yearned to confront that sensation. With a steadfast demeanor radiating resilience, Tang San's gaze reflected both seriousness and anticipation. Very well, Su Ming replied after a brief silence. Nodding slowly. I want in too, exclaimed Xiao Wu, raising her head, determined not to be left behind. With a playful push to her forehead, Su Ming chuckled. Did you think I would overlook you? You aren't coming specifically for me, are you? Xiao Wu's expression stiffened, realizing she had been a bit careless and hadn't dodged in time. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zhao Wujie approached, his countenance fierce and imposing. His domineering presence caused both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tense up, fearing he might lash out in anger. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the duo before directing his full attention to Su Ming. He was a level 76 soul saint with the martial spirit of a mighty golden bear, known in the soul master community as the unmoving king. His bright eyes shone like a full moon against the backdrop of his dark pupils, scrutinizing Su Ming with unwavering intensity. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai and Oscar felt a surge of excitement, their eyes filled with envy. To elicit such a response from Zhao Wujie was a testament to Su Ming's standing as a formidable opponent of equal stature. A surge of realization coursed through Su Ming's heart as he recognized the customary decorum of the Soul Master realm. He proclaimed with clarity, I am Su Ming, a level 33 Soul Master, wielding the blade martial spirit, God Slayer. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to nod in acknowledgement, his stern expression abruptly shattered into disbelief. Your martial spirit is not a beast martial spirit? Zhao Wujie's lips twitched uncontrollably, his eyes wide with astonishment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A weapon martial spirit soul master cannot possess such physical prowess. Young man, do not jest with me. If you truly provoke my ire, I shall take action. His agitation escalated, culminating in a fervent shout as he felt profoundly insulted. Zhao Wujie and Lu Qibin, equally incredulous, gravitated closer, exclaiming their disbelief. Never had there been a soul master exhibiting such extraordinary capabilities, let alone one with a weapon martial spirit, even with the finest configuration of soul rings. Zhao Wujie boasted 3 10,000-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. The disparity was astronomical. The enhancements conferred by weapon and beast martial spirits were distinct. The former amplified martial spirit prowess, while the latter augmented physical attributes, thus granting beast martial spirit users an advantage in the early stages. Conversely, in the later stages, the superiority of weapon martial spirits would prevail. Ming did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he borrowed a soul power testing orb. The unusual soul power testing orb reappeared, leaving Zhao Wujie and the others in a state of bewilderment. Although it was peculiar, one could discern from its radiance that the opponent was below the rank of Soul King. Below Soul King? Perhaps a soul sect or even a soul master. The three remained incredulous. Zhao Wujie, his eyes wide with astonishment, erupted in expletives, appearing as if he had encountered a ghost. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. This generation of youth is like a horde of monsters. He turned to Mubai, saying, "It's up to you now. You can accompany them for testing." Without wishing to linger for another moment, Zhao Wujie dashed back to the teacher's dormitory, feeling his composure fracturing. The illustrious unmoving king had, after all, become as irate as a child. Zhao Wujie and the others could only chuckle at his predicament, yet they understood his feelings. As they could not intervene in the matters of the academy, they explained the circumstances to Ming before departing. Left on the scene were the 7 young individuals, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the strikingly beautiful Zhu Zhuqin clad in black. Additionally, there was a lady dressed in a pristine white gown, immaculate and untainted. Her every gesture exuded noble grace and elegance, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. With her short hair framing a delicate visage and skin as smooth as sheep-fat white jade, she radiated refinement. Noticing Ning Rongrong's peculiar gaze fixed upon him, Ming offered a slight nod in greeting, which was met with a smile from her before she diverted her attention elsewhere. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a food-type soul master. Soon, you will likely face off against Dai Lao, and I have some exquisite sausages for sale that are sure to impress. Oscar proclaimed with enthusiasm, his face beaming with delight. However, before he could finish his sales pitch, he was abruptly sent flying by a kick from Dai Mubai. Landing in a heap. Dai Lao, you, Oscar lamented, but Dai Mubai, unperturbed by his grievance, coldly retorted, "Little Oscar, after watching Teacher Zhao, you still intend to wait for my embarrassment, don't you?" Pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai's expression turned serious. Both were under 12, yet already possessed the title of Soul Master. If you wish to avoid a beating, you better keep hawking those sausages. Little Oscar? Tang San and the others gazed in confusion at the bearded man before them, pondering the chaotic hierarchy of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Oscar felt an overwhelming shock, his mind swirling. Soul Master? What kind of joke was this? Realizing that Dai Mubai was not jesting, he was left in utter disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Oscar decisively chose to extend a helping hand. Dai Lao, how about you buy one? Just a copper coin, it's merely a token to support a brother's business. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than Oscar dropped the sausages and sprinted away, as if a tiger were in pursuit. Chapter 73, Madness. You were still testing without examinations. The peculiar academy, the oddities of Shrek, echoed in the minds of Tang San and his companions at that moment. The assessment, the academy's rules. The interactions between teachers and students all exuded an air of strangeness. Even now, the final evaluation was being conducted by the students themselves. Zhao Wujie and the others appeared entirely unconcerned about any potential mishaps. Thus, only one explanation remained. Tang San's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Dai Mubai. Ming had fought a battle. He could not be left behind. Since the final challenge was to face you, let it begin. Mubai. I too wish to ascertain the true prowess of the students from Shrek Academy. Tang San spoke slowly, his eyes flickering with electric fervor, the surging battle intent causing his soul power to tremble. I disagree. Before Dai Mubai could voice his thoughts, Xiao sprang forward. With 4 participants, Dai Mubai only became weaker. She had no intention of allowing that. Pouting her rosy lips, she argued with Tang San, insisting that if anyone should go first, it ought to be her. Have you forgotten? My soul power surpasses yours. Tang San's expression turned awkward. Indeed, His soul power stood at level 31, while Zhao Wujie had already reached level 33. However, in terms of strength, he was not intimidated by her. Stroking his chin, Tang San calmly analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, his martial soul should be a beast martial soul, which I can effectively counter. Strategically speaking, it is more fitting for me to take the lead. And what of it? With her hands on her hips, Zhao Wujie remained obstinate. His advantage is precisely why it would be exhilarating to battle. I refuse to be relegated to following you. How about we have a match first to determine the order? Tang San, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Before the fight had even commenced, internal conflict had begun. Aware that persuading Zhao Wujie was futile, he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Originally, they had intended to engage in a fair contest, but the atmosphere of competition was palpable. In Dai Mubai's eyes, he felt akin to a soft persimmon. Easily manipulated. Are you insulting me? His voice rumbled like a tiger's roar, his face dark as ink, clearly infuriated. Zhao Wujie and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. They certainly harbored no such intentions. At that moment, Su Ming spoke up. Very well, let Tang San go first. His calm voice exuded an air of authority, causing Zhao Wujie to stomp her feet in frustration. Brother, you want me to go, right? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Zhao Wujie recoiled in fear. Being lifted high here would be utterly embarrassing. Puffing out her cheeks, she returned to Su Ming's side, looking utterly dejected. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her and said, If you enjoy fighting, I could accompany you for some practice one day. What do you think? Accompany me for practice? A sudden realization struck Zhao Wujie, causing her delicate frame to tremble, and her previously cheerful demeanor was swiftly replaced by a look of dismay. Brother, please don't tease me. With my slender arms and legs, I wouldn't withstand your roughness. I only have one sister. If you were to hurt her, wouldn't you feel heartbroken? To preserve our sibling bond, let us unite against the outside world instead, shall we? With a face adorned with a flattering smile, Zhao Wujie playfully began to massage Su Ming's back with her tiny fists. Her crescent-eyed, obediently charming appearance was almost too tender to behold. All right then. Su Ming waved his hand, his expression grave, as he settled down to observe quietly. This battle could be regarded as the pinnacle conflict among our generation. Dai Mubai's soul power level surpasses that of both of you. You should first witness how Tang San engages with him. Indeed, matters possess varying degrees of significance. With a face radiant as a blooming flower now subdued, Zhao Wujie sat obediently beside Su Ming. Dai Mubai, with his golden hair billowing, emanated an air of arrogance. Tang San, with your soul respect cultivation, you truly need not partake in this assessment. As he spoke, Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, particularly focusing on Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes betraying an unusual tremor. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a top-tier auxiliary soul master, consider yourself accepted. As for you, you may also be exempted from the examination. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this final match? Absolutely. Tang San's words were resolute, almost escaping his lips without a moment's reflection. Su Ming had also overheard the earlier conversation and recognized that his counterpart was a distinguished peer among his contemporaries. He wished to ascertain whether he truly possessed the capability, as his teacher had claimed, to rival the prodigies of the outside world. Observing Tang San's demeanor, the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing was about to speak, yet felt a gentle tug at her wrist. Ning Rongrong, with a slight smile that resembled a warm spring breeze, assured him, as a soul master, I am here to assist you. Together, we shall undoubtedly prevail against him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately nodded in agreement. Her heart swayed by those final 3 words. Dai Mubai, are we all in well? An exemption from tests, yet still engaging in combat. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai opened his eyes once more, revealing a fierce crimson glint in his menacing gaze. Possessing a supreme beast martial soul, he felt no fear before anyone. Dai Mubai, with the white tiger martial soul, stood as a level 37 soul master. Tang San, with an unwavering gaze, possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul, classified as a level 31 soul master. Blue-silver grass. Dai Mubai momentarily paused, yet did not allow himself the luxury of complacency. Su Ming's martial spirit, the soul of the blade, could rival Zhao Wujie's physical prowess. Who could have anticipated that these 3 individuals were such extraordinary beings? Roaring, the white light erupted from Dai Mubai, accompanied by the fierce roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon. His bones and muscles cracked audibly as his chest swelled, revealing 2 formidable claws extending from his fingertips, causing his entire form to expand. With the manifestation of the white tiger martial spirit, Dai Mubai exuded a fierce and violent aura, causing the expressions of those present to shift. Yet Tang San remained unfazed. His gaze as calm as an iceberg, betraying no hint of emotion. Azure light shimmered as the blue-purple blue-silver grass writhed around Tang San like venomous serpents. No need to utilize your third spirit skill just yet, Su Ming suggested, aware that should Tang San unleash it, victory over Dai Mubai would be assured. Tang San nodded in agreement, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. In a flash, Dai Mubai, like a descending tiger, charged forward. Noticing Tang San refraining from using his spirit skill, he too chose to hold back, deeming it dishonorable to win under such circumstances. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. The Xianyu hand met the white tiger's claws. A deep thud resonated in the air, and the disparity in their strengths became apparent. Dai Mubai staggered back 5 or 6 steps, while Tang San stood resolute, unmoving. How was this possible? Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The top-tier beast martial spirit had lost. It was utterly inconceivable. Dai Mubai, equally stunned, stared at his arm in disbelief, unable to fathom how his beast martial spirit faltered against a weapon spirit. Tang San's momentary distraction dissipated as he exchanged a glance with Su Ming, their understanding unspoken. In regular training, utilizing the Xianyu hand would have resulted in a near equivalence in their strengths, given Dai Mubai's overwhelming force. However, years of rigorous weighted training had augmented Tang San's physical strength significantly. Even now, encumbered by 40 kilograms of weight, his speed remained unimpeded. The decision to train with weights proved to be sagacious. A surge of triumph welled within Tang San as he smiled, eagerly anticipating further physical training. Chapter 74, Dai Mubai's Unique Preferences. Although he had not acquired the 8 spider lances as in the original tale, Tang San's physical capabilities had indeed strengthened considerably. With a thunderous crash, Dai Mubai fell heavily to the ground, his face contorted in agony as he writhed like a worm. A searing sensation emanated from the web that ensnared him. Its sticky strands and paralyzing toxins invaded his body through the wounds inflicted. What terrified Dai Mubai further was that even with his third spirit skill enhancing both attack and defense, his claws could not sever the slender web. The disparity between their third spirit skills was starkly evident. Are all participants in this competition monsters? He thought to himself. All right, you win. The fierce struggle tightened the web further. Realizing he could not escape, Dai Mubai shouted, his heart filled with reluctance and despair. I concede. Tang San retracted the web, simultaneously alleviating the toxins within Dai Mubai's body. The neurotoxin and corrosive toxin of the man-faced demon spider could inflict significant harm. After all, they were to be classmates. And there was no need for undue severity. Dai Mubai stood and expressed his gratitude. His countenance improved, but still clouded with frustration. The sensation of powerlessness against a control-type spirit master left him feeling ensnared in a quagmire of despair. Even with the alteration of events, Tang San still succeeded in slaying the man-faced demon spider. Was it a matter of fate or merely the best choice? Pondering this, Su Ming found himself reflective. Ultimately, he concluded it was the latter, for the absence of the 8 spider lances suggested that fate could not deviate in such a manner. Su Ming turned to Zhao Wu. Noticing her as steady as a mountain, calm and unhurried, he couldn't help but say, weren't you just in a hurry? Now it's your turn. Why aren't you going? How can you still claim that I was the one to strike first? Zhao Wu pouted. Right now, your spirit power is greatly depleted, and with your injuries, winning would not be honorable. Whether or not I can enter the academy is one matter. I refuse to take advantage of your plight. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes reflecting 3 distinct emotions. Su Ming's gaze was icy, while Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. And Tang San's expression was steady. 3 distinct gazes, yet they all conveyed the same message, the dignity of a soul master. What they sought was a fair battle. It was as if an invisible thread pulled the 3 together, neither humble nor arrogant. At the center stood Su Ming. Suddenly, a flicker of enlightenment ignited in Dai Mubai's mind. It dawned on him that the initial competition between the two was not born from disdain, but rather a recognition of him as a worthy opponent. The essence of a soul master's fair fight. If that is the case, then let us engage in a righteous duel as you desire. Oscar. His resonant voice, amplified by soul power, echoed in all directions. Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with determination as he gazed at Su Ming and the others. In an instant, a figure rushed forward, skidding to a halt. Dai Mubai. Believing Dai Mubai was seeking retribution, saw Oscar's face turn pale, and before he could speak, Dai Mubai interrupted him. Enough chatter. Give me 2 detoxifying and restorative sausages. Oscar's expression twisted in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Dai Mubai, Are you sure you want sausages? Have you been playing too much with the ladies? Are you preparing for something more extravagant? Oscar thought to himself, but as Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashed, causing Oscar's heart to race in fear, silencing him. I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. The words, laced with a peculiar artistry, emerged from his throat as yellow light coalesced in his palm. And Oscar conjured the sausages for Dai Mubai on the spot. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as he glanced around, lamenting the 3 beautiful girls present, feeling as though he was destined to fail before even starting. As the soul spell was cast, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Ning Rongrong's heart seethed with indignation. Her eyes filled with embarrassment at the ridiculous spell, which brought shame upon auxiliary soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew colder, as if warning someone to keep their distance. Coughing. Even Su Ming, despite having read the original work, could not suppress his own reactions. This was an utterly mortifying moment. This is too lewd. Xiaowu's face flushed crimson. Her fists clenched as she yearned to strike Oscar. Tang San's expression was equally peculiar. Noticing the unfriendly glances from everyone, Oscar hurriedly clarified, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This is merely a soul spell. I must vocalize my soul skills. I am a man of integrity, a truly pure-hearted gentleman." His explanation felt painfully inadequate. Everyone wished to distance themselves from him, their expressions laden with disdain. Glancing between Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, Oscar resembled a defeated rooster as he quietly retreated behind Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai extended his hand toward Xiaowu, gesturing for her to proceed. "You wanted a fair fight, right? My soul power and injuries are fully restored, so let us commence." His eyes shone with renewed vigor, casting aside any remnants of despair and replacing them with unwavering determination. With a leap, Xiaowu soared into the air, her astonishing agility propelling her to a position merely 10 meters in front of Dai Mubai. A gentle smile graced her lips as she introduced herself. "I am Xiaowu. Wuhuan Soft Bone Rabbit, a level 33 assault-type battle spirit." Boom. A pink radiance erupted from her form, elongating her figure. Her rabbit ears perked up, and her lithe physique exuded explosive potential. Her soul rings, too, were 2 yellow and 1 purple. Assault type? Dai Mubai's expression faltered momentarily. Hadn't it just been stated she was an agility type? Be careful. Without waiting for Dai Mubai to comprehend,